Yes, Scott, I agree. You might have to explain that once or twice more, I think, over the course of the day, just for my benefit. Alex Foden starts on pole position, that much I can tell you. Another driver who's done a bit of fun cupping in the past, with Richard Jep alongside, the early championship leader. Joe Moss and Andrew Dyer will share that second row of the grid, then Jack Wheeler and Jack Burgess. All of those top 6 drivers certainly potential race winners. Toby Owen and Luke Bate, they should be up there as well. They start together on the 4th row of the grid, and the top 10 then completed by George Antoniou and Elliot Lettis, another quick driver who should move forward from 10th on the grid. Whoops, steady on. Next is Samuel Johnston with Sandro Proietti on row 6 together. Row 7, Carter Steele and Ben Johnson with Chris Brewster and Luke Sawyer on the 8th row of the grid. Then, row 9, Jude McGreevy and John Sykes with Ruben Lowe and Evan Parker completing the top 20 of what will be a 26-car grid in theory. Alistair Maring and James Savage are next, ahead of Abby Bennett and Jake Gittus, with Gary Johnston and Sean Feehan at the back of the grid. Sean will be hoping that he can move a little bit further forward from there. So, cars then lined up on the grid, ready to go racing. They'll have their formation lap, of course, first before the race kicks off. It'll be a 15-minute race, as is standard procedure within the City Car Cup. And Richard Jep and Alex Foden starting together on that front row of the grid. Jep 4th in the championship last year, Alex Foden 5th in the championship. They finished only 13 points apart, those two, so that immediately bodes well for a pretty close contest between the two of them. Ben Spencer, of course, was last year's champion by a similarly, in fact, an even narrower margin. Only 6 points separated Ben Spencer and Alistair May at the end of what was, I would say, the most competitive season of City Car Cup racing we've ever had, Scott. It's always got good grids. It's always been popular. It's a cracking formula. A brilliant gap in the market, actually, that the BRSCC found with this championship, which is something the club tends to excel at. But last year, the quality of the racing was sort of second to none. In fact, there were a couple of times last year where I was asked, you know, which of the championships I look forward to commentating on the most, and very often the City Car Cup was towards the top of that list.
Yeah, they struck a chord with this championship ever since it came in as a class within the Motorsport Trophy back in 2020 when they launched it in the middle of the pandemic. And it's like, launching a new series in the middle of the pandemic is usually madness, but it made it work. And the great thing was they had about sort of the first standalone race in Croft in November, and I thought, okay, we'll see if we get sort of 2025. There's about 39 that turned up at the first round for 2021, and it wasn't a case of how many we're going to get, it's where you're going to put them all, because there's so many, and the popularity has continued over the years. The fact they get sold out grids just about everywhere they go. The Formula is fantastic, and the Student Motorsport Challenge, which has also been contest, which has been brought in over the last few years, is excellent to see, to the point now where there's a few teams who are getting to grips with running these cars, but you've now got Student Motorsport teams and outfits that now, for example, they've locked out the front row. Alex Foden and Richard Jett. These are teams now getting quicker and quicker and faster. Yes, there might be the most well-versed teams running it year after year, but it shows the calibre of not only the programmes that they run, but also the people that are running within it. And that was the whole point of Student Motorsport, run by John Paul Latham, and to bring in the Student Motorsport contest from 2022 onwards, to give not only colleges, universities, and even sixth forms, in the case of Queen Ethelberg was on top of that, and other education educational establishments, the chance to run motorsport programs, but to give their students genuine real-world motorsport experience to kind of shape the engineers, technicians, designers, mechanics, and etc. of the future going forward. It's a really good proving ground for them, and it's fantastic to see they've got some 13, 14 teams in here, and it's still as competitive as it ever has been.
Yeah, absolutely so. I remember again when I first started covering this championship a number of years ago, one of the student motorsport cars made the top 10 by the end of the race. That was seen as quite an achievement, actually, whereas now, as you quite rightly said, it's standard practice for those cars to be up there winning races, so they're very well prepared, and it is such a great initiative. There is nothing that can ever replace real-world experience, and it's such a difficult thing to do in motorsport. It's a very competitive industry. There are lots of jobs in motorsport, but knowing where to go and then getting actually those positions when you don't have the experience is always tricky, but this gives them that first rung on the ladder. It introduces them to motorsport, gives them that opportunity to work in the industry, gain that experience, and as we've seen, they really do know what they're doing. They're very well prepared cars, and it's going to be another fierce competition within the student motorsport element of the City Car Cup in 2026. Cars then making their way around onto the grid after a fairly leisurely green flag lap, but the drivers keen to generate as much tyre temperature as they possibly can. These are short wheelbase front wheel drive cars, not the most powerful, but they can still be a bit leery on cold tyres, and so the drivers need to make sure they've got enough grip when they barrel off into Rich's corner. probably 3 abreast on the first lap of the race.
Won't be uncommon, is it? Two facts I'll give you about City Car for Snetterton things. Snetterton, as a circuit, holds the championship's closest winning margin record, because it was last year here Josh Jackson won a race at Snetterton on the 300 circuit by the massive margin of 46 1,000 of a second. That's the closest finish history. Will we get that here today? Possibly. Break that. It also holds the record for the largest ever championship grid, 44, and that was last year here as well. So not only did they start to break records, but Snetterton is probably the most well-versed circuit for City Car. It's almost like their spiritual home in terms of where they come here the most. But it's the first time on the 200 circuit, so we have had qualifying, but now race lap records to set, as we're about to get our first of 3 races underway for City Car. If you've never seen it before, hold tight. They might not be the fastest cars, but they are an absolute riot to watch.
Yes, don't be fooled. This could well be one of the best races of the day. We're starting strong here on this Snetterton Sunday. The grid is formed, eyes now turn towards the starting gantry, and Alex Foden and Richard Jett together on the front row. Jett, the orange car, the white and green Citroen alongside his Foden number 41. Away they go, and as you'd expect from these low-powered cars, it's a pretty even start from the front row men. I think maybe Richard Jett has a nose ahead on the outside line as we rush down towards Richard's corner. In fact, he's got his full car ahead. It wasn't a great second phase of the start for Foden, who's now trying to defend second position from Andrew Tyre. Hold your breath, everyone. You can go 3 wide through Rich's in these small city cars, but that doesn't mean it's easy. I think they've just about managed to get through without any major dramas. Now they hit the braking zone at the hairpin, and this is where things can get very, very dicey indeed. That's Proietti, I think, coming steaming round the outside in the Liqui Moly car. There's a big squeeze through the left-hand kink onto the back straight, but again, they've all done really well to get through that first sequence of corners in one piece. Jett then leads the way. Foden slots into second, Dyer there in third position, and thankfully, Scott, a clean start.
Yeah, and it's also Student Motorsport 1, 2, 3, because it is Norfolk Racing leading the way with Jett, who's the most decorated driver in Student Motorsport history. 56 podiums in total, including 24 wins in the category, and he's looking to try and make it, if he can, 25. That'll be his 25th Student Motorsport win if he can hold on to this one for the next 15 minutes. But he's got the 2 Rob Boston team cars, which are the defending team champions from Student Motorsport last year. Can pack their way through 26. There is not the entire field. We've got 41 entered, 39 qualified, but you have got quite a few. They're side by side there between 57 and 61. That is between Jack Wheeler and a decent start for the 14 of Gary Johnson, in fact, who's quite far up the order considering where he started, which was a little further back. Johnson was Ben Johnson starting 14th and already climbed his way up into the top 10. So impressive start as they come up through Murray's for the first time, and it looks as though they're all pretty calm. That's Luke Bate, number 95. I think I remember saying he debuted at Silverstone last year. Was actually pretty quick on the front rows, so towards the front it was pretty impressive, making a one-off appearance. Remember that from last year. So now joining the East Surrey College team, and actually running pretty strong in the top 10 after he qualified there too. So it's Jeff who leads with Foden, Dyer, Burgess and Moss in the top 5, and everyone's starting to pack off a little bit now into little groups as they find their own racing run on lap number 2.
Yes, these races tend to build in momentum as the cars build in momentum over the early laps, and around a slipstream heavy circuit like this, the racing is going to be pretty intense. That's intense as well. There's a car in the barriers heavily at the first corner. It's the 131. That is Evan Parker, and that car's gone quite heavily into the barrier, and he's continuing. That is astonishing. He's got no rear bumper, but that was a hefty hit into the wall, and Evan carries on as if nothing happened.
Well, I think if my stats are correct, this is his championship debut. So, I mean, welcome to City Car Cup, and I think also as well, there's got an SW Motorsports rollover protection system. It didn't roll over, but I think one we could say, as was proven by Top Gear with these cars, they build them sturdy in the Czech Republic, and there's what's left of his bumper. So he's carried on, but one racing lap, and he goes into Ritchie's faster than he thought he could, bounces off a tyre wall, and carries on like it never happened.
Right, okay, well, there's me thinking that's our first safety car of the day, but well done, Evan, carried on. I suspect he might be destined for the pit lane, but at least the car is still running, which is remarkable, quite frankly. Back to the front of the field, though, and as we suspected, Richard Jett is not getting away here from Alex Foden. Foden sticking with him in qualifying. There was next to nothing between them. Foden was only something like 0.03 of a second quicker than Richard Jett. In fact, the top 3 in qualifying were separated by less than half a tenth of a second. It was remarkably close between the front runners, and it looks as though in the race it's going to be equally as competitive. Foden, Dyer, the order at the front. Jett, Foden, Dyer, the order at the front. I think Richard Jett's got a slightly dodgy transponder, and Jack Burgess tagging along with them. So it's sort of a leading group of 4 at this stage, with a bit of a gap back then, 2.3 seconds back to Joe Moss in 5th place.
down towards the Montreal hairpin. Remember, it's the 200 layouts. Of course, they'd normally go full 180 degrees. If they try that, they'd be met with a series of concrete barriers to say, you ain't going this way today, sunshine. Go to the left and go to the opposite side. And you're right. It's very much like Snetterton used to be, where they come off of Ritchie's, then what they called Sear, onto what was called the Revit Straight. This is what was the Revit Straight. It's now the Bentley Straight, named after the Bentley Le Mans car that won in 2003, that was developed here at some point during its lifespan. And you can see the top 4 already gone through. Challenge on for 5th. You've got Joe Moss in the red, number 23, challenged by Toby Owen, who's a former Mazda MX-5 racer, giving him a NASCAR-style tandem trial push. I did think this would be like yesterday with Fun Cup, where it was relatively fast NASCAR-style racing. We're going to get rather leisurely but fun NASCAR-style racing. I know you're a NASCAR advocate yourself from the UK. Joe Moss turns his way through. Big thump of the curve from behind from Chris Brewster in 64 as he turns his way out. He's been chased by Luke Bate. The next group of cars is headed by Elliot Lettis with Sandro Proietti, who's part of the Bacon Racing Squad, who they're quite well versed in Citroen C1s, given they usually race in the C1 Endurance Series with a Liqui sponsored car. There he's just, you can see a glimpse of his car. But he's also giving a go to translate how they do with that in City Car Cup, which the differences are these cars use more specific road suspension. They use stickier Nankang tyres that they can use as well. They've got suspension bushes on top of them and a bit of a championship map on top, plus a back box exhaust. So they look a little bit different. They don't lean on their door handles like the endurance cars do. They're much more sturdy. I've driven one before at Silverstone, driven by Racing a couple of years ago, which is actually back for this year, which you mentioned very briefly, and drove it at Silverstone in the dry, and it is like a massive go-kart. You just drive it into the corners of Silverstone National particularly. You can basically, apart from a couple of braking points, you can pin the throttle and just keep it pinned for about 75% of a lap there. They really are faster to drive than you think. It's all about momentum in these cars. Absolutely so, and that usually is the most fun you can have behind the wheel. That's what drivers tell us. If you give them a really powerful car with lots of downforce, it's not quite as enjoyable as, let's face it, quite a slow car, which you have to drive the wheels off to keep the momentum up through the corners. Good battling going on here. In fact, they're 3 abreast into the hairpin, and that nearly went wrong. The 21 car gets squeezed out onto the grass. That's Carter Steele, and he'll lose a couple of positions as a result. One to the number 14 car, which came through. That was George Antonio, who started inside the top 10 and has dropped down the order significantly. I think that's 15th place that he's just reclaimed. He started 9th on the grid, so George with a bit of work to do to get back to where he started the race. There's the 430 of Sandro Proietti, and here is the lead battle. Absolutely nose to tail between Richard Jepp and Alex Foden. They're dropping Andrew Dyer slightly now, and I did spot the windscreen wiper working on Andrew Dyer's Toyota Aygo there as it came out of Brundle and Nelson. Possibly a little bit of precipitation in the air, hopefully not enough to affect the grip levels, but a bit of psychological rain maybe for the 3rd place driver. Foden, though, couldn't be a lot closer to Richard Jepp at this stage. Didn't get a great exit there, Foden, from the final corner, but he'll slipstream his way, hopefully, back onto the rear bumper of the leading Peugeot. And Richard Jepp in the Peugeot 108, which debuted in the championship a couple of years ago as a development car, has been incorporated properly into the series now and is running well. Oh. That's not great though. The 34 car off, that's Luke Sawyer, and a lot of steam coming from the front of the car. I think he's been into the barrier, hasn't he? That front end's been crunched in. That might have done a radiator, and if that's the case, that'll be his race run. Yeah, he's thumping the steering wheel with frustration. It looks like it might have been a self-induced incident, and considering he's come off Coram in towards Murray's, it's not the easiest thing to do. But yes, they are quite sturdy cars, but they can get sideways through Coram, and if that's the case, they're quite easy cars to lose and get sideways if you're not careful. And it might have been he just got pushed a little too hard through Coram, lost the back end, and it's snapped the other way and just bounced off the barrier. So that might well be at least covered with yellow flags whilst they can recover that car. He's out of the car now, as you say, the front end on that Toyota Aygo steaming away, hands on hips, with a resided look on his face underneath that helmet. Just gone past half distance in this race. I'm looking out the window to see if the safety car is going to be scrambled. Keep an eye on whether those yellow lights do come on. I'm looking at Sandro Proietti, who's chasing after Jack Wheeler and Luke Bate by the looks of things. This is now Toby Owen, who's got past the 23 of Joe Moss, and also been chased by Chris Brewster, who's in white, yellow and black behind him. This is the fight for outside of the top 4, because Jack Burgess has escaped by about 4 and a bit seconds. So top 2 are pretty clear out in front, and Jack Burgess is trying to give chase. He's in what I call a little bit of no man's land. He's not catching the cars in front, but he's not losing time to the cars behind either. Yeah, a bit of a lonely race perhaps in prospect here for Jack Burgess, unless of course we get a safety car for the Luke Sawyer car that's off just to the right of the drivers here as they turn into Murray's corner. There is the stricken Aygo. No sign of a safety car yet, in fairness. They're covering that under yellow flags for the time being, and that suggests they're going to continue to do so and let the race run uninterrupted, which is good news. Leaders have just crossed the line, separated again by only 0.3 of a second, but Andrew Dyer in 3rd place sets the
fastest lap of the race. So at one point or another, all of those top 3 drivers have held the fastest lap. And therefore, of course, the early lap record here on the Snetterton 200 circuit at 1:40.216 there. That was about 3/10 quicker than the leader.
Impressive stuff. So Alex Foden, who I don't believe has won a race in the Car Cup before. Richard Jepp has won several. Of course, he's won several within Student Motorsport. But Alex Foden doesn't appear to have one in his stats. Oh, that's Chris Brewster, who was... Tourbillon was trying to re-attack Joe Moss. He then came under threat on the apex from Chris Brewster, who did have enough room to come up the inside. He's now slotted into line back into the slipstream of the 42 car, but that defence or that attack of Tourbillon is now lost him time. He's back in the slipstream now, and also trying to latch onto the 3 of them just behind them is Luke Bates in that East Surrey College car, number 95. Should mention, of course, for Student Motorsport, it is a 1-2-3 overall and in the race for Student Motorsport. So it's Jepp from Foden from Tyre, that's Norfolk College from the 2 Boston College racing cars, and then 4th and 5th and 6th, where you've got Bate and Jack Wheeler, who is back in 9th position as well. So 95 and 57. So Jack Wheeler has moved to Norfolk College. He was an East Surrey College driver. He's now in the 2nd car, which was driven by, I want to say the name of the other driver who was at Norfolk Racing. I'm sure someone from Student Motorsport will tell me. But there was he's replaced another driver who was in that car before, but it's now a different driver in the mix. Just under 5 minutes to go now, so 2/3 of the race already gone. And Joe Moss just holding nice. He's 3 winning his way, just lifting that inside rear. Well, they are pretty stiffly sprung on these gas shocks, are these City Car Cup cars. Top 3 go across past us, and they're pretty much nose to tail, so there could be a change in the mix as well, as we've still got plenty more racing still to go.
And Andrew Tyre, briefly, in fact, no, does take that fastest lap and improves upon it, so 1:39.984, first driver into the 39s, but they're all continuing to pump in personal best laps as the pace really starts to hot up now into the closing stages. We're 2/3 of the way through this 15-minute race, and this is about as close as the leading 3 have been, but Foden sitting in the wheel tracks of Richard Jepp. He seems to close coming into the corners, but isn't getting off the corners quite as well as Richard Jepp. I've spotted that a few times at Murray's, the final turn. Same sort of situation there through the Wilson hairpin, so that means that Jepp then is able to just keep the Citroën at arm's length and not then have to defend at the end of the straight. Peugeot then leads Citroën, leads Toyota, so the 3 brands in the championship, represented in the championship, are represented in the top 3. Foden just shows his nose there to the inside. I don't think he was quite close enough to actually go for the move, but just trying to distract Richard Jepp as best he can. He's had a really good exit this time, ironically, from Nelson, has Alex Foden, and he really does now look to be hunting around a little bit more spiritedly in the mirrors of the race leader.
Crucially, look at my stats. If Alex Foden wins this, it will be his first ever City Car, wrong championship. They're coming later with the Super Cup. If he wins, it'll be his first City Car Cup victory. Now, he has, according to my stats, taken a 2nd place and 2/3. So he's finished on the podium 3 times. He has taken a pole and also fight from today, and 5 fastest laps on top of that as well, but hasn't ever scored a victory. And of course, he's in a very well sorted car, which last year was driven by, of all people, Stuart Bliss last year, so he knows exactly what to do with a car like this, and it's last year's defending Student Motorsport champions. As for Andrew Tyre, he has taken it. He's taken 8 wins. He'll be looking for win number 9 if he can. And for Richard Jepp, if he wins, it'll be win number 5 of his career overall. Of course, he's won plenty in Student Motorsport, but he recently, in the last couple of years, started winning overall, which was quite overdue in the last couple of years. Tyre just moving around, just posturing around his teammates, trying to put himself in his mirrors. And that was a slightly later turn in for Jepp to get the apex to get a possibly different run off the corner. But despite the fact they're all on a tow together, and it's Jepp who's punching the biggest hole in the air out of the 3 of them, no one's really kind of getting close enough on the straight to make a move here.
No, and again, I think that is partly because Jepp is excelling on corner exit, so the slipstream isn't actually as powerful in these cars as you might think. They're not very aerodynamic, but they don't go very quickly either down the straights. The faster you go, the more powerful the tow is, so you've actually got to really nail the corner exit in order to then benefit massively from the slipstream. So you can see there Foden closed back in to within a car length of the race leader, but not actually close enough to get alongside. This is where he seems strong, Alex Foden, coming out of Brundle and Nelson. Had a little look to the inside into the right-hander at Coram a lap ago, did Foden. I don't think he's quite close enough to do that this time. They're going to be starting their final lap this time by. So if Foden's going to do this, he's starting to run out of time. And of course, he has to be careful, because if he goes for the move and it doesn't work, it could well cost him 2nd place.
Really could. Of course, his teammate rapidly sat behind him to try and take it away from him. They pitched their way through Murray's. Of course, I don't think there's a yellow flag down there anymore, because the driver's gone behind the barrier and the car is not in a fast pass the circuit, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Across the line they'll go with just under a minute and a half to go. So last time around on this first race of the weekend for the City Car Cup, and Foden is closer to Jepp than Dyer is to Foden, so he's trying to close in on that slipstream. Didn't get as much. He sets the fast lap of the race. He's pushing now, takes that brand new lap record. He was the first person to take it, 1:39.950, and now he might have the undercut here. He's trying to leverage himself alongside, might get the side drive, looks one way then the other down towards Montreal, has to go to the outside line, but he's forcing Jep to fend. He's off the line. It's not the worst line to take, because if you hug the inside and then get the better exit off onto the Bentley straight, you can get more momentum. But Foden looks as though he knows that a win is at stake here. Onto the back straight for the last time. It is really now or never, and Jep knows that he's not comfortable on the racing line. He has to go defensive to try and move safely, to try and break that toe, but both the Boston College cars are locked in behind him. It is going to be, touchwood, a Student Motorsport 1, 2, 3. Which order it's going to be, and whether one that will take their first victory ever in City Car Cup, we'll find out in half a lap's time.
Yeah, Foden was closer than ever going onto the straight, but still not able to make the move into Brundle and Nelson. He's running out of opportunities now, because really through this second half of the lap, you're sort of reliant upon a mistake from the car ahead in order to make a move. Foden again has a little look to the inside at the bomb hole, but that's not an overtaking opportunity. Easy flat out in these City Car Cup cars, and you'll see they don't even dab the brakes going into corner either. It's maybe a lift halfway round the corner, but perhaps not actually in these low power but relatively high grip cars. Foden's got one more opportunity maybe to the inside at Murray's. He's not close enough into the final corner though, and I think it's probably going to finish in the order that it started. Richard Jep then hangs on. He never had more than about 1 or 2 car lengths, and that's not a huge gap at all in City Car Cup terms, but he defends to the flag and claims the victory, and that is continuing now this fantastic run of results for Richard Jep. 3 races, 3 race wins for the driver of car 65, and he will extend his championship lead. Alex Foden has to settle for second, which equals his career best finish, and Andrew Dyer comes home in third to make that, as Scott said, a Student Motorsport 1, 2, 3. Then it is Jack Burgess, fourth, ahead of Chris Brewster, Joe Moss, Toby Owen, Luke Bate, Jack Wheeler, and there, Sandro Proietti, who keeps a baying pack of drivers at bay. 5-car battle that was for 10th position, but Sandro Proietti was ultimately able to hang on. The rest of them streak through, and a big grid of cars, 26 started. I believe we only lost one, because would you believe it, Evan Parker, who had that sizable shunt at Rich's corner, not only did he carry on, but he didn't come into the pit lane, and actually he gained a few positions before the checkered flag. He finished in the end, in fact he's about to come across the line, in 22nd place. Very impressive stuff. Richard Jep then, the winner once again. That's his 3rd win from 3 starts this year. Alex Foden and Andrew Dyer 2nd and 3rd respectively, ahead of Jack Burgess and Chris Brewster. Joe Moss, Toby Owen, Luke Bate, Jack Wheeler and Sandro Proietti complete the top 10. Then it was Samuel Johnston ahead of Elliot Lettis and John Sykes. George Antonio ended up 14th in the number 14 car, ahead of Ben Johnson and Carter Steele, with Jude McGreevy, Ruben Lowe, Alistair Mehring and James Savage completing the top 20. Abby Bennett was 21st, ahead of Evan Barker. That's remarkable, and what a great testament to the strength of those cars that he was able to not only finish but actually overtake a few people before the flag. Jake Gittus was 23rd, ahead of Sean Feehan, Gary Johnston and Luke Sawyer, as we saw, the only non-finisher after his shunt at the final turn. And the main difference, I think, really between him and Evan Parker is that Parker went into the barrier backwards, so there's only so much you can damage if you do that, whereas Sawyer went in head first, and I do think that broke the radiator. There's more damage arguably done to the barrier down there at Rich's than there was to the back of the Toyota Aygo. The Marshals spring into action, and a good opportunity then to give them a shout out, as we always should do. The Marshals, who are the heartbeat of motor racing. Without them we wouldn't be here, and they already have a little bit of work to do down there at Rich's corner. The circuit maintenance crew are there just to check the integrity of the barrier, but it's as you can see, a very sizable tyre wall. It's what, 4 rows of tyres with the Recticel barriers in front as well, so and in fact an Armco barrier even behind that. So you've got, working from left to right, a metal Armco barrier, 4 rows of tyres which themselves are pretty sturdy, the Recticel in front of that. So the tyres can move, possibly, but they should always bounce back to where they were. The Recticel might fall over, but that can be put back in position as well, as you can see now. The only reason there'd ever be serious barrier damage is if that metal Armco barrier started to buckle behind, and that isn't going to happen, is it, really? You could throw a Toyota Aygo at that barrier very, very quickly indeed, and it probably wouldn't do any damage to the wall. So, yeah, good work from the Marshals. I'm sure that'll be cleared and ready to go pretty soon. Got the cars arriving down in Park Fairmont. There's no sign of Richard Jep though. Oh, here he comes now. I can see him out of the window. Richard Jepp's had a very, very slow cool-down lap, but he is on his way. And here we go. Fashionably late is our race winner, Richard Jepp. He nearly goes the wrong way as well to hand in the Parc Fermé area, but he does now turn up in front of the number 1 board. He should know how to do this by now. It's the 3rd time he's done it this year, and Richard, front runner in the championship for a number of seasons, he's no stranger to winning. He claimed actually the 1 win last year, though, that coming in the middle of 3 races at Croft, but he's back to winning ways again today, which is the air. He's very, very pleased with that result, as well he might be. Andrew Payne there from the BRSCC is on hand to congratulate him. And, once he's taken his helmet off, he'll be given the winner's cap, and then has the honour of going and having a chat with Scott Woodwiss. Will be in position somewhere, I hope, having made the trek across the circuit to the Parc Fermé area. There we go. Hat on head. Richard Jepp looks like he's a bit out of breath after that. That was hard work defending from Alex Foden throughout that race, but he did it well. And he managed to claim the victory. He's wandered off now to speak to the team. But I believe somewhere in amongst all of this activity is Scott Woodwiss, and we can head down there now and hear from our podium finishers.
Well, City Car promised and City Car delivered. 2 more races to come up, but it was a Student Motorsport 1, 2, 3 to cover the overall podium, and they're all happily conversing over here. We've got our top 2, so we'll have to go and butt into the conversation. Standing in between our next champion as well in Stuart Bliss, but Richard Jepp, 3 out of 3 so far, but these Boston College boys are giving you trouble again.
Yeah, they were quicker than me, to be honest. I had a great start again. I had 2 great start at Brands as well, and it was just fending them off, being tactical, and where I was sort of holding them up, so I got a good run out of corners. But yeah, there's a lot of pressure for the whole race. I'm glad to be able to hold on to it, really.
Form's looking good though. Northbrook are as strong as ever, and again, Student Motorsport 1, 2, 3 overall podium, so you guys are getting too good.
Yeah, I mean, back in 2022, I think the first year, no one was in the top 10, to now, like, most of the top 10 are made up of Student Motorsport teams, so it's amazing to see the development of the class, and obviously the drivers are obviously developing as well, and then overall podiums and everything else is showing it's working.
Try and make it 4 out of 4 later?
Absolutely. Why am I here otherwise?
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations. Good effort. Good stuff. Right. So I chat Alex Foden in 2nd place. Alex, so close. I know you're getting close to that first win. It was good on the front row, but you were that close. We were egging you on, but
I don't know. I knew I was going to have 1 chance at it. He was so quick out of corners, so I knew the last lap was coming up. So I waited until then. I had a mega run through him onto turn 2. Tried to do him on the inside, but he just defended it and sat on the apex. And then I had Andy up on my rear. So I thought that was going to be the only chance to do it, and yeah, it just didn't happen. So we'll try again later on, I guess.
Yeah, fingers crossed for race 2.
Thank you, bud.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Very quickly, so we can jump in and have a chat with Andrew Tyre, who made it 2 Boston College cars on the podium. Well done. Good stuff. Good to see you back on the podium. Yeah, continuing the good form from last year, because these Boston College guys are pretty well put together, aren't they?
Well, they know how to put a car together, don't they? Fair play to them, so can't thank them enough. I give them quite a lot of work to do yesterday with engine swap, suspension swap and everything, and they got a car dialed in for me, so yeah, just fair play to them. It's all the credit goes to them because they're the ones who work on it, and just thankful to be part of the team.
And of course, you started your proper racing career in these cars when the championship properly started, but you've obviously gone and done TTs, bit of fun cut, but you always come back to these cars. You seem to have quite an affection for these.
Yeah, they're just fun. Like, what more if you want door-to-door racing, and it's what more do you want? I know they don't go fast, but I bet you won't get a race. Nice. Yeah, well, and slow.
He's getting lambasted, one of the Blisses, one of the former champions. He's also raced at Boston College. Tell him he should have won.
Well, when was the last time you won anything?
And on that note, we're going to head back to Andy, of course. But well done, Andrew. Best luck on that one for race 2 later on. So that's from City Cars to more Pocket Rockets. Now handing back to our Mini 7 Racing Club. Now the 7 spot on a great show yesterday in the sunshine. If you thought they were quick, their slightly quicker Pocket Rocket brethren, the Miglias, are coming up next. So let's take you through a preparation for that and race number 1 with Andy back in the com box whilst I hot-foot it back across the grid to come and join him.
Thank you very much, Scott. Perfect timing. The Mini Miglias are making their way now over on to the starting grid. We had the Mini 7s out yesterday for what was an exciting race, as you might expect from classic Mini racing, and now we've got the Goodyear Mini Challenge supported by Mini Spares, Miglia and Mini Libra classes heading to the grid, and another healthy grid, 20 Miglias set to take the start, and a handful of the Mini Libra class cars as well. 4 classes of Mini 7 racing these days to take your pick from, but the Miglias are the fastest, they're the raciest, and they're normally the most exciting of our categories. It's Ian Curley, former British touring car driver, who starts alongside Aaron Smith, who is not a former British touring car driver, even though there was a driver of a similar name at one point. In fact, still is, isn't there? Rupert Deeth starts on row 2 alongside Kane Aston, with Phil Bullen-Brown and Jeff Smith, former British touring car racer, starting on row 3. Elliot Stafford and Rick Turner are on the 4th row ahead of Colin Peacock, veteran of Mini Miglia Racing, and Sam Summerhays, who was a winner last time out at the season opener at Brands Hatch. For whatever reason, struggled in qualifying yesterday. He's one to watch for sure. Joe Thompson is next ahead of Sean King. Then it's Nick Paddy and Matthew Ayres, with Steve Yule and Damien Harrington on row 8. Row 9 for Rob Howard and Tony LeMay, with Paul Cobbing and Thorburn Astin, who we've seen racing in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup yesterday, and presumably again later on today. Well, he's set to take the start from 20th position, but didn't actually set a time in qualifying yesterday, so we'll see whether or not he makes it. Then there'll be a gap and a slightly delayed start before we get to the Mini Libras. Peter Hills was on pole position there, ahead of Andrew Hack, only about 4/10 between them in qualifying. Julian Proctor and Steve Baker make up the second row, with Phil Harvey and Hugh Turner at the back of the grid. So a very healthy grid of Miglias, actually one of the bigger grids of Miglias I've seen for a little while, proving that it's still got plenty of life in it, this championship, and it continues to attract new drivers. But as you'd expect, the veterans of Mini Miglia racing at the front. Ian Curley, who at Brands Hatch struggled a little bit in the second race, but he did finish second in race 1 behind Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith won the first race from Ian Curley second, and third position Jeff Smith. Race 2, Sam Summerhays got the win, with Kane Astin second position, and third Phil Bullen-Brown. So we had 2 races and 6 different drivers filling out the podium places across those 2 races. So very competitive stuff from the Miglias at the season opener, which I believe was at Brands Hatch. In the Libra class, Hugh Turner won the first race, and Richard Colburn won race number 2, but Richard didn't finish the first race, and so Hugh Turner arrives here at Snetterton with the early championship lead. So another category of racing that you'd say are very, very effective on slipstream heavy racetracks, and that's what we've got here at Snetterton. The Mini 7s yesterday, Scott, were entertaining enough. The Miglias, if anything, have all of the ingredients to be even more exciting.
Basically take Mini 7 racing and turn it up to 11, because these are even quicker and even more, arguably even more intense when it comes to how fast they can be. And on a circuit like this, when it is the 200 layout, slipstreams are plenty. What we saw, if you watched yesterday, if you didn't, where were you? Go and watch back if you can at some point during my lunch break. The Mini 7 racing yesterday, it was proper back and forth stuff between the top 4 cars, and they broke up a little bit, top 5 at one point. But of course, these cars are quicker, they've got wider arches, they're proper old school modified looking minis, and they do put on incredible racing as wherever they go, whether they're on the support package for BTCC or at events with us at BRSCC or anywhere other club where they go and race. They're very much an independent club, but they go and pull track time where they can, how they can, and they do tend to go and support the British Touring Car Championship on a couple of occasions, particularly when they've watched the race at Thruxton. Has been particularly high, like watching them go back and forth, when it has been just high speed back and forth. Again, this is another championship where, to go to your affection and what you like, it's very much like micro NASCAR racing, particularly with minis and with city cars, and of course the Fun Cup yesterday. This is a circuit that is conducive to that kind of racing, and these guys should, again, like their 7 brethren did yesterday, put on quite a show. At least we hope they will.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident they will. It's a 20-minute race, but in essence it's the last 90 seconds or so that really matter, isn't it? Because that's where you need to position yourself in the best place possible to make the move, probably on the last lap, to get to the lead and try and get to the line first. The first 18.5 minutes are essentially a dress rehearsal for the final lap, where you figure out what your plan is going to be. We sometimes see drivers working together to try and pull away at the front of the field, but not all that often is that successful. And with the strength and depth in the grid this year in particular, I think it's going to be almost impossible, really, to pull any sort of a gap. The first second in qualifying covered the top 11 cars, which on a minute and 20 odd lap is pretty impressive stuff, it has to be said. Ian Curley then, who those with good memories will remember from his brief stint in the British Touring Car Championship, driving, amongst other things, a green Lexus, I seem to recall, at one point, which is quite a long way away from a Mini Miglia, rear-wheel drive touring car, which wasn't necessarily the most well-developed car, but Ian enjoyed his stint in the championship, did a bit of one-mate racing, actually, on the Toka package as well, back in the early 2000s, I seem to recall, but has now very much made a home for himself in Mini Miglia racing.
He has, indeed. One thing I was going to point out also is the fact, look at the championship, come back to that in a second, but look at the championship fight. After the first round, we have a three-way tie for the lead in Mini Miglias. It's Aaron Smith, Sam Summerhays and Kane Astin all left Donington Park on 36 points apiece. I've never seen that after the first round, where you have three people leading the championship after one event, which is pretty fascinating. And just behind them, you've got Phil Bullen-Brown on 32 and Ben Colbert on 30. As for the Ian Curley we mentioned, who's quite experienced, he was back in, comes to the weekend 7th. And Rupert Deek, defending champion, car number 1, only 9th. Not a great weekend at Donington Park for him, but he'll try and redeem himself where he can. Although, having said that, Deek is starting this first race from 4th on the grid. So from the second row, got a chance to push forward if he can. But it should be quite fascinating to see how these cars pick their way through. The Libras also have their own run. They're not run to Mini Miglia specs. They're run more like an open class in some cases. And there's a few of them in the mix, about 6 or 7. So we'll see what they can do. And there's quite a few of the even more experienced drivers that are lining up towards the back in that category as well.
Yes, indeed so, and Hugh Turner, the championship leader in that category, was the slowest of the 6 in qualifying, so again, slightly topsy-turvy when it comes to looking at the form book in the Mini Libra class. The grid then more or less in position, and on the front row of the grid, Ian Curley there, the sort of Union flag liveried car on the left of shot, with Aaron Smith alongside him in car 21. Who's going to get the whole shot? Who's going to lead the charge into Rich's corner for the first time? We're about to find out. The red lights go out now, and away we will go. Very evenly matched start from the front row starters, and the whole pack actually accelerates away at once. The Libras accelerating with the Mini Miglias, and they are led by Aaron Smith. By Ian Curley. Smith slots into 2nd position. Deeth comes up into 3rd, and then that's Kane Astin in 4th position. That is not the order they will be in, probably in half a lap's time, I would imagine, down towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time of asking, and it's pretty orderly stuff at the front. They're 3 abreast further back. I think Jeff Smith is that's the 68 car, in the middle of all of that. That was very congested through the first couple of corners, but they're all cleanly through, and now the slipstream starts to take effect. Curley leads, but for how long?
Yeah, pretty orderly and 3 wide into Montreal hairpin. Doesn't really go together.
That was pretty orderly, I thought.
By Mini 7 standards. I'll take your word for it. Side by side then, change for the lead as goes Aaron Smith. From Curley in 2nd place, Deeth up into 3rd. So it's 21, 2 and 1s that come out of Brundle Nelson. Kane Astley's been a long time racer in this championship in 4th position. Swinging their way through. And then the Libras will come through further back on top of that. I think one of the Libras there. Oh, one car's gone shortcutting. That is 80 that's gone shortcutting, which would have been Joe Thompson, who, of course, he's moved up from Mini 7s to Mini Miglias. He's been a former champion there too. So Joe trying to find his feet in Miglias, and already in this 3rd event of the races, Aaron Smith clips the curb on those big, huge new curbs on the inside of Murray's that they installed over the winter, which has been catching drivers out like we did yesterday a couple of times. But yeah, Joe Thompson getting a bit of a baptism of fire so far this season in Mini Miglia. It's not quite the same pace he was hoping for as he experienced in 7s.
No, had a couple of top 10 finish, in fact a top 5 in the 2nd race last time out. There's a car in the barriers there, driver out but catching their breath slightly, and that might require a safety car.
That's into Ritchie's, and that's quite an odd place to be at Ritchie's, but the driver's also standing up against the barrier and was looking like he was a bit winded, which I hope he's okay. That's the main thing on that side. Now, I would constitute that might well, there's yellow flags down there of course, but I would constitute that might well need a safety car.
Yes, well there are 3 cars that haven't made it round at the end of the opening lap. One is in the pit lane, that's the 595 of Julian Proctor. They're all, I think, Libra cars actually that haven't made it through. The other 2, the 126 car of Peter Hills and the 115 of Steve Baker. Meanwhile, we're 3 abreast for the race lead. Calm down, Scott, this is going to be the norm for the next 17 and a half minutes, I think. It's Ian Curley who's got the advantage, with Deeth now 2nd, and Aaron Smith drops down to 3rd. Kane Astin makes it a 4-way fight for the lead, and there is one, unfortunately, of our retirees to the pit lane, Julian Proctor.
Back out, that is the 115 of Steve Baker. Back out, that is the 115 of Steve Baker. So that's come in and come back out again. So the one that's had the problem, of course, is 595 Julian Proctor.
Yes, and all 3 of the cars in strife on the opening lap were Libras, so I suspect there's been a bit of a tangle through the first corner, hasn't there? And that's what's led to, unfortunately, a car in the wall. But as you said, driver absolutely fine, it would seem. A little bit winded, but quite a bit of damage done to the back of the car, so it's gone in backwards into the wall, halfway round the inside of Rich's corner. That's a very odd place to have an accident, but on a very congested run through the first couple of corners there on lap 1, I suppose, always a possibility. So the race neutralised for now. Hopefully won't take too long, though, to get that car out of the way. And we will get a resumption to racing here at Snetterton. Aaron Smith sort of taking stock of the situation, the early race leader. And is that Aaron Smith in the front of the queue, though? That's Ian Curley, is it not? So, yes, that is Ian Curley, isn't it? Aaron Smith
is now third.
Yes, I'm not seeing things here, am I? His name is definitely the top of the timing tower. I just doubted myself for a second, but yeah, Aaron Smith, for whatever reason, since crossing the line, has dropped down to
third place.
No, that timing tower is wrong. That's what it is. Ian Curley on the timing screen was the leader, so we've got a slight glitch in the timing system. And now the race being red flagged anyway, so it's all a little bit irrelevant. There may well be a bit of damage to the barrier, maybe some fluid that needs to be cleared up as well. So rather than eating into the race distance indefinitely, we're going to have a red flag, race stoppage, and give the marshals their full freedom to head out onto the track and deal with the incident, and then hopefully get a resumption to racing before too much longer. So that's a shame. A race that was bubbling away nicely there over the couple of laps that we did have, and it will be, I would imagine, a restart from original grid positions, because we hadn't completed... No, we had completed 2 laps. We had completed 2 laps, hadn't we? So we'll wait and see what race control decides to do. There's a fairly complex process now that has to be gone through to ascertain what order they are going to take the restart in. Or we could well see a situation, as I've seen a couple of times this year, where a race is actually restarted behind the safety car. It seems to be a new... maybe not a new regulation, but a new process that is available to race control. It happened in a TCR race a week ago at Croft. Actually, we had a red flag, and then rather than regridding them, back in original grid order, they just paused the race, restarted it behind the safety car, and then after 1 lap behind the safety car, the race carried on as if nothing had ever happened. And it gets rid of that slightly complicated situation where you have 2 halves to a race, and the first half essentially didn't happen. It's just a pause in the race. I quite liked it, and I wonder whether that's going to be the same thing that happens here, because none of the cars, look, are pulling into their grid positions. They're lining up in a long queue behind the safety car, which suggests to me that might be what happens. We'll wait and see. There's Ian Curley's car then, immaculately prepared as ever. He's just having a chat with the marshals there, who are letting him know what the situation's going to be. And Ian Curley with a little bit of work to do then upon the restart of the race. There's Rupert Deeth's all black, very ominous looking all black number 1 car behind, and Rupert Deeth gives us a little wave. That's nice to see. Aaron Smith in behind him, and Aaron Smith, who was a winner in the first race of the season at Donington Park, is very much in contention to do so again. He's absolutely ignoring us, and I can't say I blame him, keeping himself very much focused on the job at hand. Door open there for Kane Astin, just letting a bit of cool air in. It's not a warm day today, is it, Scott? But it's amazing how quickly you work up a sweat, especially behind the wheel of one of these things. They're quite physical cars to drive, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. And of course, particularly the fact that you're pumping full of adrenaline, as any racing driver would at that point, and then once you get a red flag, you have to sit there and let the come down come through for a few minutes whilst you kind of cool down, and then once you get back going, you've got to try and build yourself back up so you can get back into that mode again. So it's kind of stopping and starting like this doesn't always keep you in the right state of mind. So the drivers who can keep themselves the coolest, not just in terms of temperature, but also keep a cool head, keep calm, get their breath nice and steady, and keep their heart rate down, means that they'll be nice and relaxed when they can get going again, because they can keep focused, make sure they're on the ball, and get going, and once racing is good to go.
There's Jeff Smith, who for a long time was a British touring car racer, and he was, I think, was he wiping sweat from his brow there? What was he doing?
No, I noticed on the roof it said Genuine Jeff.
Genuine Jeff. Fair enough, that's an apt nickname, I'd say.
I know there was a particular Jeff fan club that we used to follow around Jeff when he was racing touring cars. That was quite a thing. And hopefully it still exists, because I'm sure they're following him whilst they're doing things. There's Colin Peacock, who is one of the most vested people who looks after Mini 7 Racing Club, so he does quite a good job in keeping everything together and races himself, which is good to see. And then further back you've got the number 24 lined up, which is Steve Yule. Started actually 15th, and he's come across, I think, somewhere around the top 10, which is good progress in the opening couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Great looking cars these, aren't they? Good to get an up-close view of the wheelies. You can see those flared wheel arches, which I'm not convinced serve any great purpose, other than the fact they hide what are much wider tyres than would be standard on a classic Mini, and they happen to look quite good as well, don't they?
I imagine they probably have widened the track a little bit on them as well, because they're obviously wider Minis in that sense. There's not standard width on a Mini.
No.
So it's good to see it. It means they do sit with a really nice, cool looking kind of, almost like squat stance when they sit down on the suspension. So it's a really good look to see. And of course, this championship's been going since, I think, towards the end of the 50s in terms of it's actually the longest kind of one make kind of like spec championship's been going, I think, at least in UK, if not Europe, I think, if I'm correct. So it's good to see that the classic Mini still gets as much of a life. There was obviously plenty of them made, obviously, in the hundreds of thousands, but the fact that several of them still get a racing life in Mini 7s, and it's still as popular as it ever is, the fact that they do still get a BTCC support slot at least once a year, typically, just shows how good entertainment they are. And typically, in some cases, people can come away from a BTCC weekend, with respect to touring cars, saying that outside of touring cars, these races, whenever they join them, are their favourite race of the weekend because they put on such great action, and you never know who's going to come out on top on circuits like Thruxton or even here at Snetterton.
Yeah, absolutely so. And the good news is we get to enjoy that quality of racing again in just a few moments' time, because as you can see, the cars have been released behind the safety car. We are doing what I said it looked like they were going to do, just restart the race behind the safety car. They reset the clock to 15 minutes and 33 seconds, which was how long was left when the race was stopped. And it means that the race basically just continues now from where we were. Although, interestingly, unlike this race that I was referring to from Croft a week ago, we have actually wiped the slate clean as far as number of laps completed. We had a situation there where there were cars that were laps down when the red flag came out, and when the race restarted, they were still laps down. They just continued from where they were. We have reset back to lap 0, but the clock continues to tick down from 15.5 minutes or so. So I'd imagine 1 lap behind the safety car, and then we should be away in racing with Ian Curley registered as the race leader, although not on the timing screen. There's a bit of confusion here, because I think the timing screen has gone back to the order they were in a lap prior to the red flag, but that's not actually the order they're in. But it will all sort itself out when they come through at the end of this lap behind the Hyundai safety car. And, Ian Curley, Rupert Death, Aaron Smith and Kane Astin, those 4 drivers that had pulled a little bit of a break before the race stoppage. They're going to be looking to repeat that. 3 surviving Libras as well at the back of the field. They're going to be worth watching. In fact, 4 of them, technically, because 1 did get back out on track, didn't it? Now, that car would have been a lap down, to my point that I was just making, but I don't actually think he's a lap down anymore. I think they've been reinstated back onto the lead lap, so it's good. Increases the level of competition within the Mini Libra category, having seemingly lost 3 of them on the opening lap. Good that we've at least got 4 still going. Right, lights I think were out on the safety car, so we should be racing again this time by. And yep, car's accelerating off out of the final corner. The safety car is in, and well, look at that for a restart for Ian Curley. Curley with a very healthy advantage, a full second actually in hand over Rupert Death, and that is dangerously close to breaking the slipstream. I think Death, Astin and Smith are going to have to work together a bit here in order to stop the leader getting too far away. Very wide there for Sam Summerhays, who I said would move forward from 10th on the grid. He's 5th already, but was nearly off the road completely heading through Rich's corner. He, though, in that blue number 85 car, I think is going to continue to move forward now that the race is back underway. Curley then with the advantage. Will the drivers behind work together, or will they start battling amongst themselves? At the moment, I'd say they're actually being pretty well behaved. They don't want to let Curley get away.
You really trust racing drivers to work together?
Not really.
Exactly. Case in point. And there's the case in point as well. Aaron Smith up the inside, almost going to give it the inside of Curley. Got sideways in the middle of Brundle, managed to hold on to it. Curley clips the curb a little bit, but immediately goes straight to the inside. As I've said before, doesn't trust going to the racing line because he knows Smith will try and follow him all the way through the bomb hole. As he does, in the slipstream, Kane's also paired, Aston's paired off with Aaron Smith, Rupert Death behind him in 3rd place. They're all going to close up now as Death tries to slot in once again. They're almost 3-wheeling again as they really pitch up on their suspension through Coram, and again they'll lean onto the right-hand side again through Murray's. Again, they're all 3-wheeling their way through Murray's on the apex, just showing how stiffly sprung they really are. And Aaron Smith has got the best toe possible to close in on Ian Curley. Death is going with them, and Kane's at the back of a huge toe. There's a headlight flash, I think, for Sam Phil Brand, telling Sam Summerhays, get on with it to try and go forwards. They're practically 3 wide again. It's in the middle, Aaron Smith. Death to the outside. It's Ian Curley to the inside. He slots past and holds on. They got 3 wide towards the corner and exited it in the same order they left Murray's, which is extraordinary. Oh, one car's gone over. I don't want to say it's think it's gone over, but it's car's gone off the road at least. That's on the exit of Murray's as Deeth again looks to the outside lines, trying to deny Smith second place. It gets blocked off on the exit, and here comes Aston, who almost hits the back of Deeth himself. All action, and again, we said it before, the harder these four fight each other. Look at the 4 cars behind us. We've gone red flag again for the second time because of the off at Murray's. I was about to say, those 4 cars are fighting so hard. The next 4 cars, which was Summer Hayes, Jeff Smith, Stafford and Bull and Brown, have all closed in, but unfortunately, that's the reason, and apparently being told it has gone over. Of course, the main concern is that the driver's okay. It's 3-2-1 that's gone over, which is Andrew Hack, and he was second on the grid for the Libras originally, so fingers crossed he's all right. We can see him moving, but of course, take a check to the medical centre at least as precaution as they do in any incident to make sure he's moving around, so at the very least he appears to be on the surface okay, fingers crossed.
Yes, I hate to say it, it was only a matter of time before something like that happened at that particular corner. It's been a big talking point ahead of the weekend, ahead of the season in fact, and little cars such as these, if you whack that curb a little bit too hard, it's not going to take a huge amount for them to go over, assuming that's what happened, but I'd say it's a fairly safe assumption. So the start line marshals spring into action again, and they're going to receive the grid of Mini Miglias before them for the second time, or the third time technically, this morning, and I suspect we will have a similar procedure to the one that we just had. They'll stop the cars in a line behind the safety car, they'll clear the incident away, and then set them back off again behind the safety car. But I would imagine now we're getting into the realms of having to shorten the race ever so slightly. We did start racing this morning about 10 minutes ahead of schedule after a very efficient run through those first 2 qualifying sessions of the day. So we've bought ourselves a little bit of time there, but race control will be very mindful of the fact we've got a lot of racing to fit in today, and there's always the chance of further delays throughout the course of the day, so they won't want to use all of the time on the restart of this race. The timing screen has reset to 0 for now, but we'll see how much time they give them as and when the race restarts. Now, interestingly, the safety car isn't there, of course, because we just went straight to a red flag, didn't we? It wasn't safety car period that went into a race flag, so they've just stopped them in a line, and we'll see now what course of action race control decides to take. Hearing that the driver is out of the car, it was Andrew Hack, wasn't it, who had the rollover at the final corner. He is out of the car, so he's okay. A bit shaken, I'm sure. It can't be a pleasant experience going upside down in any car, quite frankly. Oh, Tony LeMay's car is off as well. That looks like more of a mechanical issue on the exit of Rich's corner, so they're dropping like flies a little bit in this one, and Tony LeMay will investigate what's gone wrong. The MSV recovery vehicle arrives at quite a rate of knots to tow him back to the paddock area, so that he and the team members he's got here helping him can have a look at the issue, hopefully get it sorted for their second race later on. But there is the reason for the red flag. Good news that Andrew Hack is out of the car. The medical crew are there just to check him over, but they're actually more interested, I think, in how much damage has been done to the car, so that tells me that he's more or less okay. A wry smile on his face there as he surveyed the damage that had been done, and no doubt starts to count the cost. That's a great shame. Never nice to see a car so badly damaged, but cars are repairable, drivers slightly less easy to repair, and the good news is it's only the car seemingly that needs any major attention.
Yeah, agreed. And we can live with the damaged car, but we can't really live with the damaged human being of any kind, so that's the most important. That's why in any incident my first default is always thought is the driver okay, which is the main concern on that side of things. And you know, these might be older cars, but they're built still to Motorsport UK safety standard, as all championships and series have to mandate cars to be. And of course in the regulations they will have whatever roll protection systems or roll cages in these cars that are all have to be mandatory FIA homologated as well. They have to meet world motorsport standards, so if incidents like that do happen where a car does happen to go over, the cars are made as safe as possible. Yes, they're older cars, but they're built to the highest standards when they're put in this specification as much as they can be, given that how old they are. So it's important that there's some very well-versed teams that run cars. It's looking good. Now I'm hearing engines starting up, so looking at a chance to do so. Now we've got a replay here of what happened. This is Aaron Smith, who went sideways. Didn't look he made contact with Kelly, but he got to the point where he got squeezed quite a lot, to the point where he had to hold on. That reminds me a little bit of yesterday in the Fun Cup race when it was Uvio versus Clapper North. It was Farkini versus Abby Eaton, and she got squeezed a little bit on the inside and had to really check up over the curb into that same corner. It was a similar thing where it looks like she went to go side by side as much as she could, and then held on. It looked like a very similar point, but you can see the way these cars properly lean on their suspension going through the next couple of corners, how stiffly sprung they are. And again, just three-wheeling their way with the left rear just lifting up inside to push them through the corner. So good close racing as they're finally gridding them back up again. And this time they're actually, rather than set them off on a formation lap, they're gridding them back up. But in what order, I guess we have to try and figure out, which you're trying to figure out too.
Yes, it's all a bit new to us, this, as I say, this new red flag restart procedure that we saw earlier on. I suspect can only happen if it's a red flag during a safety car period, if that makes sense. Whereas now, because this was immediate red flag, I suppose we go back to a full standing restart. I don't know, we'll wait and see. Good comparison there of the size of the wheel. I know they said they're slightly wider than standard mini wheels, but they are still only about the same size as the tyre on a golf buggy. Yield a little bit more grip, of course. As you can see, they are fully slick tyres, but not massive. They don't yield an enormous amount of grip, and that's just how the drivers like them. They like a car that moves around a little bit, that they can slide through the corners, particularly the high-speed stuff, and it's fascinating to see. I mean, everything about these cars is fairly tiny. I think if you were stood in the pit lane and these cars came by, you wouldn't actually be able to see them going past over the top of the concrete wall, especially when they hug that concrete pit wall on the inside line towards Rich's corner. You can certainly hear them. They're noisy and they're very, very quick in a straight line. These compared to the Mini 7s even that we saw racing yesterday. Rapid indeed. And there you can see my point. You can just about see the roof as the cars go by, and they will be going by, hopefully, at a greater speed than that fairly shortly. 10 minutes will be the restarted race now. We've had the confirmation on the timing screen. It did initially reset to 15.5 minutes, which I thought was ambitious. So 10-minute restart, and it looks as though it's going to be a standing restart when we do go racing again.
Standing starts with minis are always fun to watch, as we saw the first time. Safety cars are good, but a standing start with minis will be another run down towards turn one. Now, in terms of the grid, it will be, I think it's pretty much how they, I'm guessing how they were at the time of that red flag, but that restart only had one lap. So how that then plays into whether or not they, in both starts, they haven't completed more than 2 laps. So whether or not that does put them back to original grid spots remains to be seen, because the front row is, well, no, it can't, can it? Because Jeff Smith was on the front row of the grid and Ian Curley would have been alongside him. So in actual fact, it's, Ian Curley's back on pole, so it is pretty much, I think, how they were when the red flag came out. But we've technically completed 3 laps, so
yes,
that's interesting.
Remember what I said, though, they reset the lap counter back to 0. So we only actually did 1 lap of the restarted race. It doesn't really matter because they're not going to stay in the same order for long anyway, does it, in the grand scheme of things? But yeah, I'd be interested, actually. I'm going to have to look up exactly how they work this now that they seem to have slightly tweaked the red flag restart procedure. But this now looks like a full restart. The timing screen is completely blank, so this is your traditional red flag restart procedure. And as I said, the order they started is pretty irrelevant in most Miglia races, really, because halfway around the next lap they'll have completely shuffled around, and it doesn't really matter until they cross the line. Hopefully at the end of 10 minutes of racing. It would be good if we could get a bit of a race in here, because the bit of racing we've had either side of the interruptions has been mightily impressive, with a huge amount of overtaking and 3-wide racing, as we sort of anticipated would be the case. So the grey clouds overhead blowing through. The wind is, I think, largely in the same direction as it was yesterday, as the farmers in the local fields make sure that everything's getting the level of moisture it needs. If it does rain a bit later, they can probably save a little bit on their water bill and switch the sprinklers off. A few times where that's caught my eye over the course of the day, and I panicked thinking that something dramatic's been going on in the background. But you forget what a rural area we're in here in Snetterton, at Snetterton, and it's a lovely place to come and spend a weekend. Great long-distance views for the spectators as well, because it's such a flat piece of land that the circuit's built on. There is a car that, unfortunately, well, it says boom on the boot lid of that car, and I suspect it was a similar noise to that Andrew Hack was hearing a few minutes ago when it went over at the final corner. That's done a fair amount of damage, hasn't it?
It says pow on the side as well, doesn't it? So.
Yes. Yes, sometimes the jokes write themselves, although I'm not convinced Andrew is necessarily going to be in the joking mood right now, so we'll leave that one there. But as we saw, he was absolutely okay, and that is the main thing. The car then will be out of harm's way within the next couple of minutes, or hopefully less than that, and we'll get the cars out onto to a green flag lap before a standing restart over the 10 minutes. And like I said, hopefully we will now get the full 10-minute restart duration in. Ian Curley and Aaron Smith back on the front row again. Here, engines refired, so I think that means that the drivers have been given the signal that a restart is imminent. And who is going to come out on top in this race? Will we get a third different winner from the first 3 races of the season? I wonder. Aaron Smith and Sam Summerhayes, the winners last time. Now, Summerhayes, I would argue, is possibly the biggest winner out of all of this, because he should be restarting 5th if they're restarting in the order that they were running at the time of the red flag. But no, he's not 5th. Sam Summerhayes, yeah, Summerhayes is back to where he originally qualified. So I think they've gone back to original grid order by the looks of it, because Sam Summerhayes was definitely running 5th at the time of the red flag, but I think it's about 10th on the grid again.
But if that's the case, then Jess Smith should be on pole. He was fastest in qualifying.
Ian Curley was fastest in qualifying.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yes. No, I was looking at as a result from qualifying this one. It was an amended one from yesterday, and it said Jess Smith was fastest.
Pass. The grid sheet I have says here, yes, car 46, 5-place grid penalty.
Right, okay.
There we go. I hadn't scrolled down far enough, and Thorburn Aston was put to the back of the grid because he hadn't qualified. But yes, a 5-place grid penalty for Jess Smith. Don't know why, but 5-place grid penalty, that makes sense then, because that would knock him down to 6th position. We were both right, Scott. I like it when that happens.
It's not often.
No, it's not often I'm right at all, I can assure you. So there we go. So that makes sense then. So we're back to original grid positions. I don't really know why, because we've had a full restart since then in a completely different order, but that's where we're at, and Ian Curley gets another bite of starting from pole position, and poor Sam Summerhayes has it all to do again, but has the pace to do so. We saw that from the initial start to the race, and Sam will be hopeful that he gets a good start and makes some early progress. It's going to be difficult though, isn't it, from 10th on the grid to get in amongst that lead pack over now a much shorter race.
But it's not impossible given how these cars move and how these cars run, so it should be pretty intriguing to see how he does that. See some aggressive weaving from side to side, which given they are quite small boxy cars, I've seen before with city cars as well, where they tend to kind of aggressively weave too much and the thing can start swinging like a pendulum from side to side and eventually end up facing the wrong way. But again, these do sit quite low in their suspension, they're on slick tyres, they do sit quite squat with a lower ride. As you see, they even barely reach the top of the pit wall with how tall they are not. But yeah, this should be fascinating racing given some of the drivers coming through. We've seen a couple of drivers in that first start properly. They were coming through and making 4 or 5 spots up in the first lap. So a good start, as is ever, is always a good thing. But a good start is one thing, but then maintaining those places and making up more spots, that's another, because you can make up 5 or 6 spots, but ultimately, not to sound obvious, but if you can't then make up more spots than there, it's kind of for nothing.
Yes, absolutely so. You've got to try and tag along with the lead group. But we saw on the restart earlier on, Ian Curley nailed that restart. He had a 1-second lead when he crossed the timing line at the restart of the race. By the end of the back straight, he was almost losing the lead to Aaron Smith. So you can catch the group of cars ahead quite quickly as long as you position yourself within the slipstream. But that is going to be easier said than done, I think, from too far down the order. Drivers then making their way through to the grid. You can see some of them continuing to just weave around and others accelerating and braking very heavily. You sometimes generate a bit more tyre temperature through slamming on the brakes aggressively than you do weaving side to side. Weaving side to side tends to create surface temperature on the tyre, but stamping on the brakes, that generates core temperature. The brake pads and discs get so warm, and that has to go somewhere, dissipates out into the rubber and warms the tyres. So that's why you see drivers sort of almost look like they're brake checking each other. I wouldn't recommend doing it on your daily commute on the roads, but on a green flag lap here, it's standard procedure, particularly slick tyred cars. That's generally what you see drivers tend to do. Right, take 3 of this Goodyear Mini Challenge supported by Mini Spares Mini Miglia race. It is Ian Curley and Aaron Smith back on the front row. We've got 10 minutes to try and sort this out, and fingers crossed we get through the 10 minutes incident free, and hopefully with some more great racing. The back couple of rows of the grid on position. I think I can just about see a green flag waving there at the back of shot, and the red lights will illuminate once again. Who's going to get into the first corner first then? Red lights go out now, And Ian Curley launches off the line reasonably well, and he got a really good start the first time round. Yeah, the second phase of the start, once again, he's able to clear the cars around him. Here comes Kane Aston to the outside, the grey and yellow car, and the 46 machine of Jeff Smith, who's up there into third position, I think, by the time they exit Rich's corner. Great fourth position, for Jeff Smith. Really good start, that, though. Better than his first start. The one who's struggled is Rupert Death. He's down into 5th place as they round the Wilson hairpin for the first time. Sam Summerhays has gained a bit of progress in the blue number 85 car as well. They're all cleanly through. They head onto the Bentley straight for the first time. Curley weaving to try and break the toe, but already a slightly different picture at the front of the field.
Here we go again, weaving the snake as we go from side to side. Again, Curley's not comfortable on the racing line. Here comes Kane Aston darting out to have a look, and then better give it just about, I think, almost 3 abreast in towards Brundle and Nelson to kick things off. Back towards the complex they go. Curley from Smith, and then from Kane Aston. Little tip of the curve from Curley. Got wide, and there goes Smith, who immediately darts to the outside line because Curley is going defensive again. Nose to tail through the bomb hole for the first time. Literally latched onto the rear bumper of the number 2 car. Jeff Smith is up there in 4th position. You've then got just behind him in P5 and 6 is then Rupert Death. And I'm trying to work out who the orange car is just behind as well. I think that's 5, isn't it? It's Bull and Brown, I think, possibly. One of the 2 will turn in through Murray's for the first time. Again, 3-wheeling, but looks like Smith is a bit more on his toes on this start as he was towards the end of that opening lap in the second start. As they come up to the pit straight for the first time, under racing speeds for the 3rd time on this start, Curley leads the way.
Yes, he does, but by less than a mini length. In fact, they're side by side now as they head towards Rich's corner. Smith to the outside line. Does he go right round the outside? Yes, he does. Look at that. Full commitment. A lot more momentum, of course, on the outside line because you don't have to tighten the steering quite as much. And that puts Aaron Smith back out in front. So it's Smith, Curley, Aston. Jeff Smith then in 4th position. No relation with Rupert Death and Phil Bull and Brown. It was in the orange number 5 car in 6th position. Summerhays 7th. Colin Peacock 8th. Elliot Stafford 9th. Nick Paddy in 10th position. Steve Baker, by the way, leads in the Mini Libra class in the 115 car from Hugh Turner, who is the championship leader in that category, heading to Snetterton. Well, another straight, another lead change, and Ian Curley drives straight past Aaron Smith. There was no contest there. In fact, Smith's going to be 3rd, maybe 4th by the time they reach the left-hander at Brundle. Aston comes through into 2nd. Smith will hang on to 3rd ahead of Jeff Smith in the all-white car in 4th position, but that was a great example of that powerful slipstream. It's a headwind again, as it was yesterday, down that Bentley straight, and that just exaggerates the slipstream effect even further.
Makes it even stronger, doesn't it? And so you see here just on a one-wide, a little deeper through Coram, but he carries the momentum enough to swing it back to the racing line to flick left through Murray's again. Here comes Smith back onto the tail of Aston to try and reclaim 2nd place as then they come back up the straight. So Jeff Smith has now got himself slotted in now, of course. The man he qualified fastest yesterday, then was given a 5th-place grid penalty. Death is coming with them. It's almost 2 by 2 down towards Richie's corner on this 3rd lap, and Aston's going for the lead as Smith did last time by. Gets the push from Smith as he goes there. Smith tries to shoot the gap between the top 2, finds his way blocked. It's still with side by side on the exit, and Kane's Aston's not giving it up that easy. Smith has got himself latched onto the tail of Smith. He's now trying to put himself alongside Aston. Aston leaves the door open. Smith goes back to 2nd place. Death then tries to get 4th from Jeff Smith and gets blocked out, or doesn't, because he managed to go side by side. Also now latched into now is Sam Summerhays past Phil Bull and Brown's bright orange machine. And there's a 1 car, I think that's Sam Summerhays' car smoking. But he's kept keeping his foot in, and he's not actually using that much pace. Well, whether he's realised there's something wrong with that number 85 machine, it is starting to smoke now as they come back towards the complex again. It's almost side by side, but Smith takes the lead. So as they come through, as Joe Thompson's in the pit lane with problems, but it's all action at the front, and there's still only 6 minutes in the pit to go. Yeah,
that Summerhays car has been smoking since the restart, but it does seem to be getting a bit worse now, I would argue. I don't think it's dropping any fluid, but it's still burning something that it shouldn't be, and that's going to be of some concern. If it's burning oil, hopefully it doesn't run out of oil in the next 6 minutes or so. They slide their way through Coram Corner with Aaron Smith once again back at the helm, but is he going to stay there? Who knows? Ian Curley didn't get a great exit from the last corner there, so Kane Aston, I suspect, will be challenging for 2nd place by the time we reach Rich's corner as we approach the half race distance of this 10-minute shortened restarted race. There goes the leader. And it's, what, about a 9-car lead pack. The top 9 cars covered by just 3 seconds then. And Ian Curley not able to challenge into Rich's that time because of his poor exit from the final turn, but he's well back within striking range by the time they reach the Wilson hairpin. And I suspect another lead change down the back straight is very much possible.
I think anything's possible in these cars given they are so back and forth. Back onto the Bentley straight now once again under racing speeds. Aston now in this order, but you can almost guarantee they're not going to stay in this order by the time they get back towards Brundle and Nelson. Let's see what happens. Again, Smith holding the inside line, not looking to keep the race line because he knows he's going to give the space to Curly, and going around the outside is tougher. Aston gets the toe from both of them. They are going to go 3 wide, or at least Smith's been shuffled down to 3rd. Aston thought about going around the outside in towards Nelson for the lead, but Curly's gone back through the clip of the curve. Smith is in there to try to get himself alongside Rupert Death on the exit towards the bomb hole. It's the black #1 Mini of Rupert Death versus the 46 of Jeff Smith, and Jeff has got through, and despite that smoking, it's not slowing down Sam Summerhays. He's also going to the inside to try and pick up Death and pick off 6th position if he can. Also in there too, as they're leading through, we've got Bull and Brown also seeing that the red and blue car of Elliot Stafford in 8th position has joined in. So we've got an 8-car train with less than 4.5 minutes to go, and there's still no guarantee yet as to who's going to come across the line first.
No, absolutely not. What it does seem to me, though, is that if you're the leader going onto the Bentley Straight, you will almost always be 3rd by the time you reach Brundle and Nelson. That's happened 2 or 3 times now, so you don't want to be the leader going onto the last lap. Where do you want to be? Well, at the moment, everyone wants to be 2nd. Kane Aston and Aaron Smith banging doors. That brings Jeff Smith into play. Rupert Death is the black car on the outside line. There's a yellow flag on the exit of Rich's corner. Not entirely sure why. I'm not entirely sure anyone spotted it, really. Yes, there's a car, I think, in the barriers again on the inside on the exit of the turn. Either that or it's pulled over on the exit of the first corner. Jeff Smith there flashing his lights angrily. I'm not entirely sure what that's achieving, Jeff, but it's certainly catching our attention. He's right in the slipstream now as they head down the Bentley Straight and towards the braking zone at Brundle. Curly, the leader. Is he going to stay there into the braking zone? Aaron Smith feints to the outside but can't go through.
Oh, I thought they were going to go 5 abreast for a second there because they're really closing up in one huge tow with the top 5. Somehow Curly's disproving your theory that he stayed in front.
What do I know?
what do either of us know? We're just commentators. In terms of through the bomb hole once again, 5 of them packed together. Sam Summerhays leads the next pack, which has got Football and Brown and Elliot Stafford that are falling backwards. Just over 3 minutes to go. And Smith now has found himself back into 2nd place. In towards Murray's again. He's close as he wants to be. Gets a good exit. That's as close as he's ever been off the pit stretch. He will almost certainly have enough tow to go forwards. And I noticed last time by, Kane Aston looked to go to the inside, found a car to his inside for 2nd, actually had to back out of it and take a 2nd bite at the apex to turn in. That's what put Jeff Smith alongside him. Death gets the run on both of them. He gets blocked out from Aaron Smith. Looks to shoot the gap in the middle. Smith goes powering around the outside for the 2nd time in this race. And does take the lead, because Curly's tried to keep momentum on the inside line. He stayed there. Death continues to be blocked out. Jeff Smith's back up the inside to attack Kane Aston. They're all over each other. Summerhays is closing back in from 6th place backwards. As they come onto the straight, it's anyone's order, but it's now Curly's turn to lead again from Aaron Smith 2nd, Death in 3rd, Jeff Smith up to 4th, and 5th now is Kane Aston from Sam Summerhays. That car's still smoky, but it's not slowing it down one bit. Whether that's, I want to say maybe overfill on oil or something like that, but even so, it's not slowing him down or causing a problem. In fact, he's going for 5th on the outside of Aston, and there's a change to the lead again because round the outside for the 2nd time in as many corners goes Aaron Smith to the lead with 2 minutes to go. This is getting tense.
Yeah, we're getting to crunch time now, aren't we? The next lap will be the last one, so you've really got to try and position yourself where you want to be. Aaron Smith has obviously decided he wants to lead and try and get away. I'm not convinced that's going to happen, but he's going to give it a good go. Jeff Smith there nips to the inside of Rupert Death for 3rd, although Rupert's going to try and hang on around the outside at Coram. That's brave. There's not a lot of grip out there. You can see the car fishtailing around, and in the end he has to bail on that. So Jeff Smith just sort of picking his way through towards the front. This is as high as he has run all race long, but they've just lost a little bit of touch with the race leaders, and Death is not going to work with Jeff Smith. He's going to pull back to the outside, so a good chance here that the top 2 could start to get away. The final lap begins. Ian Curley goes to the lead. Was that tactical from Aaron Smith, do you think?
I think it's just him wanting to lead full stop. He's not bothered that much too much. He's been able to defend as much as he can, but he managed to pull off what Aaron Smith couldn't quite because he had to wait for a couple of corners to make that move stick as Sam Summerhays just arrives on the inside of Rupert Death at Montreal Hairpin, bangs doors and panels with him, and somehow the smoky Summerhays has gone to, you should call him Smokey actually, Sam Smokey Summerhays, because he's got himself up into 4th. The chance he can still get a podium here if he plays his cards right, but there's a lot of going on here, and they've all broken up a little bit here on the exit because Jeff Smith is going 4nd on the outside of Aaron Smith, so it's Smith versus Smith. Curly's broken away by about roughly almost 3/4 of a second or so, but he's being left alone here, which is going to possibly kill the chance of killing these. So I think at the moment, unless they repack up, and I think it was contact before, and Summerhays might go to 3rd if he gets a run here on the exit towards the bomb hole. Kane Aston there as well. He goes to the inside, but Summerhays again throws a block. It is frantic stuff with 2 corners to go. I'm not calling this. It's anyone's guess here, because even though that Curley's still leading, he could still lead the loser lead by the time he gets to the flag. It's that close still.
Yeah, it depends if Smith can get within the slipstream coming off the last corner. I'm not sure he's quite going to get there, but it could be a close run thing. The time is ticking down to 0. It's just going to run out, is it, by the time they get here? We nip and tuck this, actually. Is the checkered flag ready? Yes, it is, and it is going to be waved for... by the looks of it, yes, Ian Curley, who flashes the lights in celebration and wins the first race of the weekend for the Miglias, with Jeff Smith second, Aaron Smith third, and Sam Summerhays just missing out on the podium in the end, but thankfully the car kept going right to the end of the race. Kane Aston was fifth ahead of Phil Bull and Brown, Rupert Death, Elliott Stafford, Colin Peacock, Steve Ewell to complete the top 10. Amongst the next group of cars should be our Libra class winner. And it should be Steve Baker who claims the victory in that class. He had a decent little lead, and yes, through he goes. Second will be Hugh Turner, so good points scored for the Donington Park race winner. But Ian Curley played that one to perfection. I thought maybe when Aaron Smith was overtaken by Curley at the start of that lap, Smith was tactically dropping into second place. If that was a tactic, didn't work, did it? Because Curley's ended up hanging on to the flag. He wins then, and becomes the third different winner from the first 3 races of the season. Jeff Smith carved his way through the order late on there to finish second, ahead of Aaron Smith in third. Sam Summerhays and Kane Aston complete the top 5, ahead of Phil Bull and Brown, Rupert Death, Elliott Stafford, Colin Peacock, and Steve Ewell. Rick Turner was 11th, ahead of Sean King, Damien Harrington in 13th, and Matthew Ayres in 14th position. 15th place then was our Libra winner, Steve Baker, ahead of Thorburn Aston, who we'll see back out again in the BMWs before too much longer. Paul Cobbing was 70th, then it was Hugh Turner, second of the Libras, Nick Paddy and Julian Proctor, who gets himself onto the Libra class podium. We lost Phil Harvey, unfortunately. I think his was the car that had pulled over at Riches late in the going, and led to a brief yellow flag area there. And it was Joe Thompson then who retired to the pit lane. So, heading to the pit lane now, our race winner Ian Curley. Brilliantly managed race that from Curley. Led more laps, I would argue, than anybody else in that one. He certainly started from pole and always seemed to be towards the front of the pack. Yes, he led on 3 occasions. Led a grand total of 5 laps, which in a 7-lap race is utter dominance in Miglia terms. Very, very impressive performance that from Ian Curley, again, showcasing his experience. And Jeff Smith there pulls up at the end of pit lane as well for a check of some sort. Not sure what they're checking here, ride height potentially. Yes, they are, aren't they? God, you can tell they've been spending time on the British Touring Car race meetings, can't you? With a couple of random checks, I think, being done on ride height there for cars at the top end of the pit lane. That means there might be a short delay in getting at least Jeff Smith down into the holding area here, and maybe Ian Curley, but the winner's board awaits. Here comes Ian Curley then, the number 2 car, our race winner. Pulls in to the number 1 spot. A very well managed victory, and Ian Curley will be delighted with that. And we're hoping to become maybe the season's first double winner when the cars are back out on track again this afternoon. About 2:20 is the next Miglia race. We've got 4 more races before the lunch break. Next up is the Racing Line VW Audi Racing Championship. Then it will be the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship. The Mini 7s are out after that, and the Silverlake Production Cup and Silverlake DS3 Cup will be sharing a grid at about 12:35. We've got an hour's lunch break scheduled in. Fingers crossed we get that whole hour, and that is due to kick off at 12:50, and then a busy afternoon. Another 8 races to come this afternoon before we wrap things up here at Snetterton. There's Jeff Smith, still wearing his old British Touring Car race suit. Great character is Jeff Smith, who had a little bit of success actually in his Honda, didn't he, in the BTCC. Always used to go quite well here at Snetterton, actually, I seem to recall. And a very experienced driver, has done much of his racing in minis, I believe both before and after that stint in British Touring Cars. Certainly since leaving that championship a handful of years ago, he's continued
certainly delivered
to make a name for himself. I think Scott Woodward might be ready down in the Parc Ferme area. There he is, he's catching up with our race leader, and I believe in a moment or two we'll be able to head down and hear from Scott Woodward.
Well, up. Mini 7s once again delivering as they did yesterday. Congratulations, Ian. Fantastic race. I want to keep it quite brief, but you guys never failed to entertain. That must have been typical Mini 7 racing from start to finish.
It was. I mean, I knew we was in for a bit of a slipstreaming war, really, and that was the case. I mean, you done well to hold the lead, but my CAD engine kept me at the front of the queue, so I was happy with that. So, no, fantastic race. Very pleased.
Well, there you go. Speak to Ian for the circuit, but well done. Congratulations. We're going to quickly see if we can get Jeff and Aaron as well before we go to the next race. Jeff for a second. Jeff, well done. That almost makes up for the 5-place grid penalty from yesterday, but again, as I said to Ian, typical Mini 7 racing. You guys never fail to disappoint.
Yeah, the 5th place was a penalty from Donington carried over, so yeah, it was a bit frustrating. I was 4 tenths up the road yesterday in quali and then get put back 5 places, but it is what it is. So
you never let them have it easy, do you?
No, you've got to keep pushing, haven't you? Got to keep pushing. It's absolutely mega. Then it was like 3 wide around turn 1 at a time. It's absolutely crazy.
Same again later.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, P1 next time.
Fingers crossed. Well done. It's great to get Aaron as well. Aaron, good second for 3rd place. I overheard you talking to Ian. You were a bit frustrated because you almost had Ian, and then you said you let Jeff in. Just a bit frustrating.
Honestly, I was in the prime spot. You don't want to lead onto the last lap. I was second, missed the gear out of the hairpin, and just I let him have it. Like literally, like just like cheerio, Ian, off he goes. So, but no, like fantastic race. It's brilliant for CAD and Mini Sport. Like, yeah, can't thank him enough.
Same again later on.
Oh yeah, definitely. More of the same.
2 steps better.
Let's hope so.
Well done. Congratulations. Cheers. Good stuff. Excellent. So that's the Mini 7s done for the moment. We'll go back to Volkswagen Audi Racing Champion. They're up for their 2nd race of the weekend. Let's see if David Lawrence can make it 2 from 2. I'm going to run back to the box and hand back to Andy to take you through the grid for race 2.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yes, the cars then are now released onto their green flag lap then for their 2nd race of the weekend. And David Lawrence will be starting from the pole position with Tim Evans alongside him. It was a dominant victory for David Lawrence yesterday. Possibly should have had a little bit of a challenge from Paul Roderson, but he retired, unfortunately, with mechanical dramas early on. I'm not sure whether he was able to take the start for the 2nd race. We'll find out momentarily. David Lawrence then on pole, Tim Evans 2nd, ahead of Kerry Lewis and Oliver Devine King. Christopher Garnham and Paul Hoggins then share the 3rd row of the grid. Row 4 should be Chris Adams and Stephen Watson. Not sure why Chris's name isn't appearing on the grid sheet. Maybe something suggesting there he's not going to be starting the race. David Richardson and Jonathan Halliwell will be next, ahead of Dawn Butcher and Matt Anderson. Then we get into those that didn't finish yesterday. John Wyatt, again absent from that grid sheet for some reason, should be 13th, alongside Paul Roderson, with Paul Dunningham and Harley Young at the back of the grid. Looks as though we should have most of the cars out on track, I think. David Lawrence then the winner yesterday in his Seat Leon Cupra, with Tim Evans in his Audi TT coming home in 2nd position, but some 28 seconds or so back, and running in a different class as well to David, in fairness, but it was a close run thing for class honours between Tim Evans and Kerry Lewis, 2nd and 3rd overall, but they were fighting for a class victory, and it was only just under 4 tenths of a second between them at the flag, so pretty close between the pair. And, hopefully they will put on another good showing today. There is the the grey Audi of Tim Evans, the green and white VW of Kerry Lewis, the Mark V Golf GTI. Next of the Audi TTs is Oliver Devine King. That's a TT Cup spec Audi TT. And same is true of David Richardson, so they've got their own separate class for TT Cup. David Lawrence, sorry, Tim Evans, excuse me, his Audi TT running slightly different regulations, despite being run by the same team, the Garage 23 squad, as the Oliver Devine King car. So, cars then make their way around towards the start of their 2nd 15-minute race of the weekend, and all signs should, in theory, point towards another dominant victory for David Lawrence, especially with the likes of Paul Roderson starting deep in the field after his non-finish yesterday, and David will certainly be hoping that proves to be the case.
Fingers crossed. He was quite positive after yesterday. He was hoping that Paul was a bit closer to him, but the fact he dropped off and David got a nice trouble-free run means that the Cooper is on good form. Let's try and replicate that. And of course, Tim Evans was quite pleased with his 2nd place as well in his Audi TT. Of course, that being the Genesis, the original baseline development car, what has become the Audi TT Cup racing champion for the past few seasons. And those cars have become so diverse. You tend to see them pop up in not just that championship, but in others like Clusterful Trophy, Supersport Endurance, and other places around club racing, which shows how good a car it was to put together. but it's also quite versatile, so it can pop up in other places and it's quite well user-friendly. So it should be an interesting drag race off the line, Cupra versus Audi TT, but I'm sure Tim Evans will give us good as he gets. But having seen that car in other areas of motorsport, it's quite a prominent piece of kit, the Cupra from David Lawrence, so I imagine that car's not going to stay still as it did yesterday, and probably, if he gets the opportunity, clear off into the distance.
Yes, I suspect he probably will. It was a formidable pace that he was running yesterday, and I see no reason why that's going to change now for the second race of the weekend. The 5-second board then is held aloft. We're ready to go for the second time this weekend then in the Racing Line VW Audi Racing Championship. David Lawrence and Tim Evans then looking to try and get the run into the first corner. Away they go. Lawrence does get away well. It's a good start for Oliver Divine King as well in the yellow Audi TT. He's up there challenging Tim Evans for second. They are side by side into the first corner with Carey Lewis to the inside of both of them. Carey bails out of it, as ultimately does Oliver, and so it will be Tim Evans then who hangs on to second position, with Divine King getting between the two who were battling for a class victory yesterday. One of the Scirocco's there a bit wide over the exit curb at Riches, but they're cleanly through the first corner, descending now upon the hairpin at Wilson. And one car coming barging up the inside. That was the 46 car of Paul Dunningham. He was sideways there on the opening lap yesterday. That time around, gets the braking absolutely right and picks up a position or two.
Yeah, sort of the brake bias on that car, I think, at least, or the rear balance on the brakes much better. And I wasn't sure if I could see Paul Roderson, but he was actually there towards the back. So thankfully, whatever mechanical issue he had that saw that car looks like overheating of some kind, he's now back through it, already charging his way through. You can see the white Seat Cupra. I think that's at least an old Cup car, if not possibly a TCR, I think, but one of the two. Well, it looks like one anyway. And he's sort of picking his way through. He's got one of the Seats in front of him to try and pick off as well. So it's the Seat Cupra of 25. It's also going to try and pick past as well. There goes Paul Dunningham in that silver one. He's trying to get up the inside of Roderson now to try and battle for position. And that Audi's got some poke in it in a straight line and through the corners. It's not too bad either as they come in through Murray's for the first time. Oliver Divine King, I think he's doing double duty today. He's also, if I'm right, he was out in qualifying, at least not in this car, a different car, in the Production Cup. So he's doing double duty today, this weekend, after doing one race yesterday. So Lawrence leads, Evans second, Carey Lewis third. That's exactly as it was at the end of the race yesterday. So podium place still, there's a whole gaggle of cars back for about, what, 7th place backwards?
Yes, among them Paul Roderson trying to make up for his lowly starting position. Looked like he was gaining a few more places heading down the main straight. David Lawrence, though, leads by 3.8 seconds already over Tim Evans, and Carey Lewis finally gets up into third position, and that's significant because he needs to go after Tim Evans really to try and claim another class victory. Oliver Divine King is not in the same class as those two, but he was between them there for much of that opening lap, and that's just allowed Tim Evans to get away ever so slightly. And then you've got Christopher Garnham coming up behind in the Audi A3. And he looks like he's closing in now quite rapidly on Divine King as well. In fact, peeks to the inside into Brundle, but not quite able to make the move underneath the iconic Snetterton bridge. There goes Roderson, 3 abreast further back, is it? This is Dunningham again making a move to the inside of one of the Scirocco's, and in fact gains 2 positions, gets past David Richardson as well. He's pretty confident on the brakes now, isn't he?
And S3, yeah, definitely. Like he's got EBC brakes on the bonnet. Either he's put that on overnight or he's sourced them from EBC overnight somewhere else. But brakes are working how they should do, thankfully. You've now got TT versus 2 Scirocco's and a Seat. Someone's kicked up some dust on the exit somewhere heading towards Coram as they come through the right-hander. It's now one Scirocco around the outside and actually powering his way completely through. So that was a good move there for the 24 Jonathan Halliwell against Stephen Watson. Stephen Watson's car with a what I call sort of retro coloured car. It's the white with the orange, red and orange sort of yellowish orange and red striping on that car. Looks like Watson's car got a bit more straight line speed. He's coming back now at the other Scirocco of Halliwell down towards turn 1. So again, it's speed versus handling, and there was a bit more horsepower in Watson's car, but it looks like there was enough still left in Halliwell's car to keep himself in front by the time they got to Riches. Yes, just about, and in fact he's now having a go at David Richardson again. Look, dives to the inside into the Wilson hairpin, and he's going to go through. So Halliwell defends a position into Riches, and then at the very next turn he's gaining ground. I think maybe Richardson is struggling a bit under braking. He got done by Paul Dunningham into Brundle and Nelson a lap ago and didn't have much defence there against Halliwell. Into the hairpin. The Audi, though, better in a straight line, maybe. Pulls to the outside as they head down into the Brundle-Nelson complex of corners. Can he go right round the outside? Yes, he can, and he immediately proves me wrong because that was pretty committed under braking for David Richardson, who manages then to pick up that spot that he lost earlier on in the lap. But this has all the hallmarks of a ding-dong battle, doesn't it? Halliwell leads his class. He's in the same class as Matt Anderson, who's only a couple of positions further back in
the number 25, Seat Leon. He's back up the inside now of David Richardson as well, and reclaims the place. So 3 times these two have traded 9th position over the course of this lap. And Halliwell will now be hoping that he can sort of pull a bit of a margin over the Audi driver behind him. TT definitely has the edge in a straight line, and David Richardson's going to have another go here, I think, as they head into Riches at the beginning of lap number 4. Does the Audi go back through? Yes, it does. So 4 positional changes in a lap between the pair of them. They might not be in the same class. They might be racing 2 very different cars built to very different regulations, but it's a pretty entertaining tussle between the 2 of them. And David Richardson is not giving in here, keeping Jonathan Halliwell well and truly within his sights, and he should maybe now have the straight line speed to challenge again at the end of the Bentley Straight.
Nice drag race. They come back down towards Brundle and Nelson. Also, in the further back, there's a bit more battling going on in another gang of the cars. That is Matt Anderson scrapping with Dawn Butcher and Harley Young. That's over 12th position. Here comes Watson to the inside of Richardson. Makes the move stick as they even turn right through Nelson. Slightly gingerly through the apex. So they've got a bit more straight line speed than handling. Not that they haven't got any handling, but they're a bit more quicker in a straight line, and maybe they can actually handle in the corners at points. And that seems to be, at least handling wise, where Halliwell Strocker has a bit more strength compared to Richardson, because he seems to just easily drive around the outside of Watson through Coram a couple of laps ago. That suggests that car's a bit more better set up for cornering rather than straight line speed, even though it has got plenty. Out of the apex at Murray's, 9 minutes to go. Still the same top 3 as it was yesterday. Still Lawrence from Evans from Lewis, but I'd say it's now quite close for third, because Lewis, Divine King and Roddison came across the line, separated by 7/10 of a second. So I think there's a fight on for third, wherever we can pick them up on the camera. Down the pit straight they come. There's Dawn Butcher, who's I think she's a marshal herself, and also supporting marshals on the bonnet as well. Hence the orange and black Volkswagen Golf GTR. But I'd love to see what's happening with the scrap for third, because there's 7/10 covering that's got scrap, and a little bit further up I think I've just gone out of my earshot going through down the straight. That's Paul Hoggins has got past Garnham, and they're just at the head of them is that trio for third. Looks like Roddison has got past Divine King up into fourth. Next time to get on the podium overall will be Kerry Lewis in that Mark V Golf. Yes,
and I suspect that should happen. Paul Roddison was quite comfortably the 2nd fastest car on track yesterday, and should be able to work his way up into the similar position in this one, as the next group behind does battle as well, with Garnham, Hoggins and Dunningham all scrapping over 6th position, and crucially 3rd place within their class as well. Dunningham there in the 46 Audi, in fact, has gained a position, snatches the break again into Murray's. He was doing that all day yesterday, and continuing again now in race 2. Gains the position, and looks to try and get away. Kerry Lewis there, overtaken by Paul Roddison, who is now up into 3rd. He's got about 4 seconds, give or take, to try and bridge now to catch Tim Evans, but we're only halfway through the race, so I suspect he'll be able to do that, given the pace of their respective cars. Roddison's best lap is a 23.2, which is 1.2 seconds quicker than anything Tim Evans has done, so he should be able to catch the Audi. I doubt he will then have the pace, quite frankly, to go after David Lawrence, though, who has set the fastest lap of the race so far, and was a little bit quicker than Roddison in the race yesterday. But good fight back drive this for Paul Roddison then, after the disappointment of the retirement yesterday when running 2nd place. He's picking his way through the order nicely now, as we sort of anticipated he would. There's Paul Dunningham, keeping Chris Garnham behind. But as they battle, Paul Hoggins in his Audi TT is just starting to stretch the gap slightly ahead of the 2 Audis behind, the A3 and the S3, which were very evenly matched yesterday, continue to be so in the 2nd race of the weekend. Oliver Divine King there was scrapping with Kerry Lewis as well. Looked like he was coming back at the Golf driver. Kerry never has really been able to go after Tim Evans in this race, has he? In the same way that he did yesterday. Tim, having built that early margin, is retaining that class lead pretty much uncontested.
One of the cooler conditions are helping him out, because there were a couple of cars, of course, that had issues based on it being quite warm yesterday and overheating, including Paul Roddison's car. So I wonder if the cooler temperatures today is helping. And there's the physical evidence. Paul Roddison has not only caught Tim Evans, hasn't quite got enough to pass him into Montreal hairpin, but you do suspect that the pace he's got in a straight line and the handling that car seems to have, which is an advantage over Evans's road-based TT, it's going to be more than enough for Robertson to get past. Having said that, that Evans TT's got some poke in a straight line, enough to keep Robertson's car at bay, but I think the superior handling is better, at least by the end of the straight in the toe. Robertson's got a bit more top end, and by the time they turn in towards Brundle, the move is done. So up into second place, and I think that's safe to say, touch wood, unless tentatively something happens to Lawrence, who's 27 seconds up the road. If that's a commentator's curse, I'll take it. But Robertson now looks like comfortably in second place and already starting to create a gap on the exit of the bomb hole.
Yeah, he is indeed. So Paul Robertson then now will be just hoping against hope that the car holds together for the remaining 5 minutes or so of the race, and he can at least bring it home on the podium, overall podium, in second position, which it looked as though he was going to do yesterday. Powers across the line then, and Paul Robertson already gapping Tim Evans. He's 29.5 seconds behind the leader, so not likely to challenge David Lawrence unless David, of course, starts running into issues. There's Evans then leading his class. Kerry Lewis is 4 seconds, almost exactly 4 seconds behind him, and still coming under a bit of threat from Oliver Devine King. Only a second between those two. Paul Dunningham is then a further 2 seconds back in 6th. He's got about a second in hand over Paul Hoggins. They're pretty equidistantly spaced out, this midfield group. Just see those cars in the background making their way out onto the Bentley Straight. Paul Robertson, though, starting to get away. It does look to me like a TCR spec, a Gen 1 spec Cupra. And Paul Robertson, not sure how long he's been racing this car. We've seen Paul racing all manner of cars over the years, including Mazda MX-5s, which I seem to recall is where he sort of made his name, probably getting on for 20 years ago or so now. He won't thank me for saying, but a very handy peddler is Paul Robertson, branching out into some slightly different machinery now, and going extremely well in the TCR Cupra, which did have those issues yesterday, but seems, touch wood, to be running pretty smoothly in race 2.
Another car he's been racing recently has been developing, which is a very unique car for club racing. He's been racing a Skoda Octavia VRS, which has been quite cool to see. It's been splendid in grey and green. It's been quite a cool looking car, actually, for what it is. And good to see he's brought something different, and it's starting to race more in BRSCC circles the last couple of seasons. Seems to be more welcome addition to the paddock in BRSCC in that sense, and seems to be enjoying himself in the Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship, which is an amalgamation, as I'm sure you mentioned earlier on, of what is the classic BMW Cup, but also the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, which is good to see both cars together. Meanwhile, out for a casual, still Sunday morning drive is David Lawrence, now 30 seconds out in front. He's already put a lap on both Dawn Butcher and Matt Anderson in their VW Golf and Audi respectively, and just spread eagling the field in the Coupe, which is going so quickly the cameraman even can't catch it there. He just appears up the inside of Dawn Butcher from nowhere. We're trying to spot it where it goes. He's that fast, can't even keep tabs on the camera. But David Lawrence continues on. He's got about just under 3 minutes to go. So I'd say that time wise, maybe 3 laps. His lap time is 1 minute 90, 1 minute 20. So we've got roughly, you might get to the flag with about 4 or 5 seconds to go. So they're going to get 3 more laps here, which might be a respite for anyone else that's in a battle. But at the moment, David Lawrence quite fully, aside from a few cars, is starting to lap people towards the back. So it looks as though Lawrence is blissfully sailing away out in front and keeping a nice watching brief and everyone else behind.
Yeah, unstoppable at the moment. David Lawrence in this quite a heavily modified Seat Leon, which have certainly added some sort of front bodywork kit to it. The front of the car is quite a bit wider than the back of the car, about a foot I think, almost combined from side to side. It's a distinctive looking car. You can see the Area Motorsport badge or sticker on the rear quarter. Rob Baker's team obviously responsible for preparing the car. I don't know whether Area Motorsport built it or whether this was a David Lawrence project that he's brought to the team that have had such success in one-make racing and indeed in TCR competition of late. Running cars very successfully in TCR UK and further afield. Very successful in the Civic Cup. They've run Fiestas before, all sorts of cars, Area Motorsport. They're a very, very versatile squad. And anything they touch seems to be successful, doesn't it? And David Lawrence is certainly grateful for that. They've given him a car that not only is very, very quick, but seems to have the reliability as well. And no one else on this grid, at least, can quite match his pace.
Not quite. He's come across the line with about 5-6 seconds to go, so he's going to get 2 more laps, including the one he's on at the moment. Unless he really slows it down with enough for lead and decides to make this the last lap of the race, but we'll see. So still Robertson, who last lap was a 22.2, so he's building that gap comfortably to Evans. He hasn't come across the line yet, but I'll wait for the Cupra coming outside our commentary box window when it does pass. There it goes. And I'll check the gap as we watch Lawrence again charging down Bentley Straight once again for what should be the penultimate time. There goes Evans. Gap between second and third is there. And what's intriguing now is Lewis is kind of doing what he did in the end of yesterday's race, which is he's just getting closer, edging to the back of Tim Evans' car. He's got 2 more laps now, in theory, to be able to try and catch him again. And he was 0.3 quicker, even though Evans set a personal best on his last lap just gone. So Lewis is trying to put himself back on the podium again, but he's going to have to try and get a little bit quicker than that to try and achieve it.
Yeah, but no, you're right, actually. That's exactly what he did in race 1, wasn't it? He got quicker as it went on, and I was concerned a little bit that Tim Evans had got away from him early on. It didn't look like Carey was going to catch him, but that might not be the case. He might still have a shot at stealing the class win. Tim just held on yesterday, but Carey Lewis might be able to give him a run for his money in the closing stages of this race, as you quite rightly predicted, with about 5 seconds to spare. David Lawrence comes through to begin what will be the final lap of the race, and Paul Roderson not yet at the timing line. He was over 30 seconds back, I think, last time I checked. And it is likely that that gap has continued to grow, even in traffic. David Lawrence is running a very strong pace indeed as he heads down the Bentley Straight. Still, we don't have Paul Roderson at the line. It's a very sizable gap. And in fact, Lawrence has lapped quite a significant portion of the field, actually. He's just lapped David Richardson, so there are only 10 cars on the lead lap, and he might put a lap on Stephen Watson before the checkered flag, who's just ahead. 37 seconds, the gap first to second. Second to third is 1.1 seconds, so again, it came down by a little bit on that previous lap. But I suspect Carey Lewis might just run out of time, as he did yesterday. Another lap, and he could have maybe given Tim Evans something to think about, but I think Tim should just be able to hang on. The leader then comes off the final corner. He is, by the looks of it, going to put a lap on Stephen Watson, so he's going to rob Stephen of the opportunity to do one more lap of the just over 2 mile Snetterton 200 layout. He pulls alongside the Scirocco, and in fact doesn't quite get past him to the line, but he does take the checkered flag, so David Lawrence gets the win, and Stephen Watson will be granted one more lap of the Snetterton circuit. Roderson then comes home in second, or will eventually come home in second. As I said, it's quite a wait. I wouldn't mind seeing what's going on in that third place battle, though it is for a class victory, and Carey Lewis in the green and white Golf has been catching Tim Evans steadily over the last couple of laps. They'll be somewhere in the second half of the lap by now, I would imagine. Good battle there going across the line as well. That was for 13th position, and the battle not to be last between Matt Anderson and Dawn Butcher. Matt Anderson just about by under 0.2 of a second, keeping Dawn Butcher at bay. Here comes Paul Roderson. Paul Roderson second across the line, and we'll now get our answer as to what's going on for third position. It is going to be the Audi TT then of Tim Evans, who just keeps Carey Lewis at bay, with Oliver Devine King fifth. A strong 6th place showing for Paul Dunningham. So the rest of them filter through. David Lawrence steamroller continues on. I'm sure the Snetterton crowd appreciated what was a dominant performance there from David Lawrence, who by 40.8 seconds was victorious. That's about 11 seconds bigger a winning margin than he had yesterday over, in that case, Tim Evans, who actually was 47 seconds behind him in third. It was Lawrence the winner, Roderson second, Evans third, who gets the class win ahead of Carey Lewis. Then it was Oliver Devine King, Paul Dunningham, Paul Hoggins, Christopher Garnham, Jonathan Halliwell, also a class winner in the production class, ahead of Stephen Watson to complete the top 10. David Richardson was 11th, with Harley Young 12th, Matt Anderson 13th, and Dawn Butcher in 14th place. And the last of the runners, but that was the best of the battles, really, between Anderson and Butcher. Round of applause there from the Snetterton crowd. Always nice to see that. It's something the drivers do often take note of as they're driving back around on the cool-down lap. Giving a round of applause to at least the winner, but generally the whole field as they come through, which is nice to see. It's a tradition that hasn't died out in motorsport, which I'm very grateful for. It's a changing world. Lots of things do evolve over the years, but the appreciation that the fans have for the drivers hopefully will always be there, and the drivers, I'm sure, will appreciate seeing that as they tour back in. At the end of their second race of the weekend, they'll have a third race later on this afternoon, in which David Lawrence will be hoping that he can claim a hat-trick of race victories. So, waiting for David Lawrence, who ironically is taking his time getting back around to Parc Fermé. I just see him heading into the Parc Fermé area now, and David Lawrence will very shortly be greeted by Scott Woodward. We'll have a chat with him in a moment or two. Reminder then that we still have another 3 races before the lunch break. Back to one make racing next with the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship, BMW 7s. The Silverlake Production Cup will conclude our morning's running, which due to kick off at 12:50. We're doing for time at the moment. We're maybe about 5 minutes delayed after the red flags in the Mini-Miglias, but the BRSCC will do their best, I'm sure, to try and regain that time the rest of the morning. David Lawrence then gets out of his area motorsport prepared Cupra. Once he takes the helmet off, he'll be able to have a chat with Scott Woodwis. Takes his sunglasses or just regular glasses, I'm not sure. No real need for sunglasses today. There's not even a hint of blue sky above us, but thankfully that threat of rain hasn't yet materialised, so it's still overcast, it's still cool, it's still a bit breezy, but not yet wet at Snetterton, which is good news. Let's see if that continues to be the case through the rest of the day. So Scott Woodward is in position. I think we can head down now then and have a chat with our race winner momentarily. And yep, Scott's ready to go. Let's hear from him now.
Well, I think it's safe to say there's Sunday morning drives, and then there's David Lawrence's victory in that second race. And David, did that look pretty straightforward, was it?
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward. It's just a lot colder today, so sort of I made sure my warm-up lap was really to push the tyres to get right up to temperature before I could start pushing. I knew the TCR car would try and come through the field pretty quick, so I pushed hard, and my best friend, they kept telling me I need to push harder, so I've pushed hard and I managed to get as close to 118 as possible. I wanted the 119 yesterday, I got that today. So maybe in the next race I'll push for a 118.
Hopefully. Hat trick would be nice as well.
Yes, hat trick would be a perfect weekend. Pole qualify, 3 races. Yeah, that would be a perfect weekend.
We'll leave you to go and get set for that. Well done. 2 out of 2. Make it 3 out of 3. Very quickly, let's go through second and third. Let's have a chat to Paul Roddison. Good to have a chat. Paul, well, it's much better than yesterday. So you got the flag and the car behaved. So that's, I think you'll take that if it's not the win.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we had a lot of problems yesterday, and the lads worked very hard to cobble something together. And literally, the radiators held on with cable ties. So once I got into second, I couldn't see David. So it was just a case of settle for second.
Once the car's together, it looks well sorted.
I don't think I'm going to be on David's pace this weekend, but we'll give it a good go in race 3.
And one question, hopefully see the Skoda at some point again? At some point?
Play at Donington.
Good stuff. Excellent. Fingers crossed. We'll see you for race 3. Well done.
Cheers.
We'll see if we can very quickly, if we can, go to Tim Evans at third, and we'll watch keeping tabs of the BMW, so they're off on their formation, which they are. So I love to chat to Tim, but we are short on time. So from VAGs to BMWs to set the grid for me to run across, it's now time for our second BMW Super Cup race. Back to Andy for the grid for race 2.
Yes, thank you, Scott. Looking forward to this one. The BMW 1 Series Super Cup were pretty entertaining yesterday, it has to be said. Simon Waterfall was, in the end, a fairly comfortable race winner, but there was some good battling going on behind. The Compact Cup element of the race was certainly competitive, with Paul Mousel and Max Noble running nose to tail throughout the race. And we'll find out now what their second race has in store for us. Simon Waterfall starts on pole, the grid based upon the race results from yesterday. So it's Simon from Thorburn Aston on the front row of the grid, then Chris Stretton and Molly Pugh, with Darren Rickaby and David Meadows on row number 3. Row 4 then for Aidan Hassan and Conor Grady, the reigning Compact Cup champion, making the move up into the Super Cup this year. Then we've got the first of the Compacts, Paul Mousel and Max Noble, with Xavier Ross on row 2 alongside Daniel Mountford. Angus Noble and Matt Kendall next, then Aaron Tippler and Tim Seaford, with Gareth Claydon at the back. Remember, Gareth Claydon was a non-finisher yesterday, but had been in that lead battle within the Compact Cup between Paul and Max, and Gareth will certainly be hoping for slightly better fortunes in race number 2. He is a multiple former winner in the category, knows how to get the job done in a Compact Cup car, but just didn't quite have, as I said, the mechanical fortunes yesterday that he would have been hoping for. the 1 Series cars then, which are becoming more numerous with every race now. It's a new category, their second full season of running here within the Compact Cup. And the compacts, there'll always be a place for the compacts, at least for the time being. It's a category of racing that's been going for an awfully long time. They're great little cars, always produce great racing, but the 1 Series of it's a good next step, I think, for the category. They're slightly racier than the compacts ever were, but they're still very much production based, and they follow this ethos that the BRSCC has for a lot of their new one-make series of being as affordable as possible, but giving you great value for money. The proper bits of kit, they look like mini touring cars, and they are pretty rapid without you having to actually spend a fortune on the package of parts, essentially, that you use to create one of these cars. And hopefully we get more and more of them out there. It's a great category, and Simon Waterfall, a very well-deserving race winner yesterday after a disappointing opening round at Brands Hatch. Didn't make the podium in either of the races last time out, did Simon. Had some car troubles, I seem to recall him saying, but appears to have got on top of those this weekend. He was dominant yesterday. And Thorburn Astin, who was twice a runner-up at Brands Hatch, unfortunately was the bridesmaid again yesterday, and had to settle for second position. So the front row of the grid set. We're waiting for the compacts to arrive a little bit further back with, in theory, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of them in position. Once they're there, we will have 15 minutes of racing getting underway then, with Waterfall and Astin in the front row, Chris Stretton and Molly Pugh row 2. Keep an eye on Aidan Hassan and Conor Grady there. That back row of the 1 Series grid is pretty tasty. Both of them are, I think, potential race winners if they can get through the pack quickly enough. Neither of them had great fortune yesterday. In fact, neither of them finished the race, I don't think, yesterday. Certainly Conor Grady didn't. Hopefully now improve matters slightly in race number 2. It's time to find out. The red lights then will extinguish momentarily, and we're away and racing now in the 1 Series Super Cup. A slow start there for Chris Stretton. That almost created calamity on what is an infamously narrow start-finish straight. Good getaway though from Thorburn Astin. He's squeezing Simon Waterfall into the first turn and goes through. So Thorburn Astin gets the advantage. The compacts get away with a good start made by Max Noble there, I think, to grab the early advantage in the Compact Cup. They will barrel off towards Rich's corner as well. But in the overall race lead, Simon Waterfall then knocked down to second place by Thorburn Astin. And we've got a proper race on our hands now, I think, in the 1 Series. Astin leads then, Waterfall second. That looks like Aidan Hassan has made some good progress. I think he's about 4th, isn't he, as they head down the back straight. Maybe a different green car than I was seeing then.
It wasn't that I was pointing at, it's the car in front of me. It's Conor Grady from the back of the 1 Series.
Yes.
So it's side by side between them for third place, but Conor Grady got a lightning getaway from down the outside. He was 4th going into turn 1, battling with Hassan, and now he was into third place briefly, at least challenging for third place, but Hassan's got him back on the run towards Brandon Nelson. So rapid start from last year's double defending Compact Cup champion. Now it's busy. 4 abreast down the back straight for the BMWs. Past all 4 of those cars, and that gaggle goes Gareth Claydon. Almost. He's got past 3 of them. Couldn't quite make it past the 1-1-2. But that was extraordinary. 4 wide for the compacts down the back straight, and they're still not finished. This is now, who's that? Is that Mazzelli's battling there? Yeah. So Mazzelli's dropped back a little bit, into the back of him a little bit through. Once again, this is a replica of yesterday, only that Claydon retired. Did we find out why Claydon retired yesterday?
Don't know what the issue was, no, but it was a shame, wasn't it? Because we always felt that he would be up there fighting for a win, and he might yet be able to do so, despite having started off the back row. There's a battle for the lead in the 1 Series, by the way, heading into Rich's corner. Looked to me like Simon Waterfall was to the outside of Thorburn Astin. They were separated by just under 0.2 of a second at the line. So again, it's a job to know which of the classes to focus on, isn't it, really, in this race. There is the lead battle. Aidan Hassan and Conor Grady up there as well. I said that Waterfall had things relatively his own way yesterday, but I think a large part of that was due to the fact that neither Aidan Hassan or Conor Grady were able to really contest that one. They're very much contesting this one, and they're very much in the battle. Look at that. Aidan Hassan with 2 wheels on the dirt gets alongside Simon Waterfall, who didn't get out of the Wilson hairpin very well, and it costs him second place.
Of course, with Hassan not getting a good finish yesterday, he was on course for 5 in a row because he won the last 2 races at Silverstone. But I can see that the front splitter flapping around on Hassan's car. That will certainly aid him. Won't aid him in terms of aerodynamics. It'll also annoy him a little bit with some of the noise that I'll be picking up. Conor Grady just keeping a watching brief in 4th place. Yeah, they're quite a lightning getaway, but he's just started to sit back and watch these 2 cars in front. The only thing is, harder these three fight each other, easier it is for Aston to keep on making a breakout in front. Darren Rickaby's in there in 5th position, who was running well at one point yesterday, but then faded back with problems. So he's got that car back to working issue. And as for the compacts, last time they came across the line in lap 1, it was Noble from Javier Ross, which is pretty impressive. Second for him, and Matt Kendall in 3rd from Pure Mountford, and Claydon was up to P6, chasing Mountford to get in the top 5.
Indeed so. So Thorburn Aston continues to lead, but Aidan Hassan is now the one moving up to challenge him in 2nd position. And Aidan just set the fastest lap at 27.7, so half a second quicker than the leader, even whilst overtaking Simon Waterfall on the grass, no less, down the back straight. He is right in the wheel tracks now of the race leader as they turn through the right-hander at the Wilson hairpin. Aston, Hassan, Waterfall, the top 3. Conor Grady keeping a watching brief in 4th. In fact, slipping back slightly, I'd say, in the silver car in 4th position. And he is going to have to try and get a move on here. Aidan Hassan there giving Thorburn Aston the hurry up, flashing the lights, but if anything, dropping away from the leader as he heads down the back straight.
Yes, Waterfall's getting a bit more of a toe on him than Hassan's getting a toe on the leader, which is intriguing to see. You're right that Conor Grady's dropped back a little bit pace-wise, because we know how quick he is, given he's a double compact cup champion, but this is only his 2nd weekend. In fact, it's only his 3rd race out of 4 that he's done so far in the championship, given he DNF race 1, didn't start the 2nd race at Brands Hatch, his first 2 races at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, and then yesterday managed to pick his way through where he could, and he's right for the back as Rickaby just leaning on his suspension, exiting the bomb hole, so he's trying to push as hard as he can, keeping with Conor. Hassan's going on the attack, a little look up the inside, exiting Coram. He's going to try and get an undercut here and the toe if he can power his way onto Bentley Straight. A little wayward there on the exit there for Aston. That gives Hassan the punch he needs when he gets another gear. Now they go side by side up the road. They're going to be a bit of a side drop, but Hassan will have enough of an overlap to put himself in front of the timing line by the time they end lap number 3, which he does. He's in front by about a 10th.5, and Waterfall coming back into this now. Side by side into Ritchie. Thought that Aston thinks I'm not quite able to get the lead go just yet. This battle between the two makes sure that Waterfall gets in front as Hassan literally kisses the rear bumper of Aston's car. Waterfall back in, looking for 2nd place, back on Hassan. It's action station, almost 3 wide. It looks like Waterfall was looking for 2nd place and the lead. Aston does go through, question mark, and Waterfall might go around the outside. There was fisticuffs on the first lap between these guys last time. It was between Aston and Hassan. A bit more civilised this time as Grady also touches the grass and he's closing back in. A lot of yo-yoing back and forth between this top 4 at least, and Rickaby's trying as hard as he can to keep with them.
Yes, he is indeed. So fascinating stuff then. Aidan Hassan, I think possibly expected to be ahead of Thorburn Aston by now, but Thorburn's putting up a pretty good defence, and Hassan actually now having to defend himself to try and hang on to the 2nd position, with Waterfall hunting around behind him. Simon Waterfall, who is another former Mazda MX-5 racer. A lot of people start their racing careers in Mazda MX-5s before going on to race other things, and with Bromley Motorsport he has moved on up into the 1 Series Super Cup, where he was successful last year, Simon, and wants to try and get back to winning ways again here today. Through the last corner, this is where Hassan really gained on Aston a lap ago. A lot of smoke there from the back of Hassan's car under acceleration. Hopefully nothing to worry about. Accelerates across the timing line then. Didn't get quite such an advantage off the corner that time, but he's got the slipstream. He's got the momentum heading down into Rich's corner, but what he won't have is the inside line. Thorburn Aston defends that one well and forces Hassan to go the long way round. Meanwhile, back in Compact Cup land, we've got the 26 car here of Xavier Ross just ahead of Paul Mousel. Here are the 1 Series cars, and Aidan Hassan goes right round the outside of Thorburn Aston and gets the lead. Fantastic stuff. A really good run through Rich's corner, and it is Aidan Hassan then who gets the lead away and will have that advantage down the back straight. I think I just caught a glimpse out of the window of someone going slowly. Was it Xavier Ross, do we think, Scott?
Yeah, it was a Parks racing car. He was the one that was ahead of Matt Kendall. Here comes Aston back at Hassan down the outside, which would be lucky to see if he can make that one stick. Waterfall's trying to make it 3 wide again. They're tapping the brakes as they turn in. Hassan has track position and retains the lead, but yeah, Xavier Ross looks like he was struggling down the pit straight, and in fact looks like there was a yellow flag flashing down towards Richie's, but I think he's pulled off enough not to cause too much of a problem.
Okie dokie, so through the bomb hole we go. Yes, there is the car. It is Mousel. Yes, I thought it might be. So it's Paul Mousel then who was going slowly, and the car continues to slow on the grass heading out of the hairpin.
But Ross was also slowing as well.
Oh, really?
So both
okay.
the problem. Here comes Claydon now to try and get past Kendall. This is for second in compacts now, because both Ross and Mademoiselle have dropped back with issues.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so both of them in strife. There is, yes, that's Xavier Ross then, isn't it? Pulling over on the exit of Riches, and yeah, Mousel was slow coming out of the Wilson hairpin. So it's all going on in the Compact Cup, and we've got this brilliant battle for the lead in the Super Cup. Here, meanwhile, comes Gareth Claydon, and this is now then for second place in the Compact Cup, with the 59 car of Matt Kendall just about hanging on. The Parks Motorsport car, which had issues yesterday of an aerodynamic type, with the boot popping open early on, and that gave him a black and orange flag. He had to make a pit stop. Right now, they'll be about to lose second place. Conor Grady's in the pit lane as well. So Conor Grady brings what was the fourth place one series into the pits. Gareth Claydon goes to the outside of Matt Kendall and sweeps ahead as they head down through the first corner. And yellow flags then littering the first part of the lap now, with at least one and maybe two cars stricken at the side of the road. Claydon then now needs to try and set off after the leader in the class. No, beg your pardon, no, sorry, he's now the leader of the class, isn't he? Yes, there are no more Compact Cups for him to catch, so Gareth Claydon is snuck through into the lead of the category from the very back of the grid. That good early progress then paying dividends now. He's already into the lead, and we're only just into the second half of the race. Back to the 1 Series. Simon Waterfall here behind Thorburn Aston, but they're being dropped now a bit by Aidan Hassan, who crosses the line 1.8 seconds clear of the second place battle. So Aidan now starting to establish himself out in front.
Seeming to do so. Still 6 minutes to go as they're turning through Ritchie's again. This is on lap 7. New fastest lap of the race from Hassan on 27.296. That was at least 1.2 seconds quicker than the cars in front. So he really is pushing on. Equal pace, it seems, between Waterfall and Aston. Case in point, a very smoky Waterfall somehow gets round the outside at the inside of Montreal. Little wiggle from Aston, but they're leaning on each other on corner exit. Now it's a drag race between the two, but Waterfall's car's looking a little smoky. We've still got plenty of pace though. And up into second place it goes. Now, Derek Richeby's not too far away. He's trying to close in too. His last lap was half a second quicker than Aston and Waterfall on a 27.9. And he's slowly but surely edging his way forwards. Aston posturing around, having a look at one way then the other. But Waterfall looks comfortable in second place for the moment. Defends the line, but again looks very smoky on corner exit. Now, we've seen this car smoke before in the past, and it hasn't been too much of an issue, but it's still dead ill on certain corners, on certain points. I don't think it's tyre rubbing smoke. It looks like more something that's coming out the back. What it is remains a mystery.
Yeah, maybe it just runs very rich on oil or something, but it's definitely got worse all of a sudden there as he came out of Nelson. A lot of smoke as it turns into the final turn at Murray's, so hopefully that's not going to develop into a drama for the Bromley Motorsport prepared car. There's your race leader, Thorburn Aston. And now Darren Rickaby starting to buy into this fight for second position. Darren Rickaby quite a bit quicker than the two cars ahead of him that time. 27.0 was 9 tenths quicker than the leader, and 1.7 seconds quicker than Thorburn Aston, who's perhaps being held up a bit now by Simon Waterfall. The fastest lap set by Aidan Hassan, a 26.737. Will be quicker, I suspect, than the fastest lap from yesterday's race, as Waterfall runs wide at the Wilson hairpin. That could leave him vulnerable now down the back straight.
It does, because you see, he's gone right to the inside line to defend. Aston's gone straight with him to get the toe down the back straight. They're still dropping Rickaby a little bit, because the last lap, well, I say that, Rickaby did a 27.0 last time. That was a full 1.7 seconds quicker than Aston, and 8 tenths quicker than Waterfall was. So he really is closing quite quickly, even though visibly didn't look like it from the camera angle that we had. 3 3/4 minutes to go, back through Brundle and Nelson. Again, smoky Simon Waterfall down towards the bomb hole again. This is for the 8th time. And again, Hassan continues to rack up fastest laps of the race. He's in a 1:26.737. His Waterfall test the track limits a little too much exiting the bomb hole, but keeps it pointing on the straight and narrow. Just get the sense though that not only is Aston putting that pressure on, but Rickaby's still there to keep watching, keep an eye on getting involved in that if the opportunity comes up at any point.
Indeed so. This, meanwhile, is the fight for third in the Compact Cup. Daniel Mountford, the yellow and black number 112 car, has got Xavier Ross in behind, and Paul Mousel is in this group as well. Now, he's still going then, despite having been on the grass. Maybe he wasn't slowing, maybe he'd just been off the road and there'd been a bit of contact or something.
So those two cars obviously have slowed down and still gone, but I think the car's parked up on the exit of Ritchie's is Max Noble.
Yes.
That's what we got. So I thought for a second it was Xavier's car that had stopped there, but it's not. It's Max that's steadily out of the lead, what was the lead of the compact class. It's Mousel looking trying to pick up third place in that final podium spot, having a little dart to the inside, trying to put the pressure on. It's yellow and black versus black and green. So far, the yellow and black's holding on. Also, just behind there, that's Angus Noble putting the pressure on Xavier Ross for what will be 4th in category. No, 5th in category that will be, because... No, yes, it will be 4th, because he's on the back of Xavier Ross if he can. Back up the straight again for them all together. 2.5 minutes just under to go. And Waterfall has stayed in front of Aston, and Rickaby's now dropped to 2 seconds back last time across the line, so he was closer. Aston's turned the wick up again, they've done a personal best, and that was last time 1.3 seconds quicker than Rickaby was in that last lap.
Yeah, Mousel through on the inside there of Mountford, although Mountford comes straight back at him on corner exit. Paul took a little bit too much speed into the corner, couldn't quite maintain the tight line coming out. He's still alongside Mountford though on the outside line, but I think Daniel Mountford is just about going to hang on. And another of the Parks Motorsport prepared cars comes up behind in the shape of Javier Ross there, the largely blue car, and Angus Noble in behind as well. Good four-way scrap this then for the lower podium places within the Compact Cup as they head on down into Brundle and Nelson. The 1 Series leaders have just gone through on to what will be their penultimate lap of the race, by the way. A new fastest lap set by the race leader Aiden Hassan, who leads by 6.2 seconds now, so all of a sudden he has established utter dominance on this race. In the Compact Cup though, still plenty of scores to be settled in the fight for 3rd position.
Mountford resisting the pressure nicely from Mouse as they come through. Javier Ross again from Angus Noble. So he'll try at least uphold Noble family honours that Max is not going to go on and win the race. He'll try again in race 3 later on. Through Coram, the quartet goes. A little wayward for Ross as he gets under pressure from Noble. Through the left-hander once again, back on the power. Mazel trying to steal that final podium place if he can. He's got one more time around the 200 circuit to do so. Let's see if he can manage it.
Across the line they go again then. And Daniel Mountford again has to defend. Now this time he's on the inside line into Riches. This didn't really work out well for Paul Mousel a lap ago, but Paul's completely sideways as he turns into the corner. Does drive the wheels off that BMW, doesn't he? And it's very spectacular to watch indeed. Here comes Angus Noble meanwhile to the inside of Javier Ross, but not actually close enough to execute the move into the Wilson hairpin. It's all a little bit scrappy this, isn't it? Paul Mousel, I think, is a tad frustrated to be so far down the order compared to where he was yesterday. He wants to make this move stick, but every time he gets close to doing it, there's always an answer, there's always a response from Daniel Mountford, and actually Mousel slowed there down the straight, and either side of him go Noble and Xavier Ross.
Oh, this is getting too close for words. 2 wheels on the grass for Ross, and up the inside of both will go Noble. Will he get 3rd place? The answer is no, because Mousel outbrakes himself as the time has gone to 0. As they come out the side-by-side still as Noble looks to go around the outside of Ross, gets put on the curb. They're going to tap wing mirrors. Also closing in is also Aaron Tippler, number 22, as they come through the right-hander, and Ross is still going to try and hold on to it if he can, and just hold on to the position whilst they go through. I'm pretty sure as well, I think the 1 Series cars have already gone through to start their last lap. I thought they'd gone the checker flag this time, so we'll wait and see how the 1 Series cars come through at that point. It's still quite close between the top 2nd and 3rd, but Waterfall and Aston. As we see Aiden Hassan, a little wiggle on the exit, but now he's got himself back in front. He was aiming for 5 in a row, didn't quite happen yesterday. Even though the kind of run of win streak has gone, at least it will be another victory for him. 3 out of 4. It seems all being well as we look at the compacts on the inset. But Hassan has sailed away to 8 seconds or so and about to take win number 3 of 2026 in quite some comfortable fashion this morning.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? Very, very good performance this from the back row of the grid. Aiden Hassan is going to claim the victory in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup then. And for Aiden, this will be a 3rd win from 4 races this season. He did the double at Brands Hatch. Didn't have such a good race yesterday, but race 2 at Snetterton goes the way of Aiden Hassan, and he will be very pleased with that. We've had dramas there for Aaron Tippler, meanwhile. He's been across the grass coming out of the Wilson hairpin in this ongoing battle within the compacts. I can tell you Simon Waterfall came home 2nd, Auburn Aston 3rd, and Dan Rickaby's been across the line in 4th. Chris Stretton now comes home in 5th. And 6th position should be David Meadows. Gareth Claydon looks like he's going to win in the Compact Cup. And he should be one of the next cars home, actually, the winner within the compact. But it's this battle for the lower podium place that is catching our attention. In fact, really more for 4th place now, isn't it, with Javier Ross coming up behind Daniel Mountford. So David Meadows will be the next car home, we think, and then it should be Gareth Claydon, the winner in the Compact Cup. In fact, that was Gareth weaving as he crossed the line and claiming the win in the Compact Cup element of the race. 2nd position will go the way of Matt Kendall, and then we wait to see what's going to go on in the fight for 3rd. With here they come, Paul Mousel coming home 3rd, and who's going to be 4th? It's absolutely side by side. It was Xavier Ross. Xavier Ross got ahead of Daniel Mountford, according to the timing screen anyway, by 9 1/1000ths of a second to claim what would be 3rd fourth in the Compact Cup. Brilliant scrabble to the line there between that group of cars. And Xavier Ross, it's now been corrected. I did think to the eye it looked as though Mountford was ahead, and it's now been amended so that Xavier Ross has lost that 4th position. But Aidan Hassan, no doubt about the winner. He dominates that one, claims the win by nearly 7.5 seconds over Simon Waterfall, with Thorburn Aston coming home in 3rd. 4th place Darren Rickaby, 5th Chris Stretton, and Gareth Claydon 6th overall is the winner in the BMW Compact Cup. David Meadows was next ahead of Matt Kendall, 2nd of the compacts, with Paul Mousel coming home in 3rd in that category, 9th place overall ahead of Daniel Mountford and Xavier Ross, separated by next to nothing at the line. Angus Noble was next, then it was Aaron Tippler and Tim Seaford, who was the first car 1 lap down. Molly Pugh was 15th, and unfortunately Conor Grady retired to the pit lane, and Max Noble stopped out on track on the exit of Rich's corner, and the number 23 car was a non-finisher. So Aidan Hassan wins, and that's much more like it then for the man who set the early pace, the youngster who drove so well at Brands Hatch, the season opener. Bit more of a fight on his hands there, but he ultimately established himself as the fastest driver on the grid, didn't he? Because once he hit the front, he was able to pull a very big gap. Bear in mind, he only led. When did he actually take the lead in that race, Aidan Hassan? Let's have a little look. He was got the lead on lap 5, so he led 7 laps and must have been taking, therefore, about a second a lap out of the drivers behind him to win by over 7 seconds at the flag. So massively impressive. And Aidan clambers out of the car, receives the winner's cap, and we'll head over now and have a chat with Scott Woodwist. Let's get down there now then and hear from our race winner.
Race 2 for the BMW Super Cup all wrapped up. I think a very happy Aidan Hassan compared to yesterday. That's how he makes up for it. He couldn't quite keep up the win streak because you're on for 5 in a row, but that makes up for it in some cases. You managed to get to the flag and not have a problem.
Yeah, obviously we had a little upsy downsy day yesterday, so it's good just to come back from that and have a win to resolve the problem from yesterday. So.
Compared to last year when you get into grips with these cars, you really seem to have found the groove with the 1 Series. Are you now getting much more comfortable with it?
Yeah, obviously last year it was one of my first times ever racing cars, so it was like getting my head around the rear wheel drive system and how the car handles itself, and now we've come into this year, we know what we need to do with the car, so it's so far going a good year.
So far plenty of competition. You got Thorburn, you got Simon, you've got Connor as well, showing good speed when the car's working well, so looking like a pretty competitive year all round.
Yeah, obviously it's a very competitive grid, even though it's one of the smallest in the BRSCC, but overall it's a great championship, the car's there, so yeah.
Same again for race 3?
Hopefully, we'll see how it goes.
Well done, congratulations. Well, there you go and get ready for that as well. Let's bring in our Compact Cup winner as well, Gareth Claydon. Good to see you, sir.
How are you, all right?
What's supposed to say, congratulations for yesterday, but you did reach a my stats 100 Compact Cup starts yesterday, so congratulations for that first of all.
I wasn't even aware of that stat, until I heard it on the commentary after the race, but no, that's good. At least, 101 is our lucky number, I suppose, not 100, so. Yeah. Unfortunate mechanical issue yesterday, broken gear linkage. Right, I suppose it was better going yesterday than today. So, but yeah, from the back of the grid today up to the win, I'll take that.
You're quite brave going 4 wide on the back straight on the first lap of the race. How was that?
Yeah, it was a hectic race. I mean, off the start, it was carnage from the start because everything. I don't know what happened in front of us, but I saw something happen with the 1 Series, and then I think something happened in the compacts as well. So, but yeah, it's just took my time, picked my way through, and we come good at the end.
Another victory for number 102?
Hope so, mate. It was the aim of the game for the weekend, so yeah, hope so.
Now get ready, we'll see you later on.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff.
Take care.
Good to see you with our BMWs. Right, our next race is coming up on track. There might be a little bit of clear up after a couple of retirements, so we'll get ready for that. I'll run over back to the box, and whilst that's happening, we'll get you over to Andy McEwen to go through what's coming up next here at Snetterton Live, here for the BRSCC.
Thank you, Scott. Well, what's coming up next is our second race of the weekend for the Mini 7 Championship. We had the Miglias out before. The Mini 7s are sort of the little brother of the Mini Miglia. Still the same high-quality racing, but slightly less powerful cars. The Mini 7s are sort of entry-level into Mini 7 racing. And their first race yesterday was won by Damien Harrington. He does not have pole position for race number 2, though. It is Darren Thomas who has the pole, with Daniel Munro alongside him. Damien Harrington third on the grid, ahead of Ross Billison, with Glenn Woodbridge and Spencer Wansell on row number 3. Row 4 then for Nigel Davis and Ian Penn, with Harry Taylor and Graham Davis completing the top 10. Then it's Richard Bull and Ian Corson together on row 6. Then there's a gap and we get to the Mini 7S's, which are again a slightly lower category of racing than the 7s, but hugely popular. They've actually got a bigger grid than the 7s have this weekend. James May on pole ahead of Patrick McCarthy, with Michael Winkworth and Bertie Willard on row 2. Row 3 Lee Pullman and Daniel Balster, with Jack Vanner and George Welch row 4, and row 5 Ben Butler and Mike Rayner. Row 6 for Holly King, she's got John Hobbs for company on that 6th row. Row 7 Tony Ayres and Tom Johnston, with Matthew Howard and Billy Ferguson at the tail end of the field. So a 20-minute race in store, as is always the way for Mini 7 racing, and yeah, yesterday's race won by Damien Harrington, but it looks as though it's second fastest qualifying times then, potentially, which set the grid for the second race of the weekend. So race 1 winner Damien Harrington's got it all to do again, and a bit like the Miglias earlier on really. Yesterday's race was a very, very competitive race, until really the last lap, when all of a sudden Damien Harrington seemed to just break away from the rest of the field. Darren Thomas and Daniel Munro were busy fighting over second position, the two drivers who start on the front row together, and that let Damien Harrington off the hook a little bit in the closing stages. He didn't have to fend off what we expected to be a last lap slipstreaming challenge from the two cars behind him, and he came home in the end a very comfortable winner. 2.5 seconds or so was his winning margin over Darren Thomas. In the 7S's, James May held on. It was Michael Winkworth who came home second, and again that was a much closer battle until the closing stages, when James May was able to pull a little bit of a lead. It really seemed as though it was difficult yesterday to break the tow, but once you did, it was almost impossible then for the cars behind to bridge the gap and close back in. So the plan is simple here, I think, for the front-running drivers. They want to try and get away if they can, and let those behind them squabble over the lower podium places, but I'm sure it's not quite going to be that straightforward. Big grid of cars, though, over the two classes, with 29 cars due to start the race. And it's always a little bit complicated in the second half of the race as the 7s catch the tail end of the 7S field, and traffic management actually starts to become a little bit of a factor, and that also played its part in the outcome eventually of yesterday's race. So here comes Darren Thomas leading the field around on the warm-up lap. You can see the difference between these cars and the Miglias. They don't have those flared arches, they have the narrower tyres, they've got a slightly higher centre of gravity, but the same good quality racing expected from the 7s, and still almost impossible to pick winners in any of our mini categories really. This is their second and final race of the weekend as well, unlike the BRSCC's own championships, which for the most part are having a triple header weekend. 3 races here at Snetterton. The minis, just the 2 races apiece, so this is the last time we'll see the 7s, but we'll have another race of Amelia's not long after lunch. 2:20 is the scheduled start time for the Amelia's. This race due to start at 12 o'clock, so we're only about 3 minutes behind time at the moment, which is good news. Hopeful that by the time we get to the lunch break we'll be bang on time. The afternoon's schedule should run as planned. It's a day of racing that's set to take us to just before 6 PM, so we've got a little bit of wiggle room as far as the, I believe, 6:30 curfew here at Snetterton. And we should hopefully be able to get all of our races in without too much trouble. So Darren Thomas, Daniel Munro, they're the front row of the Mini 7s, but expect Damien Harrington, Ross Billison, maybe even Glenn Woodbridge and Spencer Wansell to be a thorn in their side over the course of the 20 minutes, which hopefully, unlike the Miglia race earlier on, will run red flag and safety car free. Waiting then for the signal from the back of the grid, the green flag to wave from the starting line marshal right at the top end of shot. Still a bit of shuffling maybe going on. The medical van pulls in behind as well, and I think we are now pretty much good to go. So 5-second board is out, the red lights are on, Darren Thomas and Daniel Munro then on the front row of the grid together. Away they go. Even start from both of them. Good start from Glenn Woodbridge by the looks of it. The dark grey number 5 car from the third row of the grid. But it's absolutely neck and neck between Darren Thomas on the left, Daniel Munro on the right. And is that Ross Billison trying to come to the outside in the 0 car? It was. It will be Munro that gets the advantage though. Sweeps around the outside into Rich's corner, and he will have the lead into the Wilson hairpin. Under threat though immediately as Darren Thomas tries to reclaim that position on the picture-in-picture. You can see the 7 S's heading through the first corner. And I think James May has been able to hang on to the lead from pole position. We'll pick up on those in a moment. The leaders overall, though, heading down the Bentley Straight for the first time. The slipstream will start to take effect, and Daniel Munro is going to have some defending to do, Scott.
Already a 6-pack forming. Darren Thomas slotting neatly in front. There's a little bit of fisticuffs lightly down towards the back straight between the top 2, but it looks like Billison's coming back at, Munro's coming back at Thomas here. This is again pretty much picking up exactly where they left off yesterday when they were going back and forth as this one, but into Brundle and Nelson. It's Thomas from Munro, from Billison, then from Damien Harrington, the defending champion. Then it's the first of a couple of cars, but I think that's Woodbridge and Wanstall in that mix as well. So that's the 6 going forwards in the 7s category. So then going through inset down towards the complex. On the other camera shot, because we're still looking at the cars coming out of the bomb hole now through there. It's again 3-wheeling for Munro, looking a little deep through the exit of Coram. Just about wiggling around to get it stopped, turns in, and he's got a good run out. He's got a much better run than Thomas did. Thumped the curb on the exit, now trying to force himself somehow on the inside line, which would be the pit wall side. Gets shown the edge of the road and kicks up a bit of dust. I think, to be fair to Daniel Munro, that was never going to go because Thomas wants the side draft against the pit wall. He was never going to get spaced up against the wall.
No, that was interesting, wasn't it? Darren Thomas is not averse to giving a bit of a squeeze, seemingly. He did it down the back straight, and again there coming out of Murray's corner. Munro then clearly wants to lead, doesn't he? He's not content to just sit in second and bide his time. He wants to get the track position advantage, pulls to the outside into the Wilson hairpin. Again, you're not going to go around the outside there, but it might give you a slightly better exit from the corner there. You can see the extra speed that Munro has. He picked up the throttle early, got through the gears better as well there. Almost ran into the back, actually, of Darren Thomas, but in the end drops back in line behind him. A small gap back then to Ross Billison in third ahead of Damien Harrington, yesterday's winner. With Spencer Wanstall completing the top 5. Do we have another attempted move here from Daniel Munro? Yes, we maybe do. Goes from the inside to the outside and sweeps right round the outside. Really good on the brakes. And Daniel Munro sold the dummy there, didn't he, to Darren Thomas? Made Darren think he was going to the inside, and maybe even then made him think that he'd backed out of the move altogether. But in the braking zone, he switched to the outside and went through.
Clever drive from Daniel. Really good stuff to go one way then the other and fool him like that. And I think Darren Thomas will see that coming next time, unless I think Darren's going to have to pull off an even more cunning move to kind of fool Darren Thomas twice for that one. He goes a little wide on the apex as Munro moves forwards. In the 7S category, he's looking back at that. Patrick McCarthy's gone to a lead from Bertie Woodard. James May down to third ahead of Winkworth and Bolster. Daniel Bolster in P5. So interesting switch around there, but across the line last time was only 2/10 of the back. There was only, what, less than a second cover in the top 4. So pretty close at that point, as you typically expect in Mini 7 racing. Again, hugging that pit wall for the side drop. Damien Harrington has broken away from Ross Billison. That's the fastest lap of the race at 1:32.523, and he's now closing in onto that top to make it a trio. Thomas just appears in shot right around the outside of Munro, squeezing him onto the apex of the corner on the exit. Harrington goes one way, then the other, sweeps to the outside, try and make it stick. It is 3 abreast, and Thomas is stuck in the middle. Has to back out of it, has no choice. And Harrington goes right around the outside of both of them. He's done Thomas, he's done Munro, he's done both of them round the outside at Montreal hairpin. Phenomenal stuff from the defending champion. Car 1 to P1 with a 3-wide pass, getting both Thomas and Munro getting to the apex before they even turn onto the straight. He leads, but the question now is for how much longer? How many seconds longer?
Yeah, that was pretty good stuff, wasn't it? But ultimately all in vain, I think, because the slipstream down the back straight is going to allow Munro back through into the lead. But really good stuff, that opportunistic driving from Damien Harrington, who set the fastest lap last time by as well. And yesterday's race winner now starting to remind us why he was yesterday's race winner. But I think this second race is going to be a slightly more competitive affair, really. Through the bomb hole they go, a leading group of 4, maybe 6, you could argue, as Spencer Wanstall and Glenn Woodbridge just about tagging along with these leaders. As again, Munro cocks a rear wheel, slides his way on a slightly wider line there through Coram, trying to keep the momentum up as best he can. In the inset there, you can see the 7S battle where James May is back up into second position. In the 7S, or was at the start of the lap anyway. Patrick McCarthy was in his sights. Leaders then hook the pit wall, heading down in towards the first turn at Rich's. 5 minutes in, and we've had plenty of lead changes between this leading group. Not a great run there for Harrington. In fact, it's Harrington off the pace there. There was a puff of white smoke from the back of the number 1 car. I think he was just off throttle because he was having a moment through Riches, and look at what that costs him. Second place goes the way of Darren Thomas, and nearly third position for Ross Billison, but Harrington is just about able to close the door. In the 7Ss, McCarthy still leads. They've actually got Richard Bull in this group now as well. Richard is a Mini 7, not a 7S car. He's just starting to complicate matters ever so slightly. But in fact, they're catching a couple of the 7s. May back ahead of McCarthy, look. So James May in the blue and orange car, back to the lead of the class.
And Winkworth involved in there as well. If you see, it's almost 3-4 abreast. They're scattering amongst each other for the 7S. And there goes, what's that? Billison go around the outside of both of these. It's Monroe, in fact. There's a little touch of a little sideways moment, and Harrington's got back through. Also, there is Billison. He's passed 3 or 4 of them, so they go back in set to watch them happening here down towards the bomb hole. There's contact between Billison and Monroe. He runs wide, keeps it off the grass though, and there goes a big momentum. That was, who's that? Is that Spencer Wanstall that came at the inside of all of them? And he's gone, what was it, 6th to 2nd in one sequence. That's incredible. So Spencer Wanstall then picks his way through. He's a former 7S champion, if I remember correctly. So Wanstall in the red number 73 selves everyone the dome whilst they're all fighting amongst each other and says, cheers for that, boys. I'll take 2nd any day of the week.
That was all a bit physical, wasn't it, through the Brundle, Nelson and bomb hole section. You've got to be careful with those bits of wheel-to-wheel contact. You can quite easily break your steering arm doing that. I think Daniel Monroe got away with that, but that was scary stuff. So Damien Harrington gets a 1.1 second lead out of all of that, so the group behind need to be a little bit careful. This battling is very entertaining, but they are in danger here of allowing Damien to do what he did yesterday and pull away and break the toe from the cars behind. They're certainly not working together at the moment, as Spencer Wanstall, with a bonnet flapping slightly loose actually on the 73 car, had Daniel Monroe trying to slip to his inside into the Wilson hairpin. Monroe settles back in behind him, but there you can see the advantage for the race leader. They've got to be careful. That's verging now on being out of slipstreaming range, I'd say.
A little bit. Harrington trying to spread eagle the field now. Wanstall trying to pull them along to try and close up to him, but of course he's now the one everyone has to try and follow. So either they try and follow his toe, or Billison & Co wants to try and take his turn in front. Looks like he's going to take his turn. Slots in front, takes 2nd place. Wanstall back to 3rd, and Thomas, who was at one point in the battle for the lead with Monroe right behind him. They find themselves back in 4th or 5th, wondering how that's happened. Glenn Woodbridge there in 6th position, and someone's also trying to tag along to catch up to them in 7th place. Just there at the back of the queue, with the rookie plate on the back, is a 72, which is Ian Penn. And he's only 1.5 seconds behind this lot. And of course, given how much they're scrapping, I wouldn't put it past him closing up to the back of that queue, making it a 6-car fight for 2nd.
No, I agree with you. James May there on the inset still leads in the 7Ss. Patrick McCarthy and Michael Winkworth going with him. So that's a 3-way fight at the moment for the lead in that class, as the 7s head down across the timing line once again. Harrington leads. What's that gap going to be? It's 2 seconds now. So yeah, there's a danger here that they've let him go. They're going to have to work together, this group. It is the only way they will catch him. And as I say that, I know I'm wasting my breath because they never do. But if they keep on swapping positions and swapping paint indeed like this, they're handing this on a platter to Damien Harrington. It's almost 3 wide again into the Wilson hairpin. Monroe there to the inside of Wanstall, who's starting to slip backwards again in the 7Ss. Meanwhile, another lead change. That is McCarthy back ahead of James May going into turn 1.
Yeah, as there goes Harrington escaping. This is very much like Caterham racing. It's like you want to keep in the pack, and if one car gets away, it's very uncharacteristic, but if it does get away, everyone else fighting behind. Either, with the effect, starts to work together and close in, or they start to lose. It's 3 wide behind. This is now between Wanstall, Monroe and Woodbridge pushing forward, because Billison's now attacking Darren Thomas. And I've noticed also the windscreen caving in like it did on Monroe yesterday. So that's another issue there. So if that's going to affect him, then Monroe still got himself on the podium, but it's the same problem. That's caved even more, I think, than Monroe's did earlier on. They're not glass windscreens. I think they're kind of like the you call it perspex, or like a similar type of material to that one. So they're more plastic windscreens. But even so, that's going to affect it aerodynamically. They're not the most aerodynamic cars anyway, Minis, but that's not going to certainly help Matty, particularly with creating air lifting inside it to possibly cause him some more problems, unless it helps him with the toe. Who knows? It could be an aid for him. Yeah, well, I'm not so sure. It's going to be interesting to see, isn't it? He's leading this queue as well now, so if he is slow in a straight line, that's not going to help their chances of catching race leader Damien Harrington. What's the gap this time? Don't think it's grown massively on this occasion. No, more or less the same as it was, actually. In fact, Darren Thomas
sets the fastest lap of the race, regardless of the fact that the front end of his car is starting to fall apart. So Thomas might just have the speed here to bring them back onto the tail of the race leader. There's a bit of a gap back then to Woodbridge, the orange car in 4th, who's got Monroe Wanstall in behind, and in fact Monroe to the inside of him here into the hairpin, and Daniel Monroe is he's not happy, is he, with his position at the moment, and he's doing everything he can to move up the order, does reclaim the place as James May reclaims the lead of the 7Ss.
I think he's enjoying himself rather than busting up positions, and rightfully so. Why wouldn't you enjoy yourself at a Mini 7 race like this? On for second again, Billerson just posturing around, having a look. He goes to the inside this time towards the run at Brundle and Nelson, side by side between Monroe and Woodbridge. Woodbridge tries to get his nose in front. He was in front at the line by 4/10 last time. As they come back into view through Brundle and Nelson, as our 7th category is still in the shot in the picture-in-picture, still with James May in front. It is still Woodbridge ahead of now Spencer. No, Monroe's ahead of Woodbridge, then Wanstall. Thomas pushing on, a little wide on the exit, but holds on to third place, and there behind Ian Penn with the rookie cross. His car wiggling around as it came on the exit. He's pushing as hard as he dares. Ooh. And it's almost a game of who can take the widest line through Coram, but keep the car in one piece and keep it anchored up for Murray's. And they're all trying to go as wide as they dare. I've seen cars before there go even too fast there and shoot across the grass and have a questionably faster lap time than anybody else, which I'm sort of certain doesn't get held unless they lose an advantage. But Harrington's gap now across the line, if you've got the 7.58 in the pit lane with problems, it's now 2.3 seconds. Despite the fighting, but Harrington's getting away, but he's not even maintaining the gap. If he's getting away, it's not by much.
No, it's not, but he is still getting away, and they're running out of laps a little bit now. Fastest lap of the race now belongs to Daniel Monroe. That's the Daniel Monroe that arrived sideways into shot there through Rich's corner, and now pulls to the outside of Darren Thomas for 3rd position. Can't make that one stick. Billerson then defending 2nd position as we focus back in on the 7Ss. Still this 3-way fight for the lead, and James May trading the lead with Patrick McCarthy. Michael Winkworth sort of has been there with them all race, but I haven't yet seen him lead in the 7Ss. He's now going to try and move up into 2nd position. The Tom Bell prepared car, TBR, Tom Bell Racing, who as far as I know are not hugely experienced in preparing Mini 7s. They were well known for a long time as a Ford specialist, but producing a very quick car now for Michael Winkworth, which moves into 2nd position within the class. They head out onto the Bentley Straight. The 7s head through Brundle and Nelson, and James May again just now starting maybe to take advantage of this fight that's going on behind him.
Yeah, maybe. Where's Ross Billerson got to? No, so Ross Billerson's car's gone missing, and he was 2nd. There goes Harrington, there goes Thomas, there goes Monroe. We've lost Ross Billerson. The 0 car has not come through in this group. So what was a 7-car group in the lead, now become a 6-car group with Harrington. There's another car slowing, that's 19, which is Ian Corson slowing up on the exit of Murray's. He's also a lap down anyway. So Ross Billerson then answers on a postcard where he's got to. He's obviously pulled up somewhere, where we're not 100%, whether our director can find him.
And Ian Corson's car has not made it into the pit lane either. It's stopped on circuit. That's not a great place for a car to be stuck, and I doubt there's much of an opportunity with the field spread that we've got for the marshals to go out and move that, so that might require an intervention from the safety car. We'll wait and see. That's certainly not what Damien Harrington wants to see. He's got a 2.5 second cushion over this battle for 2nd, which continues to rage on, with Darren Thomas, Daniel Monroe at the front of it. There you can see the Ian Corson car going nowhere.
Yeah, I think you might be right. If it's a safety car, hopefully it'll be a quick one, given the marshal can quickly push it into pit lane off the road. If they can make it like a 1-lap safety car, at least that'll be hopefully the quickest solution to get going, because that car's, it's on a part where you're accelerating out of the corner, and of course it's almost near pit lane, so you're almost obstructing pit lane and making problems as Dan Monroe holds on to 2nd place, gets back past Darren Thomas and moves forward. He's got the fastest lap of the race. Little twitch of oversteer as he pitches the car in right through Murray, through Nelson. And Glenn Woodbridge has steadily moved up into 4th place through all of this, and the safety car lights and flags are on. Oh, and that's Billerson, that's Monroe off the road, so his car was swashbuckling a bit, but
I wonder if the steering broke. Remember, he had that contact at the bomb hole earlier on. It looks like the steering arm has snapped. I wonder if that's just been working away over the course of the race. I didn't see any contact there, but it's surely too much of a coincidence that he had that contact on the right front corner, and I wonder if that's had some long-term negative effects on the steering.
Possibly, but even so, that's unfortunately his race done, which is a shame because he was putting on such a great performance and one of the most entertaining drives we've seen all weekend from the 7s. Safety car deployed then, with just under 6 minutes to go, and I'd like to think this will be a quick one. If they can quickly push it into pit lane out of position, it should be fine to see. We're going to get a replay of what happened then, so coming towards the bomb hole, let's have a look.
Yeah, watch the front wheels. He turns in and just in the compression, maybe.
Yeah.
The steering brakes. That was just that one little bit of force too much, and it is the right corner that's broken, isn't it? You can see the right front was leaning down slightly, so I'm not often right, I will admit, but I think maybe, just maybe, I've stumbled upon something there. I think it has to be related to that little bit of contact he had early on. That's such a shame, though, because the safety car would have given him an opportunity to go and fight for the win, and he's been robbed of it.
And he was so keen yesterday when we talked to him after the race. He had such a good run and getting a podium finish and going back and forth. It's in that case. Well, you talked about the one person who didn't want the safety car. Unfortunately, he now has to deal with it because Damien Harrington had that lead of some 3 seconds. He now has Darren Thomas, kind of depressed windscreen and all, right behind his tail. And Glenn Woodbridge, who's been in the mix and steadily moving up, has a genuine chance of winning this. So too does Spencer Wanstall. And I wouldn't count out Ian Penn either, because rookie player on his car or not, he's 5th on the road. If this is a relatively quick safety car and a quick, I don't know, 2-lap dash for the cash and we get a restart, 2-3 laps or so, this could be a real frantic 5-car battle because Harrington don't have that gap to take a full advantage. Thomas and co will stay with him on the restart and they will put him under pressure.
They've got to be careful because Damien Harrington's been the only driver so far this weekend who has been able to pull away at the front of the field. He did it yesterday. He had done it again in this race. So they're going to have to make some sort of a concerted effort to try and go after him here, but yeah, they've got a chance, haven't they? They've been given a lifeline here, the likes of Darren Thomas, Glenn Woodbridge and the rest of them, and they don't really want to be squandering that. There's a headlight missing by the looks of it on the James May car, which still leads in 7Ss and is 8th overall now as some of the 7s are starting to fall by the wayside. Michael Winkworth and Patrick McCarthy, they'll be planning their moves now over the final lap or two. I think we are going to have one more lap behind the safety car, aren't we? So potentially here we're looking at a 1-lap dash to the flag, aren't we?
Well, I thought they were pushing that car pretty quickly. They were going quite slow, so I wondered, the pit lane's obscure, so they might have to go for one more. I wondered if the safety car was backing off a little bit enough so that was to give them enough time to pull the car off the circuit. They've got it off the circuit now. It might be a late call, but maybe this time by, potentially.
They could, couldn't they? It depends where the safety car is. I think it maybe was just a bit too far around the lap. We'll see what happens. The safety car stays out, so it will be one more. Key thing then to see how long this lap was behind the safety car. Of course, the safety car can speed up slightly now that it knows the track is clear. That was a 2-minute 37. So yeah, we'll have time. It'll be a 1-lap shootout. They'll get to the end of this lap. There'll be one more lap to go. And limited opportunities then, really, for them to get past Damien Harrington. They'll have the run down into Riches, yes, but from a safety car restart, that's not as good an opportunity as it normally would be. So it's all going to come down to the run down the back straight and what I suspect will be a fairly elbows out run through the final few corners. And Damien Harrington, he'll be really gutted if he ends up losing the victory here as a result of this late safety car. James May there, he's going to be up behind the likes of Ross Billison, who is still there then. So Ross Billison must have just been off the road and then carried on. The Zero car back in that lead group now. He's got a new opportunity. There's a bit of damage, isn't there, look, to the front bumper on the Zero car. So that will suggest that he has been grass tracking maybe somewhere, and that might well just curtail his chances of getting back onto the podium. But anything's possible in Mini 7 racing. A lot can happen in 2 and a bit miles of racing, as I think we're about to see then. The safety car has sped up quite a bit on this second lap of the safety car period, and it's going to give us probably only time for 1 lap, but actually it's really picked up the pace quite nicely, and depending on how quick Damien Harrington gets the race restarted, we might actually just get through. Remember, they're lapping at full speed in the 131s, 132s. It's going to be very, very close, but possibly a 1-lap shootout. Let's find out then. Down towards the line they come. It's a good restart for Damien Harrington. Darren Thomas then is, 4 or 5 mini lengths back as they come to the line. Oh, 1 minute and 30 seconds or so. It should be a 1-lap dash. It depends how generous race control are feeling, but Damien Harrington has the lead then as they turn into Rich's corner for what may or may not be the final time. Keep an eye on that 7S battle going on behind as well, but this I suspect is all going to boil down to what happens down the Bentley Straight, except Harrington's already got away, look, because they're busy battling for second. They're 3 abreast into the hairpin, and Glenn Woodbridge comes through into second position, gets up the inside of Darren Thomas, and Wanstall tried to go with him as well. Can Woodbridge now get a slipstream from the race leader?
So, half a lap to go. Billison's moving out. He's scrapping to get past Graham Davis for 6 as they come back down the Bentley Straight. And to be fair, Woodbridge is latching on. He's got a decent enough tow from Harrington. He might not get him here, but if he can get a good exit through Brundle and Nelson, through the bomb hole at Coram, he might set himself up for a run down the pit straight if he's brave enough. Down towards the complex for the final time. Thomas holds third, side by side for sixth between Billison and Davis. Looks like Billison has got it. The run was okay off of Nelson for Woodbridge. He's more defending from Thomas here. His depressed windscreen. Wansell's back to fourth now. He's off the podium. And James May's up there, battling at the back of Graham Davis for position. Overall, he's leading the 7S category quite comfortably, but I think at this point in time, it seems to be Harrington's got enough pace on this final lap to go ahead and hold on to the lead. So it might be only a one-lap dash, but it's all Harrington needed to hold on to it. Despite the safety car, looks like he is going to hold on to victory after all.
Oh, well, it was the restart that did it, really. He built a nice gap, didn't he? And it meant they were all busy battling for second, really. So Damien Harrington does basically what he did yesterday, manages to pull away from the rest of the pack. Is it a checkered flag? It is, and it waves for Damien Harrington then, who wins race number 2 of the weekend. Glenn Woodbridge comes home in second, with Darren Thomas right alongside him actually at the line, only a tenth and a half between them. Spencer Wanstall comes home in fourth. There was another close finish further back there. That was for second in the S's actually, with Patrick McCarthy just keeping Michael Winkworth at bay by 300ths of a second, so nearly a change for second position in the 7S category, but it does go the way of Patrick McCarthy over Michael Winkworth in an entertaining race there for the Mini 7s. What else would you expect to see from Mini 7 racing? And Damien Harrington will be delighted to have won it, especially having negotiated that safety car, which very much wasn't part of his plan, but he managed to hold on anyway. You see there that the wind has picked up quite noticeably over the last half an hour or so, but still no sign of the rain, thank goodness. And no one was going to rain on Damien Harrington's parade there. He was able to come home a winner, managed the safety car situation really well. He wins from Glenn Woodbridge, with Darren Thomas third, fourth Spencer Wanstall, fifth Ian Penn, sixth Ross Billison, and Graham Davis comes home in seventh. James May, the winner in the 7S's, ahead of Patrick McCarthy and Michael Winkworth. Bertie Woolard was next, then it was Lee Pullman, with Harry Taylor in amongst the 7S's by the end there, ahead of Daniel Bolster. Then 15th position overall, Nigel Davis ahead of Jack Vanner and George Welch, Ben Butler and Billy Ferguson, with Richard Ball completing the top 20. Mike Rayner was next ahead of Matthew Howard, then it was John Hobbs, Tom Johnston and Holly King, with Daniel Munro sadly out after a broken steering, and Ian Corson slowing, coming out of the final turn, stopping just shy of the pit entry, and that brought about the race's safety car period. And Tony Ayres, also a non-finisher. I forget what happened now to Tony. I think he might have retired to the pit lane. Yes, he did. On the 5th lap of the race. So, congratulations then to Damien Harrington, race winner at Snetterton. And Damien Harrington then with a double race victory and a really solid weekend all round, really. First race win was pretty comprehensive. That wasn't quite such a dominant winning margin, but actually was on course to win by probably more than the 2.5 seconds that he won by yesterday, had it not been for the safety car. They were his first 2 wins of the year as well. Damien Harrington had a non-finish in the first race at Donington Park, bounced back then to finish 4th in race 2, but the wins went the way of Glenn Woodbridge and Daniel Munro, so a bit like the Miglias really. So many drivers capable of winning in these classes this season that I think we're in for a very close championship battle. Michael Winkworth was a double winner in the 7S's last time out at Donington Park. Of course, James May has been on winning form this weekend, so intriguing championship battles ahead, I think, as the season moves forward. Let's get the thoughts, shall we then, of our double race winner.
Fun to watch?
Definitely. Again, another great race in the Mini 7s, and the 7 category in particular put on some great action. Damien Harrington, the race winner. Now, I'll ask you to keep it clean. What went through your mind when that safety car came out?
I was like, well, how has he managed to stop there? Because I'd gone past him on a previous lap, and it was obviously a problem because he'd gone around it slowly, but just bad luck. You know, it's like I was hoping the safety car decided he quite liked driving around, so I might drive around for a few more minutes. But yeah, I was worried for sure.
Yeah. But 2 out of 2 for this weekend, 2 good victories, and I mean it cements number 1 on the door that you're a champion for the reason. For reason. So good start to the season so far.
Well, what can I say? I mean, I've got a great team behind me. I've got Iconic Motorsport, SH engine. So I mean, the car is an absolute rocket. So I've got to give a lot of credit to the car on this one.
Hey, credit to yourself. You're obviously champion for a reason.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Well done. It's best next time. Let's have a chat to Glenn Woodbridge in second place. Glenn, ever the opportunist, you picked your moment on the apron and went, was it 3 wide into the hairpin and managed to go from 4th to 2nd in one move. Good job.
I can't actually remember it, to be honest. It was so much going on.
You'll have to watch it back.
Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah, no, that was a great race. Really enjoyed it. Gutted it's over, to be honest.
Yeah. Fun weekend all round?
Yeah, I had a great weekend. Fifth yesterday, second day. It's good points, so yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, good stuff. Fingers crossed for next time.
We can only hope, yeah.
Well done. Great driving. Well done, exception. Very quickly, we'll grab third place man Darren Thomas. Have a chat with Darren, he's just over here. Darren, been thick of the action all weekend, haven't you? And that was again more classic Mini 7 racing. If you want to grab your cap as well. Well done. Good stuff.
Thank you very much. No, it's a bit fraught in the middle, but yeah, really good 2 results over the weekend.
Yeah. Carsey's been good for one more weekend, and you had a bit of a similar problem to what Daniel did with your windscreen caving in a little bit.
I've just noticed that, yeah. It was a bit chilly beyond the safety car. That's the only time I noticed it.
You noticed it when you got out of the car?
Yeah.
I think Daniel was the same. He didn't realise you had it until he heard a noise in the cockpit.
Yeah. My daughter just pointed it out to me.
Yeah. Fair stuff. Hopes for next time?
So we got on. It's been a good weekend, so thank you.
Definitely has. Well done. Excellent stuff. I'm just going to keep a tab to see what time we've got if James May's around. It's not that James May, obviously, but I can't quite see where he is. I think that might be James May over there, I think, if let's have a chat to him if I can. And rather than guess it, so we'll head back to the next one. So here's James May. Well, I think we can actually have a chat to him, so have a chat if we can. I should know who James May is if we can find James. And James May. I should know who he is, but let's have a chat to James if we can. James May. Should be better versed at this.
With the cap at the back.
Just the caps, right, come with me. So I'm getting my workout as well as you are, so we'll go over that one. If Andy's laughing in the commentary box, stop it. Right, James, have a quick chat with you as well. It's never dull with these Mini 7s, and you 3 at the front were going back and forth all the mix.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic. Every car on the straight, you just kind of suffer. You know, if you're leading onto that straight, you're probably not going to be leading at the end of it.
Yeah.
So you just got to keep on your toes and just try and position yourself for those last couple of laps, really.
Yeah. You had a cracking weekend though. You've been up towards the front, you got pole in the category, and just you've been back and forth on that category. Even you challenging a couple of the Mini 7 front runners on that restart.
Yeah, it was good. I have to thank the team massively. Moved to IMS this weekend with Scott, and the car has been absolutely brilliant. So it was pretty easy to be near the front, to be honest.
Plenty of confidence for next time.
Hopefully, yeah.
Congratulations. Well done. We'll see you for next time. So Mini 7, we've still got one more to go, which is their second Mini Miglia race. Whilst I go back to the commentary box and work out which driver's which, we'll head back to Andy for our next penultimate race of the morning before we go to our lunch break. So Andy, back to you, and stop laughing.
I would never dream of laughing at you, Scott. That was some of the best television that we've had all weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed that. And the Mini 7 race was pretty entertaining as well. Scott, if you can find the commentary box, will be back with me shortly to talk through the last race of the morning's action. We've got more action to come later on this afternoon, of course. A busy afternoon of racing, actually 8 races to come after the lunch break. And the Modified Ford Series will kick us off with 2 races actually to come for them this afternoon. But it is the Silverlake Production Cup and the Silverlake DS3 Cup which takes to the track first. The Production Cup cars, I believe, at the front of the grid, headed by Rich Hockley, who was by nearly a second and a half quicker than anyone else in qualifying this morning. Oliver Devine King, who we saw out earlier on in the VW Audi races, will be starting his Audi TT from second on the grid ahead of Henry Swanson and Tate Taverner. Then Matthew Hollier with Colin Dunn on row number 3 in the Renault Clio. Pair of Renault Clios, actually. Hayden Payne in the VW Golf starts 7th ahead of David Richardson, who also was out earlier on in the Audi TT. David Clark is next, listed as driving a Renault 5. Now, I do hope that's a Renault 5, and I hope it's one of the classic Renault 5s as well. One of my favourite cars ever, the Renault 5, proper retro throwback car. That starts 9th alongside the Fiesta Mark 7 of Aaron O'Toole, and then Gerard Merriman and Kelton Martin at the back of the grid. Then there's a gap and we start getting into the Citroën DS3s. Good to have a good handful of them out this weekend. 7, I believe, entered this weekend. Aaron Chalk and Daniel Duell are on the front row of the grid ahead of Theo Longman and Alex Hughes. Lewis Tyson and Bailey Coop McGuffey are next, with Curtis O'Brien at the tail end of the field. So 7 of those Citroën DS3s which are running within the Silverlake DS3 Cup, which is another of the BRSCC's new initiatives, which launched a couple of seasons ago, is now starting to gain a bit of momentum. It's running as a championship for the first time this year, and developed in conjunction with the BRSCC's long-term partners SW Motorsports, who provide the kits for the cars. It's another one of those sort of quirky one-make series that the BRSCC are really quite good at developing, and good to see a few more of them out on track for this first race of the day. So, grid formed. We've got the green flag lap though still to go, and Rich Hockley in his Honda Civic will be at the front of the grid. Can't imagine Rich Hockley driving anything other than a Honda Civic, really. It's a car that we see him, well, a type of car we've seen him have a huge amount of success in over the years. Various different versions of the Honda Civic that he's raced in the past. In fact, he's not the only Civic out there, is he? Because we've also got the EP3 shape Civic of Tate Taverner starting on the second row of the grid, and that very familiar yellow Audi TT on the outside of row number 1, which is the Oliver Devine King car. Audi TT Cup spec machine. It is the same car that he was racing earlier on in that championship. And, he's back out again, pulling double duty today. Busy day for him then, with 4 races today. 2 in the Audi TT Cup, and another 2 now within the Silverlake Production Cup. Bit of a delay then in getting the cars released onto the green flag lap. I think there's a bit of recovery work still to be done after that Mini 7 race, but the green flag does now wave. The cars then head out and the drivers make their final preparations. Scott Woodward, I'm delighted to say, has navigated his way back to the commentary box and is ready to talk through this race with me in an eclectic mix of cars that we've got on show, Scott.
Apparently you're ripping me on the commentaries, I'm not talking to you.
Me? No, that doesn't sound like me at all, Scott.
I beg to differ. Joking, of course. No, on serious notes, aside from that, because I was told by the cameraman not to grass on him. But anyway.
Oh, Ian, I'll be having words.
Anyway, that aside, jokes back to the task at hand. Yeah, this is good to see. Production Cup. It's basically a sprint format of what the ever popular Club Sport Trophy. So it's a very similar class structure. I think it's 6 classes in the mix, but also it's mixed in with, as you rightfully said, the DS3 Cup, which is kind of a next step up from City Car Cup. Of course, it's that lineage of cars you've got when you go through the different step ups. You've got the C1, you go to the City Car Cup, then you go into the DS3 Cup, and then move forwards into other categories on top of that. So good to see we've got a few of them. They're mixed in with the Production Cup cars because they fit quite nicely. And again, just like we do get in Club Sport Trophy, Production Cup is giving us a nice eclectic mix of cars, a lot of different mix of machines in there, from a Peugeot 308 to a Honda Civic Type R EP3 to a Volkswagen Golf, and even an old school little Renault 5 GT Turbo, and everything else in between. So good to see we've got a nice mixture forming up once again. It's still growing popularity, an old Mark IV Golf GTI in there as well, which is nice to see. So lots of older and newer machinery, and the DS3 Cup cars complement it nicely as well.
Yeah, good initiative, the DS3 Cup. I do hope that we can get a bigger grid of these cars as we go through the season. As you said, the fact it's now running as a championship this year, hopefully will entice a few more people out as the season goes on. And sort of the bigger brother almost of a Citroën C1, isn't it, the DS3? So maybe a bit of a Citroën racing ladder developing there within the BRSCC ranks. There is the Renault 5. It is a classic Renault 5. That's excellent news. The Renault 5 GT Turbo of David Clark, who actually, now I think about it, I'm sure I've come across David racing at Brands Hatch a few times in a couple of the BARC's championships over there. He, I think, is London-based, and he's been racing that car for a little while. Brilliant to have a Renault 5 out there. There can't be many of them still racing, certainly not in the UK. I think you can probably count on the fingers of one hand how many racing Renault 5s there are, and great to have that one out on track with us here at Snetterton. The VW Golf there of Hayden Payne just ahead, whose father Andrew is part of the organisational team for the BRSCC, and Hayden, who we've seen racing a number of things, actually, haven't we, within the BRSCC circle. City Car Cup springs to mind. Yes, we've seen Hayden out in those cars, but this is a bit of a step up into the VW Golf. Slightly older car, slightly more powerful car though, I'd imagine, and we're interested to see how he handles that. Qualified 7th. That car runs within Class B of the Production Cup. We've got classes A, B, C and D technically within the Production Cup. It's all based on power to weight ratio basically, so Class A is at the higher power to weight ratio numbers, between 236 to 265 brake horsepower per tonne if you'd like to be precise, and then the less powerful cars running in the lower classes, meaning you've always got someone to race against within the Production Cup, regardless of what your car is. There's the Renault 5. I think the message has got through to the camera ops that I'm quite happy to see that car on the grid. I hope we're seeing plenty more of it over the course of the next 15 minutes then. Our first Silverlake Production Cup and DS3 Cup race of the weekend about to burst into life. Honda Civic versus Audi TT on the front row. The Peugeot then of Henry Swanson has the Civic Type R of Tate Taverner for company on row 2. 5-second board then has been shown. Racing about to commence then for the final time before the lunch break here at Snetterton. Who's going to get the best of the launches off the front row? It is definitely going to be Rich Hockley. Rich Hockley uncontested, I suspect, down into the first corner. Yep, he's going to hold the early advantage. Oliver Devine King busy trying to defend second there from Tate Taverner, who comes around the outside in the Civic, gives the TT a bit of a squeeze into the first corner. And who came out on top? Was it Taverner? Was it Devine King? They're still debating second place, actually, as they head into the braking zone at the Wilson hairpin. Not such a good start for Henry Swanson. Look, he's down into about 5th place as they turn into the hairpin, and Oliver Devine King gets a bit of an assist there from Taverner. Good save from Oliver, who I think tried to close the door through the left-hander, hadn't quite cleared the Civic. That, Scott, could have been disaster.
It could have been, but they're both front-wheel drive, so they boot the throttle and the front wheel will come back around. Despite the slow start for Henry Swanson, powering past the Taverner Civic, and now trying to go wheel-to-wheel with Oliver Devine King as they go down towards the complex. Now, Hockley's already been away and got it in the first couple of corners, but still Devine King holding firm as he tries to defend from Swanson's Peugeot 308. Down towards the bomb hole they go for the first time at racing speeds. Top three already creating a gap at this point, so Rich Hockley is already further firmly away and gone. He looks pretty comfortable out in front here at this point. Turning his way now out of through Coram and towards Murray's for the first time. So it's Honda from Audi from Peugeot. That's the top three as they come out. You can hear the VTEC of the EK Honda Civic just blasting away in the background, that being Rich Hockley's car. And that car, it can be temperamental at times, but at the same time, when it is on form, it is pretty formidable in any kind of race it goes into, particularly in multi-class sort of hot hatch and saloon series like this. Swanson done 4th, Taverner down to 5th. He's been passed by Colin Dunn's Renault Clio. He's got Hayden Payne's car just behind in the 200, which is the Mark IV Golf, and then the DS3s, which is coming through. It should be as they come across the line. We'll see who comes across for them. Daniel Jewell leads from Theo Longman, and they're just ahead of the Mazda RX-8 of Kelton Martin. Alex Hughes in 3rd place in car 27 in the final podium spot currently in the lap 1 in the DS3s. Oops, and that's one car off the road.
Who was that off the road? Was it Hayden Payne? No, Hayden Payne's still there. It was another blue car.
No, it's Tate Taverner.
Oh, it's Tate Taverner. It's the Civic, yes, well spotted. That's been popped out of line. I'm not sure whether there was contact or whether it was a mechanical issue maybe. Hopefully he's been able to continue on his way, and he has, but maybe off the pace slightly. We'll see whether or not he's able to get the car back up to speed. There's the number 7 Renault Clio of Matthew Hollier dicing away with David Richardson. They both run within Class C, so that is for class position. And the Renault Clio, another of... there's something about sort of 80s and 90s Renaults. I did quite like the design of cars, but I suppose that's just about a 90s car, isn't it? The Renault Clio, or maybe early 2000s, that shape of Clio. Anyway, good looking car, and well presented that as well. It comes up behind the Renault 5, which turns into the final turn. And Matthew Hollier then will now try and take 6th place away from David Clark in the Renault 5 Turbo across the line, as Rich Hockley leads. Fastest lap though, Oliver Devine King, and he was 3 seconds quicker than Rich Hockley. Well, 2.7 seconds anyway. I don't know what's going on there, but Oliver Devine King is on an absolute tear.
It's all that extra track time he's got for doing
apparently so.
Audis. He's doing both this weekend. You can see there, that's the other Matthew Hollier Clio. It's got the kind of 80s Group B Renault 5 style, and that is the MX RX-8 of Kelton Martin that's gone for a spin. Meanwhile, 3 hot hatches at play. Golf versus Renault 5 GT Turbo versus Renault Clio, and it's the Golf that wins out for the moment. There's the other Clio in the mix, which is Matthew Hollier, who's cleared off up the road, clearing 7th. No, that will be for him. That will be 5th position now, because David Clark and Hollier are now in behind him. That's Colin Dunn, in fact. I'll correct myself on that one. Colin Dunn 4th, then Payne, Clark and Hollier. Richardson in the Audi trying to chase after. This is in the DS3s, and that's Longman going around the outside of Jewel. He's led the first couple of laps, but Longman was only 4/10 back, so change for leading them. Third place there just behind the Clio, Gerard Merriman, is Aaron Chalk. That's from the Silverlake stable itself, so good to have a Silverlake sponsored car. And Longman's car has got a little bit of rear bumper damage, but it's fading slightly. Not fading, it's not losing lots of pace, but it's got a little bit of a loose rear bumper. Closing back in under braking, but the two of them pretty much nose to tail, and gapping Aaron Chalk pretty quickly, who himself, as you mentioned, is more fussed with battling Gerard Merriman's Clio than trying to chase after these two.
Yes, exactly so. So good competition then within the DS3 Cup at this stage. At the head of the field, by the way, Rich Hockley's now sort of responded to the challenge that was developing from Oliver Divine King. He's just set the new fastest lap, 22.0, and pulled out 1.3 seconds or so on Oliver. So Rich Hockley seems to be back in the groove again now as the DS3 Cup lead battle turns into Murray's Corner. In front of a fairly well-packed spectator banking there. Lots of people gathering around that part of the circuit to watch this morning's racing. Great to see. Down past the timing line and past our commentary position they go. And a little bit of daylight now between Theo Longman and Daniel Jewell, with, as you said, Jewell's rear bumper coming a little bit loose. That won't be helping the aerodynamics of the car down the long straights. Main concern, though, is whether or not it becomes any looser. If it does, that could attract the attention of the clerk of the course. I'd say it's borderline now. If it comes any further away from the rest of the car, then that could be trouble. I see the DS3s have got the same quirk with the hazard lights that we see in the Fiesta ST240s, don't we, where the hazard lights are linked to the ABS system. So if you see the lights flashing in the braking zone, it's not the driver trying to distract the car ahead. It's because the ABS has kicked in. It's a crossover from, obviously, these are road cars. These are fully production-based cars, and on the roads, if you have to slam on the brakes all of a sudden, obviously you want the cars around you to know that you're slowing suddenly, and so the hazard lights will start to flash. On the racetrack, it's slightly less relevant, but yeah, don't panic if you see the flashing of the lights. It's just a quirk of the cars, which are very evenly matched. Clearly, nothing to choose between these two.
Yeah, good distraction technique, even though it's unintended, but it's good to see. So Longman and Jewell, their roles reversed in how they started. So Longman probably got more experience in this car than others. He's drove it a few times last year, definitely in full versed. Little wiggle around on the brakes. Meanwhile, change for second. Henry Swanson has caught and passed Oliver Divine King. So Peugeot passes Audi, and the gap is still about just under 5 seconds. Last time by, Hockey set a new fastest lap of the race, 1:21.305. That was at least 1.3 seconds quicker than the two cars behind. It was a 22.6 for Swanson, 22.9 for Divine King. Personal bests, but still the Peugeot outpacing the Audi. There goes Colin Dunn in 4th position. It's now Clio's 4th and 5th. And I think we're ready. Yes, we've got Collier lapping the tail end of the DS3 Cup cars. He's lapped one of them, which I think is that is O'Brien in number 13. That is Curtis O'Brien. His next couple of cars to pick up are going to be Lewis Tyson and Bailey Coop McGuffey. There goes second, third, but they've also got a lap on Kelton Martin's Mazda RX-8. So lots of different pace differentials, but there's one or two little battles forming everywhere you look.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Swanson was only 1/10 of a second slower than Rich Hockley that time, and of course he was busy overtaking Oliver Divine King for part of the lap, so now he's in clean air. I wonder whether he can start closing in on the race leader, whose pace has been yo-yoing slightly. Oh, big moment. That's Theo Longman from the lead of the DS3s. Got it all wrong in the braking zone, and Nelson, he's still not gathered it together like a booking Bronco. That was a rough ride over the grass. Finally manages to bring the car to a halt and correct the situation, but that was a scary moment, and Theo Longman, having fought hard to get the lead away from Daniel Jewell, throws it all away.
He's still third, though.
Yes.
He lost that not just to... what was that? Daniel Jewell, but also to Aaron Chalk in the Silverlake car. So he's down to third position, but that was quite a wild ride, an unintended wild ride through Brundle and Nelson, but he managed to sort of yeehaw his way over the grass and get back through again. See here the GT Turbo David Clark is coming back at the number 7 of Matthew Hollis. So these two in fairly classic Renault colours are going back and forth here. Two different generations of, I guess the Clio was the spiritual successor for the Renault 5, so these two kind of generations are working well. As I said that, was it David Clark taking it easy?
He's just slowing down so that we can better appreciate the glorious design of the Renault 5
so
Turbo.
It's definitely not a problem at all.
No. Famously reliable are 1980s Renaults, from what I've heard.
I think the jokes have to stop because that is, in all seriousness, unfortunately, David Clark. That not all is well, I'm afraid, looks like with that GT Turbo. So I'm afraid that car might well be pit lane bound, unfortunately. I think our favourite car on the grid, and unfortunately is retiring to the pits with an issue, which hopefully can be fixed for race 2. Now, interestingly, that's Aaron Chalk is starting to try and close in as our camera person tries to figure out who to look at. Finally finds DS3 leaders. I think he was expecting the Longman to come back in, but Daniel Jules lost it himself. Loses the back end, and now Aaron Chalk somehow finds himself in the lead. He's been up 2 places in 2 quads, exactly the same spot for exactly the same reason.
I'll tell you what, they might not be the fastest cars out there, but don't be fooled into thinking they're easy to drive, these DS3s. They're obviously a bit of a challenge under braking, and well, Duel suddenly throws away the lead, as you say, against all odds. And yeah, that's completely changed the complexion now of the DS3 Cup. Under braking, it's a difficult braking point, that. It's very bumpy, and you're braking on a turn. Anytime you're braking and turning at the same time, which you have to do a few times here at Snetterton, the rear of the car has a tendency to step out, especially a front-wheel drive car, where all of the weight is over the front axle. The back can get very light very quickly, and we've seen how easily and how often that can go wrong. So Aaron Chalk now claims the lead, with Daniel Duel second. And what's the gap between the two of them after that? It is 5 seconds. So we'll see whether or not Daniel's got the pace to close back in and reclaim the race lead.
Yeah, certainly so. Is Dave Richardson, who is... that's the reason why I thought we couldn't pass. There was the flag. Gerard Merriman's Renault Clear that has pulled off at a rather odd angle on the pit straight, and it looks like it's an immediate failure of some kind because it's just stopped and can't go any further. Now, I don't want to say the word safety car, but unfortunately that is in a very precarious position, and that's with 4 and a bit minutes to go. Unless they're going to let it run until 75% distance, which is, what, 3 3/4 minutes?
Yes.
So they're probably, whether they let it cover it under yellows, then possibly drive preempt it and say they're going to red flag it.
It might be the most sensible course of action, because a safety car now would probably take us to the end of the race anyway, and there's no sense really in wasting time, you could argue. Very odd, though, for the... just the angle that the car has pulled off at. As you say, it clearly lost power completely, and he couldn't even get it up against the barrier. Do we have a...
I thought that Marshall's gone running to the car to see what's happening with it. We've gone past 75% distance now, so they can red flag it, and yeah, there you go. Red flag. Race has been stopped. I think they were probably waiting to cover it with yellows, wait until the time it ticked through, then they can do that, so they can declare it as a result, because the rule is, in case you don't know, if a race goes past 75% distance, which this one has just done, which is with 3 minutes and 45 seconds or less left to go, then they can red flag it and declare the result and the race finished. So considering they were a tiny bit behind time to try and get back on timetable, it's probably also a smart decision, given that, as you rightfully say, a safety car would have just eaten into that, taken way too long. They'd have finished under safety car, wouldn't have given us a true finish. This isn't a true finish either, not what you want to see to have it end under red flag, but unfortunately it's the better and less complicated option. Needs must, but unfortunately that's how the race ends.
Indeed so. So Rich Hockley then should be crowned the winner, and Henry Swanson with a strong run that to second position. I don't think the cars have been ushered into the pit lane, have they? But that will be the plan, most definitely. Don't see this race restarting. So there'll be a little bit of a process to get them back in. It's a shame, actually, they weren't able to stop them just a little bit further up, because they could have been guided down into the pit lane. Cars moving again. And where will they be sent? Don't think you're going to have to rush over to Parc Ferme here, Scott. I think it'll be a few minutes more before they make their way there. But off he will go, and we'll hear from our class winners for hopefully too much longer. So, cars being stopped on the grid, but certainly not in grid order. So I don't think this is in anticipation of a restart. I think it's just so that they can communicate to the drivers what the plan is. And yeah, they're now being waved either around for a full in-lap or potentially even the wrong way up the pit lane entry, although I suspect it'll be a full lap, will it? Looking out of the commentary box window. No, they are going to bring them in. Perhaps there's a back entrance into Parc Ferme, actually. I think that might be the case. So yeah, they're going to do a bit of a U-turn at the end of the pit straight. backwards into the paddock area, so that will speed up the process even further. So that's good. That is our morning's racing concluded. Don't go anywhere. We'll be hearing from our various podium finishers and class winners in a moment or so. But a quick reminder of what's to come later on this afternoon still. We've got 8 more races to come. We've got 2 races from the modified Fords as well, which we'll be enjoying a little bit later on. Before that, actually, here's the result then, provisionally, of that Silverlake Production and Silverlake DS3 Cup race. Rich Hockley the winner, with Henry Swanson second and Oliver Devine King third, having really been charging after Rich Hockley in the early stages. Colin Dunn was 4th, ahead of Hayden Payne. 5th position then was... 6th position was David Richardson, 7th Matthew Hollier, 8th Aaron O'Toole, and Aaron Chalk inherits the win in the DS3 Cup, unless those results go back a lap. If the results go back a lap, I suspect Daniel Duell will probably end up re-inheriting the win, question mark. Remember, he was ahead until he had that rotation down at Brundle and Nelson, but I think that was within a lap of the red flag, potentially. Theo Longman was 3rd in that category, then it was Bailey Coop McGuffey, ahead of Alex Hughes and Lewis Tyson in 14th position. 15th place was Kelton Martin, with Curtis O'Brien and David Clark next. Jared Merriman's Renault Clio, of course, stopped on the pit straight. That's what brought about the early conclusion to the race, and Tate Taverner's Honda Civic was in the wars a little bit halfway through the race and eventually retired to the pit lane. In fact, no, sorry, stopped out on track, never made it back to the pits, unfortunately. So, morning racing done. As I was starting to say, we've got 2 modified Ford races to come this afternoon. We've also got a race apiece for the Mini Miglias and the Mini 7s. The City Car Cup have 2 races as well, with the first appearance for Group C as well in the first of the races this afternoon. The VW Audi Racing Championship and the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup will be out, and we'll also have another race for the cars that have just been out on track, the Silverlake Production and DS3 Cup cars. So lots of racing to bring you this afternoon. We, by the looks of it, will be starting pretty much bang on time at 1:50, so 10 to 2 will be our restart time this afternoon. Before all of that, though, let's head down into Parc Fermé and hear from Scott Woodwiss.
So, unfortunate way to end the first Production Cup and DS3 Cup race here at Snetterton, but I've got, I think, the most unexpected winner, I think, for his win of his career, Aaron Short. Considering that you didn't actually have to pass anyone, they fell off themselves and went from 3rd to 1st in 2 consecutive laps.
Yeah, I'm saying that I was applying the pressure, causing the mistakes in hand. That's how we're going. So, yeah, no, it was good. A bit tricky in the first corner. The Clio sort of spun, so as soon as I dabbed the brakes, cold rear tyres, it just rotated. So I rotated as well. So, managed to get on quite safely, though, and then just put on a chase. So, yeah, I'm well happy with that, because I should have done it from the front, but hey, I'll take that.
You're part of the Silverlake stable, of course, that are sponsoring both series, both the DS3 Cup and the Production Cup as well. You're getting behind the wheel as well on top of that too. You seem to be pretty happy with these cars and how they handle?
Yeah, we're really good. We've been trying to sort of get around all the little quirks of it last year, and this year we seem to come out straight out of the box, and this seems pretty good. Alan's put a load of effort into us getting these cars, and Greg Rose and me built the cars with the whole team of people at Silverlakes, and yeah, they're coming on really well. We're hoping to get another one by the end of the season. So and we get some more numbers, because whoever tries these cars out, they're going to love them.
Of course, you've got 7 already, so numbers are growing and hopefully gets double figures by the end of the year.
Yeah, definitely. And we want to see it, and everyone wants to see it. So, yeah, we're happy.
So do we, because more cars means more great racing.
Exactly that.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. Unexpected, but go and get your trophy. You still earned it. Right, let's have a chat to our race winner Production Cup. We have a chat to Rich Hockley. Rich, good effort in the mix as well. Whenever the car's on good form, that Honda's always formidable, and you're always up at the front somewhere.
I do try. I'm very trying, isn't I? Yeah, I mean, 2 laps in or a lap in, it's like with the warning lights coming on, voltage low, and I thought, don't drop off fuel pressure, and it was doing. It was backing out, so I just thought, I've just got to, and all of a sudden, bang, it come good, and it was like back on it again. So happy days, it fixed itself.
We did wonder, because we saw the pace, because Oliver took about 3 seconds off it, then you were back to speed again. So that
I literally came out the hairpin and back onto Bentley Straight, and it did it, and I was like, oh no, here we go. And I see him gaining, and all of a sudden, just as I come under the bridge and braked, it come back on again. So whether it's electrical fault, I don't know, but it cleared itself, and it was all good after that.
When the car's on song, it seems to be in pretty well sorted condition.
Yeah, it handles well. If I'm down on power, I've got it on the handling. So yeah, it swings and roundabouts. But at the minute, touch wood, it's there and thereabouts. So we're good. We're good.
Excellent. So more the same for race 2 later?
I hope so. You know what, man? Fingers crossed.
You want to get a double, of course you do.
Let's hope so.
Good stuff. Well done. Good stuff. Excellent. Good stuff for that one. Right. Let's bring in one of our drivers here, which is Hayden Payne, who of course is the son of Andrew Payne, looks after the coordination. So your first weekend, a new car to you at least, which is the Mark IV Golf. How are you finding it?
Good. It's more of a shakedown weekend for the team, really. They've only just bought it and done a few things to it to make it race ready. So there's a lot of work there, but P1 in Class B, P5 overall, I think. We started losing brakes near the end, which is ideal, so I'm happy for the red flag. But yeah, just damage limitation and hoping for the best, really.
A little bit different to the city car you used to.
Yeah, a little bit more power. I actually get some wheel spin in this one, which is a surprise. But yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah. And so that's been developed for, what's the purpose of the Golf?
So we're still a student team, so it's still a college. So it's good to get the students working on something a bit more. There's a lot more sort of things going on there. Yeah. Different weekends, different paddocks sometimes, and it's just for the team to build a car from scratch and build it up. The only thing we bought was a Mark IV Golf. It had a cage in it, and I think it got ripped out interior and a cage, and that's about it. So the team have built it up from there in the past few weeks, and this is just to get it really, see if it's working properly, which we found a few faults, or many faults, so to say, but yeah, it's got a lot better now.
Yeah, good stuff. So hopefully more pace for race 2?
Yeah, hopefully get another win in Class. It was quite hard to get that Renault 5 behind me, but yeah, hopefully so.
You get much stick from your dad to go a bit faster?
Yeah, but you can't really say much. I used to race him, didn't I? I used to beat him all the time, bless him, but yeah, he's good.
Officially caught on camera. Hayden, well done. Good to see the Golf out there. Good to see you doing a good job. That's good stuff. Let's see who else we've got that we can have a chat to. What about second and third in production? If we got either Oliver or Henry, if they're around to have a chat to. I'm sure Andrew Payne's going to help me divide. Is that Henry got here? Let's bring Henry Spolson, who was third place in the Peugeot. Good to see, I think. But Henry, good car to bring out in this production cup. How does it feel today?
Yeah, it's just getting used to the track again. Haven't been here for a while, so yeah, just getting used to everything. Kind of getting some practice in for later in the season in Brick Car, and just have a bit of fun, really. And
it's been run by Fixable Motorsports and Jared Coulson. So how you find everyone? It's a pretty striking car as well. In blue and red, it's a pretty smart car to have on the grid.
Yeah, it definitely stands out, especially with the chrome and everything. But yeah, awesome car. Love driving it. Yeah.
Also, you've had a drive in a couple of these DS3s as well. How's it feel to be in a car that's faster than them, going to be around them rather than being the one that's having to avoid everybody else?
Yeah, it's definitely something else. I had a few moments in the race with trying to avoid them, but yeah, the speed difference is insane. Yeah, I just glide past them.
Yeah. Is this race just about gaining more confidence in the car and the setup?
Yeah, because well, I haven't been here for 3-4 months, so. Yeah, it's just getting used to the car around here, and yeah, just trying to get the best lap times possible.
You got an overall podium. Well done. Car looks good, so fingers crossed for race 2. We'll see if we can do a good job. Well done.
Thank you.
And I think we've got Oliver as well for in the Audi as well. Oliver, good to see you back again. Busy boy this weekend because you're in the Volkswagen Audis and you're in Production Cup as well, so you're getting your money's worth today.
Yeah, I'm doing 5 races this weekend, 2 qualifyings, so it's like on and off the track, but I'm loving it. It's really good fun.
Yeah. Of course, pace-wise, you look pretty strong, battling particularly with a little bit back and forth with the Peugeot, so it looks like that car's got some good pace to keep with a car like that.
Yeah, I don't really have the straight line speed, but through the corners it's like fully dialed in, so I'm reeling them in there, but then on the straights they can take off a bit.
Yeah. Do you find as well that with the car, are you finding, whether it's in the Audis or in this Champ Series, that you're finding just more with the speed with the car and more confidence with it and more setup data as you do each session?
Yeah, I mean, I've been with the TTs for a while, so I'm like really confident with the cars and I know how they perform and how they work. So the setup's pretty easy with them. It's really easy to dial that in and just get the performance. Yeah.
Are you very satisfied with how it feels and good for race 2?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It'll probably be a similar finish unless there's something else happens in front. But no, I'm very, very confident.
Anything can happen in all the series today, so you might luck into a victory.
Yeah, exactly. There's been lots of incidents going on, so I just need to capitalise on that.
Fingers crossed. Well, great driving. Well done. Keep busy today, so have a good one getting 5 races this weekend. That's a bit of a hero's performance, that one. Right, we're going to throw to lunch now with a bit of a break, so enjoy that. First race after lunch is our first for the Modified Ford Series, a fantastic grid of modern and classic blue oval cars that you can enjoy once the race gets back underway. So join myself and Andy McEwen back on live stream here, and stay tuned for more brilliant racing action from the BRSCC here at Snetterton in Norfolk. Stay tuned. We'll see you after lunch.
We are almost ready to resume racing here at the Snetterton 200 circuit after a busy morning. We've got 8 more races coming your way over the next few hours to keep you entertained into the final part of this BRSCC race meeting. We've already got cars lining up on the grid ahead of our first race after lunch. It's the first of 2 races this afternoon. A busy day for the Modified Ford Series drivers. They qualified earlier on this morning and they will have 2 races now with only a couple of hours between them. And as always with Modified Ford, we've got a healthy grid of cars and hopefully a really entertaining race to come. We are looking forward to this one with a busy grid and an eclectic mix of cars. And yeah, Modified Ford Series, a real fan favourite as well. Some cars racing in this championship that you don't see anywhere else. Pole position taken by Lloyd Jameson in the Escort Cosworth Maxi, with Piers Grange's Escort Mark II starting alongside him. James Allen, always a front runner in this category. In fact, James was a double race winner at Alton Park for the season opener. He starts 3rd in the Focus RS, and then another Focus of Todd Garner for company on row 2. Alex Howe has got the Focus Estate up there, 5th position on the grid. Really good effort for Alex, with Sean Brown in the Mark 1 Escort alongside. Stephen Marsh's Focus has Paul Neville's Escort for company on row number 4. 5th row of the grid then for Tyler England, Mark IV Ford Fiesta, and Mike Thurley's Mark 1 Zaxspeed Escort, another of my personal favourites, it must be said. Chris Baker and Ollie Clark are next. That is, I'm fairly certain, he's not actually messaged me this weekend. I'm sure that's the Ollie Clark who was the videographer for TCR UK last year. I'll double check that. I know he's been testing a Fiesta ST180 over recent months. Wayne Crabtree and Jason Stone are next, ahead of Gary Johnson and Andy Pipe in a Mark 1 Escort. Piers Warwick in a similar car starts 17th, ahead of Colin Claxton. Malcolm Wise's Escort Cosworth is, I would argue, out of position all the way down in 19th on the grid, with Will Arif in a Fiesta completing the top 20. John Ward, presumably not circuit commentator John Ward, because that's some real multitasking if that's the case. Michael McKenzie in an ST150 is next, ahead of Gary Littlewood and James Newins, with Dave Barrett, Leroy Brown and Martin Reynolds completing the field. There's one slow away.
That's Leroy Brown.
Leroy Brown, yes, just seeing this out of the window in his red Fiesta, struggling to get through the gears potentially. It's got some power, but I'm not convinced he's going to take the start. No, he's attempting to pull off to the side of the road on the run down towards Rich's corner. Hopefully that's not going to lead to a delayed start. We'll have to wait and see. So, second event of the season for Modified Ford. It all started at Alton Park, as I said, a few weeks ago, and James Allen took a double race victory, with Todd Garner getting a couple of podium finishes. Chris Harrison and Paul Neville also had a couple of podium finishes, but there are multiple classes in action within Modified Fords, and wherever you are up and down the grid, there will be a battle to be had. Class A cars in particular look pretty evenly matched this weekend, although qualifying, Scott, was very close. Lloyd Jameson 3/100ths of a second quicker than Piers Grange, and Piers was only 4/10ths quicker than James Allen. Those two both running in Class A, so some tasty battles I think ahead here.
Tasty battles with tasty machinery, because then we can agree Modified Ford has always brought on a fantastic looking grid, plenty of lots of variety. If you're a Ford fan, it definitely is a grid for you. And I have to say, the car focusing on that, AJ Howe, of course, a good commentator friend of yours and mine, Rob Lewis, who's in the paddock this weekend. He would have been racing, but had some very temperamental gearbox problems with his Focus, which means he can't be out for this one. I believe he's considering coming out for the British GT support races coming up later on, I think here or somewhere else. But nonetheless, he's going to be out once that's fixed. But he was saying AJ Howe was fully made up in terms of getting that car up there. That car's been a bit temperamental at times, a bit fragile, but when it is working on song, it is really good. So up there, fit on the grid. Hopefully, the Focus, fingers crossed and toes crossed, everything crossed, gets the flag not just in one piece, but also in a really good position. And again, as I maintain, if you're a Ford fan, just a fan of good-looking grids, you can't really go wrong with this grid of Blue Ovals. Modified Ford's consistently put on a brilliant-looking grid of cars. There's great variety, classic and historic and modern contemporary Fords up to about 2013, all featured here. There's four-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, everything you can think of, Escorts, Fiestas, Focuses and Malott and everything else in between. Prepare for some plenty of power and noise, because it's good. If you haven't seen it before, then we can both agree you're in for a treat.
Absolutely so, and one of the most competitive qualifying sessions we've had for a while. We are having a delayed start by the looks of it, a second lap behind the safety car because of this recovery effort that's ongoing with Leroy Brown's Fiesta in a dangerous position. It's been pushed back towards the pit lane entry by the marshals, but and they can see it on the insert, but they weren't quite able to do that in time for the race to restart. So they'll be another lap behind the safety car. The time hasn't started ticking down though yet, which is good. So the race has not started. Gives me time to correct myself, by the way. Ollie Clark in the Fiesta, not the TCR videographer, that was Ollie Cook, who was testing a Fiesta ST150 last year, which was enough to confuse me. Ollie Clark, someone completely different, but we still wish him the best. He'll be running in Class B+, which is, and I am reading this for the website, I will confess, for normally aspirated multi-valve 4-cylinder engines over 2,150cc, EcoBoost engines and forced induction multi-valve engines below 1,750cc also eligible. I can pretend to know what any of that means. I am, by my own admission, not mechanically minded particularly, but whatever sort of blue oval racing car you have, there will be a class in modified Ford for it, and that's really one of the great things about this series, and also just that, the fact it's a series, it's not a championship, they don't score championship points, and they've got more than enough cars to be eligible to be a championship. They rarely have a grid less than about 25, 26 cars. They could run as a championship if they wanted to, but I genuinely think a big part of the reason for its success is that you're not having to commit to running a full season. You can dip in and out, do the odd race. There are drivers who tend to rock up to every round, but often, if you're only able or only planning on running 3 or 4 events a season, if you know it's a championship that you're dipping in and out of, sometimes the temptation can be there to do the full season, then it starts to become more and more expensive, and ultimately in the long run, doesn't tend to benefit grid sizes, does it? No, it's series like this, you get drivers who will come and do the full season because they want to, but I mean, without the run of a championship, it just means that you get drivers to be able to, ironically, some drivers commit more to the series because there's no pressure to be in the championship, and if you have a bad result, it means they have to dip out and save for other results if they want to do it. So it's quite intriguing to do that, and also as well they have a system here where the more entries they get, technically the cheaper the entry fee becomes. So it encourages more higher entry fees, higher grids, which means you can get more entries and therefore lower your entry fee collectively, which is quite a smart thing to do, which Paul Noble and co do work on quite well. So we are going for a start this time, right? And again, just in beautiful, very neat. The times there haven't been before, but I have to say right now, actually I have to genuinely say, beautiful 2x2 formation, nicely put together, trackside and watching around the world on the stream. Once again, we say for the second time we'll take it, you're in for a treat. We've got plenty of blue oval noise coming up here, a wonderfully looking grid. I think we're set for modified Ford racing. We are indeed. Lloyd Jameson and Piers Grange then on the front row. Nothing to choose between them in qualifying. Is it going to be the same over the course of the 15-minute race? Let's find out then. 2x2 to the line, the lights go out, and we're away and racing in the modified Ford series. Lloyd Jameson has the inside line into Rich's corner. In fact, he doesn't need it. He's already cleared the car alongside him. There's some very strange goings on into the first corner. There was one of the Focuses going slowly, and that has caught out the number 14 of Ollie Clark, who has gone bouncing through the gravel trap. Challenge for the lead. Meanwhile, around the outside goes Piers Grange. Didn't have a great start, but he's cleared Lloyd Jameson now into the second corner, and the Escort Mark II leads the Escort Cosworth, but here comes the Cosworth with the extra horsepower off the corner, and Lloyd Jameson goes back through half a lap, 3 lead changes. This is good, isn't it? The oddness came from Todd Garner. His car suddenly seemed to brake, but it seemed to kind of come to almost a complete standstill, which was really very surprising. Like there was too much front brake on it, and it caught the cars out. And poor Ollie Clark had nowhere to go, went bouncing through the gravel. It took a couple of the body parts off on top of it as it got some loose. It shook the front end loose. Through he went, and his car suddenly a few grams lighter. But nonetheless, Garner's kept on going. He's just there in the middle of the shot in the. I think the Jam Sport run Focus, I think it is, Jam Sport colours, with the top 3 coming through. This is now fantastic. I can't remember if it is 4-wheel drive. I think you've literally got, if it is 4-wheel drive Maxi Cosworth versus rear-wheel drive Escort Multi versus front-wheel drive Focus RS. 3 different drivetrains, but even so, 3 very different cars, so very evenly matched in terms of pace. They're going to charge across the line pretty much as one. Plenty of 4-cylinder noise between those 3. Then you've got Sean Brown in the Brown and Geeson Mark 1. AJ Howe has kept 5th position in that one, followed by Stefan Marsh in his Focus. And then you've got Mike 30, Chris Baker and Gary Johnson rounding out the top 10, whereas the Todd Garner Focus has come across in... Has it come across? Or is it pitted? I think it might have pitted, actually. It has, yes, in the pit lane. Todd Garner then into the pits. There is a mechanical drama with that car then. Fascinating battle in prospect here then, because I've mentioned how Lloyd Jameson and Piers Grange were inseparable after qualifying, but it's immediately evident, isn't it, that their cars generate their lap time in completely different ways. Lloyd Jameson's car is definitely quicker in a straight line, but Piers Grange's car, despite it being 20 years, maybe, older than the Cosworth, is much better through the corners. It's got much more grip, a little bit more downforce maybe from that body kit on it, and through the more technical sections, he closes right back in. Look, through the bomb hole, through Corham. He's going to have a go here at going around the outside, is he, of Lloyd Jameson. He's got much more mid-corner speed, but didn't fancy going offline through the never-ending right-hander. Thinks about the inside into Murray's, which was reprofiled when the infield section of the Snetterton circuit was created all those years ago, supposedly to encourage more overtaking. I would argue it's actually had the opposite effect, but if you're really ambitious, you can throw it up the inside there. And Piers Grange wasn't feeling like it was worth the risk. James Allen now sets the fastest lap of the race in third, just to remind us all that he is a potential race winner as well. We've got a proper race on our hands here.
Really do. 3 very different cars, 3 different drivetrains, but all very evenly matched in different strengths and weaknesses. And here goes James Allen, not wasting any time, having a look up the inside, and Piers Grange shuts the door. They just about get away with it with the lightest of pieces of bodywork touching, but they managed to get away with that enough. All 3 of these cars very potent in straight line. As for behind them, AJ Howe passed the Sean Brown Mark 1 Escort up into 4th place. Might have exactly the same pace, but he is there, and that's Stefan Marsh's Focus that's pulled up. Number 43, it was running as high as 6th just now. It's pulled out of the race, sadly. So Stefan Marsh in the Focus in black and pink, unfortunately, is out of it, parked upon what would be the entrance, the beginning of the 300 layout. Another car stopped at 75, and that is the Ford Fiesta ST150 that's also stopped as well. So I'm afraid 75, which is the Fiesta, which is Fiesta SE, that's a Gary Littlewood, also out of the race. 2 more cars, unfortunately, on the DNF list.
Indeed so. Here comes Piers Grange again. He doesn't want to go round the outside at Corham, but I think that's his best chance of overtaking the Cosworth, isn't it? But it would be a risky move, admittedly, and there's a very good chance that Lloyd Jameson would simply blast back ahead of him down the straight. But Piers is going to have to try something here. Where has James Allen got? He's in the pit lane. So the double Alton Park winner in the pit lane, and that's a real shame. He just set the fastest lap a lap ago. That lap time has now been beaten by Piers Grange, but James Allen has bigger problems. He's in the pit lane, going no further. Double waved yellows out at the approach to the Wilson hairpin. This, of course, will be because of that car there, the Stefan Marsh Ford Focus, and Lloyd Jameson really slowed it down through the yellow flags, but he can afford to do that. As long as he parks the car on the apexes, there's no way through for Piers Grange, and then down the straight, you can see there the difference in performance between the 2 cars.
Good reminder, it's Wilson hairpin, not Montreal for me. I've been calling that all weekend. Easiest thing to make, since I've done it like that. So Jameson continues to lead. You're absolutely right. Piers Grange is holding on second. Again, much stronger in the corners. This is really a circuit where if you've got these 2 cars, one that's more predominantly power, one's handling, lots of strengths and weaknesses. This is the 300 circuit. This will very much be, I think, advantage Piers Grange, because it is a mix of what was the old circuit with these newer elements to it. Really is going for it. That's Gary Littlewood, who's behind the barrier, getting one of the best views in the house, I think, looking trackside. And again, agonisingly, Grange has got much more grip and confidence through the apex of the corner. As soon as he gets to a straight, all Lloyd has to do is put his foot down and blast past away from him. So that's not really working out in that sense, but Piers is still trying to keep as close as he can, at least in the corner. So watch here, he'll have much more grip and speed and pace to take through the corner, because it is a little bit lighter. It's got the rear end aero, as has Lloyd's car, but it's got a bit more of a front splitter. No overtaking to Wilson hairpin here. So they all slow down to a much steadier pace, because it is double waved yellows, because there'll be marshals out there on the slower part, of course, to push it behind the barrier, which they have. And again, Grange gets close, but those to go on that side of things. Meanwhile, there has been a change. No, AJ Howe is up into 3rd place overall in the Ford Focus state. And then you've got Sean Brown in 4th, and up into 5th position has come Paul Neville, and he started a little further back. He was as far as 8th, so come up 3 spots through all that. But I dare say that's been mainly cars ahead of him hitting problems.
Yes, but he'll be only too happy to take those places away. Here comes Piers Grange then towards the part of the circuit where his car excels. It's the only place he's going to be capable of passing Lloyd Jameson. I think he's going to have to at some point take the punt around the outside through Corham. Look at the way that he closes in on the Escort Cosworth Maxi through the turn. Thinks about the inside into Murray's, but it's such a pinch point into the left-hander. So difficult to commit to a move there that doesn't then end in contact, and he slows coming off the corner. Oh no, Piers Grange, he's headed for the pit lane. The car won't accelerate off the turn. I thought at first it was just a missed gear, but no, there's more significant drama, although he's now got the car going again. So did it just cut out on him? That was very strange. He's lost a huge amount of time, not actually lost 2nd position, but he has lost a chunk of time there, and well, that makes things a little bit easier for Lloyd Jameson. 9 seconds now, his advantage, with Piers Grange having that mysterious issue, so that's a shame. First half of the race very entertaining between the two of them, but that might now hand it on a plate to Lloyd Jameson. Gives us an opportunity though to check in on some of the battles further back. 47 car here heading through, and this is deeper in the field. James Newins, there we go, couldn't find him, he was so far down the grid sheet. 24th on the grid he started, but he's inside the top 20 now. James runs in Class A, Super A, and the Super classes essentially include non-Ford engined cars, so as long as it's a Ford chassis, obviously it's eligible for the championship. You don't actually have to run a Ford engine, but there's a bit more disparity across the Super classes because it could be any type of engine, not necessarily all the most powerful cars on the grid, although Lloyd Jameson's car is a Super A car. I wonder where the closest of the class battles are. The top 4 cars, in fairness, are all in different classes. So Lloyd Jameson leads in Super A. Piers Grange, still second place, leads Class A. B Plus led by AJ Howe. Class B by the 85 car of Sean Brown. And there's a decent battle for second place developing in Class B, although actually a few seconds between them now. And then Class C led by the number 13 car at the moment, well down the order of Dave Barrett in his Mark V Ford Fiesta. So all of the class leaders are pretty comfortable. There are still some good battles to be had though, aren't there, including this one, which I believe is for 10th position.
Yeah, this is Mark 1 Escorts at play. This is Colin Claxton versus Andy Pipe. Claxton in the old school Castrol colours. By Andy Pipe, he's been quite long-standing in this championship, and cars had one or two temperamental issues over the years, but still looks pretty good on song when it's running pretty well. And just behind them, you've got the battle for 12th and 13th coming through, and that is Piers Warwick battling with, I think he's lost a place in fact actually to the Escort Mark II. No, Jason Stone's got past Piers Warwick, so there's a change of position between those. Staying in status quo with those two. Further back, there goes Lloyd Jameson going to another lap. He's put a lap on Dave Barrett's Fiesta. And that's also him battling Will Arif, who's a Formula Ford legend from years gone by, keeping his Ford association. Here comes Piers Grange. And if anything, AJ Howe's closing in on him. The gap is now 1.7 seconds. He was 2 seconds faster, 2.2 seconds faster. So pace-wise, I mean, Grange's pace is not terrible. It's a 122.5, but AJ Howe's catching it. That might just be... Just hearing from our producer, had another issue coming onto the back straight, exiting the Wilson hairpin. So temperamental issue by the looks of things for that Mark II Escort.
Yeah, maybe it is gearbox related then, or I don't know, something in the drivetrain. If it's on acceleration out of the low-speed corners, that keeps on recurring. There's obviously some sort of issue he's managing. His lap times certainly aren't anything like as strong as they were earlier on, so yeah, he's just going to be nursing the car home now. Off in the distance there was Lloyd Jameson, the race leader, and behind him a Focus and Fiesta scrap going on. That's the 115 Ford Focus, which is John Ward, and he's got the number 92 Ford Fiesta right behind of Michael McKenzie. These are both Class B cars. This is for class positions, for 7th in class. Class B, the best populated of the classes here this weekend. And 2, 4... Oh no, AJ Howe! AJ Howe slows and stops to the side of the road. Now, I did notice the car smoking through Rich's, but I think actually that was just a bit of bodywork rubbing on the left rear tyre. At least that's what I thought. Maybe it was something a little bit more serious, but AJ Howe, another podium contender, falls by the wayside.
And that's a shame. He'll be absolutely gutted. He was so pleased with getting 5th on the grid. That's a real shame. Hopefully it's not an issue that puts him out of race number 2. Change of position between McKenzie and Ward. That's been changed over, but oh, that's heartbreaking. We said that, Rob was saying, that car is quite fragile at times, and unfortunately that fragility's come back to bite him.
Yeah, that's a shame though. He had some decent pace, and as we documented, was catching Piers Grange to potentially challenge for 2nd position. Good scrap continuing then down into Brundle and Nelson. They've got the 47 car joining in now. That's James Newins into a yellow flag zone, of course, because the marshals are heading over to assist AJ Howe, who won't want to get out of the car necessarily until the marshals are there to assist him, and they might even push the car back, I think, up the escape road into the safer position. So 3 minutes left on the clock then. This battle continues to rage on then for 14th, 15th and 16th positions. Newin's car that's catching is another of the super cars, Super A class cars. There is the Focus Estate being pushed behind the barrier. Great shame that that car's taking no further part in the race, but again, fantastic work by the marshals to get it out of the way without the need for a safety car.
Yeah, definitely so. Shout out to the marshals for all their fantastic work all weekend as always. So less than 3 minutes left on the clock. Still watching Mackenzie Fiesta versus the Ward Ford Focus. This battle's still going on. This is for between Gary Johnson and Andy Pipe. This is now for inside the top 10 for 8th position. The Castrol livery car has the advantage over the Black Machine. Also just behind him as well, although a couple of laps down, is Todd Garner in that Ford Focus RS Mark II. That's the one that had the very weird issue at the start of the race when it sort of came to almost a complete standstill at Redgate Ritchie's corner. But Garner does make it through for track position, not for actual race position, because it's way down in 19th. 2 laps off the lead. As the leader has came across the line with just under 3 minutes to go. So I imagine they'll probably come across, and lap times are 1 minute 18. Best lap is 1 minute 18. Jameson will come to complete 10 laps in a moment. 1 minute 45 or so on the clock. And Garner has the pace to get past, on the road at least, Colin Claxton. Fires past, and again, pace differential is quite substantial in some of these cars, but that's the great thing about it. You get some cars that are more geared for power than handling, and vice versa. As we saw that great battle that was going back and forth between Jameson, had clearly more horsepower than handling, and vice versa when it came to Grange, who wasn't short on horsepower, but had clearly out-handled the Escort Maxi Cosworth on more twisty stuff, and that Escort Mark II when he was close enough.
Indeed so. Piers Grange's lap times continue to fluctuate, although he was actually 8/10 quicker than the leader that time. That was a danger. He was being caught by the third place driver, number 85, Sean Brown, but he's steadied that ship at least on the previous lap. He'll be very happy to see the checkered flag, I think, will Piers Grange. There's Lloyd Jameson in amongst traffic, heading into Brundle and Nelson for what will be the penultimate time for the race leader. And this beautifully prepared Escort Cosworth Maxi. I'm not always a fan of liveryless cars, but I think there's something about the quite striking design of that particular Cosworth Maxi that the plain white sort of allows you to really admire all of the aerodynamic features on the car, the body kit. It's quite a unique shape at the back as well. I'm a fan.
I think it has the livery in the past. It might have been, it had some modifications or in the process of relivering it. I have seen like a white, like a two-tone blue with a little bit of red livery on that car before.
True.
But you're right, he is currently running liveryless in plain white. He powers past the battle that's going on for 8th position between the two Mark I Escorts. He goes on to his final lap of the race. So Lloyd is hoping to try and convert this to becoming a lights the flag victory. It's his way down to the Wilson hairpin for the final time. His next car is going to come a cropper is Todd Garner in that Fiesta, the Focus, excuse me. Piers Grange still second, and having, it's unfair to say lucked into third place, but Sean Brown in the Brown and Geeson Escort Mark I has been quite fortuitous in gaining from others' mistakes and kept it clean to go be on course to earn himself an overall podium, and it'll also be a class win in Class B. In fact, all 3 of the podium finishes are going to be class winners. It'll be Super A for Lloyd Jameson, Class A for Piers Grange, and Class B for Sean Brown, and in fact Class B plus for Paul Neville. So top 4 all going to be class winners respectively. Through the bomb hole for the last time, Lloyd Jameson comes all the way across from Scotland, all the way down to not too Snetterton in Norfolk. Quite a long journey, but it looks to, at least for this race, Andy, his journey's going to be all the worthwhile.
Yep, worth the trip, wasn't it? A bit of silverware to take back home with him as well. Possibly a second trophy to come this afternoon. We'll wait and see. There is another modified Ford race to come, remember, later on in the day. And Lloyd Jameson will go into that one a race winner, because he will head to the line, see the checkered flag, and claim victory in the first modified Ford race of the day. Lloyd Jameson the winner, and it'll be quite a long wait until we see Piers Grange hopefully come home in second position. That mystery problem that he had, I'm sure if he has the time, Scott will try and find out what the problem was for Piers Grange, whether it was gearbox, something else, I'm not sure. Whatever it was, it resolved itself at the end, because Piers Grange set the fastest lap on the final lap of the race, a 1:18.441, and that was about half a second quicker than anything Lloyd Jameson ever did. So bodes well for race 2 if Piers can get on top of the issues. I think he should be able to give Lloyd Jameson a proper run for his money.
Before I head off to the podium, quick mentions that because winning that first race, the Lloyd Jameson will receive the Barn Rouge Trophy, which is a trophy that's handed out to the winner of the first modified Ford race, and it's been won by the likes of Dave Cockle, Dave Mathias, Tommy Field and Jason Davies in the previous as well. It's someone who's driver who was a driver who was quite well placed in local salute car championships. So it's a trophy that's perpetually awarded. On this occasion at the moment, it's handed to the first modified Ford Series front runner. So that will be a trophy that goes, or at least a replica of that, or his version will go to him back to Scotland, as well as the winner's trophy in general.
Right, fantastic stuff. Well, all the sweeter the taste of victory then for Lloyd Jameson, who wins the first modified Ford Series race of the day. Piers Grange comes home in second position and sets the fastest lap on the final tour, with Sean Brown third and Paul Neville fourth. And as Scott quite rightly says, all four of those drivers were winners in their respective classes. Chris Baker came home fifth ahead of Mike Thurley, with Gary Johnson in seventh, eighth for Malcolm Wise, ninth Colin Claxton, and 10th for Andy Pipe. Jason Stone came home in 11th. These drivers all a lap down to the overall winner. Piers Warwick was 12th, 13th Michael Mackenzie, and 14th place for John Ward. James Newins came home 15th ahead of Will Arif. Dave Barrett was the winner in Class C, or will be when he gets to the line. Hasn't actually taken the checkered flag yet. Todd Garner was 18th position ahead of, then the non-finishers actually. So Alex Howe, AJ Howe, a non-finisher. So too, sadly, James Allen from third position. Stephen Marsh didn't finish, and nor, unfortunately, did Gary Littlewood. So, modified Fords will be back out again later on. And we are waiting for the cars to get back to the Parc Ferme area. And there are quite a few cars to be recovered, I think, at the end of the modified Ford Series race. I think there's going to be a small delay before we get our next race underway. Give Scott Woodwis even more time to speak to the drivers in Parc Ferme as and when they get there, but they're rather taking their time, making it back to the pit lane area. And Lloyd Jameson will be a very happy race winner when he gets back to the pits. And I think there has been a drama on the final lap potentially for the 13 car. Yes, I'd call that a drama for Dave Barrett. I'm chuckling only because I can see that he's out of the car, but Dave Barrett, who I said was going to claim the win in Class C once he got to the line, and it felt like a fairly safe assumption he was going to, well, he didn't, because his car's upside down in the middle of the road at Murray's Corner, and I dare say is another victim, our second of the day, of that humongous new curb that they put on the inside of that corner, which is there to deter people from cutting the corner, which is not necessarily something that I thought was an issue at that turn. I don't really recall that being a problem much in the past, but that curb is proving to be very, very dangerous indeed, and, well, good to see that Dave Barrett's okay, but he'll certainly be someone who is wishing that they hadn't made that particular modification to the final turn here at Snetterton. So Dave Barrett then is not going to win in Class C, quite obviously, but the only other Class C runner in the race, Gary Littlewood, didn't finish the race, so no Class C trophies to be handed out at the end of that one. And there will definitely be a delay before we get the next race underway, because we already had a couple of cars to be cleared away, and now there's a third one that's going to take even longer. So more time, hopefully, for Scott Woodwis to chat to drivers in the Parc Ferme area, every cloud. And when we do eventually have the track cleared again, it will be the Mini Miglia's out next. That'll be worth the wait. Miglia's had a very entertaining race earlier on today. We'll also have two more races for the City Car Cup. We'll have another race for the VW Audi Racing Championship, the BMW Super Cup, the Silverlake Production Cup, and of course the modified Fords back out again at just before 5 o'clock. Right, let's head down into the Parc Ferme area where Scott Woodwis has got plenty of time to catch up with our podium drivers.
So, plenty of activity and action in the first Modified 4 Series race. I wanted to mention, we actually had a red flag right at the end of that race because we actually had a car roll over onto its roof at Murray's Corner. Fingers crossed the driver's okay. As far as we know, he is, but if we do hear anything, we'll let you know as we can. But we have three very different Fords in front of us. I think we can have a chat, if he's around, with Lloyd Jameson, who is over at the barrier over there. So, in fact, whilst we wait for that, let's have a chat to Sean Brown, who picked up 3rd place in that race. Sean, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good race from you, but I think at the same time you were a little bit fortuitous, given that other cars could last a distance and yours could.
Yeah, there was a few breakdowns. That's the beauty of this car. It's a genuine FIA car, well outclassed here. But I just wanted to come back and race with some of the old muckers that I grew up with. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're here for.
It's a really beautifully turned out car. I've seen the Brown and Geeson ones come out before, and they're always beautiful looking cars, whatever they are. You seem pretty happy with the car pace-wise in terms of how it's performing where it is?
Oh yeah, there's nothing we can do. It's as quick as it's going to go as FIA, and I'm not going to alter it all. So yeah, I just have to put up with where I can get to.
Keep it original.
Keep it original.
Yes.
So yeah.
Bit satisfied with the overall podium?
Oh, very good, isn't it? Really, bit fortunate because of a couple dropped out, but that's life, isn't it?
Class one as well. So fingers crossed, them again later on.
I'm a bit tired. I'm old. I'll give it my best.
You'll be all right. Get some water and you'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, well done.
All
really
right,
beautiful car.
again.
Well done for
Thank
3rd place. Excellent stuff. Right, let's have a chat with Piers Grange. I think he's just over here having a chat to his mechanic over here. So we will have a wander over and have a chat to him. Piers, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Bit of race of two halves for you. Of course, you were giving Lloyd a bit of a headache in the corners whilst he was giving a bit more power on the straights. And then what happened?
We had a bit of a fuel pressure issue. The last meeting we had this issue, but it's made it better. But it was just one corner where it was just going into limp mode, so I had to keep resetting it. So it was taking 3 or 4 seconds, and Lloyd just disappeared then, so there was no chance of catching him back up. Yeah.
We were saying on the commentary, if you'd been the 300 layout, you might have had more of an advantage than given how strong this car appears to be in the twisty stuff.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Lloyd had pulled probably about 4 car lengths down the straight, but then before the bomb hole, he'd be holding me up basically. Yeah. And all around Coram, he was just holding me up. But there we go. That's what it is, isn't it?
But when it's working, the car seems to be pretty much on song and handling wise. It looks like it's pretty in the sweet spot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you say, if it's on the 300 circuit, we might pull enough of a gap to maintain the lead on the straights. Yeah.
Think it's an easy enough fix for race 2?
Yeah, because there's a couple of things we can try, so I'm sure we'll get it sorted. I'll just put more fuel in it, one or the other.
Yeah. Just hopefully, if you can keep with him, just keep on his rear bumper and cause him more headaches.
Yeah, that's it. Get alongside him maybe next time.
Well, good effort anyway. Second place is great. Still a class win, so well done. Excellent stuff. Let's have a chat to our race winner then. Lloyd James just over here conversing, so I'll have a quick word with him. Lloyd, come here for second place. Yes. Well done. Victory for you. First of all, I think you process of changing the livery or making some changes? Because we've seen this car with some blue on it, but you sort of in the process of a bit of a livery change or some updates?
Yeah, over the winter it's been in the body shop. A friend of mine, Andy Forrest, who's got a place up in Cleland, had been working on trying to also take a bit of weight out of the car. So Silverstone, the last race of last year, our bonnet gave way and smashed the roof and the windscreen. So Andrew put a lot of work in over the winter, replacing the roof and replacing the panels, and he's done an excellent job. It's a shame he's not here. I'm fortunate that I've got Andrew Gallagher, who looks after the car, is down supporting us today. And as I was saying to the other chap, I'm chuffed. My first ever win. I've never won
overall win.
Yeah, first ever win. And I was saying to the other chap, it's just a shame that Ollie Ovenden isn't here today. He was a big part of the series, and so great to win a race, but my thoughts are about him and his family at the moment.
Well, I think straight away to honour him. Again, congratulations on that first overall win. Really fantastic car as well, so well done. And we'll hopefully see it for race 2. I think we've got a tiny bit of time because we are doing the recovery of that car. So let's take a quick wander in terms of the Modified 4s. Can we talk about the fact Modified 4s has got a really lovely eclectic grid, and they've all parked themselves down here and parked firmly, so you can see just exactly how they look. And the mixture of cars that you get, you've almost got like 3 different generations of Escort here. You can look and see we've got the Colin Claxton Mark 1 Escort with the Castro colours. You've got Paul Neville's RS 2000 here as well. Paul Neville, who runs the series as well. You've got Chris Baker's Mark, I think this is, I should know my Escort marks, but this is the more kind of 80s kind of boxier Mark Escort. You've got Will Arif, of course, who's in his Fiesta ST150. Anyone who knows him from Formula 4 circles, I know who Will Arif certainly is. We've got Newins' car as well, another one of the Zack Speed cars, Mike Thurley. Some really beautifully turned out cars. We've also also got the Fiesta ST150 here across the Sir Mackenzie. You've got John Ward's Ford Focus, and the other cars that you get in those top classes that really are pretty strong. So, Modified Fords will be out in race 2 later on. We've got more mini action, the final mini race of the weekend, which is race 2 for the Miglias. The 7s and the Minis have been fantastic all weekend, as they tend to be in Mini 7 Racing Club. So for the final time this weekend for the Minis, our second Miglia race is coming up once they've managed to clear up the incident up at Murray's Corner. Hopefully everyone is all okay from that little, hopefully a slow rollover. But whilst we do that and build up to our next race, let's hand back to Andy McKeon in the box, whilst I hot-foot it back over to join him in the box on the other side of the circuit. Andy, back to you.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yep, bit of work being done up at the Murray's Corner end of the racetrack, but I'm fairly confident it won't take too much longer to get that cleared away, and then we will be racing, as Scott quite rightly says, with the Mini Miglias, which is their second race of the weekend, second race of the day actually. Bit of an odd timetable for the Mini 7 Club races, with one Mini 7 race per day, but the Miglias only racing today. They qualified yesterday, so a very quiet Saturday for the Miglia drivers, but not the case for them on the Sunday. The race earlier on today, exceptionally exciting, as Mini Miglia racing almost always is. Ian Curley getting himself the race victory. Started from pole position. He negotiated 2 red flags, 1 safety car restart and then a second standing restart, and he did exceptionally well to win the race. Got a little bit fortunate on the final lap, really, because he looked as though he was going to have an awful lot of pressure from the likes of Jeff Smith, Aaron Smith, Sam Summerhays, Kane Aston. There was a whole group of cars that were queuing up behind him, but on the final lap, they all started battling over second place, and he was able to get away. And Aaron Smith, actually, we spoke to him, or Scott spoke to him after race 1. He said that he thought he was in exactly the right position. He almost seemed to let Ian Curley through into the lead going on to the start of the final lap, meaning that he would be in second position down the Bentley Straight. He would get the slipstream, and he, in theory, would then be able to get back through into the lead on the last lap. Didn't work that way, though, because he didn't get a good run through the first few corners, and that meant that Ian Curley was unchallenged then through the final few turns. And in fact, Aaron Smith lost second position then to Jeff Smith as well, who got his Pyro Motorsport car into second position by the flag. The Dave Barrett Fiesta is out of harm's way. That's good news, and so the track should be pretty much clear. A bit of sweeping up to be done, maybe. I'm sure there's a bit of glass and bodywork that's down on the road up at the final corner, but the marshals will get the brooms out, get the circuit ready, and I'm sure we can start gridding up our Mini Miglias pretty swiftly. And marshals are indeed in position on the pit wall, ready to receive them on what is still, for now, touch wood, a dry racetrack. If anything, there are a few more patches of blue now in the sky above us. It's certainly not as pleasant today as it was yesterday, but a dry track, and they're perfect conditions then therefore for Mini Miglia racing. We're about to get the cars out onto the circuit. The grid for this one, I believe, is based upon second fastest lap time. No, fastest laps from the first race, actually. So fastest lap times from race 1 set the grid, and Rupert Death, who set the fastest lap, a 1 minute 24.163, takes pole position. Kane Aston will start alongside him this time. So Rupert Death in the all-black car, who got shuffled out a little bit, didn't he, in the first race, towards the latter part of it. He'll be hoping to bounce back from that. Starts alongside Kane Aston on the front row. Kane Aston ended up only 5th, actually, in that first race. Death and Aston row 1. Ian Curley, the race 1 winner, starts alongside Sam Summerhays on row number 2. Phil Bullen Brown and Aaron Smith make up the third row, with Jeff Smith and Colin Peacock on row 4. So a completely different order at the front of the field to that in which they finished race 1. Elliot Stafford and Steve Yule complete the top 10 ahead of Sean King and Matthew Ayres. Damien Harrington and Nick Paddy on the 7th row, with Rick Turner and Thorburn Aston, who we've seen out in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup, starting on the 8th row. Row 9 for Paul Cobbing and Joe Thompson, moving up from the Mini 7s, with Tony LeMay, a non-finisher earlier on the back row of the Miglia grid, with Rob Howard. Then we've got the Mini Libra class, headed by Steve Baker, with Hugh Turner, who was a winner last time out at Donington Park, alongside him. Phil Harvey and Julian Proctor next, whilst Peter Hills and Andrew Hack, unfortunately, never set a time in the earlier race because they were both out of the race before the red flag came about. So those two hopefully are at the back of the grid. We'll have to wait and see whether we do have a full quota of the Mini Libras. At least one of those cars, I seem to recall, had a fair amount of rear end damage. Peter Hills, I think, went off at turn 1, didn't he? And Andrew Hack went over. Yes, of course he did. He was the first of our day's rollers up at Murray's Corner. That car almost certainly won't be out for this second race. So we're a minute away from the green flag lap beginning, and our second Mini Miglia race of the day kicking off. The 2 races at Donington Park yielded 2 different winners in the shape of Aaron Smith and Sam Summerhays. We had a 3rd different winner of the season in race 1 earlier on today. What are the chances, do we think then, of a 4th winner from 4 races? I'd say reasonably high.
I think so. I think given that this was so back and forth, and at one point, even though we had to have 3 starts to make it actually happen, there were so many cars in that lead group. What was it, 6-7 cars battling for the victory? It was so close in typical Mini 7 racing fashion. Rupert Deeth, of course, who's been a former champion himself, because he's the defending champion, car number 1. We're looking to try and get himself onto the top step if he can. I think good to see Kane Aston get there, because Kane has been a very formidable driver for several years, but I think just the pedigree of the driver that's consistently turned up in this championship has really come on strong on that sense. That he starts on the front row of the grid, and Ian Curley would love to add another win if he can. I'll be intrigued also to see how Sam Summerhays gets on. Starting P4, his car was quite smoky in race number 1, so we'll have to see if he's sorted that. But even if he was smoky, he wasn't slowing him down in terms of pace. He was still pretty formidable and still pressuring cars for top 5 finishes, even getting close to a podium finish in the end. So I wanted to see if Sam can get himself into a possible podium contention. If he can get a good start here, he'll put himself in a nice spot early on in the first couple of laps. That might well then start to translate into a potential result. But as we said, it's a bit like Cajun racing in the other championship, where it's very close run stuff on circuits like this. Ironically, the worst place you probably want to be is last corner, last lap, in the lead with someone right on your tail, because there is no guarantee, like other formulas that are similar, that you're going to stay there by the flag.
Well, that's what we thought in race 1 was going to happen, wasn't it? When Ian Curley took the lead at the start of the last lap, I think we both sort of thought he'd be a sitting duck, but because Rupert Deeth didn't really get through the first couple of corners, sorry, Aaron Smith didn't get through the first couple of corners very well, it actually meant that Ian Curley didn't then have to defend at all down the back straight, which was a bit of a turn up for the books. You mentioned Sam Summerhays there. Sam didn't do a full season in the Miglias last year. He only joined for a couple of rounds in the second half of the season. He did Brands Hatch midway through the year, where he was immediately on the podium, and then he also did the final round at Silverstone, where he claimed a maiden win in the category. So Sam Summerhays, if he's doing the full season this year, it might actually be his first full season campaign in Mini Miglia racing, and he's definitely a potential champion. Got that win last time at Donington, poor qualifying yesterday, but he got a solid result out of race 1. He's definitely a contender for first double winner, or first repeat winner of the season, but we've got the likes of Rupert Deeth, who is yet to win a race this year. Phil Bullen-Brown was in the hunt for a win earlier on as well. Jeff Smith, of course, who managed to get himself into second place earlier on. He's not won a race yet this season, so plenty of potential winners. And that bodes well for a very close championship. It's always a close championship, though, in the Mini Miglias and indeed the Mini 7s, because they've got quite a quirky point system where it's basically a point per position. So you get 20 points for winning a race, 19 for second, 18 for third, 17 for fourth, so on and so forth. So each position is worth only a single point. Makes it quite difficult, actually, to build up any sort of serious margin in the championship, especially because there are so many different drivers who are capable of winning. But even if you did go on, theoretically, a 4 or 5 race winning streak, you might only build up a 7-8 point lead over the next driver. So very difficult indeed to pull away and dominate this championship, which is fitting because it's very difficult to pull away and dominate these races, and it's only right really that the championship almost always goes down to the final rounds. So cars then gridded up, Rupert Deeth and Kane Aston in the front row, race 1 winner Ian Curley, Donington Park winner Sam Summerhays alongside him, Phil Bullen-Brown and Aaron Smith on the third row of the grid. I think we're almost in position now. Keep an eye out for the green flag to be waved at the back of the field. I think that's happening now. 5-second board is held aloft, And race number 2 for the Goodyear Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, gets underway here at Snetterton. With the lights going out, away they go. Ian Curley is away well, and so is Sam Summerhays. Actually, both of the second row starters away better than the front row starters. They're 3 abreast for the race lead. Summerhays on the outside line in the blue car. Does he have room? No. Has to chop in across in front of Aaron Smith, that was. Is it a clean run through the first corner? Yes, thank goodness. Now they head towards the braking zone at the Wilson hairpin, and it's Rupert Death with the advantage then. Kane Aston is second, so the front row starters still locking out the top 2 positions, despite not getting the best of starts.
Yeah, Sam Summerhays, he had to take 2 bites at the apex, turned in to see if there was anyone there to his apex, found that there was, and actually backed out of it and stayed to 4th. One car on the back car, a little wide with one of the turquoise or green cars further back, but already Kane Aston pushing Rupert Death down the back straight. Curley's there 3rd with Aaron Smith for company. Where have we seen that before from race 1? Sam Summerhays staying in P5. Here comes Aston to the outside towards Brundle and Nelson, and the rest of the top 5 closes in. And Aston this time sits back, so it's 1 from 11. To all the lines, and Sam Summerhays up on 2 wheels over the curve, flicking it up at Nelson. That was riding cowboy through there, and Summer kept it straight on the straight and narrow and kept it going the right way without any further dramas.
That was very spectacular and, well, not far from complete disaster. If that car had tipped over a little bit more, I think it might have got past the point of no return, but luckily he was able to gather that one together. That's one of those 2 new curbs that have been fitted over the winter. The other one, of course, there at Murray's Corner. The cars then making their way down across the timing line and completing the opening lap of the race. Through they go. And it is going to be Rupert Death then with the advantage. Kane Aston second, Ian Curley there in 3rd position. A lot of ducking and diving going on as they head for Rich's Corner. You can just see in the background there the lights flashing on the safety car. That caught my eye out of the window, but the safety car hasn't gone anywhere, so I wondered for a second there whether there'd been an incident. I think yeah, everyone's made it round the opening lap, that's fine. So the race should be able to continue with 18 minutes remaining. And Rupert Death and Kane Aston, are they going to work together here to try and get away? Well, Aston's flashing the lights at Rupert Death. I think that might be my answer.
I think the safety car lights on as a precaution in case Sam Summerhays puts it on 2 wheels again.
Yes.
Just in case he does that. Are they now more focused battling wheel to wheel with Phil Bull and Brown? They've also got now coming in Jeff Smith, Steve Ewell, who's having one of his better performances compared to race 1, up in 8th position, trying to get around the outside of Smith, whilst Bull and Brown respectively tries to get around Summerhays. He does it this time. Well, Summerhays clipped the curve, and it was both Bull and Brown and Jeff Smith got it onto 2 wheels, less than the proper full-on Tarquini antics that Sam Summerhays mentioned. If you don't know the reference, look at BTCC Donington 94. Go watch that with Tarquini, you'll see exactly what I mean. Through Coram Corner, again doing more 3-wheeling as they tend to do in typical Mini 7 fashion. And towards the left hand at Murray's again, end of lap number 2. And we'll see what the lead group has got. Top 4 at the end of lap number 1 was covered by less than a second, 0.8 to be exact. Across the line they go, all together in one group. It's now Death from Kane Aston. Aston's giving the push with Curley and Smith, and down towards Ritchie's once again. And again, Death moving to the inside of the road to make his one and only move that he can make. Tries to break the toe. Aston went with him. Curley carries the momentum with Smith on his bumper in 4th position. Aston looking again to the outside, but he's now defending rather than attacking, because here comes Curley for second. And if he can get himself far enough alongside, which he can't, I was going to say he could try and get second. So he falls back in line, slots back in front of Aaron Smith, and the quartet once again head down the Bentley straight on lap 3, all as one together in one big battle pack.
Tell you what though, that scrap between Sam Summerhays and Phil Bull and Brown really cost them, didn't it? Look at the gap between these leading 4 and the next queue of cars. It's about 2.5 seconds or so. That being said, the leaders are battling again now into the braking zone, and Kane Aston comes around the outside of Rupert Death, gets the lead away as they turn through Brundle and Nelson. More curb hopping antics, this time from Ian Curley, as the leading 4 continue now to try and break away from the rest of the cars behind. So potentially just a 4-way battle for the win in this race. How dull, anything but dull, the Mini Miglia series. 4 cars more than enough to generate a very exciting battle. And there's every chance if they do start taking lumps out of each other that the next group of cars could catch them anyway. Good run there through the final sector for Kane Aston. He's built a bit of a margin here over the 3 cars behind him. Absolutely confident that that gap will not remain by the time they get to the end of the straight, such is the power of the slipstream. And indeed, Death is closing right back in on Aston as they head towards the beginning of another lap. In fact, got close enough to think about a move up the inside, but Kane Aston had that one covered just about. Down into the braking zone at the Wilson hairpin. and Kane Aston really having to mirror drive a little bit there. So the leading 4 then on the previous lap were all in either the high 124s or the low 25s, matched that time by Jeff Smith, who's now at the head of that next group. So that's going to be interesting. Jeff Smith, we know how quick he is. He nearly won the first race. Can he now bridge that gap to the leaders?
And that was from a 5-place grid penalty from Donington the previous race. He managed to pick his way through. And Ian Curley now has not only got past Ken Aston, he's going for the lead and then wiggling around under brakes. 2 versus 1 in 1 and 2 positions. And Deeth has got no option to give him the inside line and the track position, but he better punch off the corner, gives Deeth acceleration, and Aston tries to fight it around the outside, going into the right-hander at the bomb hole. That now puts him under pressure from Aaron Smith. So all this, it was like a concertina effect. It was sort of like Curley went to attack Deeth, lost time and got under pressure from Aston. He couldn't pass him, so he's now backed into Smith. They're all kind of backing one to another. One car's pulling off with the issue, that is 90 with Thorben Aston. Yeah. So, well, Silverlake can be ready for the next BMW race, so he's got plenty of time to prepare for that. He's doing double duty, as is also, we heard from Oliver Divine King, who's doing Production Cup and the Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship on top of that. So, this is silver linings that you can be ready for that one.
Fastest lap, Jeff Smith, Scott. So I did wonder whether he'd have that potential. Look how much quicker he was. A 23.7 is 1.2 seconds quicker than the leader.
And he's pulling away from that gap. He's gapped them. Look, he's got away about 1.1 seconds. So rather than bring that gap, the gaggle with him, he's pulling away to catch the leaders.
Yeah, this is impressive from Jeff Smith, doing that all by himself and proving that even a 2.5 second gap is not insurmountable in Mini Miglia racing. It is very much now 5 for the lead. How long before he starts to gain positions through this group, I wonder. Down the back straight we go, and it's Rupert Deeth who's hanging on to the lead here, but we know how good Ian Curley is on the brakes into Brundle. He nearly got the lead here a lap ago. He's going to have another go, but Kane Aston is up the inside of both of them. He has to bail out of it. Curley sweeps around the outside and reclaims the race lead.
And Jeff Smith has already caught Aaron Smith, who's right in the back of him, putting pressure for 4th position. So he's already caught the leading group. It's now a 5-way dance rather than a 4-way scrap, so he's now going to be pushing on. And that fastest lap of the race will certainly give him plenty of incentive to keep going. There's the next group with Phil Bullen Brown, who's also pulling away from Sam Summerhays. So now he leads that group from Summerhays, Yule, Stafford and Peacock in that end of the top 10. Should mention also Steve Baker leads the Libra class from Hugh Turner and Phil Harvey in 17th, 19th and 20th places overall respectively. Leaders out of Murray's now. This is on to lap 5 they'll go on to. And lap times pretty evenly matched. They're all lapping pretty much in the either very high 24s or low 25s as they come across the line. And now it's still 12 and 3/4 minutes to go. They are, for once, not battling each other through Richie's corner. They're all staying line astern, which is very Mini Miglia-like, but I'm sure we'll kick off in a second down towards Wilson Hairpin. Case in point was, that's Jeff Smith. Can he get it stopped? He can. And somehow, despite it looked like he was on the course for an accident, actually converts it into a pass for 4th place. Somehow.
I'm not sure that was the intention. I think he was caught out a bit there by the cars ahead, braking maybe a little bit early. Here comes Rupert Deeth, meanwhile, back into the lead of the race. Wow, made that look easy. Cleared Ian Curley before they were even halfway down the Bentley Straight. And in fact, Curley's now under attack from Kane Aston. So Ian Curley might be about to go from 1st to 3rd here. We've seen that a few times in our mini races today, that the leader going onto the Bentley Straight is sometimes almost off the podium. By the end of it, Ian Curley was off the ground there through Nelson. Got way too much of the inside curve. Through goes Aston, and through goes Jeff Smith. This is a fantastic drive from Jeff Smith, someone with years of experience in this category, and he is into 3rd position, and I don't think he's done yet.
Definitely not. He's spent 2 of that top 5 positions. See if we can take 2 more. That's some clean through Murray's. And now it's Aaron Smith gets a slightly better run from Curley. He was ever so slightly wider over the curb than the 21 machine, and now he'll get the punch up the corner with the toe. Now it's back to what was the original lead battle, which is Deeth versus Aston. Which way will Aston go? He's going to think about the outside. You can go down the outside if you think about it. And Jeff Smith's got into 3rd. And that was Aston trying to get the switch, but couldn't happen. And there goes Jeff Smith. So Deeth and Aston were so busy battling each other, they made contact and threw into a lead from what was ticked off the grid as the headlight goes for an errant run down the short straight towards Wilson Hairpin. Jeff Smith hits the front.
Wow, well, I mean, that was opportunistic, wasn't it? And a little bit clumsy there from Deeth and Aston, actually, as they sort of fumbled over each other into the first corner. You're right, Aston was trying to execute a switchback, but misjudged it slightly. And look what this does. Phil Bullen Brown and Sam Summerhays now have had an opportunity to close in on this group. It could be 6 or maybe 7 cars now for the race lead. Ian Curley sweeps to the outside of Jeff Smith, who's gone from 3rd to 1st to 2nd in the last 30 seconds or so. This is proper Mini Miglia racing.
Absolutely. This is Mini 7 Commercial Club racing at its finest. The 7s and the medias, whichever you look at it, are great. Now I've asked the producer for a replay. Here it is. Let's have a look at it then. So Aston was looking for the switchback, and Deeth just parked his car. He went too deep into the corner. There was contact between them. They both ran wide, and Jeff just looked to his left and went, okay then, you're going to make it that easy, I'll just sail past both of you then. And it also let through, as a result, Curly and Aaron Smith, because they had the door wide open, and down to 4th and 5th go Aston and Deeth respectively.
Wow, well, that was dramatic stuff, and the great thing is I think all of the cars involved in that are still in contention for the race win. Jeff Smith certainly is. He pulls to the outside of Ian Curley as we head down the straight. It might be that Rupert Deeth has sustained some damage. Look, he's a bit off the pace, isn't he? Down in 7th position. Another race maybe that's going to slip through his fingers then, having been a factor throughout the first half of it. Only halfway through, you've got to remind yourself to pace yourself a little bit in these races. Not that the drivers are necessarily living by that rule. They are going absolutely flat out at every single opportunity, just trying to keep themselves towards the front of the group and plan their plan of attack for the final few laps.
Really, I look at this, sweeping one way then the other, trying to break the toe, but Jeff Smith actually sold him a dummy to try and break the toe, and he's now gone to the the right-hand side of Curly. Also, likewise, Aaron Smith and Kane Aston, and Phil Bullen Brown, as you rightfully said, has caught back up again. Now it's 2x2 like Noah's Ark. There goes Jeff Smith round the outside of Brundle, gives him the racing line and the corner for Nelson. He'll stay off the inside curve this time. But look at Phil Bullen Brown. He's another one that's capitalised on all this fighting. Just like Jeff Smith did, he sailed right onto the back of this group to make it another 5-car scrap. Some debris on the inside of the little short straight between the bomb hole and Coram. Through the long right-hander they go again. And still Curly putting the pressure onto Smith. And as for Aaron Smith, he thought about getting a bit closer to the back as just going a little wide on the exit. Smith is now keeping close. Aston gets a good exit too, so Curly didn't quite capitalise on his run off of Murray's. He's now going to be under threat from both Aston and also in turn from Aaron Smith. And again, Curly tries to get the toe to defend if he can. Goes one way then the other, tries to break the toe as much as he can, down towards the right-hander at Ritchie's. Again, looking for that undercut, but thankfully, unlike Aston into the back of Deeth, Curly does get Smith pretty well. Aaron Smith looking for the inside line. Bullen Brown thinking, I'll sit back and observe these four for the moment, but he wants to get involved. Smith to third past Aston. Bullen Brown thinks, right, my next target's going to be getting past the number 11 car if I can. Everywhere you look, there is no guarantee exactly which order each of these 5 cars are going to end up. Literally, not just lap by lap, it's corner by corner at this point.
Indeed, so we've lost, I'm afraid, Rupert Deeth and Sam Summerhays to the pit lane, so they're both out of the race, it would seem. Deeth, because of the damage from the contact, not sure what the issue was for Summerhays. Look at this, though, for the race lead. 4 abreast, maybe. Someone's going to have to back out of this. It's not going to be Ian Curley, though. He retains the advantage then as they turn through the left and the right-hander. And, yeah, it is going to be Curley from Jeff Smith, Aaron Smith, Kane Aston, Phil Bullen Brown. Any one of these 5 could still win the race, but because of the loss over the next couple of cars, it's now about a 9-second gap back to 6th place Steve Ewell, who himself is in a battle for the ages. About 4 or 5 cars battling for that 6th position.
Yeah, it's him, Elliot Stafford, Matthew Ayres and Colin Peacock all battling 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, and they've got a 5-second gap, 5.5 over Sean King and P10. So wherever you look in the top 10, no position is certain, at least first to down to 9th, because the respective battles are all going to be over each other. There's sadly Sam Summerhays. I don't know if that's a legacy of what happened in race 1 where his car was smoking. Maybe it's a possible recurrence of that or something more serious, but he's out of it. And to Riches they go again. Smith on Smith, Jeff versus Aaron. Aaron tries to get good momentum. Kane Aston does so as well. Bullen Brown still at the back of the group. You just think he's the one that's kind of biding his time, thinking, I know I've got the pace to possibly get in the mix and get at least one good position here. Just need to sit back and keep out of trouble, play my cards right, and go for it as Curly kicks up the dust a little bit, running wide on the exit onto the Bentley straight. 5 alive down the back straight. Again, he's darting around left and right. You can't do that too much. There is a fine line between weaving to break the toe and weaving to block. You have to be very careful not to do that too much, because you can get warned for excessive weaving if you're not too careful. Down towards the complex, again 3 abreast per second. It's Jeff Smith back to the lead. Curly in 2nd place. How much curb do they all take? A little bit, little nip of the curve as they come through Nelson, back towards the bomb hole. Tight stuff with 6 minutes to go.
Yes, it is indeed, and now drivers starting to just think ahead towards the final lap or two, and you know, when there's 5 cars in a group like this, they all have an idea of where they want to be, but as we saw in race 1, that plan doesn't always get executed as you were hoping, and that can... then you've got 4 other drivers around you who also have their own plan of action. It can all get rather complicated on the final lap, but Jeff Smith Now he's in front, doesn't want to give the lead away, weaves around again as they come past the pits, but there's absolutely no point really, because Ian Curley's already up alongside him as they cross the line and almost went to the outside into Rich's corner, couldn't quite do it. And so Aaron Smith slots in behind him. Oh, Curley completely sideways out of the first corner, almost bangs doors with Aaron Smith, and Smith will come through here on the inside line into the Wilson hairpin. Ian Curley took a bit too much curb through the second apex of Rich's on the inside. That spat the car out wide, and he almost lost it again over the exit curb. He looks a bit ragged at the moment, Curley. He was wide again there coming onto the back straight for the second lap in a row. He's clearly pushing hard. He doesn't want to lose touch with the race leader.
No one wants to lose touch with anyone in this top five. And look, Bull and Brown's thinking, time for me to make my moment. He's looking around the outside of at least one car and towards Brundle. But no, close enough to make a move as Aston. Thought Smith's car was moving around a little bit there, but he's managed to hold it nicely and keep it in a neat little four-wheel drift through the apex of Nelson, back through the bomb hole. So at the moment, guys, it's keywords at the moment. Jeff Smith, Ian Curley, then Aaron Smith, then Kane Aston, then Phil Bull and Brown. For the first time in ages, they're actually staying in the same order, which they actually crossed the line last time by, which is not quite very Mini 7S given on a circuit like this. Okay, now under threat from Aaron Smith. He's got good pressure on the run up the centre straight once again. But again, Curley latches onto the back of Smith's car, gets the toe that he needs, and stays in the slipstream, darts out. They'll be side by side almost across the line with 4.25 minutes to go. Aston posturing around in fourth. He's the one that missed the headlight after he punched the back of Rupert Deet's car right here a few laps ago. And I think that's possibly what's caused Deet's car to go out as a result of that, some damage to the rear end. But Aston's car appears to be mechanically quite sound. 5 of them all together, wiggling around under brakes, trying to find some racing room. All neatly line astern. So, once again, Smith, Curley, Aaron Smith, Jeff Smith, Kane Aston, then Phil Bull and Brown. Which order are they going to crop up by the time they get to Brundle Nelson, by the time they get to the braking zone in a few seconds' time? Well, they're going 3 wide for second place, but they're letting Jeff Smith get away here.
That's the danger, isn't it? That is definitely the danger. He's got all of 4 or 5 car lengths advantage. He's trying to cover them all off, look, trying to give an equal share of the slipstream to the 3 cars that were racing each other behind him. He did quite a good job of that, actually. Pitches the car into Nelson. He knows this is his opportunity to try and get away. I don't think it's quite going to work, because they're going to get another slipstream down the main straight in a moment or two, and I think as long as you're within a second of the car ahead, you'll pretty much be with them again by the end of the straight. But this is the furthest away that anyone's been at the head of this group, and it is Mini Miglia Racing veteran Jeff Smith who is pulling the gap. Although I say Mini Miglia Racing veteran, actually did a lot of years racing in the 7s, didn't he, before stepping up into the Miglias only a year or so ago. But he knows this style of racing very, very well. Let's see what the gap is then as they come across the line with just under 3 minutes to go. Potentially the penultimate lap they begin, and it's 3/4 of a second between Smith and Curley, with Aston third, Aaron Smith fourth, and Phil Bull and Brown still very much with them in fifth. But I think that gap's already starting to creep down, isn't it? It's probably under half a second now, in fact less than that, in fact, as they arrive at the Wilson hairpin. So yep, 3/4 of a second at the line equals virtually nothing by the time we get onto the Bentley straight. And Jeff Smith knows that he could be in trouble here. He weaves to the inside. Ian Curley gets the draft. He's going to have a bit of a threat here from Kane Aston. Or is he? Is Aston giving him the push? I think maybe he was initially on the straight. They have caught Jeff Smith. To the outside goes Ian Curley. Just like that, we've got a new race leader.
Oh, and Jeff Smith got onto the brakes pretty early to get slotted in behind Curley, but in front of Aston still for third place. Fourth for Aaron Smith, to the Phil Bull and Brown just arrives in the background slightly sideways, but he's now fallen off the back, so it looks as though it's going to be, unless something dramatic happens, and let's face it, this has been dramatic from start to finish, he might well be out of it and reside at the 5th place, unless it all really kicks off even further than it could do at this point in time. Jeff Smith holding on to the inside line as Curley slightly drifts it through the apex of Coram onto Murray's and onto the final lap of the race now. Or will it? Because the lap times are 1:23. It's going to be a touch go. They might even get 2 more laps, I think, because across the line they will come. They've been doing 1:23s, 1:24s.
Nope.
And we're not signaling for 1 more lap, so they get 2 more laps, in fact. Brilliant. So 2 more times around the 200 circuit. Ain't done yet. And I think anyone that's not Ian Curley right now is probably enjoying that immensely. 2 more laps of this. Let's face it, no matter how many laps they are, no matter where they are, these guys absolutely adore it from start to finish, and so are we.
Indeed so. I'm sure they were all looking out for that last lap board, because they'll all want to know where they need to be. Do you want to be the leader? Surely at this point, no you don't. If you came onto the Bentley straight now on the final lap with a car virtually pushing you down that straight, you would not be expecting to retain the lead by the end of the straight, would you? Jeff Smith then sits in behind Ian Curley and does pull to the inside. I thought he was just going to sit there all the way down the straight. Kane Aston gets a run on the pair of them, and they're going to go 3 abreast into the braking zone. Jeff Smith on the inside, Aston round the outside. Can he go from third to first? Yes, he can, and Kane Aston gets the advantage. Ian Curley comes back at Jeff Smith. The two former BTCC racers almost partaking in some BTCC-esque door-to-door banging there out of the corner. Ian Curley now does make contact with Jeff Smith, and Aaron Smith buys into it as well. And look who is benefiting. Just as we saw towards the end of race 1, if you hit the front early, sometimes the second place battle starts falling over each other, and they really are. Look, Jeff Smith barges into the side of Aaron Smith, and they're handing this on a plate to Kane Aston.
This is getting a little bit feisty with a lap to go, and they're going to come across the line with just about a few seconds left to go. Yeah, about 4 seconds to come across the line. On the screen you see it's 2 seconds, but they come across the line, so one more time. And actually, Aston hasn't got the advantage. Look, because Curley's caught him. In fact, the fact that the Smiths were so busy battling each other, he's now pulled away, got the toe from Aston, so that pretty much it is going to be 2 for the lead and 3 for third place. Here comes Bull and Brown. Could he get an unexpected podium? He's been sat there politely nowhere in 5th position. He was far back a couple of seconds. Now it's all kicking off. It's like I said, he's just sat there thinking, I'll just keep an eye on what's going on here. I might take full advantage. So now it's going to be pretty much Aston versus Curley for the lead, unless they kick off enough to compromise themselves. But look at that, Aston knows he doesn't trust the racing line. He's going from this way to that, trying to break the toe where he can. Curley darts to the outside line. He might well let him have it, because if he has the run up the line, in fact he has let him have it, I think he senses if he can get the run up, exit off of Murray's and get the run to the line, it could be a drag race between them. Aston closes back in right on the rear bumper at Nelson. Aaron Smith's gone to third ahead of Jeff Smith. Bull and Brown still there. With about 3 corners left to go, in typical Mini 7 fashion, I might have looked through my eyes rather than watch the screen, because this could be quite the grandstand finish. If you're watching, if you're watching trackside as well, but also around the world, get the cameras out. This might well be a photo finish.
Yes, I think you're right, although Curley's had a really good run there through Corham Corner. Aston, though, to be fair, really carries the speed through Murray's. This is going to be a side-by-side finish, and my money might be on Kane Aston, look, because he's got the momentum. He gets the side draft. There's contact going to the line. It's absolutely neck and neck to the line, but I think Kane Aston has just about got there. Checkered flag waves. Kane Aston wins the second Mini Miglia race of the day, and that was proper Mini Miglia racing from start to finish. Ian Curley second. Aaron Smith gets on the podium ahead of Jeff Smith. Those two, I suspect, are going to have a chat after the race and compare battle scars maybe after their cars made contact on more than one occasion. Phil Bull and Brown ended up in 5th position, with Elliot Stafford leading the next pack of cars home in 6th. Fabulous racing and a really well judged final lap that for Kane Aston. He must have gone onto the back straight in the lead thinking, this might not quite work out. Curley went through, but he didn't panic. He nailed the final corner. That was absolute perfection for Kane Aston, and he was able to out-drag Ian Curley, actually, by 0.3 of a second. A pretty comfortable win in the end. What a race that was. Kane Aston then gets a win, and that is his first win of the year. So 4 races, 4 different winners in the Mini Miglia Championship. The Libra class, by the way, we didn't really get much of an opportunity to check in with them, but Steve Baker just came across the line in 14th place overall to claim the victory in the Mini Libra class. It was Kane Aston who won overall, though, a beautifully judged final lap to claim his first victory of the season. Ian Curley comes home second, and Aaron Smith in third. Jeff Smith fourth. Phil Bull and Brown in 5th position. Elliot Stafford 6th, ahead of Colin Peacock, Steve Ewell, Nick Paddy and Sean King to conclude the top 10. Then Damien Harrington was 11th, ahead of Rick Turner and Tony LeMay. Steve Baker wins the Libra class in 14th position. 15th place then for Paul Cobbing, with Hugh Turner second in the Libras, and Phil Harvey third in the Libras. The last 2 cars home, actually, Julian Proctor was a non-finisher, so too Matthew Ayres. Sam Summerhays and Rupert Deeth we saw retired to the pits at the same time. Bit of a disaster weekend, actually, for Rupert Deeth. And Thorburn Aston in 22nd place, also not able to reach the flag. Well, breathless stuff from the Mini Miglias, and we look forward to welcoming them back, hopefully, to the BRSCC race events again at some point. Their next round is on the Silverstone National Circuit on the 13th to the 14th of June. Here's a replay of the last corner, meanwhile. Kane Aston, curb hopping and all, carried so much speed off the turn. And watch just here as he pulls out of the slipstream. There's just a tiny touch, a little bit of bodywork goes flying. No malice in that. Didn't really make any great difference, I don't think, but he did have the momentum, and he out-dragged Ian Curley, who probably a corner or so before that thought that he had this in the bag, but you can never relax in Mini Miglia racing. There's always a chance that you're going to end up under pressure at the even in the final moments of the race. That next weekend, by the way, that I mentioned for the Miglias, the 13th and 14th of June, that is another BRSCC event at Silverstone, the Silverstone Summer Weekend. Don't think it is live streamed, doesn't look like it is, but you can of course head over to Silverstone if you want to enjoy a good weekend of racing. There's some good categories there. The City Car Cup are going to be out there. We'll also have the Classic Mini Racing Championships, a proper mini festival. The 2CV Racing Club are there, along with the MG Motor Club, MG Car Club's MG Metros and MG Cockshoot Cup Series. The C1 Endurance Series will be there. A great weekend of racing, that 13th and 14th of June. That's the next time that the Mini Miglias will be out on track. So, drivers then start to gather down in the Parc Ferme area. Scott Woodwis, I believe, has made his way down there and is about to have a chat with the drivers. I'd imagine there are one or two interesting conversations that I wouldn't mind earwigging on, going on between the drivers from that leading group. But happiest of them all will be Kane Aston, who becomes the 4th different winner from the first 4 races of the season. Let's head down then and get their thoughts with Scott.
Well, one word for that, wow. Out of the 4 Mini 7 races we've had, that's probably the finest of them all, and what a fantastic battle at the front. Again, we talk about Mini 7 racing just being fantastic all the way. Genuinely already one of the race of the season contenders. So we'll have a chat to our race winner wherever he's got to, which is just over here. We'll go have a chat with Kane. You can follow me over here. Have a chat. Kane, congratulations. I mean, good to see you back in Victory Lane as well. I know you guys do this week in, week out, but my goodness, that was a race and a half.
Yeah, do you know what? These minis are amazing, aren't they? I think there's there's massive respect between all the drivers. You know, we've had our issues over the years, but that is, we don't mind a bit of door rowing. But for 5 of us, Curly, myself, Aaron, and Jeff, yeah, we're going down to the S's, probably doing 116, 115 miles an hour, and it's literally, who's going to break the latest. Yeah. But it was just brilliant, and I was a sitting duck at the end really, and I thought I had enough, but then I had a slipping clutch again. And there's just no point fighting at S's, it's just too risky with that new curve they put in. And then I saw the oil flag, and the oil flag or hazard flag, and I was thinking, well, Ian's going to hit it first, and sadly he did, and they gave me the run. So yeah, great.
Yeah. And of course, you've been at the front, you've been a champion before, so you know what it's like to run these cars at the front. But year on year, it doesn't make it any less competitive. You get new drivers coming in, people stepping up for the Mini 7s. The competition just keeps on ramping up somehow year after year. It's phenomenal. For so long this champion's been going, it's still as competitive as it ever was.
Oh, it's ridiculous. And the problem is, us front boys, we're all in our 50s, apart from Aaron. So I think, if it was Curly, myself, and the other Smith, I think we'd take up over 100, 150 years old. But it is such a competitive series. Great bunch of lads. Thanks to, happy birthday to Cuffy. Thanks to all my sponsors, One Broker, Tomer, who builds the engine, Swift Tune. Who else we got? Gator Crash, Michael Winners, all of them. Yeah. Love it.
Fantastic weekend. Good to see you win again.
Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations. Let's have second place 2. Let's grab Ian Curley, who's over here. Ian, don't want to doorstep the interview, but second place, well done.
Thank you.
Couldn't make it 2 from 2, but again, it's just typical of these Mini 7s. It's just you never guarantee a victory, especially in a situation like that, until you get to Boulogne.
No, for certain. I mean, to be fair, I thought I had 2 by 2. I come out of the S's in the lead, and there was oil flags were on at Coram, and it was a bit slippery, and I just eased up too much, and then I missed 3rd gear on the run to the line, so that was it. So, but I'm well happy with 2nd place, so that was fantastic.
And just briefly talk about the fact these cars keep on delivering great racing. Of course, already only 4 races in, it's probably one of the races of the season already, and you've still got most of the season left to go.
Yeah, and I mean, really, the highlight is going to be Thruxton, because it's the chicane. It don't matter what you do on the rest of the lap, it's the chicane. So, but I'm lucky, I've got my CAD engine, and that'll get me to the front, no problem.
If you can send David Addison another octave in his voice, because he loves commentate on that. And we love watching it. You've done your job.
We'll do our best.
You've driven superbly all weekend. Well done. Good stuff. Excellent. Very, very quickly, we'll have a chat to third place man Aaron Smith. Aaron, again in the mix, third place, but it's such a tight competitive grid. You might be frustrated with 2 third places, but it's such a tight front group, isn't it?
I mean, third, it's not the end of the world. You know, points mean prizes. We're in it for the long haul. So, yeah, like, what a race that was. So, yeah, I'm pleased to be back on the podium. You know, would I want to be a bit further up? Of course. But, you know, it was a great race. Fantastic for CAD and Minisport again, like, you know, like getting them back up there. So, yeah, no, really pleased.
Next race coming up, but well done. We'll see you out next time, Bo. Excellent stuff. Well done. So that's Mini 7's done for this weekend, sadly, but they'll be out next time, of course, in a few weeks' time. Now we get to more racing, back to more micro pocket rockets. It's time for our second City Car Cup race. I'll hot off back to the box and hand you back to Andy McEwen to take you the grid for that race coming up.
Yes, indeed so. The City Car Cup, Nankang Tyre City Car Cup, which incorporates student motorsport, is up next for their second race of the day. And as we mentioned when the first race was taking place earlier on, we've once again got an oversubscribed grid of cars in the City Car Cup this weekend. And as a result, we're having to run a group format. So there are 3 groups of cars. The field's split into 3 groups, A, B and C. Each group races twice, and they each race each other once. So race 1 was groups A and B. We now have group B out for the second time, racing against group C for the first time. So Richard Jepp, who was in group A, who was in Group B even, I knew I'd confuse myself, won the first race earlier on. He starts on pole position now for race 2 alongside Alistair May, who is part of Group C. Then it's Alex Jackson and Joe Moss on row number 2. Sam Johnston and Christopher Parks make up the third row, ahead of Jensen Jackson and Jack Burgess on row 4. Row 5 for George Antonio and Tom Hartwell, with Max Finn and Elliot Lettis on row 6. Row 7 for Ben Johnson and John Nicholson. Joseph Plowright and Chris Brewster make up row number 8. 9th row for John Sykes and Harry Sutton. Amelia Vincent's next on row 10, completing the top 20 alongside Ruben Lowe. James Savage and Mark White make up the 11th row, and the 12th row shared by Tom Crossland and Abby Bennett. Sean Feehan, Alex Turner and Luke Power make up the last couple of rows of a 27-car grid. So, Jepp won the first race ahead of Alex Foden and Andrew Dyer. Well, they were both part of Group A, so they're not going to be out again until later on in the day. And this is one of the really interesting things about this format, the group format, that every race you've got someone different to race against, and Richard Jepp only just managed to win that first race of the day. Alex Foden and Andrew Dyer were all over him in the Boston College racing cars, and Richard said to Scott in his post-race interview that he felt the Boston College cars were quicker than him, but he was able to defend the leads effectively and prevent them coming through. Well, is it going to be the same sort of story here? Is Alistair May going to be able to spring a challenge maybe against the Peugeot 108? Which is the Team Northbrook racing car. Richard Jepp's car, of course, also a student motorsports car. Starting from pole position and looking for a second win of the weekend and looking to continue this fantastic run that he's having this year. Richard Jepp won both of his races, I seem to recall, last time out at the season opener, and led the championship therefore coming into the weekend. Last year's champion Ben Spencer, of course, not racing with us at this stage in 2026. Alistair May was runner-up in the championship last year, and he missed out on the title by only 6 championship points. So Alistair's definitely going to be keen to try and get one over on Richard Jepp here and stop his winning streak. He'll see Richard as a definite championship rival. Of course, Alistair will be back out again for race 3 later on, where he'll have another opportunity to try and get some points. We'll see whether or not he's able to do so. There is Alistair May then, the blue and white car with the yellow highlights, the Citroen C1. Quite a lot of Citroens actually towards the front of the grid in this one. It was a nice mix in race 1, wasn't it? We had Peugeot from Citroen from Toyota, the top 3, and actually only 3 Citroens in the entirety of the top 10. Well, in this race, most of the top 10 seem to be Citroen C1s. So again, that's just part of the slight randomness of how the groups are selected. And just so happens we've got a bit more of the Citroen representation in this race, and a couple of the older shaped Peugeots as well, the 107s. The 108 is the new shaped car, which is has been tested and developed to have complete parity with the older car, but obviously looks a little bit more modern. And we've seen that car have great success in the hands of Richard Jepp so far this season. There's one of the older shaped Peugeot 107s coming through. And that was Jensen Jackson's car, actually, which qualified 7th on the grid. So an interesting race in prospect then, Scott. Cars working their way around onto the grid. What do we reckon? Has Jepp got a 4th win from 4 starts in his pocket here?
I'm sure he'd love to continue that run, both not just for Norfolk, but also for himself in the overall championship if he can. Of course, he hasn't got any pesky Boston College racing cars. They'll be separate in race number 2 coming up. And that might be an interesting race when it comes up to see if Alex Foden can, one, keep ahead of Andrew Dye and get that first race victory, because he's been looking pretty confident and he felt that he could have had a couple of opportunities to make it happen. But considering that this time he'll be racing against this group, the only bugbear he might have is the man that will be alongside him on the front, which is Alistair May. So that'll be an interesting one to see. I think with the cars that are in this mix for this group, you've got, like Alex Jackson's been quite quick before. Joe Moss, who has, a fun fact, has the fastest ever, I think it's qualifying lap set in average speed in City Car Cup history. That was a couple of years ago at Donington Park, if I'm correct, on my stats that I've got here. We've also got a couple of drivers. I think Joe Moss, I think also Miglia Vincent, I think is doing her 50th City Car Cup start as well. So a couple of landmarks in there. She's in this race. And she's starting from, where's Miglia starting from? 19th place on the grid, so she's on the 10th row on that side, so she'll be looking to try and get a good result and move up a couple of spots. I think it's going to be Jepp versus May. We know how good Joe Moss is from that row as well, and both of those race tapes cars are pretty quick, because when they've been out before, they've been quite solid in where they've gone. Chris Parks also one to watch for as well, and they've both come from the world of C1 endurance racing, of course, and crossed over into City Car Cup, where they've got more grip, a little bit more power, it's a little more grip and faster lap times, considering they are a bit more sturdy suspension. Yeah, I think it's going to be possibly Jepp versus May, but we'll see as the lights come up who gets the turn 1 first.
Indeed we will. Red lights on. Jepp versus May on the front row of the grid. Off we go. Nothing to choose between the 2 front row starters, I think, as they accelerate up through the gears. In the second phase of the start, there's still not really anything in it, I would have to say. Someone nipping out of line, that's Jack Burgess, who started on the outside of row 4. He's on the inside line somehow heading into the first corner and gaining a handful of places as a result. All sort of leaning on each other slightly, but there's just enough space for them all to negotiate riches for the first time and head towards the braking zone at the Wilson hairpin. It is Jepp, though, that's holding on to the advantage. May's second, and here comes Jack Burgess for third from 8th on the grid. Jack Burgess absolutely nailed the start there. I'm not sure if he got through into third place. I think he might have done. There's a lot of contact in the midfield there. Cars bouncing over the grass. Jepp with the lead. Is that May in second place? Yes, it is, isn't it? That's Christopher Parks I'm seeing in the similarly liveried car behind. Who is in third position? Is it Jack Burgess? I believe, Scott, that it is.
It is. It's side by side for 4th, because you've now got in there 2. That is 47 Alex Jackson going with the second of the race tapes cars, Chris Parks. The rest of the pack goes charging down towards it. Look at the pack. It's a great sight to see. There's 3 abreast you can easily do, and more in City Car Cup towards the complex. But watch for the inside curve, because someone might at least clip that. A little bit of a wiggle from some cars in the middle of that battle pack towards the bottom of the top 10. Lettuce getting involved, digging fisticuffs there with the 5 of Jensen Jackson, who's fallen up a little bit. Moss and Parks go side by side. One of the, I think it's still, or at least old Bitcoin racing cars in that livery of blue and white with a bit of orange. And still side by side through Coram. And that just behind them there is 24, which is Samuel Johnston. There's Johnson and Johnston in this weekend, so it's not accusing at all. Moss sends one up the inside. That was Johnston. He got into the back of Chris Parks, spun around himself as a result, and off he goes onto the grass, and he'll be down to pretty much last and 27th place in this grid. And another car going for spinning as well. That is 157, which is Sean Feehan, and he will have to go to the back of the grid as Jepp leads the way by 0.8 of a second, which is almost very un-City Car Cup-like from May in second place, and it's Burgess, Jackson and Moss in the top 5, whilst Parks has still stayed in 6th position. With Brewster, Hartwell, Jensen Jackson, Elliot Lettuce, former champion in this category, back in 10th, and third best of the student motorsport cars as Team Northbrook continues to lead.
Indeed it does. Oh, lots of shuffling going on into the Wilson hairpin. That's Christopher Parks on the outside, and to his inside goes the 64 car through the right-hander at Wilson. That's Chris Brewster, who's charged through from 16th on the grid, Chris Brewster. So a lot of shuffling on this opening lap. He's up into 7th and was going for 6th there as they went through the tight right-left flick at the Wilson hairpin. He's got the inside line down the Bentley straight, and I think he'll go through with a bit of assistance there from Tom Hartwell in the number 89 car behind him. So really yeah, very jumbled order actually from sort of third place on back, with Jack Burgess charging up the order and several others. Oh, lots of curb taken by Chris Brewster down at Nelson. But that did just lose him some speed on corner exit. Here comes the 23 car now, Joe Moss to his inside. Joe Moss, having lost some ground on this lap, started the lap 5th, and he's trying to get himself back up towards that position now by getting to the inside line into Coram. 2 by 2 they come through the long right-hander. The inside line you'd think would prevail, but there's more momentum on the outside, and it's a slightly easier braking zone then from the outside line, and so Chris Brewster is able to hang on, as they're all saving on tyres, aren't they, by keeping the left-hand side tyres nowhere near the racetrack through Murray's Corner.
Synchronised curb hopping using launch ups over the huge big curb on the inside of Murray's taking that to full effect. Gap has come down by a couple of tenths between Jepp and May in front. It's now just under 6 tenths of a second. Burgess is a further, 1.7 seconds back in third, and then Jackson, Brewster, Moss is back in there. I'd say Tom Hartwell started 10th, up to 7th place inside the top 10, and holding off. Looks like that is Jensen Jackson, who's in the second place of the student motorsport cars in 8th position. Max Finn, who's part of Emax Motorsport, can see him charge through. Where did Max start, actually? He started back 11th, and he's now up into 9th, up 2 spots. Chris Parks is one of the big kind of drivers shuffle back, as he's then started 6th and back to the base of the top 10, so work to do for him. And Elliot Lettis was 12th, not 1 spot to 11th, so not too much progress for the Nesca College car, but that's steadily moving upwards as it can.
Indeed so. Chris Brewster then to the front of this group now. The battle for 5th position, but they were about 3 seconds behind the next car ahead at the beginning of the lap. The leaders, by the way, are getting themselves closer together again. Alistair May was a couple of tenths quicker than Richard Jepp on the previous lap. Maybe that was the benefit of the tow, but just starting to close in slightly now on the race leading car. Getting away, therefore, from Jack Burgess and Alex Jackson, who are 3rd and 4th respectively. Wing mirror there hanging off on the side of Joe Moss's car. I'm not really that surprised. There's been a lot of side-to-side racing in this one so far, but it's not going to end there, is it? Joe Moss is up the inside of Brewster again now through Coram. He tried this a lap ago, remember. Has he made it stick this time? Yes, he has. So Joe Moss gets the Citroën ahead of the Toyota and back into the top 5 as the sunshine now starts to glint off the bodywork. Oh dear, there's contact through the last corner. That's going to benefit Christopher Parks, but who was that getting elbowed out wide? It was the 89 of Tom Hartwell, wasn't it? Tangling possibly with Jensen Jackson.
Jackson, it was definitely the 15 car, wasn't it, that was getting involved. There's also 115 was in there too as well. Look at the order. It's 3 nearly 4. It's almost like 3 wide, 2 deep going down the pit straight. We're trying to sort out the order from backwards. There goes Moss and Brewster. Then it's Jackson from Parks, from John Nicholson's up to 9th place. Where's he come from? So 310. Nicholson was 14th. Now he's up to 9th, up 5 places in what's that? Just about 5.5 minutes, which is pretty impressive. And John's been pretty much in the championship ever since it started back in 2021, which is impressive. And that's Chris Parks into the side of Jensen Jackson and elbows him out wide. There's John Nicholson going through. Everyone else trying to be 10th, and it is currently at the moment 15th place. That's Chris Parks, who I think had a bit of fisticuffs there, but looks like it was Jensen Jackson or John Nicholson, one of the two. And that's the key thing with these cars. It's momentum is the key. Yes, they're not the fastest. That's the reason why you have to keep up the momentum and the speed. When I drove one back at Silverstone, it's literally keeping up the speed, because if you fall out of the toe or just even lift off a little too much and lose pace, it takes a few seconds to get the car back into the groove. You have to use a couple of corners to find the groove again in the mix. They go almost 3 abreast once again, or 2 by 2 like Noah's Ark. That's Jensen Jackson battling with Tom Hartwell. That is Hartwell, who's gone outside the top 10 now. He's been shuffled quite far back now. 115 is Max Finn. That's the red car, the Emax Motorsport car, and they're quite well versed in C1 endurance. Have been multiple winners there before, so Max is using all that experience. And now as they shuffle through again, look at this huge pack of cars that are battling from, what's that, about 7th or 8th backwards. This is Hartwell versus, no, this is outside that in fact. This is, no, that is, because Tom Hartwell's up with the mix as well. We've got one car that's facing the wrong way. It's number 8, which is Abby Bennett up at Nelson. Oh, and up on 2 wheels. Max Finn pushing hard as he dares. He's going to get the push off the corner as well from the car right behind him. So it's all action. And we still haven't hit half distance yet.
This has got disaster written all over it, hasn't it? This big battle pack of cars heading past the pits. I mean, they're racing absolutely inches apart from each other. And as you said, the momentum is key. If one of them has a moment, they're losing not 1 or 2 positions, but as we just saw from Christopher Parks, he crossed the line that time in 15th place. 7 places that lost him. Whoever that belonged to, I doubt they're going to be setting fastest laps anymore.
There's the culprit. It's Abby Bennett.
It's Abby,
it's her left rear that's come off. So something's happened at Nelson, which has loosened the left rear, and it's come off there. As now we go side by side for the lead. They're going to have to sort this out before Brendan Nelson, the bomb hole, otherwise they'll come across yellow flags. That being said, though, that car's not moving, so I'm looking at the safety car out the window. Nothing's moving yet, but I anticipate we're going to see flashing lights in a moment.
And all the more reason then for Alistair May to try and make this move, because he doesn't really want to get stuck behind Richard Jett behind a safety car. He didn't make it stick there though, and they are now into a yellow flag zone. Yes, they're being told to slow down. The safety car is being scrambled because there's a wheel in the middle of the road just there. That is not ideal. The marshals doing their best to try and warn the drivers, but that is right on the racing line, that wheel, and you do not want to hit that. That would do a lot of damage to the car, and thankfully I think the message is getting across. The safety car board's out now, so everyone should be slowing down anyway. Although some of them doing so more than others, and when you're tucked right up behind someone, that's where it's so easy to run into something that's on the track. I think they've got the message now. Disaster averted there. That could have been quite nasty if someone had come into contact with that wheel. So Abby Bennett out of the race, and the Hyundai safety car back out onto the track, and that will just put a pause on proceedings for the time being. We will get a restart, I'm sure. How many laps it's over, I don't know. This will take a little while to recover that car. Anytime a car loses a wheel or has a really damaged suspension, it always slows the recovery down, because it can't just be towed away. It needs to be lifted onto a flatbed truck, and that's a much longer process to make sure that it's done safely. And it might just mean that we have a little more of a delay here than we'd like. I'm still reasonably confident we'll get at least a lap of racing in, but I just worry now whether that's Alistair May's best chance for a win gone, because he's not going to have a huge amount of time upon the race restart to get past Richard Jett. And as we said, it's all about momentum, not just when it comes to getting a good lap time, but when it comes to making an overtake, you need to sometimes spend a lap or so just building up speed and working out a way to get through. We'll wait and see, but Richard Jett certainly won't be disappointed to see that safety car appear in front of him.
Definitely not. Thankfully, Abby Bennett she realises, that's the problem.
Yes.
3 wheels on my wagon, sorry. And talking to the marshals, Marshal was saying, can't be helped, it happens. But that's the main thing, of course, anything like that. Yes, the wheels come off, but at the very least, she's okay. And quickly, the recovery vehicle is on the scene
very
as well.
quickly.
I think because they realise it's a 5-minute race, and 5 minutes left to go in the race, they want to get it out of the way quickly if they can. And thankfully, our hard-working marshals and recovery teams are working as quick as they can. Thankfully, also, the said wheel in the middle of the road has been recovered, so it's not going to be a danger anymore. So, status report with just under 5 minutes to go then. Jett leads the way overall and in student motorsport for Norfolk College. Then it's going to be Alistair May in 2nd place, Jack Burgess in 3rd, Alex Jackson 4th, Chris Brewster 5th. This will be Joe Moss in 6th, but it was crossed 50 championship starts in City Car Cup from the race earlier on. Then it's Jensen Jackson 7th. He's also 2nd in the student motorsport ranks, and he's there in, I think, a new team to this championship for 2026, which is Heriot Watt University's Motorsport Society. The team is called JAS /HW Motorsport. It's got the privateer experience of JAS Autosport. I did think for a second it was JAS Motorsport, as in like the Italian outfit that looks after Honda stuff. It's not quite that much investment, but JAS Autosport and Heriot Watt University Motorsports Society. Jensen Jackson, who was good as a 2025 rookie last year, 2nd at the moment. Elliot Less is, of course, for Nescott College, and that team is back for this season. Of course, Elliot was 2023 City Car Cup champion, so we've got a champion driver, like with Boston College had with Stuart Bliss, who is still helping Boston College racing. It's just now it's Alex Foden and Andrew Dye, of course, and Andrew's a quick enough driver in himself. Very experienced drivers, and that was the great thing we saw, the fact that it's Stuart Bliss coming in to help Boston College, Elliot Less is helping Nescott College, the fact that they're coming in and actually helping these teams understand and actually get better, because they are quick drivers, they're champion drivers, they understand these cars pretty well. Yeah. As we see, the recovery team, rather than think they'd load it, they decided, right, let's just drag it off the circuit into a safe place so we can get the race back underway. And I think possibly if they can do that quick enough and get back into position, unless I'm being optimistic, maybe back underway this time by?
Well, what they might choose to do is just leave it against the barrier for now. They'll have to move the truck probably back to a position of safety, but that hopefully won't take too long. Might be a bit ambitious to get started this time. We'll see. I suspect Race Control will be telling the safety car driver, Liam Browning, by the way, who of course has raced in this championship before on several occasions. Before I seem to recall, they're moving over to Fiesta racing. Yes, he did, didn't he, in the SD150s?
And still does.
Oh, still does race in the SD150s. Right. Okay. Anyway, yes, he's behind the wheel of the Hyundai, and I'm sure he's getting the message to just slow down a little bit and. Maybe there's a chance of a restart this time, but we shall have to wait and see. If they don't this time, then we might then be running out of time altogether, mightn't we? Because I think another lap behind the safety car is going to take us very close to a checkered flag.
Thing is, that is quite far on the infield to not really pose a problem. So I think if Race Control being optimistic, they could even put the lights out now, but if they're choosing not to by the time we get out of Murray's corner, I think we're going to be looking at a safety car finish, which is not what we want to see ever, but unfortunately, sometimes it's the will of the race control to see how the race plays out. It's just how the situation played out in that safety car period.
Yeah, I think that might be where we're headed here. To be honest, we certainly don't have enough time to get back around before the checkered flag. The lights are still on, and it's too late now. It wouldn't be fair on Richard Jepp and the rest of the field to throw a restart now, so it looks like it is going to end behind the safety car then. That's a shame, but Richard Jepp won't mind, because it means a double race victory is going to head his way for the second time out of the 2 events that they've had so far this year. He won both races at Brands Hatch, and it looks as though he's now going to claim both of his race wins here at Snetterton. Of course, he won't take part in the 3rd race, because that will be Group B's racing done with. It's Group A and C that will be out later on this afternoon for the 3rd race, so Jepp won't be out, and that's a free opportunity then for the likes of Alex Foden, for example, and Andrew Dyer, who followed Richard Jepp home earlier on, to try and get some points back on him, or at least limit the damage being done by Richard Jepp in the championship, because he continues now to extend the points lead. I seem to recall you get 50 points for a win, don't you, in City Car Cup? 47, I think, for 2nd position and 45 for 3rd. So,
about right, yeah.
Every win that he's picking up is 50 points, and I think there are bonus points for fastest lap as well, which he holds. So Richard Jepp is... it's not quite going to be a perfect weekend, because Alex Foden actually set the fastest lap in his race earlier on, but it's near perfect. He's still weaving around as well in anticipation of maybe needing some tyre temperature for a restart, but I think that's fairly unlikely. 40 seconds to go. I think even at race speed it would take them about that long to get from here to the line. And so more than likely, checkered flag will wave at the end of this lap, and Richard Jepp will get a bit of a ceremonial finish. The safety car will probably pull into the pit lane and they'll accelerate to the line, but you can't overtake until you cross the line anyway, and by that point you'll have seen the checkered flag. So lights do go out, and of course it's easy for us to say that it's definitely going to finish behind the safety car. The drivers won't necessarily know exactly when the clock's going to tick down to 0, so actually, as far as they're concerned, they might be going racing this time, but as we can see in the top left corner of the screen, the time has now run out, and so a checkered flag will greet them, but the drivers will accelerate to the line regardless, and Richard Jepp is going to cross that line first to claim his 2nd race victory of the season. So Richard Jepp then to the line, sees a checkered flag, flashes the lights, and celebrates a 2nd win of the weekend, and that is a 100% winning record for Richard Jepp so far this season.
And I can also say as well, I think, based on my stats, I think that's Jack Burgess, I think his 1st season in the championship, and that gives him his 1st ever podium, 3rd place.
This is Jack Burgess. Why am I thinking Fiesta Juniors? Is this the Jack Burgess from Fiesta Juniors? I seem to recall a 194 Fiesta somewhere.
Possibly. I'll let you ponder that whilst I go to the podium.
Thank you, Scott. Well dodged. Well, you're going to go and meet him now, I suppose, so you can possibly ask the question. If he's 45 years old, then I've got it wrong, but if he looks young enough, then maybe I've remembered that correctly. Right, Scott's off to the Parc Ferme area. Richard Jepp will be there very shortly, celebrating a race win. Alistair May 2nd, and Jack Burgess comes home in 3rd. Alex Jackson 4th, and Chris Brewster in 5th position. Joe Moss came home in 6th place. 7th for Jensen Jackson. 8th position Max Finn, 9th Elliot Lettis, and 10th position for Tom Hartwell. John Nicholson 11th, Ben Johnson 12th, John Sykes 13th, and Christopher Parks 14th. Disappointing result that, really, for a driver who was well inside the top half dozen or so for much of the race. Then George Antonio in 15th, Amelia Vincent 16th, ahead of Harry Sutton, Ruben Lowe, Luke Power and Joseph Plowright. Max White 21st, Samuel Johnston 22nd, then it was Tom Crossland, James Savage, Alex Turner, Sean Feehan was a non-finisher, as of course dramatically was Abby Bennett after losing that wheel up at the bomb hole. I am correct that we had a Jack Burgess who raced in Fiesta Juniors, by the way, 2024 and I think 2025, where he won a race here at Snetterton. In fact, I might have won 2 races here at Snetterton last year, I seem to recall. What I don't know is whether it's the same Jack Burgess who raced in that race. I'm fairly certain that Jack did used to run that number. You'll have to forgive me, I'm doing a little bit of research live on air here, trying to remember my facts, just looking back at the Snetterton races from last year's Fiesta Junior Championship. There we go. And Jack Burgess, yes, was number 194. All of the pieces are coming into place here. I'm fairly certain it is Jack Burgess from Fiesta Juniors who won at least one race. Did he win the second race as well? Yes, he did win the second race here at Snetterton last year. We never got the third race in because of time constraints that race weekend, which was on the 300 circuit, not the 200. But yeah, fairly certain that is Jack Burgess, Fiesta Junior graduate, and sort of tell that he was a former Fiesta Junior racer given the way that he made progress on those opening laps. He was not backing out of any manoeuvre, got a demon start. I think that was only his second weekend racing in the cars, and yeah, Jack Burgess very impressive in that race. He was fourth in the race earlier on today as well, so a solid weekend for Jack. He'll be heading off to the next round of the championship in hopes of getting a few more strong results. The City Car Cup will head next to Silverstone as part of that BRSCC event in the middle of June. They're then at Croft on the 11th and 12th of July, Cadwell Park in August, Snetterton's 300 circuit in September, and their championship concludes at Silverstone on the international circuit in the middle of October. Right, let's head down into Parc Fermé and hear from our race winner.
You never like to see a race finish under the safety car, but needs must in this one. And we're going to start first of all, not with the winner, but with third place, because it is quite significant, because we're going to start with Jack Burgess, who third place has come fresh out of Fiesta Juniors, first weekend senior racing, first podium. Congratulations. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's good. Literally, I just thought, I got to the start, I thought I'm just going to launch it, see how good I can get. Yeah, I got an unreal start. I went from 8th to 3rd, so I mean, I'm happy with it. So yeah, I don't really know what to say, but yeah.
Fiesta Juniors taught you well then?
Yeah, very well. Definitely learned some racecraft in Fiesta Juniors, yeah.
Good stuff. And of course, this is a fairly similar to the Fiesta Junior, of course, maybe a little less power, but how are you finding transitioning from the Fiesta into the city car? Is it very similar? Is there differences?
It's a bit weird because obviously it's got a lot less power. There's a completely different driving style to it compared to the Junior, so it is a bit of a weird stepping stone, but to be honest, I'm getting on with it. I'm driving all right, so I'm happy with what I'm doing. So
get first podium in your first senior weekend, not bad.
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. Go celebrate the podium. Good effort. Right, we'll go in reverse because actually we can go to Richard actually because Richard is just over here. So I'm going to quickly doorstep and talk to Andrew Payne and interrupt that conversation for a second. Pardon me for a second if we grab Richard. Well, 4 out of 4. You're doing this the right way, aren't you?
Yeah, you know, can't wish for much more really. Car was a little bit different then to it was this morning. I think the track temperature's obviously changed. But yeah, held on to it. Alistair did get past me one lap down this back straight. I managed to side draft back past him in the same straight. Real shame to end under a safety car. He was putting under me under a lot of pressure. But yeah, I mean, 4 out of 4. I'm going to take that all day.
That's what you can hope for, so keep the momentum up and see what you can do.
Absolutely, you know, it's going to be strange watching the third race today and not being in it, but yeah, it'll be good to watch the teammate.
Well done, good stuff.
Thank you very much.
We'll talk to Alistair, we are unfortunately short on time because the next race is coming up. It's the final race of the weekend for the Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship, so I'm going to hot foot it back to the box, hand you back to Andy McEwen to take the grid for their third and final race of the weekend here at a slightly brighter Snetterton here in Norfolk.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yes, the cars will be released from the assembly area momentarily. In fact, I think they might. Oh, yes, they're already on the grid for our third race of the weekend for the Racing Line Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship. Multi-class racing here, and it's been multiple wins for David Lawrence so far. 2 races, 2 dominant victories, but this time he's got Paul Roderson alongside him on the front row. Paul Roderson started race 1 yesterday on the front row, but sadly had mechanical issues, so we'll see whether he can give David a bit of a run for his money this time. Tim Evans and Kerry Lewis, they've had some good battles for class honours, and they will be starting together on row 2 ahead of Oliver Devine-King and Paul Hoggins, with the third row then shared by Oliver Devine-King, by fourth row by Christopher Garnham and Jonathan Halliwell. Fifth row then for Stephen Watson and David Richardson. Row 6 for Harley Young and Matt Anderson, with Dawn Butcher and Chris Adams on the 7th row. Row 8 for John Wyatt and Paul Dunningham, and that will be the conclusion of the grid. Again, a few gaps on that grid graphic, whether that's indicative of people not taking the start, I'm not so sure, but it's a possibility, I suppose. We've had 2 races, a little bit of attrition in both of them. As I said, David Lawrence has won both races. Paul Roderson ran second for much of yesterday's first race, but then retired to the pit lane halfway through. As a result, started race 2 from the back and came all the way through to finish in second position, but 40 seconds adrift of David Lawrence. His best lap time in that race was also about a second and a half slower than the best lap for David, so all signs would point towards another David Lawrence domination, but we'll see. Paul Roderson will be hoping at the very least to try and get in front of him off the line maybe, and give him a bit of a fight through the opening few corners. With Tim Evans, as I said, having had 2 really good battles with Carey Lewis, but coming out on top both times, but never by more than half a second. So those 2 remain pretty evenly matched. Oliver Divine King is out there again, looking for another win within the Audi TT Cup. He's had 2 victories in that category. Just to avoid confusion, he's not in the same class as the Tim Evans Audi TT. That is an Audi TT, but it's not built to TT Cup racing specification, so it runs in a different class. Whereas Oliver Divine King and who's the other TT Cup car, David Richardson, are both entered into that championship. So cars weaving their way down the Bentley Straight. We've got 5 races still to go, all of them 15 minutes as well. So the next race will be for the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup after this one, then the Silverlake Production Cup, before the Modified Fords and the City Car Cup will close out our Snetterton race weekend. Busy weekend this for the BRSCC, with an event up at Alton Park yesterday as well. Next weekend is their Silverlake Silverstone 24-hour event, which is not being live streamed this year, but if you can get yourself across to Silverstone, I highly recommend it, with a fantastic race to come, not only from the C1s, but lots of good, exciting support racing. We've got the Caterham Graduates Championship there, that's guaranteed entertainment on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, along with the BRSCC's various Fiesta Championships, the ST240 and ST150 Championships, along with the Fiesta Juniors, before the C1 24 hours starts mid or late afternoon. Actually, it should be a really exciting day. That the next live streamed event for the BRSCC is not for a little while by the looks of it. I would imagine it's going to be the Anglesey Fun Cup event in the middle of June, but head over to the BRSCC's website for all of the information on upcoming race events, www.brscc.co.uk. and you'll be able then to see all of the events upcoming, including which ones are live streamed and which ones you're going to have to get yourself trackside to enjoy. Well worth doing so though, should you have the opportunity. So David Lawrence and Paul Roderson pull into place on the front row, so too do Tim Evans and Carey Lewis on row 2. I really feel that Paul Roderson's only chance here of really giving David Lawrence a hard time is if he can get ahead of him off the line. Once David gets going in his Cupra, he's almost unbeatable, isn't he? Paul Roderson was a little bit adrift of him yesterday before he retired. But I have to wonder whether maybe that car was already starting to ail a little bit before it retired. Maybe that was costing him a little bit of speed, who knows. We'll see whether now, if his car holds together, he can have a bit more of a challenge for the race win. Red lights on, final race of the weekend for the VW Audi Racing Championship. Off they go. It is a good start for Roderson, in fairness, from the outside of the front row. He gets his nose ahead of David Lawrence, and in fact might just grab the lead. I think he will grab the lead into Rich's corner for the first time. So Roderson gets in front of Lawrence, who was trying to squeeze through on the inside line, but Roderson was having none of it. Paul Roderson then with the early advantage down towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time, and David Lawrence, well, just like that, breezes around the outside into Wilson and reasserts his authority on the race, then gets ahead through the right-hander. Tim Evans is in third, fourth position for Carey Lewis. Is this Roderson coming back at Lawrence though, heading down the Bentley Straight? I think it is. Wheel to wheel for the race lead then between the two different specification Cupras, but there's nothing to choose between them in a straight line. David Lawrence might just be under threat here. Early on the brakes for Roderson though. Can Lawrence hang on? Yes, he can, but this is much more like it, Scott.
He's also with them. Tim Evans in third place in the Audi TT. He's not too far away there in the grey Audi TT before, but yeah, you have to say Paul Roderson is, at least in some parts of the circuit, and in this initial start of the race, definitely was able to keep with David Lawrence. It might well be, Oliver Divine King had plenty of track time this weekend. He said this is 4th race out of 5, and you'd think he'd learn how to take the bomb hole, but we've got very sideways on cold tyres through there, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for that as he goes out of Murray's for the first time. It looks as though at least in round the corners, even though that is at least a set-down Cup car, if we think possibly even a TCR car, David Lawrence's Cooper is pretty well sorted compared to what is effectively a bona fide either touring car or proper set Cup car, which is pretty impressive. Evans 3rd, Divine King surviving that moment for 4th, and in fact actually survived it but lost the place to Kerry Lewis, who did get a good start initially. He was boxed in between the 2 front row men off the line, but managed to hold on and take 4th place. He's now sitting backwards from there. Then you've got Chris Garner from Jonathan Halliwell, Richardson, Hoggins and Anderson the top 10 as they come through, and still Lewis and Divine King looking good, but the driver's got a good amount of pace if he's trying to regroup himself after that huge moment up at the bomb hole. But at the moment, it seems to be, at the line it was 1.3 seconds, but at least Rolison's car can match Lawrence in a straight line, it seems. It's in the corner, surprisingly, where Lawrence seems to have more of an advantage.
Yes, does seem to be that way, although he's definitely getting away now from Rodderson, who's under real threat from Tim Evans. Kerry Lewis will be setting off after Tim, having now got ahead of Oliver Divine King. Those two, as I said, have been really, really evenly matched, but often only in the second half of the race is Kerry Lewis able to close in on Tim, and both races so far, and this one's going the same way. Tim has stolen an early march on the Golf driver, but in the second half of the race, Kerry seems able to come back at him. Through quorum they go. Oliver Divine King, understandably, just a little bit gingerly turning into the right-hander there, having lost the rear of the car at the bomb hole a lap ago. As he accelerates off the final corner, though, the race leader already has crossed the line. Rodderson 4.1 seconds adrift now of David Lawrence, but only about 8 tenths or so clear of Tim Evans, who's definitely giving Rodderson something to think about here. With Kerry Lewis then another 3.5 seconds or more back. Divine King is 5th, Garnham 6th, Halliwell 7th is the best of the Scirocco's, and David Richardson a bit further down the order than we've seen him, and actually Paul Dunningham there in the silver Audi. He's not quite maintaining the track position that he has done in the 2 previous races.
And he's usually been battling with the other, Chris Garnham and others who've been in those Audi A3s or S3s, depending on which model you are. There's Kerry Lewis. It's very much looks like very similar to the NGTC BCCC body kit. I think it possibly might even will be. You can get these body kits, I think, from ABS Motorsport, which might well be where that kit's from if it is, but has got that NGTC look about the car which Sean Hollenby was running for a while as he worked his way through. I'm not sure if there was Kerry's been a bit wayward through the apex there. I'm not quite sure because the camera flashed back into his view, but Kerry Lewis holding on then to what's currently 4th position. But you're right, in those 2 races, Tim Evans' pace has faded in the second half of the race to the point where Kerry's been able to pull him back towards him and actually go forwards. But Oliver Divine King might be a bit more of a thorn in his side if he can get that TT well handled. Of course, he's had plenty of time in the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, but of course, then on top of that, racing this in 2 different series this weekend, of which he has got a rounds gap because there is the next BMW race coming up after that. We'll have to go from part firming straight to assembly again to do his 5th and final race of the event. And so the gap now at the front is 6.3 seconds. So again, even though Rollison was quick off the line initially, in terms of genuine outright pace, lap time wise, I mean, the difference last lap was, I'm looking at a different championship actually rather than anything else, because my time hasn't updated. But yeah, lap time wise for Lawrence, at the moment he did a 1:19.5 and he wants to try and get into the 18. So he's got a bit more pace to try and find in that as it gets a bit lighter, but we'll wait and see.
Yes, best lap in the previous race in 19.6, so that is his fastest lap of the weekend so far, a 19.5, but he thinks there's a bit more pace to be had maybe from his Cupra. Wait and see whether he can extract that over the second half of the race. There's Kerry Lewis turning through Brundle and Nelson. Beginning of this lap, the gap was up to about 4.5 seconds between himself and Tim Evans, so he needs to get a move on here if he's going to catch the class leader in 3rd position. Tim Evans likewise drifting away slightly now from Paul Rodderson, 3 seconds or so the gap between the 2 of them. It's actually Oliver Divine King, isn't it, who is more of a threat to Kerry Lewis. Look at the extra speed there that the Audi driver takes into the final corner. Oliver, certainly as Scott alluded to, has had plenty of track time this weekend and should be well dialed in now to the unique challenge of the Snetterton 200 circuit. Sometimes look at these sort of shorter layouts of circuits and think, oh, they're easier than the longer layouts. People often say this about the Silverstone National Circuit, how easy it is compared to the Grand Prix circuit. But the shorter the lap is, the less margin for error there is. If you are losing time somewhere, it makes a much bigger difference to your overall result. And Oliver certainly will be learning all of the intricacies of the Snetterton 200 layout here at in this fourth race of the weekend, sorry, that he's done so far. Down underneath the bridge they will head, and looks to me as though maybe Christopher Garnham's starting to catch these two a little bit. Garnham on the previous lap 24.2, actually no, slightly slower than them, but on this time around I'd say maybe that Audi is getting a bit closer to the yellow Audi TT, which conversely is slipping away now slightly from Kerry Lewis.
Appears to be. Gap in front is 8.2 seconds. On the last lap, Lawrence was almost a full 2 seconds quicker than Roderson, but himself in turn is a full 2 seconds quicker than Tim Evans. And pace-wise, at the moment, there's not really too many inroads being made, because Evans is matching the pace at the moment of Lewis and Divine King and Garn. In fact, in any gaps they come across, Evans does a 23.8 compared to Lewis, who does a 23.4, so completely disregard what I've just said out the window. That's 4 tenths quicker for the man in fourth position on the screen here, the white and green Golf. Then you've got the yellow and black Audi TT Mark II doing a 1 minute 24.022, so a lot of it falling away, and it's almost like Lewis is now performing his party piece in the first 2 races. He's settled into the first half of the race, then comes better, whether it's just Lewis's car, Evans' car falling off, or Lewis's car coming on better in the second half of the race. But these two always seem to find each other by the end of the race here so far. Yeah, that seems to be the way. Let's see whether that happens again as we now do move into the second half of the race. This is where Carey generally seems to find a bit of performance, certainly getting away from Divine King now. Ahead of the field, 8.7 seconds the advantage for David Lawrence. His biggest winning margin was that 42nd win in the race earlier on today, but yesterday won by about 30 seconds, and that was of course over Tim Evans. Yes, it was Roderson who finished second this morning, but he came from the back of the grid, so if Roderson can keep that car going to the flag, we'll at least get a proper idea of the difference in pace between them. It's still clearly advantage Lawrence. Car in the pit lane, that's Matt Anderson in his older shape Seat Leon Cupra, who is moving again in the pit lane. I suspect maybe headed back to the paddock rather than back into the circuit. There's no real sense of urgency in the way that he's negotiating pit lane, so I think that's his race done. We're down to 12 runners then. That's a shame for Matt, who's not going to see the checkered flag in this final race. Sadly not, but still a solid weekend for him, I suppose, as Matt, and be able to at least get some grips with the car. So there's Chris Garnham running 6th position, 3rd in class as well. Looking at the class runs for what it's worth. Open A, it's the top 2 cars, Lawrence from Roderson. The M category for modified, that's Evans from Lewis, so that's going to be for the class lead. There are 2 cars in the TT Cup class. It is Oliver Divine King and then David Richardson, who's running as a guest. So the only point scorer will be Oliver Divine King. As we look at our race leader, spread eagling the field again by 9.5 seconds. He's had pretty much all his own way so far on this weekend. And then you've got in the P class is Jonathan Halliwell. He's leading ahead of what would have been Matt Anderson in the Seat Leon Cupra R, but that of course has been in the pit lane with issues. He's gone back out again, so whatever the issue was, he's managed to at least agree to struggle around with it and cope, or get it quickly fixed and back out again. But David Lawrence looks pretty comfortable out in front. Just, again, it literally is a genuine Sunday afternoon, fairly casual drive, although I wouldn't call lapping in the 119s casual around the 200, but metaphorically it's for him, because it's been a pretty straightforward event for him through all 3 races.
It has. He's not quite got into the 18s yet, has he? But has certainly put the beating on the rest of the field. No one else can match his pace. Paul Roderson's given it a good go. But some way back now, over 10 seconds the margin. Evans to Lewis, meanwhile, still hovering at 3.5 seconds or so, so it is coming down slowly, but only by a couple of tenths of a second a lap. Tim Evans to Kerry Lewis, with Oliver Divine King now about 1.5 seconds behind Carey. Christopher Garnham slipping ever further behind him as well, so those gaps are sort of extending slightly in the midfield. David Lawrence, I'm sure, is enjoying himself. Drivers do enjoy a proper scrap out on track, of course they do. That will get the heart rate going, but sometimes just having a race where there's no one else around you, it's just you, the car and the track, you'll learn a lot more doing that, really. Certainly it will make you a faster driver, because you can really start focusing in on areas of improvement and perfecting the bits that you're already pretty good at. David, I'm sure, has been tweaking the setup on the car from race to race. And he's going to be very, very pleased with the end result, even if maybe his chances now of getting into the 19s is not looking all that likely.
3.5 minutes to go. Foot to the floor down the Bentley straight. And underneath the bridge he sweeps, under brakes. It's always a tricky corner to get. It's not as tricky as corner, I'd argue, but in terms of tricky corner to get in the entry. Got an on-track battle on our hands here. This is between Paul Hoggins and Paul Dunningham. And Dunningham takes the place from Hoggins in what started out life as a Audi TT Cup spec Mark II TT, but it's been modified a little bit to fit more classic VW regulations. But Paul Dunningham, he's got the braking down to Wilson hairpin a lot easier than he did when he started the weekend yesterday, when he was sideways and almost making contact with somebody under brakes in race 1. He's got a lot more comfort on the brakes this time with the big Audi. I say big, it's obviously a little more heavier than some of the other cars that are in the mix. Plenty of straight line speed as well. His next target is to try and catch Chris Garnham's car if he can in the next 2 3/4 minutes. Be a bit of a tall order given that Garnham is some 4.7 seconds up the road, but last lap for Dunningham was 1:23.2. He took a second and a half out of him, so maybe you can work it out depending how quickly Lawrence gets round, which he has already gone through anyway. He's gone to the Bentley straight for the, I'm going to guess, maybe third to last, maybe second to last time. It's either 1 or 2 laps to go, depending on how quickly he gets round this part of the circuit. 2,
I think, probably, given the fact that he's lapping in the 120s, isn't he? I don't think it's going to take him 40 seconds to get back from here, so
no, I don't think so.
Probably 2 more after this, which would make sense, right? Because they did 12 laps in the race earlier on today. 12 laps yesterday, 11 laps yesterday actually, but he's going more quickly this time, so
I think so.
I think 2 more laps probably is the journey.
It's coming up on Harley Young in the number 112 VW Scirocco, another Scirocco in the field, which there are 3. And that's the same team that's also running the RX-8 in the Production Cup, as Young smartly moves out of the way. It's good driving from Harley to keep out of the way. I think you're absolutely right. We are going to get 2 more laps because I'm going to come across the line with just under a minute and a half to go. He's lapping in the 119s to 120s, so he will get 2 more laps off the Snetterton 200 circuit. And David Lawrence looking relatively comfortable out in front. You can just see a glimpse of the white Cupra in the background Seat of Paul Roderson in second place. He just clipped the curb on the inside, making things a little more entertaining. But of course, Roderson said, I did ask about the Skoda Octave. He says, hopefully it'll be out for the next round, which would be good to see. So we could see that back on track. Because I haven't seen that car up close. But if the next round, I think for these guys is Donington, that might be quite fun to see I'd see that car up close. I think it's myself on commentary for that one. Myself and Rob Lewis, I believe, from what I understand. I'm speaking to Rob, I think he's at that same round too. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yep, be interesting to see another new car, well, not a new car, but another car on the grid, hopefully, for that round. And if you have a car that you think might fit the bill here in the Racing Line VW Audi Racing Championship, head over again to the BRSCC website and follow the links to all of their different championships and see the regulations, the various specifications. There will almost certainly be a class for you, and we'd love to have you out there on track and bolstering the numbers for this championship, which hopefully is going to continue to grow in popularity as the year goes on. David Lawrence then to the timing line, final lap about to begin. They're going to have about 7 seconds or so left on the clock, so the last lap board goes out and David Lawrence begins his last tour of the Snetterton 200 circuit. Untouchable this weekend has David Lawrence been. He's still pushing on, as we saw from that little curb hopping moment a lap ago. He's got one more opportunity to try and get into the 118s. I don't think it's going to happen, but in fact he just outbraked himself slightly there into the Wilson hairpin. Might catch the car ahead of David Richardson maybe to put him a lap down. We'll see whether or not he decides to back off on this lap, but he'll be hoping in a way that he doesn't catch that car and that it's clear sailing between here and the checkered flag. Turns his way underneath the bridge into Brundle, and then that tricky right-hand flick through Nelson, not giving the curb too much attention there, and just bringing the car home now. An immaculately prepared car, a very, very quick car, clearly, and we'll have to wait and see if anyone can challenge him going forward through the season, if David Lawrence does come back for future rounds. Heads now towards the final corner, and turns out of Murray's heads up through the gears and approaches the timing line to see the checkered flag and claim a perfect weekend of results. 3 races, 3 wins for David Lawrence, and another very comfortable victory. It will be his narrowest winning margin of the weekend, but it's still going to be fairly substantial. You could fit a whole mini Miglia grid probably in the gap between David Lawrence and Paul Roderson, who now comes across the line, and 13.8 seconds the gap in the end between the two Seats, with Tim Evans, I think, likely going to keep Carey Lewis at bay this time. Actually, the gap had come back down again to less than a second, hadn't it, at the beginning of the lap? So just as it's been in both of the previous races, Carey Lewis in the second half of the race quite a bit quicker than Tim Evans. So let's wait and see who's going to get here first. Here they come. It is Audi ahead of Volkswagen. And so it is Tim Evans who gets the win in the class and finishes third place overall. So, strong stuff from David Lawrence. And, very close finish there, look across the line. That was Paul Dunningham and Chris Garnham. Only a tenth of a second or so between them. Dunningham, who I think got past Garnham there, did he? On the final lap of the race. Yes, he did get past Garnham, despite the fact Garnham set his personal best lap of the race. He did lose the position there right at the end. So, Dunningham then 6th place overall. Just waiting for David Richardson to come through, the last car home. Nearly dropped off the lead lap there by the end, but just about managed to keep David Lawrence behind him. David Lawrence then wins all 3 races in the Racing Line Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship. Paul Roderson 2nd, Tim Evans 3rd, and Carey Lewis once again just falls short of beating him for the win in the class. Ends up in 4th place overall ahead of Oliver Devine King, Paul Dunningham, Chris Garnham, Paul Hoggins, Jonathan Halliwell and Stephen Watson, with David Richardson, Harley Young and Matt Anderson, actually the only non-finisher Matt Anderson in his Seat Leon Cupra R, which retired to the pit lane. Did get back out on track again, but then returned to the pits for a second time and was never seen again. In fact, showing as missing on circuit, actually, rather than in the pits. So perhaps one car then to be recovered. Wait and see. Before our next race gets underway. That next race will be the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship. They've had 2 races this weekend and 2 different winners. And I wonder whether we'll get a third in the final race to come in a moment or two. So cars then returning to pit lane. There is David Lawrence's car, pulls up into the number 1 berth. Perfect weekend. It doesn't get much better than that, does it? 3 races, 3 utterly dominant victories. He might just be a bit disappointed that he didn't quite get down into the 1:18, but that was a big ask. That was he was setting a very rapid pace as it was in that race. Difficult, you'd imagine, really, for him to go an awful lot quicker than that. So he gets out of the car. Andrew Payne from the BRSCC is on hand to make sure that he's wearing his BRSCC winner's cap. There's a bit of a chat with Andrew as well. Andrew Payne, like his son Hayden, does a little bit of racing himself. Hayden was very keen to remind us all who the quicker of the 2 was when we spoke to him in Parc Ferme earlier on.
Tell me when.
Andrew will probably have to admit that Hayden's got 2 or 3 seconds a lap on him at least. So Scott Woodward's in position, as we can see, ready to chat with our race winner David Lawrence. Then let's head down, shall we, and have a chat with our winner.
Go. This one will be the easiest 3 interviews I've done all weekend, because it's the same 3 drivers from race 2, and they might have not much to say apart from saying the car was good. So it's quite close to David Lawrence. Is that all right?
Yes, the car's been faultless all weekend. I mean, I can't thank my sponsors and everything for helping me have a brilliant car for this weekend. So Area Motorsport and YJHP are my main sponsors, and they've always looked after me, and they can see a bit of talent in me, and so they're backing me all the way. So yeah, it's been good.
I know you're chasing to try and get into an 18. You didn't quite manage it, but you did get some good low 19. So you still chased a good bit of pace in the car, and it's still there.
Yeah, I'll still try, and I just thought I got to the point where I had a bit of distance from the TCR car. and I thought I'd try and get my head down and try and improve, but I think the tyres were a little bit dead from the races over the weekend, so yeah, just thought it is what it is. I'll take the 19 and the 3 wins for this weekend, so yeah, really good.
More the same at Donington?
Yeah, it's my home track, so it's going to be great, and my little lad's going to be there, so I'll say hi to my little lad. Hi Henry, you alright?
No pressure then?
No, I know he'll be watching, he'll be loving it, so yeah, I'll be definitely coming back fighting for Donington, yeah.
You've driven superbly all weekend, well done. Congratulations, good stuff. Well, we'll very quickly route through second and third, because our next race of BMWs is coming up, so we're quickly with Paul Rodders for second place. Paul, congratulations. Another trouble-free run. You almost give David bits of trouble in that first lap, giving a bit of a run down the back straight.
We tried, but obviously it broke away, and not a lot I can do about it. We got a little bit quicker. The good news is we've gone quicker in that session than we did have all weekend, so we're getting there, but we're just not quick enough for him this weekend. So
positive steps forward with the car.
Yeah, we're moving forward, but after saying that, we're probably going to be in the Skoda next time at Donington, hopefully, so yeah, change your car again.
I'll be there too, so looking forward to seeing it.
Thank
and
you.
Best of luck. Again, I'd love to speak to Tim, but we are short on time because we're going to our third and final BMW Super Cup race, so we're going to head back to Andy. I'm going to hot foot it across. Time for our third and final BMW race with Andy to take you through the grid.
Yes, our final BMW racing action of the weekend. 4 more races still to go though, so don't go anywhere. Make yourselves comfortable because we've got some good racing still to bring you. Aidan Hassan hoping for a second win of the day. He starts from pole position alongside Simon Waterfall, who was the race winner in race 1 yesterday. Thorburn Aston and Darren Rickaby there together on row number 2 ahead of Christopher Snetterton and David Meadows, who make up the third row. Row 4 from Ollie Pugh ahead of Conor Grady. Grady's had a troubled weekend. He's been quick, but has had mechanical issues in both races. Had to retire, unfortunately, from race 2. And then within the Compact Cup, well, what drama we had in Compact Cup in race 2. Gareth Claydon managing to come out a race winner, having non-finished race 1. And so many of our other potential race winners hitting trouble in that one. Matt Kendall will start alongside Claydon. Paul Mousel was up and down the order like the proverbial yo-yo earlier on today. He's got Daniel Mountford alongside him on row 2. Row 3, Javier Ross and Angus Noble ahead of Aaron Tippler and Tim Seaford, with Max Noble hopefully at the back after again his car failed to reach the finish. So cars then do now make their way onto their warm-up lap, and Aidan Hassan, championship leader early doors in the BMWs, continuing a really strong run in 2026. Had flashes of this from him last year. Aidan, who I first came across racing in the Civic Cup a couple of years ago, made the switch from front-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive in the BMWs last year, and has acclimatised well, it has to be said, to this style of racing, and has really come into his own this year. Of course, was battling with the likes of Simon Waterfall, Thorburn Aston last year, Chris Stretton, but we also had people like Millie Hart, for example, winning races in 2025, and now the addition of the likes of Conor Grady mean that this is a much more competitive grid, I'd say, than we've had in this championship. So many people who are potential race winners, but Aidan Hassan tricky to beat. He had his own dramas in race 1, which meant he had to start from the back in race 2, carved his way through. Once he hit the front, he was able to pull away quite considerably, won the race by 5.7 seconds in the end over Thorburn Aston. Stretton ended up on the podium in that race ahead of Molly. Sorry, that was yesterday's race, beg your pardon. 7.5 seconds was Aidan Hassan's winning margin. Simon Waterfall won race 1 by just over 5.5. But yeah, Waterfall had to settle for second earlier on. Had a good scrap with Thorburn Aston. Thorburn will be gunning for a higher step on the podium in this one, ideally. He was second yesterday, third this morning. So similar drivers appearing at the front of the field. The big question for me, though, is when will Conor Grady manage to crack the podium places? He's had podium speed, but hasn't had the car look that he would like. Mechanically compromised this weekend for Conor Grady, who will be starting once again from the tail end of the 1 Series Super Cup grid. There he is, the silver car, the reigning Compact Cup champion, former star of the Ginetta GT5 Challenge, and and so an accomplished rear-wheel drive racer. And he did battle many a time last year with that man there, Gareth Claydon, who leads the Compact Cup portion of the race to the grid for the third race of the weekend. What do we think then, Scott? Aiden Hassan, now he's starting on the pole. Based on the speed that he had earlier on today, he's going to be tough to beat, isn't he? Chance of a second win of the day?
Well, it's one apiece between him and Simon Waterfall, so they're going to be trying to break the deadlock as to who leaves this weekend with 2-1, unless somebody else picks the victory, unless it's a different winner in all three, which could be quite intriguing. I think the interesting point is Conor Grady, I think, given that he's got the decent enough pace, but he still, I think, seems to be adapting and learning to this one series compared to the compact he's been used to the past couple of seasons. So that's the interesting kind of extra element on top of that too. Of course, Thorben Aston could be someone in the mix because he's been quite decent, but he's dropped back a couple of times when he's been in the mix skirmishing with people. He had good starts, but hasn't been quite as far ahead as he should have been, really. So we'll wait and see. I'll keep up for Conor Grady, and we'll see if Gareth can also make his 102nd Compact Cup start into his 2 wins out of 3. Of course, he is a guest, so he's not scoring points, but still showcasing why he's a former champion and showing he's still got plenty of speed in that 46 car.
Yes, most definitely so. A bit fortunate in the first race in that a couple of the cars ahead of him had issues, but once he got to the front, he managed the race very well indeed. And we know he's got the speed to lead from the front again now in race number 3. The Compact Cup part of the grid, I think, is more or less set now. Waiting for the last couple of cars to be in position. Marshall will wave the green flag. There it goes, right on cue. 5-second board held aloft on the starting gantry, and for the final time this weekend, the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup drivers are about to burst into action then. It is Aiden Hassan sharing the front row with Simon Waterfall. Lights out, off they go. Good initial jump there from Waterfall. Darren Rickaby was a bit slow away from the second row of the grid, but Aiden Hassan, I think, is going to get the lead, or hold the lead into turn 1. Thorben Aston coming through into second position. Waterfall jumped well, but then was a little bit slow in the second phase of the start, bogged down slightly, not quite enough revs, and that allowed Aiden Hassan to take the lead into the first corner, and Simon actually off the podium at the moment, down to 4th position, except dives back up the inside of Rickaby into the Wilson hairpin and reclaims 3rd place. Conor Grady there at the back of the 1 Series Cup. We saw the Compact Cup cars launch off the line as well. Gareth Claydon, I think, has been able, just looking at what's going on in the background, has been able to hang on to the lead in the class. So clean start, and so far so good for Aiden Hassan.
Seems to be. Didn't get away from pole position, heading down towards Brundle Nelson for the first time at racing speeds. And Hassan turning his way through. Seemed pretty confident with where the car was, having spent the weekend. He's just a little wayward over the curb and just sideways. A little bit of tyre lock-up as he came off the corner, which is quite strange. But he's carried on regardless. And Conor Grady's not really made that much progress. He's fallen back behind, I think, as far back as Molly Pugh, I think. And then the only car behind him was David Meadows, who got a good start initially, but he's up to about 4th or 5th on where he was on the grid, but couldn't quite replicate that, and he's fallen backwards, and someone was kicking up dust on the inside, possibly, I think, Chris Stretton's BMW. Yes, there he goes. In fact, I saw a blue flash, I thought it was his car. He's obviously touched the inside and something spun him round. He's going to try and rejoin if he can, but he might be waiting for the compacts. They're just coming there through. And yeah, the compacts are agonising. He has to wait for the rest of the field to come through before we can even get going again.
Yeah, you don't want to be rejoining the circuit into head-on traffic, do you? And he just lets them all go by, but that's his chances of a good result surely gone now. I think I spotted there Paul Mousel right towards the back of the Compact Cup field as well. There's more dust now through Rich's corner, someone else kicking up the dirt. That might have been Simon Waterfall, because he's under all sorts of pressure now from Darren Rickaby. He's in 3rd position, but only just, with Rickaby really starting to ask some questions of him. Rickaby gets a better exit out onto the Bentley Straight and pulls up alongside Simon Waterfall now, does he? In fact, he goes through, so Simon quite slow off the turn, and just seems to be struggling going through the gears, doesn't he? A bit like he did at the start of the race. Hopefully he's not running into some sort of a clutch or a gearbox issue. Drops off the podium places once again then. Hassan leading, Aston 2nd, Rickaby now 3rd. Do like the yellow highlights on that car. The yellow wheels are a nice touch as well. A very distinctive livery on the Darren Rickaby car. And Simon Waterfall was slow again there out of Nelson, so I do think he's starting to run into some troubles, and that does not bode well, since we're only, just under 2 laps into the race.
Because remember, he had like he had a couple of times before last year, he did have quite a smoky car at points in race 2, so I wonder if that's been a legacy of that and something that's an intermittent problem that keeps on rearing its ugly head. He's carrying on, so at the very least, if he is aiding with something, he wants to try and at least get himself, if he can, through to the end and get some good points in 4th. And you never know, it's a phrase we've said often, it's the days you don't win races that can win you the championship, because see, Aiden Hassan's front was fluttering around on the front as well. through the right hand to go Richards. But yeah, Waterfall actually falling back into the clutches further now, because pressure from Molly Pugh as he also touches the inside grass as well. So both of those blue cars are in the mix, and now he's pulling to the inside either to defend or because he's trying to keep out of the way. I think we're convinced not all is well with the 24 car, considering that his teammate Molly Pugh is only in their second weekend in cars out of karting. Is, again, she's decent enough in terms of a driver getting to grips with four wheels. There's also Conor Grady slowing in the background. What does he have to do to get luck in this one series? Because he retired from race 1 at Brands Hatch, didn't start race 2, and has barely scored anything this weekend either.
Yeah, and he looks to be a retiree, and I suspect that Simon Waterfall might be joining him on the retirements list soon, because that car really is slowing now and loses the place to Molly Pugh. So Simon Waterfall then drifting backwards. In the Compact Cup look, it is Gareth Claydon from Paul Mousel. So it wasn't Paul that I saw at the back of the field, because he's actually charged through to second position. Remember, he was really strong in yesterday's race. And the green and black car now very much challenging for the lead of the Compact Cup class again. They've got a bit of a gap over Matt Kendall in third. Xavier Ross is fourth and Aaron Tippler fifth at the moment. As they round the right-hander, Conor Grady's car limping back to the pit lane. So luckily he didn't stop at the side of the track, but is, by the looks of it, going to be heading into retirement. And yeah, a weekend to forget really for the reigning Compact Cup champion.
Back with the compacts, of course. It's the Sunsets to do fastest lap of the race in the conclusion of lap 3. Of course, remember, Gareth Claydon being a guest driver means that the points victory, if it stays as it is, regardless of where Mozella is in front or behind him, he will pick up. Basically, the points victory will go to him, because Gareth might get the silver there, but it'll be the points for the championship which Mozella needs. And we've seen this before, haven't we? It was deja vu from race 1, where Mozella was really putting the pressure. The only difference was that it was a gear linkage problem, which Gareth said in his race 2 winning interview, that put him out of the first race on the final lap. Mozella was trying to put this one to bed early if he can, because he spent the whole race chasing Gareth Claydon's tail and was looking to try and make a move, and then when he moved down to the way, it was only then he got the victory. But performance-wise, it was great from Paul in race 1. He didn't quite have exactly the same kind of pace initially in that second race, but then fell backwards, whereas now he's repeating what he did in race 1, just keeping Gareth almost under pressure.
He is, and certainly keeping Gareth under pressure, less than a car length in it as they headed down the back straight. But Paul was giving Gareth a bit of a hurry up through the Wilson hairpin. He might do the same thing now through Nelson. Paul really does like carrying the speed into the turn, doesn't he? And rolling up onto the rear bumper of the car ahead. Noticed that a bit yesterday. And that's good on corner entry, but not necessarily yielding great exits from the turns. See whether he can put that right here. A good exit from the next corner at Murray's might give an opportunity down into the first corner at Riches. Closes in under braking. Again, rolls the centre of the corner well, picks up the throttle nicely, but Gareth Claydon is a little bit quicker off the turn. And as I said earlier in the weekend, you do get a bit of a slipstream in these cars, so Paul will start to close in a little bit, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to do anything into the first corner. Across the line they go. They've overtaken David Meadows in his 1 series. And so the next car ahead of them would be Simon Waterfall, who's about 6 seconds ahead and clearly still struggling. He's 20 seconds off the race lead now, Simon, so definitely something wrong with that car.
Yeah, still holding him to 5th position, but of course he's in danger of being, if his pace doesn't improve, being caught by these two and even put that even further. But there he is in the foreground, and I think simply just trying to struggle along, because he'll still score points in class. He's 5th in the 1 series category. That said, David Meadows isn't that far away either. He might put him down outside into the 6th position, so we'll keep an eye on how that one plays out in the second half of the race. Coming up to it, about 30 seconds left to go until we cross that threshold. Still Mozell starting out, just putting himself into Claydon's mirrors, putting him under plenty of pressure. Through Brundle, through Nelson right in his bumper, looking for that up and under if he can, but Claydon, of course, a former champion, not letting us go 2023 champion, if I remember correctly, for Claydon, because 24-25 was Conor Grady.
Yes.
So 2023 champion Gareth Claydon, the Master Mix concrete machine. Mozell still pushing hard to try and put as much pressure as he can. I think the fact that Mozell can keep pace with and pressure someone like Gareth, who's of course former champion, is definitely impressive compared to what he was this time last year.
Yeah, definitely made some steps forward. Had a couple of races last year, Paul, where he was sort of knocking on the door of the podium, wasn't he? But yeah, this weekend in particular really has taken centre stage. And a little bit of misfortune early in this morning's race, sorry. But apart from that, been a really strong weekend for Paul. And he'll be loving this battle that he's having with Gareth Claydon. Gareth probably won't be enjoying it quite so much, because he's Probably spending more time looking in his mirror right now than he is out of the windscreen. This is an attack coming from Paul, though. He's got the inside line into the Wilson hairpin. He tried that a couple of laps ago, and Gareth Claydon defended it. That time he left the door open. Marcel goes through, but was a bit sideways off the hairpin, so this might not be over. I think Gareth Claydon will certainly have ideas of challenging for that place again, heading into Brundle.
David Meadows indicating out of the way, so is that another 1 Series fallen by the wayside, sadly. He's pulled to the inside, so it looks, I'm afraid, or outside at least, it could be another one that's having issues. Let's continue to look at our compact cup. In fact, he's just also let through Matt Kendall in 3rd place overall. So it won't affect him class-wise, but overall that puts David Meadow down to 9th place now overall. And now that Mazel's gone in front of Claydon, he's starting to pull away now, so on genuine pace, Mazel seems to be a little stronger. So Claydon was putting up a good defensive effort, but Mazel seems to be, in general, has a little more pace than the former champion, so this is pretty impressive.
Yeah, Claydon was right behind him going onto the Bentley straight, but then halfway down the straight, the gap was a couple of car lengths. So again, I don't know whether it was a dodgy gear change. Marcel is really pushing hard, though, as he slides out of Murray's corner. Doesn't necessarily need to be pushing that hard, because I agree with you. I think he's got the natural pace here to pull away from Claydon anyway, but that little mistake has just brought Claydon back onto his tail. Gareth carrying a bit more momentum then down into turn 1, forces Paul to defend the inside line, and this could now give an opportunity for Gareth to do to Paul what Paul did to him a lap ago. A better exit from Riches. Is there a gap on the inside? No. So to the outside will go Gareth Claydon. Is he late enough on the brakes? No. Paul, in fairness, moved across in front of him in the braking zone a bit there. Claydon shoves him through the corner and is right behind him now as they head onto the Bentley straight once again. This is getting quite physical between the two of them.
It is. There's a tiny bit of contact because there was a little piece of bodywork that came and went flying, so that's now on the outside of Wilson hairpin. Down the Bentley straight they go again, nose to tail for the Compact Cup lead. And again, as I've said before many times, Mazel's not comfortable to go on the racing line, but it doesn't matter because Claydon will try and force the issue. But again, he slots in behind Paul, decides not to go wheel to wheel because he knows he'll shut the door. A little clip of the curb on the inside, they both clip it nicely. Neatly on the exit towards the bomb hole again. And Matt Kendall, his gap-wise, he came across the line. What lap times is he doing? He was faster than Claydon, but not faster than Mazel. He was 3/10 off, about 2.5, 3/10 off Mazel, but he was faster than Claydon by about 3/10. So he's getting there in terms of trying to close in, but he's more closing in on Claydon than he is on Mazel, who's trying to keep himself in front. Through a left-hander, just under 4.5 minutes to go, and a better exit initially this time from Mazel. You can see a little BMW kind of kidney grill looks a little wonky from where he's had that little nudge in the rear from on Paul Mazel's car. And for the record, so we don't forget them, Aidan Hassan still leading by almost 6.5 seconds from Thorpe and Aston. Darren Rickaby in 3rd place in the 1 Series, so I think Hazard had a couple of podiums, at least one, at Brands Hatch last time out.
Right, yes, I think you're right. So they are unlikely to change positions, you'd have to say. This is certainly the best battle on the track right now, and Gareth Claydon is now putting up quite a spirited attack onto Paul Mousel, who also has some bodywork trailing behind the car. Claydon's bonnet was starting to peel up slightly down the main straight, so it might have just knocked the bonnet pin out, that little contact that they had into the Wilson hairpin. Claydon's car, though, in the slipstream seems a bit more effective maybe than Paul's was in the draft when they were the other way round. He really closed in on the race leader a lap ago down here, not quite able to get to the inside of him this time, but he's certainly applying the pressure. Paul now finding out just how difficult it is to drive with another car inches behind you. He's up over the curb, he's sideways, that rear trim is really dangling down now, to the point that I wonder whether that might catch the attention of the clerk of the course. If it does, then he might end up getting summoned in to get it repaired. 3 minutes to go, though, so you might be okay. You get 3 laps, don't you, if you're given a black and orange flag to respond, and I think that would probably take him to the end of the race anyway, so he should be okay. Turns his way, in fact, there we go, he's definitely okay now because it becomes detached completely. That was another little distraction for Gareth Claydon, who is right back onto his tail, though, as they head past the pits, closing in. You can see the rate of gain there in the slipstream. I think he might be able to get alongside here. Yes, he does. To the outside then goes Gareth Claydon. They're slowly catching Simon Waterfall as well. That could throw an extra bit of complication into this battle. Is Claydon going to go right round the outside? He is. Keeps on coming. Carries the momentum out of Riches, but that's the wrong side of the road now. Into the Wilson hairpin. They've touched down here once already. This time the wing mirrors get bashed together, and Paul Mousel will just about hang on. Does he? Claydon's still there, but no. Paul slams the door in his face and retains the race lead.
Only just, though, but he's giving as good as he gets, Paul Mazel. And Also noticing now that Chris Stretton's trying to close in on these two cars, so whatever happened to him, let's see him close back forwards. And they are ever so slowly edging towards Simon. Simon's last lap was a 131.484, and the compacts, yeah, they're doing at least high 129s, low 130, so they're kind of closing quite quickly. So whatever the issue is, compared to Hassan's pace in front of 126.9, and he's the fastest lap of the race. Waterfall lapping 5 seconds slower than Miglia in that one series, so he's literally lapping at just about, I dare say, compact cup pace even slower than that for the leaders. So it's not been as much of a race as Simon would have liked, but still, he's still trying to struggle around to pick up at least a top 5 finish. And again, it might be to points you can at least use as a drop score going forwards for the next round, or at least towards the end of the season, once we get towards that in a few months' time.
Yeah, to that point there, you mentioned Chris Stretton catching this group. Remember, he's another 1 Series driver who could take points away from Simon Waterfall. Waterfall's lap time 131.3, that's his best lap of the race, but Stretton does a 28.6, so the gap between them is going to be something like 2.5 seconds, so that's going to be touch and go, isn't it? There's a good chance Stretton could get there actually before the flag, and that could be, as you said, a crucial couple of championship points that go begging then for Simon Waterfall, yesterday's race winner. Meanwhile, in Compact Cup, Gareth Clayton continues to apply the pressure, but is that Waterfall pulling over completely now? Certainly well off the racing line, isn't he?
And that's like Stretton on racing speed, so I think, unfortunately, he's ailing even further, and here comes Stretton. That's just one of his teammates. In fact, he's actually ducked in. He's let the Compact Cup leaders through. Maybe his teammate Chris Stretton might not be unless he realises he really is ailing that much and just says, "Look, it's not worth fighting. Just get sick." There's Paul Mazel pulls another one as he puts it right up onto two wheels on that new curb, and fascinatingly enough, continues to push on as Hassan has started his last lap of the race. So Clayton gets one more chance to try and attack here to reclaim the Compact Cup lead. And as we talked about, the two Bromley Motorsport teammates in identical looking cars, as that is Clayton elbowing his way past Mazel up the inside into the left-hander, right-hander at Coram. Mazel having absolutely none of it, and they're going to be side by side as Clayton powers his way around the outside. Now it's going to be a drag race. I think even though they're battling amongst each other, the two Bromley 1 Series cars, so they get quite a free show here watching the Compact Cup machines.
They definitely are. They've got the best seats in the house, absolutely dead level at the line. Look at that. Clayton, if they'd have thrown the checkered flag that time, would have got the win, but only by 1/10 of a second or so. Paul Mousel on the outside is sideways. He's really sideways at Riches. How did he gather that together? Right in front of Chris Stretton, who has now got himself ahead of Simon Waterfall. Disappointingly, we're going to have to take our eyes off this battle for a moment, because Aidan Hassan is heading into the final corner for the final time, and he is on course for a second race victory of the day. Aidan Hassan with a pretty perfect Sunday here at Snetterton Race 1, and those troubles are well and truly in the rearview mirror now. Aidan Hassan heads to the line and claims the checkered flag. Aidan Hassan wins in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup. In the Compact Cup, I think Gareth Clayton might be okay now, because Chris Stretton has got between himself and Paul Mousel, who will be ruining that slide through Rich's corner. He's still pushing on though. He's locked the brakes into Brundle and Nelson, and he'll be cheering Stretton on here to make a move against Clayton. Hang on, where's Mousel gone? He was locking up going into the turn. Where did he go? There he is. He's cut the corner and rejoined right behind Christopher Stretton. Well, he might not get a win, but I think Paul has perhaps taken the unofficial most entertaining driver of the day award, because he's not given in all the way to the end of the race. But it looks as though Gareth Clayton's going to be the one who will claim the victory in the Compact Cup. Paul's still sliding the car through the final couple of corners, and Gareth Clayton is going to hang on in dramatic fashion to claim the victory in the BMW Compact Cup. A similar story really to Aidan Hassan. Disappointment in race 1, but a dominant Sunday. 2 wins from 2 today for Gareth Clayton. No championship points, because as Scott quite rightly said, he's a guest driver. He's not doing the full season, but good to have Gareth on the grid, and a great yardstick for some of this year's full season entrants in the Compact Cup to aim for. And Paul Mousel really was aiming for him there, quite literally. It seat on a couple of occasions, with a little bit of paint trading between the two of them, but I'm sure they both really enjoyed that battle. Gareth Clayton in particular, of course, because he came out on top. So, exciting stuff from the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship, and Aidan Hassan with the biggest smile perhaps on his face. He was really happy after the win earlier on in the day. He'll be even happier now. By 9 seconds nearly, he's victorious over Thorburn Aston, with Darren Rickaby 3rd, Molly Pugh 4th, and Gareth Clayton in 5th, winning in the Compact Cup ahead of Chris Stretton and Paul Mousel, with Simon Waterfall, Matt Kendall, David Meadows completing the top 10. Javier Ross was 11th, ahead of Aaron Tippler and Angus Noble. Tim Seaford was 14th, and the last of the finishers, because Conor Grady, unfortunately, yet again failed to finish, pulled into the pit lane. Mechanical woes continuing, unfortunately, on that Bromley Motorsport car. In fact, Bromley Motorsport faced with a couple of dramas in that race, because Josh also runs Simon Waterfall's car, and we saw that one having some issues in that race. But they will be celebrating a strong day for a couple of their other cars. Molly Pugh in particular didn't have a great finish earlier on, Molly, but she was 4th in race 1 yesterday, and she's just finished 4th again in that one. In the car that I think is the car Jensen O'Neill Going made a guest appearance in last year at Croft. And Jensen wasn't able to win a race that weekend, but should give him a shout out. He became the youngest ever TCR UK race winner, in fact, the TCR class winner at Brands Hatch earlier in the season with our former Fiesta Junior champion, and with a one-off appearance in the 1 Series Super Cup towards the back end of last year. So, Aiden Hassan climbs out of the car and celebrates a second win of the day. As I said, he's really come into his own at the beginning of 2025. Some solid pace through the second half of last year. He's really becoming the pace setter, actually, this weekend. The 2 races that he's finished, he has dominated. And that one able to do so from the front of the grid, of course. Earlier on today, he had to come through the order. That time, things were a little bit more straightforward. Gives a little nod to the camera. He looked a bit out of breath after race 1, and to be fair, same again after race 2, and he's just checking under the bonnet there to see, I think, the temperature of the engine he was assessing. I don't know whether that was a concern that he had in that race, or if it's just precautionary, but he was really straight away went to open the bonnet, checked the heat coming from the engine bay. So that's a question perhaps for Scott Woodwist to ask of Aiden Hassan, and he can ask that question now among many others, I'm sure, as he has a chat with our double race winner.
It's 2 races in the world. We've got a bit of deja vu because exactly the same people we spoke to earlier on, speaking to again for the final race. Aiden Hassan, 2 out of 3, congratulations. Looked like pretty straightforward once you got yourself in front. It was just as straightforward as it was in race 2.
Yeah, once I built that gap and lost the slipstream from Thorburn, it was quite an easy run in. It was just keep the car nice and clean, keep it smooth, don't take any sort of life out the car that you don't need to. So
you're just checking the engine over, taking the bonnet up, just routine check to make sure the temperature's all right?
Yep, just making sure the engine's not overheated and it's all fine.
Yeah. So all in all, good points for the championship. He's now, what's that now, 4 wins out of 5, so you've now pretty much got yourself in a good position going forwards and keep the confidence up?
Yep, currently in a good position, so hopefully we can keep it going for the rest of the year.
Fingers crossed. Well, you've driven superbly all weekend. Well done.
Thank you.
We'll see you for the next one. I think we might have time possibly for the Compact Cup winner. We'll wait briefly for Gareth Clayton to have a chat with him, because that was quite an entertaining scrap between the Compact Cup leaders, in particular with Paul Mousel and Gareth Clayton. That's how race 1 should have finished had Gareth Clayton not had the gear linkage problem. Of course, he did get the victory in race 2. He is a guest, he doesn't score points, but Paul does in fact get the points victory. That'd be crucial going forward to the rest of the championship on that side of things. Of course, the 1 Series Super Cup cars, good bits of kit you can see with the F80s, F81 shells, or the same some of the kits for cars like the DS3 Cup, for the Audi TT Cup racing cars as well. The City Car Cup, you buy the kit, you build the donor car, strip it all out and get all the parts, and you can put one of those together. Gareth is bringing you in. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. No. I'm just saying on the stream, that's how race 1 should have ended had the gear linkage not given out.
Yes, yeah. I mean, Paul was up for it in that first race, so so it was good to hold him off in this one. The mechanical in the first one was unfortunate, but we've made up for it. This is what we come for this weekend. We're not signed on as championship contenders. We just come to have some fun and go trophy hunting.
We've got to get to the next race, but good to see you back. Hopefully not the last time this year, but fingers crossed. Well done to see you. Good job.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Right, 3 more races to go. We're going to head back down to the box. I'm going to sprint back across. Time for the next grid. Andy, over to you.
Yep, thank you, Scott. 3 races to go, and the Silverlake Production Cup are heading out onto the circuit next for their second race of the day. In fact, they're already lining up on the grid. This incorporates the Silverlake DS3 Cup as well, the one-make series for the Citroën DS3s. Rich Hockley's Honda was victorious in the first race earlier on today. He therefore starts on pole position. He won that race by nearly 9 seconds over Henry Swanson, who will start alongside him in the Peugeot. Oliver Divine King, in his 5th and final race of the weekend, is going to start his Audi TT from 3rd alongside Colin Dunn's Renault Clio. Then it's Hayden Payne in the VW Golf and David Richardson's Audi sharing row number 3. Matthew Hollier in his Clio 182 starts on row number 7 alongside row number 4 alongside Aaron Toole, with Kelton Martin and David Clark together on row 5. Gerard Merriman and Tate Taverner hopefully together on row 6. They both had mechanical dramas in race number 1. Gerard Merriman's car pulling over on the start-finish straight late in the going. Then we've got the DS3s. What a brilliant battle it was in the DS3s earlier on. Aaron Chalk ended up taking the win, but both Daniel Duell and Theo Longman led at various points in that race before they both had separate spins down at the Brundtland-Nelson complex, handing the victory to Aaron Chalk. Bailey Coop-McGuffey starts 4th on the grid ahead of Alex Hughes, Lewis Tyson and Curtis O'Brien at the back of the pack. It was a race that was sadly red flagged as a result of Gerard Merriman's car stopping on the main straight, and I did ponder at the time whether if the results went back a lap that would hand the DS3 victory back to Daniel Duell, but Aaron Chalk it was who was able to retain the victory. Not sure whether they did push the results back a lap or whether he'd just been in front for more than a lap anyway, but he was the one who inherited the win after Daniel Duell's spin. Theo Longman also, of course, had a rotation before that. It was really Theo and Daniel who were debating the victory in much of that race in the DS3s. They were nose to tail throughout, and Theo was the first to make a mistake. Daniel, only a lap later, I think, lost it at exactly the same part of the circuit. So interesting to see now that they're starting behind Aaron Chalk, whether Aaron can keep them there, and indeed whether those two are as evenly matched in this race as they were in race number 1. So as the field comes through Coram, I'm just waiting to see if we have got everyone at the back of the pack. Yes, there is Gerard Merriman's Clio, and Tate Taverner's Honda Civic is there as well, behind the beautiful Renault 5 Turbo of David Clark. That car had mechanical issues in race 1 as well, didn't it, Scott? Good to see that car, along with the 2 I just mentioned, back out on track.
Yes, thank goodness as well. One thing I did find out in the lunch break as well is that from Rob Lewis is that apparently one of these DS3s, and possibly the Silverlake one, is competing in next weekend's 24 hours. So
really?
He's got to do one more race, then it's got to be okay. So they were a bit nervous the fact that there was DS3 Cup cars throw themselves off the road getting sideways, that he wasn't going to last the weekend. But thankfully, if he just keeps the next 15 minutes out of trouble, touch wood, then it should be fine for next weekend. He's got to then spend 24 hours going around the Grand Prix circuit, apparently, and all the kind of practice and qualifying that goes with it. Because it is multi-class this year. It's not just C1s. They're revising Enduro KA cars and BMW 116 trophy cars and other cars to fit the spirit of the regulations, like City Car Cup cars, and even looks like a couple of DS3, which is, we spoke about the natural progression up from City Car into these machines. So fingers crossed, as it keeps on growing, more and more would use it as a stepping stone into the next one, as they line up for race number 2, and we'll see what the DS3s and co can do here with this nice little varied field in front of them.
Yeah, it'll be a great test for the DS3 that as well. Lots of track time so they can work on developing it, but also a good test of reliability because it's affordable motorsport. That's what it's being marketed as, easy for me to say, but for your money you want to make sure you're getting a car that's reliable, and if you can run for 24 hours trouble-free, so that's pretty reliable. Right, red lights are on, off they go now, and Rich Hockley launches off the line. A terrible start for Henry Swanson though, and so Oliver Divine King and Colin Dunn I think have pulled up ahead of him. Yes, they have. Divine King in the yellow and black Audi TT on the inside line, and look at David Clark in the Renault 5 up to 4th place through the first corner. Fantastic stuff. It's 3 abreast for the lead in the DS3s, and that is Aaron Chalk in the 465 car holding on to the lead on the inside line, the race 1 winner, but both Daniel Duell and Theo Longman were challenging him through the right-hander. They themselves actually are side-by-side into the Wilson hairpin. They just about managed to sort that out. I think Longman's gone through. There's a second spin of the day for Kelton Martin in the Mazda. Around he goes then at the Wilson hairpin, and he'll have to try and select first gear and get back going again. So a very lively start in both classes, Scott.
Definitely so. And Aaron Chalk this time being able to keep himself in front, but not having to, I think it's the first overtake he's done all weekend, because the other 2 times he was having to inherit place. I think he even said he was very fortunate to get that from, but in terms of pace, he kept it clean and picked up the place when everyone else was having issues. As for Oliver Divine King, I think him and Thorpe and Aston have had the most active weekend with 5 races between them. Of course, the only thing is Oliver Divine King's been doing it in the same car in both series, both in the Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship, and then with only a race's break to get back into assembly to run in this second production cup race. So quickly refuel it, get it back into assembly, and out it goes once again. I have to say, Colin Dunn got a lightning getaway, all like he was rocket propelled initially off the start, but then just initially after that seems to have fallen back a little bit and doesn't have quite the same straight line speed. He's now under threat from Tate Taverner into Honda Civic EP3 Type R as we go down into Ritchie's, and Henry Swanson has put the Peugeot into second place ahead of Oliver Divine King, but just as he did in race number 1, hopefully with no engine cutout or electrical issues like he had in race 1, Rich Hockley already nearly 4 seconds out in front by the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, very impressive stuff, isn't it, then, for Rich Hockley. Henry Swanson back into second place, by the way, ahead of Oliver Divine King. And yeah, good to see Tate Taverner running well again. He looked strong before he retired in race number 1, in fairness, so hugely surprising to see him gaining ground. He's closing in now, I think, on Divine King for third. Tate Taverner in the same class actually as Divine King. So that pass that he made on Colin Dunn was for second place in Class C, and if he can find a way ahead of the Audi, that would be for the Class C lead. Rich Hockley and Henry Swanson both running Class A, and David Clark leads Class B at the moment. Back in the DS3s, that is still Aaron Chalk leading. That is Theo Longman in second position, though, going after him and thinking about the move into Brundle. He was just a touch too far back, though.
He was, but now they're coming into the trickiest part of the circuit for a DS3 car. So I think with both Theo and Daniel, just mind your P's and Q's and how to keep that car on the straight and narrow, because that was literally like a bucking Bronco, particularly for Theo Longman's car, swinging one way then the other. Then it was a huge tank slapper. Kept it going in the straight and narrow eventually. I said the word eventually because it took about half an hour to get that car pointing straight whilst it wasn't pendulum from side to side. But thankfully Theo must have done a bit of setup tweaking, made it a little more stable, and working a little bit nicer this time by. But Aaron Chalk, not that down his pace genuinely before in race number 1, but in terms of this one, he's keeping both Theo and Daniel at bay here and actually pulling away slightly on the straight exiting Murray's.
Yeah, definitely so. They are closing in on Gerard Merriman, about that early stoppage, unfortunately, to the race earlier on, but the sort of vaguely Martini liveried Renault Clio is running strongly in race 2 and is about to perhaps become a part of this leading DS3 battle. They've dropped quite suddenly Daniel Duell, haven't they? Where's Daniel gone? He was 4 seconds back at the start of the lap. I think he's maybe running into some sort of dramas because he was right with them a lap ago and is now fading quite dramatically. There's also a bit more daylight now between Chalk and Longman, actually. So Aaron Chalk starting to establish himself out in front in the Silverlake liveried car. Silverlake are, of course, series sponsors for both the Production Cup and the DS3 Cup. So fitting that their car is running so well this weekend here at Snetterton. There, meanwhile, is Tate Taverner, so he's caught Oliver Divine King, but he hasn't yet found a way through into the class lead.
Yeah. Rich Hockley leading now after 3 laps by 6.6 seconds, new fastest lap of the race. Swanson's trying to catch him in second place. This is 22.8, still loses a further 1.7 seconds on that lap. There's Tate Taverner in the multicoloured Civic Type R EP3, chasing after the Audi TT Mark II lock up in towards Wilson Hairpin. Still Oliver Divine King keeping nice and tidy. So off the straight they go. And naturally aspirated Civic Type R versus turbocharged Audi TT TFSI 2 litre. Both carrying 2 litre engines. It seems as though the maybe slightly slipperier shape of the Audi TT seems to have the legs on him down the Bentley straight.
Yeah, the class system obviously doing what it's supposed to and keeping them very evenly matched. That was an odd little moment. They both took very different lines into Brundle. I think they both made a mistake, actually. I think Divine King went too deep and there was a bit of a snatch of the brakes from Tate Taverner as well. But yeah, the regulations doing their job. These two cars both in the same class and both very evenly matched indeed. Looks almost like the boot of that Honda is popping loose slightly. Best hope that doesn't come open altogether. But Tate Taverner in that distinctively liveried EP3 Honda Civic is certainly going on the attack.
He is. Down the back straight they go, or down the pit straight they go once again. And Taverner now a little closer than he was on the Bentley straight, just trying to lock into the slipstream, get a little closer. He tries to close in. Darts out, just putting himself into Oliver's Spirit, just trying to distract him on the approach down towards Ritchie's. Carries nice momentum through the apex, and now back towards pit. Henry Swanson's pulled away by another couple of seconds. He's now 4.3 seconds ahead of this battle for third place. As we mentioned, it's said before, hard these two fight each other. Easier it is for Henry to make a break, and that's the recovering Mazda RX-8 Kelton Martin that's now going a lap down. And I think even just going slowly, or it might be, no, he's going back on the racing line, just keeping out of the way as a back marker. This is the closest battle on track by the look of it. As for the DS3s, 1.1 seconds separates Chalk and Longman. And Daniel Jewell is still third, but he's 5 seconds off. So whatever happened to him a couple of laps ago, he seems to have got a little more pace back. But he's still holding the number 5, which is the top rookie in DS3s, which is Bailey Coop McGuffey, back into 4th place while he takes the final podium spot for now.
Yeah, odd that, isn't it, for Daniel Jewell? Maybe he had a moment then rather than a mechanical issue a couple of laps ago. Fascinating here then that Tate Taverner, who quite clearly was quicker than Oliver Divine King when he first broke into 2nd place in class, just hasn't been able to find a way by. And in fact, now the Audi getting away from him slightly, heading out of the final turn. As you said, their lap times, nothing really to choose between them. Rich Hockley, by the way, is just on the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 20.7, which is, well, 6 tenths quicker than he went, or 5 tenths, let's say, quicker than he went in race number 1 when he set the fastest lap. His lead margin 7.3 seconds. This is not 1.2 seconds or whatever it was at the start of the lap either, is it? I think that Theo Longman is starting to come right back at Aaron Chalk.
Yeah, it's 0.4 of a second now, so he's closed by 7 tenths. Last time by, yeah, Longman was, full 6 tenths of a second quicker. So he's pulled the gap in just under half a second. I think they've also closed a little bit on Gerard Merriman's Clio, which of course had that strange issue when it pulled off on the pit straight at a rather odd angle that forced the race to be red flagged when we got to 75% distance, and Gerard's car maybe ailing again or just struggling, but either way, Aaron Chalk is looking a little more confident in that Silverlake car. Theo is trying to go with him as much as he can down the pit straight. We'll get a small tow from the car in front. Gerard's car might struggle for confidence in the corners. He's got plenty of punch on the straights to pull away from the 2 Citroen DS3s. He just needs more braking into turning, where he seems to be not as potent as these 2 Citroens as they turn in through Richie's corner now on the 6th lap, because they'll be lapped pretty soon, because Rich Hockley's already completed lap 6, the one that they're starting, and already Hockley still has that 7.3 second lead. Even though Swanson just set the personal best, it's still just a fraction under, about half a tenth of a second slower than Hockley, who continues to dominate.
Yes, he does. 7.3 seconds the lead margin. Here comes the DS3 Cup lead battle, though, and it is very much on again now between Aaron Chalk and Theo Longman. Just over half the race gone, and 6 and a bit minutes still remaining. See how tentative Gerard Merriman is on the brakes ahead. They're also now being caught and are about to be lapped by Rich Hockley, so there's a lot going on here for the DS3 Cup lead battle. Not only are they fighting each other, they're catching, in theory, a faster class car, and they're about to see a blue blur to their right hand side as Rich Hockley flashes past, first of all, Theo Longman into the bomb hole, and then gets to the inside of Chalk into Coram. Did he have a go at Merriman there as well? That was close as to whether he was going to get alongside the Renault Clio there. He has, and Merriman now slots in between the 2 Citroens. Now remember, Gerard was being lapped by Rich Hockley, so he had a duty to get out of the way of the Honda. He's got no obligation to get out of the way of the DS3s, because this is technically for overall position.
And he's faster on the straights too, so that'll certainly be an advantage for him. And look, you watch Gerard's car, I'm pretty certainly the pull alongside or try to get back past for overall position on Aaron Chalk if he can. Henry Swanson coming through now in the Peugeot, flashing the headlights. This is second overall and second in Class A, and Longman obliges to get out of the way. So too does Merriman eventually. But Aaron Chalk has got up the road scot-free here.
Yeah, that's really benefited Aaron Chalk, who's had quite a bit of good fortune today, hasn't he, in both races. Let's see whether that can carry him to a second race victory within the class. Here, meanwhile, comes Tate Taverner. And, dropping back away now slightly from Oliver Divine King, again, as the traffic really starts to have an effect. That is Coop McGuffey, isn't it, and Alex Hughes battling away.
No, it's Jewell and Coop McGuffey.
Oh, of course, sorry, yes, Daniel Jewell, of course, is not, he's further back than I expected, fighting for class position. So, yeah, he faded away from the leading 2 a while ago, and has not really been able to close back in.
No, and looks like that Bailey is keeping him honest enough for that final podium spot. He has closed in. If you look at the lap times last time by, Coop McGuffey was about half a tenth quicker, and he's kept the gap to all the 2s, 0.222 of a second across the line. As for keeping gaps, Oliver Divine King has now got a gap of about a second between himself and Tate, and Oliver very wide through Cora, very right to the edge of the circuit for some reason. He was quite deep to do so, and he's now caught the lead of a DS3 Cup. He's going to put a lap on Theo Longman, and of course Jared Merrin is still in between Chalk and Longman. In fact, is Longman fading? Because he's also been lapped by Tate Taverner, but he's fallen way back behind Aaron Chalk. But there he's Aaron. In fact, he's probably just from lappery and for linking faster cars through. Berriman's got back past Aaron Chalk as well. So there's back and forth between the DS3s and Tate Taverner threading a needle between the Clio with the DS3. Makes it happen, but that would have given both Chalk and Jared Merriman a severe wake-up call.
It's a good example, though, of how you can lose a chunk of time by being lapped. We always think, when we talk about lapped traffic, we always think of the faster car getting delayed by the slower cars as if it's somehow the slower car's fault, which of course it isn't. But the cars that are being lapped, they can end up losing a lot of time as well, especially low-powered cars like the DS3s. We keep using that M word, momentum, and you lose a lot of momentum if you have to go offline or really slow down to avoid getting in the way of the faster cars. So that possibly is what happened to Theo Longman, and to Aaron Chalk again to some extent there, round through the first couple of corners. So I think that gap will come back down slightly between the two of them. Tate Taverner, though, is quite keen on getting this class win, isn't he? That was a big risk that he took in the traffic there, because he knew that if he sat behind those two cars through Riches, that would be it. Oliver Divine King would be gone. But by committing to the gap up the middle, he just about keeps the class leader within his sights.
Yeah, look at pace-wise last time, before they complete this lap, there were only 2/10 compared to their laps. It was in Divine King's favour. You can hear what looks to be, I guess, the ITV individual throttle body is on that Civic just singing away as the VTIC once again starts to kick in that EP3. And there's Jared Merriman, who's still playing, I won't say games, he's just playing with the two DS3s, having a fun time whilst he's doing it. And yeah, Longman's not falling back too much this time. He's coming back towards Aaron Chalk. Last lap was, that's Daniel Gill with damage to the front end. Now, we've seen the aftermath here, but that's a slightly crumpled front bonnet that's come up a little bit. Now, exactly what's happened there, whether he was battling with Coop McGuffey or a lapped back marker, whatever's happened, I'm not 100%. There's even part of it wants to suggest, tentatively, has that car even been over?
Yep, I think it has. There's a lot of debris in the middle of the road at Marie's. That corner has cost quite a few drivers today, and I think it might have claimed another victim there, unfortunately. And yeah, there's a lot of damage done. Another driver now with a fairly hefty repair bill as a result of the curb at the final corner. So yeah, I think that quite possibly is what's happened there. There's a lot of debris in the middle of the road, and that's a danger now for the cars coming through behind as well. Very easy to cut a tyre. There'll be plastic, glass possibly in the middle of the road. We are getting it confirmed he did go over at the final turn. And that's a great shame. A lot of damage done, and yeah, luckily the car's still running. He was able to get it off the track, so no need for a safety car, but as you're about to see, there's quite a lot of that car that's still left in the middle of the track.
Let's see how they negotiate it, and the one that could trip up on that is, yeah, you can see some of the bits of debris and everything else that's come off that. Coming a cropper on that was, of course, the DS3 leader, Aaron Chalk, who continues on. And there is Daniel Jules' car that I think has definitely gone over. But it's parked up against the barrow, so thankfully no yellow flags. If there is yellow flag, it's a local single yellow flag, I'd have thought, but given the fact it's not too much. Meanwhile, out in front, and unfortunately we haven't really seen, if you're a Rich Hockley fan, we haven't seen much of him, mainly because he's just been that good out in front. The gap is 4.6 seconds, so it's come down in the last couple of laps, but I expect that's simply because this man has simply just been trying to keep it clean and tidy to the flag, which he's needed to, because he had that small little intermittent problem in race 1 that he managed to fix pretty quickly, and even though Henry Swanson is catching him, and he's just taking his time, if he does it too much, he might well lose out here. Is he going too slowly? Is he going to lose this on the final lap? He's taking his time, but he's not careful. Henry Swanson might get it, but I think he might well, Andy, just about be okay.
Yeah, I think he was just being very careful, wasn't he, in the traffic? But Rich Hockley, by a very narrow margin, look, he's going to win the race. That is Henry Swanson, only a second behind him at the checkered flag. So yeah, Rich really was being quite tentative in the lap traffic there. Checkered flag waves though, and it is a double race victory for the Honda driver. Swanson comes home in second. That was Aaron O'Toole coming home to claim second place in Class B, class that will be won by David Clark. David's Renault 5 GT Turbo gets to do another lap as well, because it wasn't actually lapped by the overall race leader. Through has come Oliver Divine King as well to get the win in Class C. Tate Taverner in the end about 1.3 seconds behind him, and another close battle there between the two Renault Clios of Matthew Hollier and Colin Dunn. That was for third place in Class C, and it was Matthew Hollier that managed to hang on. Here comes the Citroën DS3 Cup winner, and it will be Aaron Chalk. Theo Longman closed back in a little bit there on the final lap. It was 3/4 of a second, the eventual winning margin, but it was in the favour of Aaron Chalk, who won race 1 and led the entirety of race 2, but never by a particular comfortable margin. So Rich Hockley wins, despite a very tentative final corner. Henry Swanson comes home second, with Oliver Devine King in third, claiming the win in Class C. Tate Taverner was second in that class, ahead of Matthew Hollier. Then it was Colin Dunn. David Clark got the win in Class B, ahead of Aaron O'Toole, with Gerard Merriman in a class of his own, actually, the only Class D entrant. Aaron Chalk wins the Silverlake DS3 Cup by, as I said, only 3/4 of a second in the end over Theo Longman. Bailey Cooper Guffey was next as a third place in class. Then it was Alex Hughes and Curtis O'Brien, with Lewis Tyson and Kelton Martin the last finishers. We lost Daniel Dewell, and we lost, of course, the number 200 of Hayden Payne. So, a couple failing to get to the checkered flag, but entertaining stuff, and Rich Hockley kept us guessing there right until the end of the race, and was ultimately just about able to hang on to get the win. There'll be a little bit of a delay here, I suspect, with a couple of cars to be gathered from around the circuit, so Scott might have a bit more time than normal to have a chat with Rich Hockley and to maybe have a chat with a couple of our other class winners as well. Rich already is down in Park Ferney. I'd be intrigued to get the lowdown on what was going on there with Rich Hockley on the final lap. Was he running into dramas, or was he just taking no prisoners, or taking no dramas, I should say, no risks even, that's the word, in the traffic on the final lap? Possibly that was the case. Out of the car he gets. Rich Hockley seems pretty satisfied with that, and as well he might be. Takes the helmet and the hands device off. The balaclava comes off as well. Ooh, go on, give it a good tug. Gets stuck in the neck of his race suit, which is what you want. You don't want anything to be popping out, so you want to be fully protected should the worst happen. Oliver Devine King gets out. He must be absolutely exhausted. That's his 5th race of the weekend, and his 4th race of today. All in the same car, which, to be fair, has run faultlessly, it would seem. That Audi TT Cup car is capable of putting the miles in, isn't it? And, as the drivers get out of the cars, we'll hear from them, hopefully, in just a few moments' time. So 2 races to go. Modified Fords up next. Really looking forward to that one. We had a great battle in the first race, and it will be the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup that takes our weekend to its conclusion. Let's head down though to Park Ferney. Scott Woodward's catching up with our race winner, Rich Hockley.
I don't know about you, we're getting a bit of deja vu. It's been 3 races in a row now. We've had exactly the same winners, even exactly the same top 3. So it seems to be a status quo in these sort of championships this weekend. I can see that Rich Hockley and Henry Swanson are having a bit of a conversation, and Aaron Chalk's getting out of his DS3 car. But you can see 3 very different cars, all front-wheel drive. You've got the Honda Civic EK, you've got the Peugeot 308. I think that might be a racing cup car. I think it's got brick car stickers on it, and we've got also Oliver Devine King's car as well. There's a bit of conversation going on. Let's see if we can grab Rich's attention and to have a chat. So, Rich, you kept us guessing at the end there. Will you just take it a bit steady, or was that a reoccurring issue from race 1?
Well, no, we fixed that. We found a problem, so we're happy days with that. But there's a load of debris coming back up. Yeah. And like I slowed because it was just all over the track.
Yeah. There was a DS3 that had a roll, I think, clipped the inside curb, we think.
Right, and it was obviously a wave yellow, so I backed off, swerved myself through all the debris, and then next thing I look in the mirror, and he's right behind me. I'm like, what happened there?
So, at one point you were about 6 or 7 seconds up the road. You were having a very casual. We didn't see much of you, unfortunately, because you were that far ahead. But even so, it's a win's a win. So, after fixing the issues, looks like the car was again in the sweet spot the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we found it as an electrical problem, like we said. Found it brilliant looking for us. So yeah, happy days.
Good stuff. We'll see you next time. Yeah, next time with us.
Yes. Oh yes, definitely.
Good stuff. Good to stay, mate. Good to see you. Well done. Let's also have a chat with. We've got time for the DS3 winner. I think he's just over here having a chat with Theo Longman, if we can. Where is Mr. Chalk? Having a quick chat with him if we can. Doorstep the other one. Well, I think it's safe to say you haven't had to overtake anyone today, because you basically held the lead from start to finish in DS3s, and you kind of had the ways part for you in race 1 with the 2 cars going off. So is that one of the easiest weekends you've had?
It was probably one of the better weekends I've had, actually. A bit more interesting, the first race particularly. And that one, Theo was really pushing me, but we had a bit of not back markers, but the cars in front were a little bit holding us up. And it was a bit tricky for Theo to get me, but yeah, no, it was good, really good.
You had some fun playing with Gerard's Renault, going back and forth.
Yeah. So it's just in certain places where he's quicker, we're slightly quicker, and it's just a bit of cat and mouse in the corners, but that's all right.
Another good weekend in general for DS3, 7 cars out. Danny had a bit of an unfortunate rollover at the last corner, we thought, which is why he pulled up. But apart from that, pleased with the progress all around with the series?
Definitely. We just want to get some more numbers out there, and it's brilliant. Everyone needs to come and have a go. Yeah. They're great.
If they want to find out, how do they do it?
So I suppose the silverlake.co.uk website, Alan's sponsoring both the Production Cup. We're having loads of stuff to deal with it, so yeah, just hit us a message. Yeah.
2 from 2, well done. Fingers crossed for next time, well done. That's Production Cup and DS3 Cup done for the weekend. 2 more races left to go. The penultimate race of the weekend is next, Modified Ford race number 2. It was the first ever outright win for the Escort Matty Cosworth of Lloyd Jameson. So if he can do it, and also if Pierce Graham's can fix his problems and keep on top of him as well. Maybe see whether the cars that retired in that race can also get themselves in front of there too. 2 races left to go. Let's head back to Andy. I'm going to hot-foot it back across. It's Blue Oval time with race 2 for Modified Fords.
Yes, it is, or it will be, in a moment or two. As I said, there was a bit of a delay before the cars could be released from the assembly area, because, as you can see just at the top of shot, the marshals are out with the brooms trying to clear the worst of the debris away from the final corner, where we also had a roll in the first Modified Ford race, unfortunately, with Dave Barrett's Ford Fiesta taking a tumble over that new curb. But now the car's released from assembly, and we will have, I'm sure, an exciting 15 minutes of racing ahead of us. Lloyd Jameson was the winner in the first one, as we said. Piers Grange really should have been able to give him a proper run for his money all race long. For the first half of the race, he was. Piers Grange's car much quicker through the corners, it seemed, despite being at least 15 years older than the Escort Cosworth Maxi. But in a straight line, Lloyd Jameson had the edge, and then Piers Grange seemed to run into some issues. So hopefully they've got those sorted, and he can really give Lloyd Jameson a battle in race number 2. Jameson then on pole, Grange alongside on that front row. Sean Brown will start third. This is the result of race 1 as well, by the way, with Paul Neville alongside him. Then Chris Baker and Mike Thurley, with Gary Johnson and Malcolm Wise, who I said would move forward in race 1, and he did, finishing in 8th position. That's where he will start race number 2. Row 5 for Colin Claxton and Andy Pipe. They had a good battle in race 1. Jason Stone and Piers Warwick will be on row 6, with Michael McKenzie and John Ward on the 7th row of the grid together. James Newins and Will Arif will share row 8. Row 9 then for Dave Barrett and Todd Garner, with Alex Howe, or AJ Howe, in the Focus Estate, hopefully starting on row number 10, but he was one of quite a lot of retirements, unfortunately, in the race earlier on. The Focus Estate, whilst running in a podium position, stopped down at Brundle and Nelson. James Allen also had dramas. He was running 3rd overall. 3rd actually seemed to be the position not to be in race 1. The Focus RS hopefully will start from 20th, ahead of Stephen Marsh and Gary Littlewood. Ollie Clark is next. He was off at Riches on the opening lap earlier on. Leroy Brown will start his Fiesta ST150 alongside him. Then Wayne Crabtree in the Sierra Cosworth, Martin Reynolds in the Zaxby Mark II Escort, and Tyler England's Fiesta at the back of the grid. Hopefully we'll see whether we get the full quota of 27 cars out there. We did have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 non-finishers in race 1. I'm sure at least a couple of them might not be able to make it out there. Dave Barrett probably at the top of that list after his accident earlier on. And we also do not have Lloyd Jameson, our race 1 winner, so only Piers Grange on the front row of the grid. I wonder what that's all about.
That's interesting. Also, is that something patched up on the front end of
it is.
Paul Neville? I thought it was the glinting of the sort of the incoming sun, but looks like some kind of thing patched up on the right front of Paul Neville's car. I didn't think he had some damage when he came in, but oh no, it's not. It's just it's the angle of the sun that's how shiny it is. Just that's a bit of info from Rob Lewis. AJ Howe had a wheel bearing issue that put him out, but they've gone ahead and replaced that, so that car should be on the grid and all good to go from where it is on the grid. It should be, was it's 15th on the grid, so we'll see what he can do to get that through the order. It gives him another good chance if he can pick his way through to get himself a possible overall podium if he can get a good start and keep it clean from the first couple of rows.
Yes, Gary Littlewood, by the way, has just arrived at the end of pit lane. Gary, who was, again, an early retirement in race 1, but they've got that car sorted. He'll be either starting from the pit lane or they might let him tag along on the back of the warm-up lap, potentially. Lap gets underway now, led by the Hyundai safety car, because of course this is a rolling start for Modified Ford, the only series today that feature rolling starts. This big grid of blue ovals makes its way off the line. We are definitely missing a few at the back, because actually the last car on the grid is James Allen, so Stephen Marsh, Ollie Clark and Leroy Brown all potentially, in fact no, sorry, not the last car is James Allen, there's another one behind, isn't there? That is
Stephen Marsh.
Stephen Marsh, yeah, so we're missing Ollie Clark and Leroy Brown, and as we know, Gary Littlewood in the pit lane. I didn't see Dave Barrett go through either, so I don't think he's out, is he?
We're also missing as well, I think, as Rob did tell me in some information, there's no Martin Reynolds, Wayne Crabtree or Tyler England, because they pulled out, I think, after qualifying, so we didn't have them in race 1 either, which is a shame, because Wayne Crabtree has, amongst the Fords that he has a Sierra Cosworth, an Escort Mark 1, and my favourite car I've ever seen in this series before, and it even appeared in the very first time that Modified Ford Series raced with BRSCC back in 2021 in Donington Park. It was a Subaru engine Ford RS200. Which looked like it was more like a car suited for Pikes Peak rather than a circuit thing. And I think the only reason why it did win a race, but it didn't win both races that weekend, because I think, if I'm right, the gear stick, I think, came off with something came off on the gear stick and it couldn't continue. But it was in the second race, managed to pick up a victory because there was an issue with another car. I think possibly Dave Cockell's Escort Cosworth had a problem as well. So, if he's watching or listening and he's just been waving to Rob Lewis, if we can see him, hello darling, we can see him on the opposite race, if you can hear us on that one. I'm sure if he hears that on the comments in that 20 seconds time, he will hear that, so, and give us a laugh. But to Rob Lewis, who is another regular on the BRSCC comms team for live streams and at circuits, and I think he's with me in a few weeks' time at Donington Park for the next live stream that we have, which is a few weeks' time. So it'll be me and him on comms for that one. And see how that one plays out. Well, we'll see, amongst other things, we'll see once again the Production Cup and also a couple of series that are racing too, as the field now makes its way in what should hopefully be again lovely 2x2 formation as they were for race number 1. They've had one or two wayward starts before in the past. I think before it was like the front half of the field beautifully put together, the second half of the field was incredibly spread out, and it was they learned their lesson for race 2 and they're really neatly stacked up 2x2. They're starting to do so again. I think they only get one formation that rather than two here, so starting to kind of pack up as they should do, and we'll see them all grouping up as they will. So Piers Grange on his own on the front row of the grid, but it's going to be escorts aplenty towards the front. There's a couple of holes as well, because also missing, I think, Mike Thurley's car, unless he's not in there somewhere, but a couple of holes in the field, but we're ready to go. Modified 4 racing once again for race number 2.
Indeed so. So the safety car pulls into the... no, we are getting a second green flag lap, so we did last time, didn't we, for whatever reason. And
I think that caught out some of the field. They thought, oh, we're going racing? No, we're not. So second green flag lap. So whether it's the length of the circuit or...
Well, last time it's because a car had stopped on the first green flag lap, but, well, I thought that was the reason, but maybe it is standard procedure then to have two. A note shrug of the shoulders from Rob Lewis, and if Rob Lewis doesn't know what's going on, then clearly that wasn't in the plan. So I think maybe there's another car then that's stopped somewhere around the circuit. That needs the attention of the marshals, and so slight delay to the start. But again, it's not going to eat into the 15 minutes. That time hasn't started ticking down just yet. You mentioned that we were missing Mike Thurley. I wonder whether maybe it's his car that's stopped somewhere else on the circuit.
Well, I think Mike Thurley's car is that Castro car coming through there, so that might well be him. He's a bit out of position, I think, maybe. I'm trying to see if there's anyone that's mostly missing on that grid. I don't think so. We've got Todd Garner, we've got Alex Howes at the back, and then we also have as well Gary Little came in anyway, Stephen Marsh, and the last car that came through was James Allen, but he's ahead of Stephen Marsh anyway, so we're kind of missing cars from 22nd back to 27th, because Gary Littlewood was in the pit lane before that even got underway, if I remember correctly. So we're down to about roughly, 20 left or so, which is still a decent enough number, but just a few cars we were hoping to see out that haven't quite made it.
Yeah, Littlewood is still in the pit, but he's just been released to the very end of the pit lane. That, I don't think was the plan. I think he was supposed to be waiting for the race to start, and there's possibly been a bit of confusion as to whether the race has started, but it hasn't. The time, as I said, hasn't ticked down yet from 15 minutes, so they're going to leave him there for a moment and release him when the race starts, but he's going to have very cold tyres. He hasn't had the benefit of these 2 laps behind the safety car to warm the tyres up, and it's not going to help his chances on the opening lap.
He's lucky he's technically not a lap. Technically he should be a lap down, but lucky he's not, because it's on 2 formation laps rather than just the 1. So race hasn't started, so therefore he can't be a lap down because it hasn't got underway yet. So we have got, looks like essentially, well not essentially, we have got pretty much, well, Paul Neville will go up alongside Sean Brown, and it should be there. So Chris Baker and Mike Thurley. Gary Johnson, I think, is in the bronze-coloured Escort Mark 1. And then we have Malcolm Wise and his Escort Cosworth, which should be in there as well. I think he certainly is. Then it's Colin Clax and Andy Pipe, who are having that great battle for the bottom of the top 10. They're both there as well. No, there's no Andy Pipe, is there? So he's not missing. There's the black Mark 1 that was another car's missing. But now they are packing up into 2x2, and whichever order they manage, it should be quite a fine thing. So, again, if you're a Blue Oval fan, strap yourselves in. 15 minutes of action coming up for Modified Fords. One of the best looking grids out there, and certainly one of the best sounding. It's about to be unleashed in about a few seconds' time.
Yes, a lot of the more modern machinery on the grid is at the back, because ironically they were the cars that broke down. Some of the older cars in the field ran absolutely trouble-free, and they will make up the bulk of the front of the grid. It's a very congested start, but we do go racing them, and Piers Grange leads the field down towards Rich's corner for the first time. The majority of the battling will be behind. I think we'll have a lock-up there, big lock-up in fact, from 36 car of Gary Johnson, who just about gathered that together. Malcolm Wise there in the yellow and white car tries to go to his outside, and keep an eye towards some of the focuses at the back of the grid. They should all move forward. Oh, Malcolm Wise with a huge lose, but actually saved the situation really. He very nearly ran into the back of the car ahead, just about avoided absolute calamity, but he will have to rejoin at the back of the field.
And also, Paul Neville had a bit of a sideways moment there, but he's held on to third position. It's also game on for fourth behind, because Mike Thurley's under pressure from, who's that? From Chris Baker, who's recovered as well, and his Escort. So Escorts literally make up the first, six positions at the front, because you've got the Mark II versus Mark 1, then the RS 2000 behind in third position of Paul Neville, then you have the Mark 1 Zach Speed of Mike Thurley, then, I don't know what Mark that is, 3, 4, 5, whatever it could be for Escorts. Chris Baker's car, the 80s shaped one in the mix as well. And then you have behind them Gary Johnson, who's held on into sixth position. So as they come out through Coram for the first time, Piers Grange, we anticipate he would. It has the lead now, with Paul Neville holding on to a nice healthy third place. As they turn in through Murray's for the first time, relatively drama-free, apart from Malcolm Wise's spin. But apart from that, everyone has got through turn 1 pretty cleanly. And now you can see James Allen, from what was at the back of the grid, that was 20th on the grid. He's already packed his way through into the top 5. Absolutely flying is James Allen. He's going to be at the line in third place.
Yes, now he and Piers Grange were very evenly matched in that first race before James unfortunately retired to the pit lane. So if you can ever get to Piers Grange, I think we could have a really good battle on our hands. That unfortunately is Malcolm Wise's race over. Had that big spin down at the Wilson hairpin. I suspected that wasn't driver error. I think there must have been an issue with the car, and he has pulled over down at the end of the Bentley straight. Hopefully that won't need a safety car to get it moved out of the way. Grange leads by 5.6 seconds then at the end of the opening lap. Sean Brown second. There is Paul Neville third, and James Allen then fourth at the end of lap number 1. There's the Malcolm Wise car. I don't really see how they can leave that there, if I'm honest, because the car is right in the firing line, isn't it, if someone gets it wrong in the braking zone.
I fear the word safety car might be able to be deployed in a second, and keep an eye out on the window to see when those lights come. It's a case of more when rather than if the lights go on. There will be yellow flags down there, because unfortunately Escort Cosworth has pulled up and not had an issue. There are double wave yellows down there, and typically double wave yellows tend to be followed by a safety car, so we'll keep an eye and anticipate we are going to go up. The bar you see on the top left of the screen is going to go, I'm certain, from green to yellow until we see what the clerk of the course wants to do. And still the Escort Cosworth doesn't move, still with Malcolm Wise in it.
There is a marshal behind it, but I think we'll need more than a marshal to move it. There we go, second one arrives on the scene. They're going to try and push it out of the way, but this is where the marshals, I would say, earn their money. Of course, they're all volunteers, but it's where they certainly earn our respect, because you wouldn't catch me going out next to a live racetrack at that particular part of the track to go and shove a Escort Cosworth. Goodness knows how far they need to shove it to get it out of harm's way. Yes, it's covered under yellow flags, but that is extremely brave, and it's why they absolutely deserve our thanks and our respect, because not only are they putting themselves in danger to try and get the car out of the way, they're doing so in the hope that we don't have to interrupt the race. We can go safety car free, and look at that. That's exactly what they've done. Top job there from the marshals to get that car out of the way, and no need for a race stoppage.
I always maintain British marshals are the best in the world, full stop, and no one will move unless someone can prove to me there are better trained marshals, and all marshals are very well trained anyway, but I do think British ones are the best in the world. They get regular training at least annually every year to make sure they are sharp and as up to speed as they can be, and they're always encouraging new people to come through and to take up those ranks, because it's a great way to even just get started in the sport and make connections, even if it's just being being a marshal and just getting yourself involved, because it's a great way to be involved in the race meeting voluntarily, yes, but be up close and be genuinely if not possibly arguably the most vital part of a race meeting. So if you think, wondering how do I get into motorsport, genuinely some people are the best people in motorsport and most powerful people in motorsport have started being a marshal as a starting point, so it can get you further than you think.
Absolutely, and certainly if you want to go on to work in race control or race admin, running a championship perhaps at some point in the future, it really does help to have spent some time as a marshal, because you start to learn the mechanics of how the sport actually works and how events are actually run. It's a great idea. You can do marshal taster days as well still, and that's a good way of sort of dipping your toe in the water to see if it's for you. This is the battle for second place then. James Allen has now caught Sean Brown and is looking to try and move up the inside into the Brundle and Nelson complex. He's going to get past the Mark 1 Escort pretty trouble-free. The problem is, though, that he's going to be about 14 seconds or so adrift of the race leader, Piers Grange, and I'm not convinced he's going to have a massive pace advantage over the race leader. It's a shame that Lloyd Jameson didn't take the start. I would have loved to have seen a resumption of that battle between he and Piers Grange that we had in race 1, but I suspect unless James Allen can really find some previously undiscovered speed, I don't think he's going to be able to give much of a challenge to Piers Grange. You never know, though.
Considering, well, to kind of put that argument to bed, Piers Grange has put to the 1:17.9, so he's got the gap even further out. The last lap was a personal best before this one for James Allen. He comes across and does a 1:20.567, but of course that's been with the caveat of getting past cars in front of him. Now he has a Leclerc Air. We're just over half the race to go with 9.25 minutes left. Arguably now he's got his best chance to kind of start chasing after him, and I think Sean Brown, who we talked about earlier on, just loves being out there and keeping this car in the straight and narrow and performing well. I think he accepts he hasn't got exactly the same pace as Piers Grange or James Allen, but I think he's one of those drivers polite that just doesn't care. He loves the car, he loves the series, he loves being out of it and doing a good job and just enjoying himself out there in that kind of car, which is quite fun. I'm also seeing Top Garner's making good progress. He started, when is he? Back in 18th. He's now just passed Paul Neville for 4th, so he's now made some great progress. Paul's still the class leader, and Todd Garner 3rd in Class A. And that car, remember, had that little drama where he went to hit the brakes for Richie's corner. The car practically came to a standstill almost, which was really odd, and that caught off guard one of the Ford Focus, the Fiestas that was behind it was in a mix. Alex Howe's also making quite good progress. AJ now with that fixed rear wheel bearing, which apparently, according to Rob Lewis, is what also put Lloyd Jameson out. He had a rear bearing issue that put him out of. I think he did mention there was some kind of issue at the end of race 1, but now AJ managed to fix his. Lloyd didn't, sadly, so unfortunately he wasn't able to rejoin with that same problem that AJ did, but they managed to do it for his. So James now in clear air. We'll see what his lap time is. Grange's done a 1:18.412. And it's a 1:21.240. So at the moment, pace-wise, as fast as Allen is in second place, nowhere near the pace that Grange has got out in front.
No, doesn't look that way. So second place and less dramas before the race leader here, I think, for James Allen. And second in class as well, of course. He and Piers Grange both in the same class, Class A. They round the Wilson hairpin, head out onto the Bentley Straight. Sean Brown there in 3rd. Todd Garner doing his best now to try and chase after him and make it an all Class A top 3. Paul Neville and AJ Howe, as you said, they're battling for class on as well. Is AJ catching Neville? Yes, to the tune of 1.3 seconds on the previous lap, so that might be the next battle to watch. The Focus Estate. Makes sense that it was a wheel bearing issue then on that car, because we saw the little bit of smoke emanating from the left rear corner just before the car pulled over to the side of the road. So I thought at the time it was just bodywork rubbing on the tyre. Probably was, but it's because the wheel bearing had broken, and that's what took him out of the race. James Allen then through Coram. Flames spitting there from the side exhaust on the Focus RS, a brilliant looking car, and he's done a lot of work on this car over the years. I don't know whether it's the same car he used to race in this series. He used to have a sort of black and pink liveried Focus RS. I suspect it's just been rewrapped, but a nice livery on the car. It's going well. He's not, as I said, going to catch Piers Grange. In fact, he might have the attentions of Todd Garner before the end of the race, because Garner's just got ahead of Sean Brown for 3rd, and on the last lap was a second quicker than James Allen.
So that's now Focus 2nd and 3rd. I don't know if you're thinking of Rory Jose, who has had a bright pink Focus, I think.
Possibly. Because
that car has had some, it was more kind of black and white, I remember, but it has had a similar sort of spec on it. So you're right, he's been building it over the last few years. It's very sort of high-speed kind of touring car-esque, that car, with a front splitter and rear wing. But there has also been Rory Jose that has had a very, very fast turbocharged pink Focus. I don't think it's been an RS, but he's been very quick on that sense. So that car moving forward. But you're right, Todd Garner, who's redeeming himself from the mishap earlier on in race 1, where he had that little brake issue. He's just continuing on. There's Gary Littlewood's Fiesta that's got out of the pit lane eventually. And we'll see. I think you're absolutely right. The Todd Garner's car is not that far away, putting in decent enough pace to cause some trouble here.
Yes, looks as though he's definitely going to catch. So I don't know whether James Allen actually is running at full speed here, or maybe there's a niggly little issue, or he's just concerned about the issue coming back from race 1. Now he knows that he's not going to catch Piers Grange. Maybe he's just decided he's going to try and pace himself, but with still 5 and a bit minutes to go, he could end up losing second place, and he wouldn't want to do that. So interesting battle developing there. AJ Howe continuing to catch Paul Neville. Yes, he is. In fact, here they come absolutely together. So Neville, the white and blue car, the Focus Estate behind, is second place in class. Might only be 5th place overall, but it is for a class victory. And for AJ Howe, it will be a brilliant victory from the back of the grid after the retirements earlier on today. Late on the brakes into the Wilson hairpin, the enormous Focus Estate. Oh, he's going to go straight through because Neville's got it all wrong through the Wilson hairpin. He was too deep, clambered the curb, and I think AJ Howe should be able to get through, although Neville is still hanging around on his left-hand side. Nothing wrong with the straight line performance of the Escort. In fact, he drags back ahead.
You'd have thought, given it's a Focus, that the Estate would be a little more aerodynamic, given it has got quite a bit of aero efficiency in terms of its body shape, but the older Escort RS2000 certainly proving to have plenty of pace. And also, we should mention, this is for the Class B plus lead as well, which between the two cars are in the same class. So pushing forwards, and it looks like the straight line speed is good. Maybe with that enhanced aero, AJ might have a look, and he thought about going up the inside into Coram Corner, but he's still thinking about it. He's doing it now, and got better cornering and performance. Up the inside he goes into Coram, gets himself in front for Murray's. The question's got to be now, does he still have the straight line speed to keep ahead of him before they get towards Ritchie's?
No.
Simple as that. Right, okay. Easy answers, moving on.
Back through goes Paul Neville. This is a proper cat and mouse race, isn't it? We get this all the time in modified Fords. We saw it in race 1, didn't we, between Piers Grange and Lloyd Jamieson. So one car quicker in a straight line, one better through the corners. Although on that occasion, the car with the extra straight line performance seemed to have an edge. Paul Neville, though, I think is struggling with a handling issue, and opens the door again for AJ Howe, who slips back through out of Rich's corner. Meanwhile, James Allen was behind Todd Garner at the start of the lap. I think that's what you just spotted on the timing screen. They were side by side by the looks of it across the line, but James Allen since then has found a way back through.
Yeah, a little more aero on that car, so whether it's better in the corners, I'm not 100%, but he's got through. But now Todd's dropping back a little bit, which is very odd indeed, because as you said, you're absolutely right, he was in front, putting a lap on the 777, which is ex-Formula Ford long-term stalwart with Will Arif in his Fiesta ST150, and Garner's trying to keep going with James, but unless he's decided to either wake up because he has competition, or decided that Garner's got a touch with developing problem. I'm not 100%, but that car is interesting. He was in front by a tenth, as you say, and then I look back at the timing screen and Alan's back in front of the Jam Sport Focus. So answer on a postcard, I think.
Yeah, well, Alan on the previous lap did do a personal best lap, even though he was losing the position at the time. He's just improved upon that personal best again. So I just had the feeling that he was driving within himself, James Allen, and then I think you're right. Maybe now Todd Garner had caught him. It was the wake-up call that he needed. We'll see whether Todd can close back in again on the similar Focus, slightly less highly modified Focus ahead of him. Moving up past James Newing there in the number 47 Escort. Definitely looks like Garner is better in a straight line. They look at the way that he closes in here on James Allen, but then has to brake earlier as a result. Allen with the headlights flashing. Don't think he's doing that manually. I think that might be a little electronics glitch somewhere. Hopefully not the sign of a bigger problem. Certainly not slowing him down at the moment, but he's not having things all his own way here.
Unless that's a tactic to use for the slow lap traffic. He's got to do some slower cars in front of him. He's going to put a lap on the Mackenzie number 92 Fiesta ST150 through Coram again. And lap time wise, Granger started the penultimate lap. They're going to get the lap he's going on. They're going to have 2 more laps here. And again, it's got enough going forwards. Hear that 5-cylinder bellowing on that Mark II Focus. It's quite a nice sounding car. And so too, Garner's car will have a similar engine too. So 2 cars sound very, yeah, both of them sounding very Audi Quattro-esque, shall we say, in terms of the 5-cylinder engine. In towards Rich's they go. And again, Alan with some bit more grip in terms of the aero, slightly more through the apex of the corner, but something tells me that Todd Garner's car, as you say, has got a little more poke in a straight line compared to the aero grip that Alan has. So again, it is that back and forth that we had compared to the battle we had between briefly Jameson and Grange out in front in race 1.
Yeah, even though the two cars are visually a lot more similar, there are still differences definitely in performance. I think Garner's a bit closer this time. He's going to go to the inside. Look for the brake lights though. They illuminate sooner on the green and white focus. Did he complete the pass? No, he didn't, because he was earlier on the brakes. So there could be differences in the brake systems that they're using on the cars, different suspension maybe, the extra aero on the James Allen car, that will help it slow down as well. But Todd Garner's car definitely in the speed traps would be winning the battle. Just can't quite get in front into the braking zone. Traffic might help him though. This is slowing Allen down through the part of the circuit where he would normally be quicker. They nip to the inside there of the much more basic in appearance Ford Focus of John Ward, and accelerate onto the start-finish straight for the beginning of the final lap. Here's Grange is already off and around Wilson and onto the back straight by now. Garner pulls alongside again to the outside, gets his nose ahead. James Allen having none of it. The car squirming under braking, and I think he just about held on.
Yeah, that was Garner his best attack yet, even though he has been in front about at least once in this race. But Allen chose to hold the inside line and push forwards. The battle still going back and forth also between Paul Neville and Alex Howe. That's for the class lead. Although I think either Paul Neville's had a timing issue, but I'm certain Paul Neville's car was ahead of Alex Howe.
No, that's Sean Brown. AJ Howe's caught Sean Brown
okay.
for fourth. He's actually put 9 seconds between himself and Paul Neville over the last few laps. So
fourth place could still be on for him.
Very much so from the back of the grid. Piers Grange, though, from the front of the grid, has dominated. I'm sure there's a part of him would have quite liked it, actually, if Floyd Jameson and James Allen had started at the front again in this race, but it didn't quite happen, and Piers Grange, in the end, has had it pretty much unchallenged. He will come to the line, the checkered flag waves, and Piers Grange claims a double victory in the modified Ford Series, echoing the results from James Allen at Old Park a few weeks ago when he did the double. James is going to come home, it would seem, in second place, although we'll just put a little pin in that until they actually get to the line. We know that James and Todd Garner have been trading that position a few times over recent laps. Here they come. James Allen's weaving. He must be celebrating because he's shaken off Todd Garner on the last lap. Quite a big gap, actually, at the end. And it is Allen second from Garner third. And the last question mark we have is who's going to finish fourth? Can AJ Howe? He was already ahead, actually, of Sean Brown. Yeah, we did spot that in the insert. So Alex Howe, barring any dramas, should come home fourth. Is this the estate? I think it is. There he goes, blasts across the line, and some way ahead in the end of Sean Brown, who still gets a class win. Piers Grange, overall winner, is also a class winner, of course, in Class A. And we'll go through the full list of class winners when we get the full results in a moment or two. Good race, though, from the modified Fords, and looking forward to having them back on the bill again at some point in the hopefully near future. Did I say they were out at Silverstone next? No, Donington on the 6th and 7th of June, the event that Scott was referring to earlier on. So, Piers Grange, double race winner, and also double winner in Class A, ahead of James Allen and Todd Garner in a brilliant battle there for second place. AJ Howe comes from the back of the grid to win Class B Plus in the Focus Estate. Sean Brown, who we got past there on the final lap, is still a winner in Class B. Paul Neville was 6th overall, ahead of Stephen Marsh, then Mike Thurley, Chris Baker and Gary Johnson to complete the top 10. Piers Warwick gets the victory in Super A, ahead of Colin Claxton and John Ward, with Michael McKenzie in 14th position. 15th place then for James Newins, 16th place for Will Arif, and the only Class C car in the end to take the start, Gary Littlewood, came home 17th and last. So a shame that we lost a handful of cars from that race before it even started, really. High attrition rate in race 1, but I'm sure they'll all be back out again, hopefully at Donington Park in June. They've got 3 more events to come this year, the modified Fords. Donington in June, then back here at Snetterton, actually, on the 15th and 16th of August on the full 300 layout, before the Silverstone International Circuit plays host to their final races on the 10th and 11th of October. So Scott Woodwiss will make his way for the penultimate time down to the Parc Ferme area. We've got one more race to come, and if you were thinking of calling it a day and not bothering with the final race, I urge you not to do that, because it should be another really entertaining one. It's the 3rd race of the day for the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup, incorporating student motorsport. Groups C and A will be heading out onto the track, and that promises to be another brilliant battle between, admittedly, the slowest cars racing here this weekend, but certainly far from the least entertaining class. I guarantee that race is going to be well worth sticking around for. There is Piers Grange then. Pulls his Mark II Escort into the pit lane. Second place finisher in the first race behind Lloyd Jameson. As I said, he would have loved to have had a battle with Lloyd, I'm sure, in that race, but he'll be only too happy to claim the win. As I mentioned earlier on, it's a series rather than a championship modified Ford, so there are no championship points to be earned, but trophies and bragging rights, perhaps most importantly, very much up for grabs. And Piers will notch another win up in a series that he's been successful in before. And as I said, I think I said double race victory. I was talking absolute nonsense, wasn't I? I forgot that Lloyd Jameson had actually won that first race earlier on. But Piers Grange puts that right in race 2. They solved, hopefully, whatever niggly little issue he had partway through that first race. The car seemed to run absolutely beautifully in race 2. He gets out of the car and looks very relieved to be out and to be celebrating the win. More than a little bit worn out after what was a tough race. The temperature starting to rise again now as well. The sun's burnt through those clouds. We had that tiny bit of drizzle earlier in the day, but actually the weather conditions have been just fine all day long, despite the very overcast sky that we had when we arrived at the track this morning. Right, let's head down once more to Scott Woodward then to hear from our race winner, Piers Grange.
These victories are getting easier and easier because Piers Grange started from the front row with nobody alongside him, nobody around him. I think that was the definition this weekend of another casual Sunday afternoon drive.
Yeah, it was. Just kept it straight and didn't make any mistakes. And I couldn't see anyone in the mirror, so didn't push too hard. Yeah, it was easy do's.
No intermittent issues this time either.
I managed to drive around the issues this time. We found out what the issue was, not what I thought it was, and we could drive around it, so it was okay.
So Mark II seems to be in good form. Has it just been a continued development, or have you got it in the sweet spot where you don't need to do too much more?
No, it's always been continual development. Every year we try and find something to do to it. Because now we're in Class A, we've got to compete with the Turbo boys, and we've got to up our game to try and keep with them.
Well, great job, well done.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you for next time on that one. Let's have a chat with James Allen, who was celebrating second place like it was a win, so we'll try and find out, because he seemed pretty happy with that one. So we can doorstep the conversation, have a chat. James, say, you were celebrating that second place like it was a victory. That was a very emphatic second place.
Yeah, I'm pleased with that. We've had some issues this morning. Not like us to have any issues, as you know.
None at all.
No. So yeah, I'm taking that.
Especially from the back where you started.
Yeah. I think I said to the lads I was aiming for second spot by the end of the first lap, but was it fourth?
About that, yeah.
Yeah, I'll try harder next time, mate.
Yeah. The focus of Todd's also pretty formidable, isn't it?
Yeah. Like I've just said, I think the VVT was locked out, so as soon as we were getting higher into the sort of gears and RPM, it was just misfiring. Yeah. So I'm kind of having to manage that, which stopped me with a bit of pace, really. I don't know how I fared lap time wise, but yeah, it weren't easy.
Yeah. Looking forward to next time out?
Yeah, always. It's Donington as well. James Allen Interiors is actually sponsoring that one as well, so we will be there in force.
No pressure to win then?
Don't say that.
Okay, we'll leave it to them. Listen, great job, well done, excellent stuff. I'd love to talk to Todd, but we are short of time. 17 races down, 1 left to go. It's our third and final City Car Cup race. So for the final time, I'm going to run back across the comm box, throw you back to Andy. He's taking you through our final grid of this Snetterton race weekend here in Norfolk.
Well, a fitting way to round out our weekend of racing with one of the biggest grids of the weekend and hopefully some of the closest racing of the weekend as well. We've had 2 very, very competitive Nankang Tyre City Car Cup races so far, with the biggest winning margin in either of those races being just 0.3 of a second. Yeah, we expect more of the same now in race number 3. Alex Foden hunting for a first victory in the championship, starts from pole position with Alistair May alongside him. They have both had a runners-up finish so far today. Foden in race 1 and May in race 2, and they'll both be gunning for a victory this time around. Alex Jackson and Andrew Dyer together on the second row. Dyer, the second of the Boston College Racing cars, teammate to Alex Foden. Jack Wheeler and Christopher Parks make up the third row, and Jensen Jackson's got Toby Owen for company on row number 4. Fifth row then for Luke Bate and Tom Hartwell, with Max Finn and Sandro Proietti in the Liquimolly liveried Citroen C1 next. Then it's Carter Steele and John Nicholson, with Joseph Plowright, and that should be Luke Sawyer alongside him on row 8. Row 9, Jude McGreevy and Harry Sutton, with Amelia Vincent and Evan Parker completing the top 20. Then it is Alistair Maring ahead of Max White, then Tom Crossland and Jake Gittus together on the 12th row. Row 13 for Gary Johnston and Alex Turner, whilst Luke Power will round out the 27 starters. So, if this is the first City Car Cup race you've seen today, let me just remind you of the way that this works. We've got too many cars to have them racing all at the same time because of grid capacities here at Snetterton, so the field split into 3 groups, groups A, B and C. Race 1 of the weekend was groups A and B, race 2 were B and C, and now we have A and C lining up together for race 3. It means everyone races twice, everyone races against the other groups once, and it means that we have another mix of drivers at the front of the field. It's good for us really, because it means that all 3 of the races have a slightly different complexion. You've never got exactly the same group of drivers battling for the race win, and here in Alex Foden and Alistair May you've got 2 drivers who came within a few tenths of a second of winning their earlier races, and now both desperate not to be the bridesmaid again in their second race. Foden has the pole position, Alistair May alongside him, and I'm sure I recall you saying earlier on, Scott, that Alex has never won a race in the City Car Cup, so Alex Foden's going to be desperate to try and make that happen. Alex does quite a bit of racing, in fairness. I bumped into him a few times last year racing a Renault Clio with another club. He also did a few Fun Cup races last year. Instantly got into my good books when he revealed he's a massive NASCAR fan, Alex Foden. One of very few people I've come across in British motorsport who know as much as I do about NASCAR. It's not me claiming to be an expert, just that I'm a little bit weird, I suppose, and I enjoy motorsports where they just drive around in circles. Not starting that argument now, but Alex Foden is a man of taste. He appreciates proper racing, and that's why, Scott, he races in the City Car Cup.
Yes. Anyway, moving forwards.
Don't you start now.
As if you don't pull that tactic either. Anyway, no, it should be interesting to see. I think Alex Foden we fired up particularly. Alistair May has taken a race victory so far this season in the ABC group system, so it has happened before. The thing is, Alex Foden compared to pace, we'll have to see, because we only saw his pace compared to everyone else in that mix. So we'll see how that one plays out as the siren goes off. So we're getting very close. Start's been delayed, in fact, for some reason. The reason why, unless someone our producer can figure out why, we're not 100%. So it would suggest that somebody has pulled off somewhere, as I'm sure our camera directors are frantically trying to figure out on track where this delay is, or what the reason for the delay is. But everyone has now fallen upon the grid and is going to sit there and wait for a few moments before we understand what the reason is.
And we will then get another green flag lap. And we're trying to get to the bottom of what's happened. There we go. Car 26 has stopped, I think, coming out of the final corner, and is being pushed back into the pit lane. 26 is... Why can I not see number 26 on my... Joseph Plowright, there we go, 15th on the grid. He was supposed to be starting, so he's been pushed back into the assembly area, actually. I suspect we will still need another green flag lap, though, unfortunately, so whether they feel the need to knock any time off the race, hopefully not. It's only 20 past 5, which means we're actually running about 5-6 minutes or so ahead of time, so I think the option is definitely there to do another green flag lap and still have a 15-minute race, just waiting for the all clear. Of course, the marshals might have got the car out of the way, but they still need to return to their marshals posts and check that there's no fluid on the track, and a couple of other checks that need to be made. So there's just a momentary pause here. Race control, of course, also need to decide what they're doing here, whether they are having a second green flag lap. That would be the standard procedure. The marshal on the starting gantry, actually, right across from our commentary position, has a green flag in hand, so that is going to be what happens, I think. And as if the drivers starting on the front row weren't feeling tense enough, they've now got even more stress and anxiety, because they're going to have to go through that whole start procedure again. 1 minute board actually hasn't been held up because there's just a 1 minute message on the LED board above the starting gantry. Now the green flag is waved. The green flag lap then will ensue. Off they go. Alex Foden leads them away. Gives us a bit more time then to build up to what hopefully will be another competitive outing here from the City Car Cup, which just continues to go from strength to strength, doesn't it? And we spoke earlier on in the weekend about how it just sort of instantly caught the imagination of the British motor racing scene, didn't it? With big grids becoming the norm very quickly, but other championships which perhaps have struggled over recent years, you know, it's the way the world's going, nothing gets any cheaper, does it? And you know, some of the championships have been and gone over the last few years. This one just continues to attract these capacity grids, beyond capacity grids in fact. A great advert for the club, and yeah, certainly I am very pleased to see the championships and seeding, because I thoroughly enjoy watching these races.
Likewise, and the interesting thing is that it does have at the moment, on average, one of the biggest grid sizes in the country.
Yes.
I think it's about 41 is every grid size after 2 events, so it's looking pretty strong in terms of how it is. And there are some people who I think, in their own belief, say that club racing is struggling a bit. Well, there are grids out there that are still reaching over 30 cars on average, regardless of how many events they've done, first or second. But of the year, we're right at the start of the season, still technically beginning of May on that sense, and there's only every championship been out, I think, at least, apart from a handful, been out at least once so far to showcase what they're doing. So it's interesting how there are some championships which just simply capture the imagination because they are just pretty simple cars to put together, like the City Car Cups, which is the popularity or the openness of how they are. Different championships and series are thriving for different reasons, etc. But it's all a magic formula in their own right in terms of how it does. I think there's one champion that gets it absolutely perfect, but there are champions in terms of the numbers that they get, which are certainly proving to be thriving in a time when some people are saying that possibly motorsport is struggling a bit. Well, there's a lot of grids out there that are going in high 20s, if not at least 30 cars quite regularly. These are the first couple of events of the year that have proven that trend wrong.
Absolutely so, and you look at some of the grids we've had this weekend, Modified Ford knocking on the door of 30 cars, Fun Cup well into the 20s as well, and yeah, the City Car Cup is definitely another success story of British motor racing, and plenty of them within the BRSCC awning, so to speak. And yeah, it's a treat to get to come out every few weekends and talk about this great racing. And for those of you watching along at home, I hope you've been enjoying it. And as I said, do give the BRSCC's website a quick look, www.brSCC.co.uk, the British Racing and Sports Car Club, who organise so many race events. I'm going to hazard a guess they might well organise more race events than any other club in the UK. Certainly they seem to be somewhere every weekend, and in fact this weekend they've been in 2 different places at once, with their crew split between here and also the one-day event at Alton Park yesterday, which saw some very entertaining Mazda MX-5 racing, I've been told. So busy people, the people that run the BRSCC, they all do a fantastic job, and this, as I said, really one of their big success stories. So, ready to go, almost, with the second attempt at starting this race. Hopefully no delayed start this time. Alex Foden, I say no delayed start. There's a slow Peugeot coming out of Nelson. Now, hopefully we see a number on that car.
Is that Miglia Vincent's car? No, it's not. No, it's Richard Snuggs' car, 88? Or
Alex Turner.
Alex Turner.
Yes.
That car has been Richard Snuggs at the wheel of it in 88, I think, previously.
Yes, I think I remember that. So that car's going very slowly, but it does seem to have power. So it should be able to get itself off the road somewhere. Now, do we have to wait until that car makes it to the pit lane before starting the race? The grid is in position, but we're not yet starting. So I'm keeping an eye on that LED screen to see whether or not we're going to have another delayed start. This is an unfortunate way to end the weekend if that happens. I'm just going to give it a moment to see if that car gets out of the way. As long as it doesn't stop, which it doesn't look like it's going to do, it should make it to the pit lane, and I hope we won't have to delay things any further. But of course the cars are sitting there now on the grid. Drivers won't know what's going on, and they'll be losing any tyre temperature that they had gained. Okay, they don't run on a slick tyre, so it's not as pivotal that they have the heat in the tyres. In fact, a lot of championships with other clubs anyway, if the cars aren't running on slick tyres, they don't give them a green flag lap at all. 5-second ball goes out, so we are going to go starting this time. The car's made the pit lane, the red lights are on, and for the final time this weekend, we're away and racing now here at Snetterton, and it's a good start made by Alistair May from the outside of the front row. Looks like he's going to get the edge over the Boston College Racing car of Alex Foden, at least in the first phase of the start, and yes, he's completely cleared the 41 car by the time time we get to Rich's corner. So Alistair May hangs on, or takes the lead away, I should say, as they round the double apex right-hander. One car off towards the inside barrier, gathers it together.
Luke Bate, I think.
Yeah, Luke Bate, I think you're right, who's going to rejoin right at the back of the pack. Luckily, didn't bounce back into the road, and hopefully just a glancing blow on the Armco. Round Wilson, onto the back straight then. It is going to be Alistair May then that leads the way, and that's a bit of a disaster for Alex Foden, because May is not going to be an easy man to get past.
No, this really is going to be a Race Tapes versus Boston College Racing battle, because all four of their cars, two respectively for each team, are in this race, and they're almost first, second, third and fourth. It's now Parks who is battling it out wheel to wheel with the 47 of Alex Jackson, who started on the second row of the grid. He's now slipping back to possibly fifth position. There might be three abreast, because there's a car to his outside, which will be the inside for Nelson. We'll hang tight and see who that might be, but the two Boston College cars are ganging up, and the car that was in the mix there too was number 5, which was Jensen Jackson from the fourth row of the grid in 7th place. But there is 47 has gone through, so it is Alex Jackson's gone through. So there's two Jackson, because there's Alex Jackson, Jensen Jackson. They've just got Jackson on the side, no A or J next to them on their rear windows, which is incredibly helpful. And they're both nose to tail now, so it's Jackson from Jackson, then from Parks, then for the 57, which is the second of the only Norfolk racing car that's left in the field to race this weekend, which is the 57 car, which is Jack Wheeler, who was formerly a East Surrey College racer in the past, if I'm correct, because they have had that similar team. So he's switched teams, student motorsport team, which is interesting. But now this is Alex Foden, a bit of deja vu, because in race 1 he was chasing in second place with Andrew Dyer behind him. In race second race, he's chasing first place with Andrew Dyer right behind him. So this is thinking, hold a minute, I've been here before.
Yes, definitely deja vu. We'll see whether we get a different end result this time around. The leading three very much getting away then from Alex Jackson in 4th position. Alex defending busily there from Jensen Jackson in the number 5, who's got himself ahead of Christopher Parks. Parks was running well in race 2, wasn't he? And then got shuffled out of line through the Wilson hairpin, or maybe at Rich's. Anyway, he lost about 7 or 8 positions when that happened, and was never really quite able to bounce back from there. Down the back straight we go, a brilliant view there of the cars as they streak through, all following each other in the wheel tracks to try and get the slipstream, and then perhaps peeling out as we get down towards the end of the Bentley Straight. There are the leading three, and they for now I think are content to work together, I guess, with May, Foden and Dyer clearly quite evenly matched in pace. The two Citroen C1s ahead of the Toyota Aygo. Interesting that the Boston College Racing team used 2 different cars, a Citroen and a Toyota. I'm sure internally there's not a huge difference between the two of them. Certainly performance-wise there isn't.
No, mechanically all 3 cars are exactly the same. It's just the bodywork over the top. You can technically take a Gen 1 Peugeot 107, refit the bodywork of a Toyota Aygo, and literally it's exactly the same car mechanically. You'd never tell the difference.
Yes, which of course was the whole ethos of the championship, wasn't it? But nice that at least from the outside they look a little bit different, those 2 cars, and at the moment they're both stuck behind Alistair May, who is, as I said, not going to be easy to find a way past, and Alistair, having spent the entirety of his earlier race stuck behind Richard Jebb, is going to be quite enjoying that clear view in front of him.
He will, but Alex Foden will be fired up after he missed out on race 1 victory earlier on. He doesn't want to be stuck behind the leader anymore. He is gapping slightly teammate at Dyer. He doesn't really have he has a rear gunner kind of holding back in 3rd position, trying to keep with him. But Foden, I think, after he missed out on the victory in race 1, battling Richard Jebb, is going to be more determined than ever to actually make it, because he knows he's that close. He has leading pace. He has the car underneath him, of course, being a Boston College car that won the Student Motorsport contest last year in the Teams Championship. But he wants that first victory, and he'll be determined to try and get it any way he can with 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, Jensen Jackson there breaking into the Wilson hairpin with 2 wheels on the grass. That was a bit leery, but yeah, he's just losing touch now. In fact, Alex Jackson in 4th, just losing touch with the leading 3. On the previous lap, he was a couple of tenths slower than the cars ahead. In fact, Foden set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:40.938. The fastest race lap of the weekend is a 39.9, set by Alex Foden, interestingly, in his race earlier on this morning. So he is definitely the pace setter, and that's very much what Richard Jebb said after that first race. He said Alex did seem quicker, but just couldn't find a way through. So it would be a shame in a way if Foden wasn't able to use that pace to guide himself to a race victory, but he's going to really have to work for this. 1 piece to the inside there into Coram. Again, he was taking that tighter earlier apex when he was stuck behind Jebb in race 1. It didn't yield an overtake then, and it still hasn't done so in race 3. Sorry.
Yes, at least. Still got 10 minutes to try and prove that wrong, if you can. Through Murray's they go. Jackson from Chris Parks, and it's Wheeler after his little mishap. No, that was Luke Bate that has been. Jack, I'm going to confuse because he was East Surrey, now he's Team Northbrook. So easily confusing for me at least. Then Toby Owen, Max Finn and Tom Hartwell, who again is running in the top 10. He's making some decent progress. Previously he was a bit of a mid-pack driver in terms of his pace, but he's come on leaps and bounds and actually done some pretty good progress. So moving forwards is Tom, which is looking good. Luke Bate, meanwhile, who's the one that did have that spin, as a little tweak of the oversteer from Andrew Dyer through Richard's corner, which to get oversteer in a City Car Cup car, given how planted and go-kart like they are, it's pretty impressive. But then again, it is Andrew Dyer who can throw it sideways quite a lot in just about anything he drives, so getting sideways in that, not much of a surprise.
Well, and it shows just how quickly they're going, at least compared to what the cars are capable of through that first corner on these skinny little Nankang tyres. They don't have a huge amount of mechanical grip, and it's such a quick corner, Riches, and you want to carry as much speed through it as possible. Alex Foden then closing back in here on Alistair May down the back straight. He's not really shown his nose massively, has he, Alex Foden, so far? Do sort of get the feeling he's biding his time, maybe waiting for the final lap of the race to make the move, or at least later in the race. He'll be very conscious of the fact that he's got Andrew Dyer tucked up behind him, but doesn't really seem able to, or willing perhaps, to duck out of line too much just yet. Into Coram they go. Alistair May narrowly ahead of Foden, but where, if anywhere, can Foden make the move? The obvious place is at the end of the back straight, but if anything, Foden seems better through the first part of the lap, so maybe the Wilson hairpin could be an opportunity. Got to get a bit closer than this, though.
He's not the one to trying. He's back in the slipstream again, but it seems as though even though you can get a tow, it doesn't seem to be as potent as we thought it would be, because he is sticking there, but there are also points he's not fully sticking behind him in the tow. He's pulling out a little bit, whether that's for cooling reasons, just to kind of put himself into Alistair's mirrors to try and distract him. Either way, it's very much a stalemate, like it was in race 1 with Jet, where he's battling with him. In fact, he's there, he's got the pace. He doesn't have that fraction extra to be able to find a way through. He's relying more on a mistake if he can, with the pressure he's applying to Alistair May in order to make that pass happen. He's sticking very close, perhaps gone glued onto the rear bumper again. Out of Wilson hairpin onto Bentley straight as he was before, but again, he doesn't always stick behind him. He darts out to either cool the car, put himself in the mirrors, but then just darts back in again before the straight. So, I don't know, either it's a tactic or just Foden trying to find some way to get through. Look, he's pulling out a little bit here to try and do something.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be to gain any sort of performance, definitely, because you'll go quicker if you're tucked properly into the slipstream. Maybe it is distracting May, though, slightly. Alistair just takes a slightly tighter line towards the braking zone, although then drifts back over onto the line into the corner. So, yeah, mystifying that. Maybe Alex is just seeing the temperature, engine temperature, going a little bit higher than he'd like. And, of course, that will sap power from the car. You don't have a lot of power to play with to start with, so maybe that explains why he's not massively closing in the tow. He's had a good run through the bomb hole, thinks about the inside at Coram. He, again, likes that earlier turn in, doesn't he? But not able to get the overlap. Yeah, I wonder whether maybe he's just got an engine that's a little bit warmer than it ought to be, and that's what's just holding him back here slightly.
Possibly. Still got 6.5 minutes to go, so it's not over just yet. And so if anything, his exit from Burries here is a little better than it was before, and he is starting to at least use that tow to its full advantage here down the pit straight. So maybe he's getting close enough to possibly mount a challenge here. And the top here clearly breaking away from the scrap for fourth. The two Jacksons fight it out for the best of the rest in fourth. Jack Wheeler in sixth position for Northbrook, and there's a possible one for seventh here. That's between Max Finn, if he swept across Chris Parks and holds on to the place. Toby Owen and Tom Hartwell still holding on to the top 10. As they come out, Riches again, 6 minutes on the clock to go. Just behind them, you've got Sandra Proietti and Carter Steele chasing Tom Hartwell for that last top 10 spot, but back onto the back straight again. He's just peeking out one way then the other, just reminding Alistair May, you might be looking forwards, but I'm still here, haven't disappeared anywhere. I'm still putting the pressure on, still some time to try and make a move.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure, Alistair May is painfully aware of Alex Foden's presence behind him. There's never been more than a car length or so in it, and that is a city car length, which is not a very big gap at all. And intrigued as well a bit by Andrew Dyer, who's actually set the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, but he's just keeping a watching brief behind. If Alex Foden's not really been on the attack, then Andrew Dyer definitely hasn't. Yes, it's his teammate in front of him, but you wonder whether that little truce between the teammates might come to an end at some point. It might be right now, because Dyer was much quicker through the bomb hole there than Alex Foden was, but there was nowhere to go with that, really. No sense going side by side. If those two start battling, then they really are handing it to Alistair May, because he's, if he could ever break the tow, you get the feeling that he'd have a pretty comfortable time of it. 2/3 race distance hit then, 5 minutes to go. The last 5 minutes of racing this weekend at Snetterton, and 3 cars still very much debating the race victory. They're about 4.5 seconds clear of Jensen Jackson, who's still 4th, with Alex Jackson and Jack Wheeler behind him. Here comes that little group of cars in the background, with Christopher Park slipping down to 8th position. He's ducking out of line in the background, trying to regain some of the lost ground. And then Toby Owen sort of on his own, really, in 9th position ahead of Tom Hartwell, who completes the top 10. Ooh, Alex Foden had a big go there at getting to the inside line into Wilson. And again, it's more of a distraction tactic than anything else, but it does just show the body language of the car is a bit more attacking now than it has been, maybe. And that will have caught Alistair May's attention.
Certainly will. 2 Boston College cars still relentless in their pursuit of Alistair May, who has a win to his credit this season from one of the 3 split group races. Has won to Richard Jeff's 4 so far this season. So he'd love to make it if he can. 2 out of 2 for 2 out of 4 races he's done so far. Through the right hander they go. And he's now attacking this time, getting a little more problem. I wonder if Foden's there's biding his time, but then possibly. Maybe, hopefully, he's learnt his lesson before. Now trying to pull himself alongside. He might have an opportunity here on an overlap. This might be his opportunity. In towards Coram they go. And he is now alongside him. He's through. He's done it. So got the momentum through the bomb hole into Coram corner. Actually leaves the door open, possibly for Tyre to get through. But now, Alistair May in a Boston College sandwich. Now then, Alex Foden in the lead with less than 3.5 minutes to go. They're going to be, what, 2 laps, I think, on the clock to go. Can Alex Foden hold on for 2 laps and get his first City Car Cup victory, or does Alistair May or even, cruelly, Andrew Tyre have other ideas about that ambition?
Well, now we're really going to see what Foden's got. Has he been biding his time, or was that genuinely all he had? If Alistair May can get back alongside him quite quickly, then we're going to have a proper race on our hands. And yeah, what role does Andrew Tyre play in this? If he can distract Alistair May, that takes some of the pressure away from Foden, who set the fastest lap last time as well. Again, further supporting the theory that he was hanging back until that point. He did seem to be good through that final sector, didn't he? Good off Nelson, tight line out of the bomb hole, got to the inside through Coram. And now he wants to try and maintain this advantage. This, though, is where he'll really have to watch the mirrors. Alistair May is definitely going to close in the tow. You can see Foden drifting over to the right-hand side of the road there and not wanting to leave the door ajar. Don't think May is close enough, though, so Foden should really be able to get back over to the right-hand side of the road. He isn't really, though, and Alistair May is going to try and throw it up the inside. They're both compromising their lines now, aren't they? It's slowing each other up, and Alex Foden clearly feeling the pressure, and there is a lot of pressure on this to try and get his first victory in the championship. He would absolutely love to do it, especially having come so close earlier on this morning to doing it, missing out by only 1/4 of a second or so.
Got just over a lap to do it, so no pressure indeed, ironically. But through Coram they go for the second to last time. Slightly wider line, he's comfortable with that. One car's come to a halt, and that is number 11 that's come to a stop. With Tom Crossland, who started back on the 12th row of the grid. Can't quite see where that is. That looks like it's on the
Bentley Straight.
So, yeah. And given that that's he's pulled it off into the grass as much as he can. I think they should just cover that with yellows to the end. It's not in a massive precarious position. He's pulled it off to like halfway across on the grass. So I think we should be okay, as the last lap board has gone out. Another new fastest lap of the race by Alex Foden. 3/10 better. He's got the gap up to half a second in City Car Cup terms. It might not look like half a second, but in their speed, it is. And yeah, there's also yellows that are being presented there. So again, if you can see, Tyre can't pass, but neither can Alistair May. That's going to be crucial at least. So if Alistair wants to try and get through, he has to wait on the back straight. If he gets a good momentum off this corner and then decides to do so, it might well be that Alistair May has to hang back if Andrew Tyre gets an opportunity to close in. But now into the back straight. Half a lap in it. Alex Foden his heart will be beating his chest. There is the stranded car, but it's way on the inside. That should be perfectly fine with no troubles. And Alex Foden's heart must be beating out of his chest to get this done, if he can make it stick. Half a lap to go. Alex Foden could provisionally, tentatively, be about to take his first victory if he can hold on for the last few corners.
Well, yeah, it's a big if, though, isn't it? Because Alistair May has caught him. Foden carries a lot of speed into Nelson. I thought maybe too much speed, but again, that's the corner where he's looked the strongest all race long, and he does manage to maintain the gap to Alistair May as they head then out through the bomb hole. Andrew Tyre likely not going to have much of an opportunity now to challenge for second place either. It's, 2 and a bit City car lengths maybe between the top 2 cars with 2 corners to go. Slightly wider line there for Foden. Gets it back to the right-hand side of the road into Murray's, where where Alistair May throws everything at the corner. He's had a better exit from the turn than the race leader, but I don't think he's quite going to get there. Alex Foden looks as though he's going to do it, having narrowly missed out on victory earlier on today. He finally gets his first victory in the championship. Alex Foden wins at Snetterton by an enormous 3 and a bit tenths of a second, the biggest winning margin of the weekend in the City Car Cup over Alistair May, who nicked the fastest lap away from Alex on the final lap of the race, 1:40.150. The lap record, though, still lies with Alex from the first race of the day earlier on. Andrew Dyer comes home in third, just under 3/4 of a second between the three of them, and it was Jensen Jackson who got the better of Alex Jackson actually in the closing stages to move up into fourth position. Max Finn came to sixth, ahead of Jack Wheeler, Christopher Parks, Toby Owen and Tom Hartwell to conclude the top 10. So good racing, really good racing that, and Alex Foden did manage to do something that actually no one's been able to do in either of the City Car Cup races so far today, and that's overtake someone for the race lead. It's been extremely close, but we actually haven't had any lead changes as far as I recall in the previous two races. Foden, though, managed to make it stick. Of course, he couldn't get past Jep in race 1, and Alistair May couldn't get past Richard Jep in race 2, despite it being bumper to bumper all the way through the races. Alex Foden, though, this time did manage to get the move made, and in a slightly unorthodox place as well, through the right-hander at Coram, and that yielded a race victory then for car 41. Alex Foden gets a first victory in the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and wins the student motorsport element of the race as well. Alistair May came home in second, with Andrew Dyer completing the top 3. Jensen Jackson then was fourth, ahead of Alex Jackson fifth. Max Finn, Jack Wheeler, Christopher Parks, Toby Owen and Tom Hartwell complete the top 10. Then it was Sandro Proietti ahead of Carter Steele, Jude McGreevy 13th, John Nicholson was 14th, ahead of Harry Sutton and Luke Power. Evan Parker, Miglia Vincent and Luke Bate don't complete the top 20. Alistair Mary completes the top 20, ahead of Max White, Jake Gittus, Gary Johnston, Alex Turner and Tom Crossland, as we saw, retiring at the side of the road on the final lap. Well, fantastic weekend of racing. We got there in the end, all 18 races completed, and the City Car Cup in fine fashion there, taking us to the end of the weekend's racing. Reminder to head over to the BRSCC's website for information on all upcoming race events, and we look forward to bringing more live streamed action to you as well over the coming weeks. It'll be interesting to follow the season-long battle in the City Car Cup in particular, won't it? It's going to be a very close championship. It always is. Just 6 points decided the championship in the favour of Ben Spencer last year. It's got all the hallmarks of being equally tight this season, especially if the likes of Alistair Foden and Alex Foden, Alistair May, Andrew Dyer can all start grabbing race wins. Then I think Richard Jep is going to have a big challenge on his hands to try and claim victory. So the cars then make their way down into Parc Fermé for the final time. Scott Woodwiss is strolling down to the winner's enclosure. He'll speak to Alex Foden, I'm sure an absolutely delighted Alex Foden at the end of a really, really good day for him. Second in race 1. He delivers the victory this time to Boston College Racing and hugs all round. He's a very popular member of the paddock, is Alex. As I said, he's not been racing for a huge amount of time, but he has raced in quite an eclectic mix of cars, but really has found a nice home for himself here in the City Car Cup. He enjoys racing the car, it clearly suits his driving style, and some proper competition out there as well, which means that he and all of the drivers on the grid are going to be learning an awful lot every time they go out there. You learn the most when you've got proper competition. That's definitely the case in the City Car Cup. Foden rushes around to celebrate the moment with as many different people as possible, and more importantly, get himself a swig of water. He's earned that after a hard-fought victory. Great to see a new winner in the championship. I think Alex has definitely earned that drink, and suspect maybe not the last one that he'll have tonight as the celebrations begin. Scott Woodwiss is in position to have a chat then with Alex Foden. Let's hear, shall we then, from the race winner of the final race of the day.
Yeah. Go. Well, a feel-good story to end the weekend at Snetterton, because Alex Foden At last, first City Car Cup victory. Tell me how it feels, because you could see you flashing the headlights, celebration with the team.
Yeah,
obviously that means a lot, but tell us how it feels.
Yeah, I'm buzzing. Like the two green flag laps, I was like, this just didn't go my way. Then the car just bogged down on the start. Tyre gave me a hit. The car bogged down under the bomb hole. I was like, it's just not meant to be. And then he had a bit of a mistake in the bomb hole, and I just managed to squeeze on the inside. And I was like, I'm just putting my nose there, and if he wants to try and outbrake me, he can. And then that was it really. Like Tyre gave me a massive push, which helped me massively. But yeah, I've been waiting a long time for this. So it's big thanks to the boys. Big thanks to everyone that's helped me. Steve, the boys, the Blisses, Boston. Yeah, mega.
You spent the last couple of seasons building to this in the championship, getting quicker and quicker. So it's all obviously been given a great car with Boston College joining them for this season as well. Just how much does that mean to kind of finally get it after a couple of seasons of the championship?
Yeah, it's mega. Like to just have this, you know, the know-how of the car's going to be ready. It's going to be prepared. It's going to be right. It takes so much weight off the shoulders. So yeah, I'm mega. So I'm mega pleased with that.
Key thing is now you've done it once. You know how to do it now. So you kind of got to do it again now, haven't you?
A few chances. I bowled it a couple of times, I think. So I'm just happy to just put it there now. So no credit to Al. He drove unreal. I just had one chance to do it. Probably had a chance against Rich in the first race. So I'm just glad it stuck in there. Dyer said to me after the first race, you should just kept your nose there. So this time I was like, I'm keeping my nose there, and we'll see what happens. And it paid off.
You always remember your first win. Remember it. Cherish it. Well done.
Man,
good stuff. Excellent work. Let's have a chat with Alistair May in second place. He's just here a word. Hanging around. Alistair, you've had a win this season so far. Yeah. Second place, but I mean, one, it's a feel good one, but at the same time, you pushed. You led all the way, and you pushed him all the way to the flag as well.
Yeah, you can't complain with second place. You know, take home a bit of silverware. That's what we're all here for to do. Yeah. So.
Of course, you and Chris are coming from the world of C1 endurance, so a different spec of cars to these machines, but you've got expertise driving them. So you've been in the championship for about roughly a season or so, season and a bit. So how do you rate sort of the differences, and how do you feel you're getting used to this spec of car compared to the endurance car?
They're very similar. I mean, these feel a little bit more racy because obviously they got your bigger tyres and whatnot on them. But you know, they're very similar. Front wheel drive. You know, it's all sort of same sort of thing, really.
Yeah. Of course, you guys are coming to kind of for full season to come up against some of the established teams, and these student motorsport teams are getting pretty handy as well with Boston College and Norfolk. So you and Big Grizz on top of that as well. You come up against a good calibre of drivers and teams in this field.
Yeah, it's a very good competitive series. You know, it's the best form of motorsport you can have, really.
Yeah, good stuff. So next time out, hoping to try and get back on the top step?
Yeah, we'd like a bit of champagne and a hat.
Do you have a drink at least after a good weekend's racing now anyway?
Yeah, we'll get home, we'll have a couple when we get back.
Good stuff.
Cheers.
Well driven, well done, excellent stuff, good job. And our last interview of the weekend is going to be Andrew Dyer just over here, because of course it's two double podiums for Boston College Racing in third place. Andrew, well done. First of all, Alex is a bit good, of course, given that you had to chase him all weekend, but first of all, third place for you, two solid podiums?
Yeah, it's great to be fair. I had a pace in the car that race. It felt like everything gelled, and then my rear wheel being collapsed. So, not great, but yeah, congrats to Alex. I was just mega. I was just happy to see him win, to be fair.
The college course team champions last year just keep on going for strength, but I mean, Alistair and his team race steps are getting stronger. Northbrook are always strong. We thought last year was competitive. I think this might be something else, mightn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, this year there's a lot of competitive people. We got like Alistair, which had a great race within brands, like Rich Jepp. He's just on the ball this season. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough season where I'm just thinking long term now, just points. It doesn't matter so much about victories as I learned last year, where I done a few stupid things and then probably cost myself the championship. So just going for long game this year.
Yeah, so it's the races you don't win that wins you the championship. So you can't get score as well as you can if you can't win.
Yeah, like I had some dreadful results where just probably no fault of my own, just doing either trying too hard and breaking the car or just this and that. So yeah, this year's just, if you've got a problem, just finish where I'm going to finish.
Like a win though.
Well, everyone likes a win, but it'll come eventually.
Hey, well, we know you've done it before, so you'll do it again.
Yeah, Cadwell Park, I'm going to win all three.
You heard it here first. Andrew, well done. Great driving all weekend. Good stuff. Round of applause for Andrew as well. And that's it. 18 races done. The BRSCC Snetterton weekend is complete. Congratulations to all of our winners and podium finishes, including anyone that got their first podiums or wins this weekend. Thanks to Fun Cup, thanks to City Car Cup, to Modified Fords, to the Volkswagen Audi Group Racing Championship, to as well City Car Cup on top of that as well. And also, I'm going to forget one championship. Mini 7s, because I can forget them. 4 fantastic races as well. The next couple of events, the next event coming up for BRSCC is the big one. It is the BRSCC 24 hours, where we've got multiple classes going twice around the clock on Silverstone GP circuit. If you're going to be there in person, do go check it out. If you're racing, best of luck, and also follow it on TSL Live Timing. The next live stream you'll see is the first weekend in June, because we're going to have racing at Donington Park. Should be myself and Rob Lewis giving you all the action from there. A few more champions, including like these ones here, should be back on your screen, so be sure to tune in live and subscribe to the BRSCC YouTube channel and give them a follow on social media as well, and head to the website brscc.co.uk for all the information. Of course, thanks to the sponsors for the champions as well this weekend, supporting them, Tracky and Clapham North on top of that as well. So for myself, Scott Woodwis, from Andy McEwen, and from all of us at the Alpha Live production team and all of us here at Snetterton, thanks for watching. Subscribe and tune in next time for our live stream next month in June. But until then, have a fantastic evening. Watch back the stream from yesterday if you missed it, and join us for more action in a few weeks' time at Donington. Bye for now.